The war against the underground monsters had finally ended, and the labyrinths that once swallowed countless lives were left in ruin. Among the survivors who emerged from the dark tunnels were children born inside those twisted mazes, children known as dungeon babies. Raised on monster milk and sharpened by darkness, they carried power far beyond ordinary humans. But one boy was different. He didn't come from just any floor. He crawled out from the deepest, darkest level of the labyrinth, stronger than the others, yet strangely timid. When he grew up, he tried to live a quiet life above ground, working as a guide for explorers through the ruins. That all changed when a reckless expedition went wrong. Forced to reveal a glimpse of his true strength, he saved himself and the girl. Then, suddenly, the floor beneath them cracked open, and they fell into the depths of the underground. When he woke up, he stumbled upon something no other dungeon baby had ever claimed, a living dungeon labyrinth that chose him as its master. He inherited his own dungeon that he could access anytime through a portal, and now his task is to make this dungeon the strongest among the others and to conquer the whole underworld. Now he is no longer just an overpowered survivor of the underground. He is its new ruler, tasked with building, expanding, and defending a dungeon that is both his weapon and his home. He slides his hand over his wrist, and suddenly a system window pops up, known as Naga Labyrinth. There are a bunch of stats written on the window that go right over his head. So, he starts looking up all the terms and details online and finds out that this green system window is something similar to what you'd find in games. He starts to think that the Naga Labyrinth might be the same place where he got bitten by a snake. He even wonders if perhaps the abandoned labyrinth chose him as its new owner. As he takes a closer look, he notices a red circle suddenly appear next to the portal option, something that wasn't there a minute ago. Curious, he tries to press the circle, but his fingers just pass right through it. That's when reality starts to crack, and suddenly he's back in the dungeon he had crawled out of. There, he sees the same labyrinth emblem. Even though it looks similar, there's something different about this place, making him wonder if he's somewhere else entirely. He suddenly hears the sound of stone creaks, and he notices that the same snake from before has started to move. This time, our boy quickly takes his stance, knowing the snake is way too fast and he doesn't want to make the same mistake again. As soon as the snake lunges to bite, he yanks out the coat he's wearing, using it to block the snake's bite. He then wraps the snake with the coat and ties it to the emblem. Even though he's managed to deal with the snake for now, he's worried that the coat won't hold it for long, as it could easily rip through the cloth. He realizes he needs a weapon that can truly destroy it. Before he can think of anything else, he hears voices calling him out. The voice proclaims our boy as the liberator of 8,230 snakes, the inheritor of the dark depths, and the one who will sit on the Naga throne. The voice looks like it is coming from the snake, and it says he's too small and feeble to bear the weight of the crown, but since they don't have time to wait for someone else, it's just his luck that he's here for this crown. Of course, this all goes way over his head. He confusingly asks what the Naga throne even is, and asks the snake if it's the owner of this labyrinth. The snake doesn't bother responding to his questions, and just wishes him the best of luck as the new honorable king of the Naga. He is quite frustrated to realize that even though he hates labyrinths, he is now stuck as the owner of it, and all he did was enter one just once to earn some money for his sister's wedding. He even tries reasoning with the snake again, reminding it that he had promised his parents he would never set foot in a labyrinth, no matter what. That's when he hears some rustling noises and suddenly his sister's voice calling out to him. He's quite surprised to see that the portal he came through is still open, and he is even more fascinated that he can hear sounds from the other side. As the door's lever begins to rattle with his sister trying to open it, he tenses up and quickly jumps back through the portal, landing safely in his room. The jump felt like his body was breaking apart, but thankfully, nothing seems wrong. His sister finally opens the door and asks about the strange sound she just heard and why he's sweating so much, especially since he only went to change his clothes. Just then, they both hear a YouTube video playing in the background. His sister gets excited, assuming he's started playing video games. As she excitedly tries to enter the room, he awkwardly pushes her out, saying he's just watching a random video and nothing more. She can't believe it and teases him, saying it's shocking that he's found a hobby. She recalls how he never had any hobbies before, and even as a kid, he'd just stare at the walls for hours. Well, to be honest, she isn't wrong. After the dungeon babies were freed, our boy spent months trying to shake off the labyrinth's lingering thoughts that kept flooding his brain. Surrounded by a sense of peace he wasn't used to, it actually made him uncomfortable. That's probably why the other dungeon babies are still drawn to the labyrinths. Anyway, he asks her what she really wants from him, and she suddenly falls silent, bowing her head. She admits that she is feeling guilty that he had to go inside a dungeon because of her. He's unsettled that this is what's upsetting her, so he quickly tries to reassure her, saying there's nothing to worry about. He starts searching through his pockets for the money, but then he realizes that he is not wearing his coat right now. In that case, he decides to look into the room and tells her to give him 1 second and he'll be right back. He remembers that he took his coat off in the labyrinth and left it there. As soon as he looks at the portal, he sees this cunning monster trying to loot his stuff from his coat. The sight of this creature leaves him momentarily petrified, but before chasing after it, he tries to quickly brush his sister off, telling her that he'd like to enjoy his first ever hobby a little longer, asking for more time alone. Without waiting for her response, he slams the door shut, leaving her confused by his unusual excitement. She stands there as she thinks to herself how she's never seen him this energetic before. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Our boy listens carefully until he's sure she's gone. As soon as he's in the clear, he locks the door, jumps back into the dungeon, and rushes to grab his coat. He rummages through it, finding his wallet and phone, but the money is gone. Just then, a system notification pops up, informing him that during his absence, an imp entered the labyrinth and stole his money. To find the missing imp, he has to complete synchronization and activate the labyrinth entrance. Not surprisingly, Jinwoo lets out a big scream, finding it ridiculous that an imp would steal some piece of paper instead of something shiny or precious. System does not respond to his yellings, so he tosses his coat aside. He plops back down on the throne, feeling frustrated about his current predicament. He places his hand over the orb embedded in the armrest of the chair, and once again, a system notification pops up. It repeats that during his absence, an imp entered the labyrinth and stole his money. To find the missing imp, he needs to complete synchronization and activate the labyrinth entrance. The details of the labyrinth cannot be accessed until synchronization is complete. It turns out he can control the system windows through these orbs, just like with the tattoo on his arm. He then sits quietly as he considers whether to proceed with synchronization or not. And eventually, he finally gives up to the system's wishes, because retrieving his hard-earned money is his top priority right now. He thinks that once he gets his money back, he can just leave this place as it is, and it'll be one of those many abandoned labyrinths out there. With that in mind, he hits the yes button, and after a bit of loading that says, confirming qualification, he realizes he has no idea what that even means. He tries to swipe away the notification while muttering about why the gate of the labyrinth hasn't opened yet. As he starts to get up from his seat, he can't help but grumble about how he can't believe he wasted his time on this nonsense. It would have been way quicker to just dig around and find his way that money stealer old-fashioned way. But then, out of nowhere, a system notification pops up, saying that the Naga King status is confirmed for user Kim Jinwoo, and synchronization will start shortly. Light flashes around him as he sits cluelessly on the throne, and that same voice from before tells him he's now the owner of the Naga Labyrinth, which is a home to 80,230 snakes. The voice goes on to say that the Naga Labyrinth will be restructured to align with the data set by its owner. Suddenly, the whole place starts transforming, and when the synchronization wraps up, it's got a whole new look, and it's way better than the spooky vibe it had before. The system pops up with all the stats and details, but our boy realizes not much has changed besides some gate info being added. He shoves the window aside and glances at the gate, where he spots that same imp chilling nearby. He calls out to the little monster for his audacity of returning back to place. The imp quickly freezes in place. It looks around, trying to find the source of the voice, only to get grabbed by the throat by our boy. He doesn't hold back, and starts choking the shit out of this little critter, and then lands a solid punch to its face. He demands the creature hand over the money if it values its insignificant life. The little monster starts flailing, trying to let our guy know it doesn't have the cash anymore. Jinwoo cracks his fingers in frustration, gearing up to really mess this imp up, but the little guy suddenly starts rummaging through its pockets. It pulls out a stone and offers it up as compensation for the lost money. As soon as Jinwoo sees it, he recognizes the crimson stone as a down gem. Apparently, down gems are special jewels only found underground, buried deep or nestled in rare plants that grow down there. It's nearly impossible to snag them that way, so most people end up getting them by hunting beasts and searching their remains. Because of their rarity, down gems trade at a high price. From what Jinwoo knows, even one that isn't perfect can fetch 1,000,000 won, and this one looks about the size of the knuckle on his thumb. Just a heads up, that 1,000,000 won is roughly 830 bucks, but still, Jinwoo can see the value in it. The creature, on the other hand, starts struggling as Jinwoo keeps his grip tight on its throat. It then quickly rummages through its pockets again, pulling out another stone. Unable to take the pressure anymore, the imp tosses the stones into the air while letting out a screeching cry. Finally, Jinwoo releases his grip and rushes to grab the stones. He manages to catch one, but the blue gem bounces off his hand and hits the ground. The little monster also takes his chance and scurries back into the tunnel, but Jinwoo isn't worried about it anymore, because he's already scored 2 down gems. But as the blue stone continues to bounce, it cracks open, and a blindingly bright light bursts forth. A system notification promptly arrives, announcing that a mid-rank down gem has been offered to the altar. It explains that the durability of the damaged labyrinth will be restored, and upgrades will begin shortly. But Jinwoo, not wanting to lose his precious gem, rushes to grab it, only to find that the stone has already turned to dust in his hands. The system pops up, stating there are 24 hours remaining until the labyrinth's durability is restored, and 72 hours until the labyrinth is upgraded. Jinwoo couldn't care less about any of that crap. He's just bummed that he literally lost enough cash to buy a car. Fast forward 3 days later, and thanks to Hyunji's new in-laws being super considerate, her wedding goes off without a hitch. After some negotiation, Jinwoo manages to sell the down gem he snagged from the imp to an appraiser for a good price of 18,000,000 won. It's lower than he expected, but it'll do for a wedding gift. He can't let his dad know about this windfall, so he'll have to hand it to Hyunji in person. Still, he can't believe he made that much for just a rock. With only 24 seconds left until the labyrinth upgrade is complete, the notification reminds him of the pain of losing that stone. If it weren't for that mishap, he'd still have 36,000,000 won. But he figures there's no use crying over spilled milk. He just hopes the upgrades will make up for the loss. As reality cracks and a portal opens up, he steps inside and gets bombarded with notifications. The first bit of good news is that the labyrinth's rank has jumped from rank 1 to rank 2. The downside, though, is that activating the labyrinth means beasts and creatures from far away will now detect its existence, and the labyrinth's defenses are utterly weak. Among all this info, the most striking detail is that a naga nest has been established near the owner's room. When the gate to the nest opens, a cloud of dust billows out, and as he looks inside, he sees a room created in a previously blocked-off wall. This isn't quite what he imagined a naga nest to be like. He thought it would be stickier and more humid since, they're reptiles. Suddenly he notices the presence of a monster, and the system quickly reveals that there are now 6 naga workers in the naga nest. These workers will keep being added every time the labyrinth's rank rises. Although he expected them to be monstrous, they actually look pretty cute. They are now his new underlings, living in the naga nest and waiting for orders from their owner. Speaking of orders, he reflects on his past as a worker himself and knows just what tasks to assign these little critters. He tells 3 of them to act as scouts and draw up a map of the area around the labyrinth. He instructs them to look for potential dangers and resources, advising them to avoid any and all conflicts and to act with survival as their top priority. Usually, this kind of work would require guards to accompany them, but he doesn't have the manpower for that right now. So he's counting on these little guys to get the job done right. He then commands the rest of the naga workers to dig through the opposite wall and create a storage space for them. Even though he assigns them this task, he isn't expecting much, because these naga workers have short, stubby bodies that seem far removed from strength or speed, and he's never seen anything underground look so much like prey. But he figures he has no other option but to rely on them for now. To his surprise, when he checks back later, he finds that 3 of these little critters have dug out another room in under an hour. Just as he's starting to feel a bit hopeful, the system announces that some of the naga workers sent out as scouts have returned. His anxiety spikes when he realizes not all the workers made it back. He can see only one making its way toward him, and he quickly asks where the others are, wondering if they were attacked. He then also starts berating himself, realizing there's no separate category to summon new workers like there is for soldiers. Losing workers means a permanent loss, and that thought gnaws at him. That's when his little worker reveals that they're safe and came back alone to move over some supplies because their pack was full. It's feeling really proud that their owner actually cares about them. The other naga cheer for their leader, and the system shows that the morale of the 4 naga workers has increased, along with a slight boost in work efficiency. The snaky worker then hands Jinwoo a map, and as soon as he grabs it, the system begins updating the labyrinth map. Once he sees this extensive and detailed layout, he realizes he won't have to run around mapping the place himself anymore. The little companion then drops everything it gathered onto the ground, revealing a collection of interesting items they managed to find along the way. By the way, whatever the snake is saying is all in the snaky language, but Jinwoo is translating it for us since we don't have that close of a relationship with the little monster yet. When he takes a look at the gathered items, he isn't sure if he should feel relieved. Most of these things seem to be from the Great Underground War, either outdated or too rusty. At least it tells him his palace hasn't had human contact for a while. Suddenly, something shiny catches his eye among the stuff. He quickly grabs the shiny stones and is absolutely blown away to find out they're down gems. He then exactly asks his snake friend if it saw more of these down there. The little creature nods, and Jinwoo doesn't waste a second telling it to bring every last one it finds, making sure to deliver the message to the others as well. With that command given, he starts heading out for the appraisal, but then he abruptly stops. What if the labyrinth gets attacked while he's gone? His little friends don't seem too keen on the idea of him leaving them behind either. He takes a moment to weigh his options, realizing he might need to find to bolster their defenses before heading out. He asks his snake friend if it's sure there are more gems down there, and the slithery creature responds positively. With that reassurance, Jinwoo decides to prioritize the labyrinth's defenses, figuring he can always rack up real-world cash later since there are plenty of gems down below. He tosses the shiny stones and offers them to the labyrinth. Once the gems are placed on the altar, a blinding light rises once again. As he watches the light, he reflects on how he tried to run away from dungeons all these years, and now he's stuck owning one himself. He has also started to understand why other dungeon babies are so fixated on labyrinths, and why they risk their lives for them. There's something captivating about this whole underground world, and it's beginning to feel like his destiny. After leaving that dark and dangerous underground world, Jinwoo felt an endless sense of discomfort with the bright, safe life he had above ground. Now he realizes it wasn't just about adjusting or getting used to something. He was simply bored. He points out how incredibly dull it's been up there. So, he finally explores this underground world, and vows to the king of the Naga that he will fulfill their wishes and bring honor to the Naga kingdom. So to become the sole protector of his turf, and as a proud owner, he wishes to summon some Naga soldiers. The system shows that he can only summon 1 rank Q Naga soldier and 2 Naga maids, and he currently has 4 down gem energy available. Also, he will have to bear the maintenance fee for the soldiers as well. He thinks it over and decides to summon the Naga soldier first, though he's not thrilled about the maintenance fees. It makes sense not to increase his expenses before stocking up on more down gems. In the end, he settles on summoning 1 Naga maid and 1 Naga soldier. As soon as Jinwoo makes the summons, a giant, overgrown lizard materializes, his new Naga soldier. He quickly orders the massive creature to head to the gate and guard the workers and storage room. The giant snake complies without hesitation, and our boy could not help but to marvel that with these muscles, his guard can easily solo an entire 5th floor labyrinth. After summoning this jacked up lizard, Jinwoo finds himself down to just 2 down gem energy and uses them to summon a Naga maid. When the summoning of the Naga maid begins, another notification flashes up, indicating that an extremely rare hero rank Naga maid is being summoned. Our boy has no clue what that means, but before he can ponder it further, the ground starts to rumble and crumble beneath him. A blinding light bursts forth, and when it clears, an absolutely beautiful Naga maid appears. Her name is Dominique, and she's unlike any normal Naga maid. She's a true and loyal advisor to her master. The maid quickly bows her head in respect, and Jinwoo can literally hear her voice in his head. She gets excited and requests him to give her a command to fulfill. Well, it looks like this one actually talks, and I'm relieved that we won't have to deal with the hissing of the other snakes anymore. He fills her in on the entire situation, and she quickly assesses that he's basically still in the tutorial stage, to which he sadly agrees. She then asks for permission to access the labyrinth map he has so far. As soon as he gives her the go-ahead, the system pops up, showing her the layout, including a mine and some plants laden with down gems nearby. Jinwoo is amazed that she can navigate the map so easily. Dominique then suggests they should explore all the areas in person before starting any work. She asks if it would be alright for them to begin their exploration. He responds positively, agreeing that it'll be good for him to see all the areas too. Their first stop is a stalactite cave near the labyrinth. The maid points out that the walls here are weak, making it possible to dig a tunnel to the mines and set up a mining station in the empty space beneath the stalactite cave. She further explains that breaking down the wall will lead them to mineral mines, where they can gather valuable resources, including potential down gems. She points out that there are gem-shaped flowers inside the mines, which also produce small amounts of down gems. Plus, the underground plants are resilient and require no additional care. With that in mind, she decides to collect them while they're here. Lastly, she emphasizes the benefits of incorporating this area into the labyrinth's domain. The surrounding tunnels are great for defense, and this location provides water, sitting at the center of all the major areas. He then asks her about a dangerous-looking mark on the map. She explains that it indicates territory inhabited by wild beasts. The map shows a large area blocked off on all sides, but it's likely that the workers fled the region after realizing it belonged to certain beasts. Depending on the type of creatures in that spot, they could set up a hunting ground to cater the maintenance expenses. Jinwoo is amazed to see how she is so thorough about everything. He even compliments her on her amazing work, and she beams with joy, stating that she's just doing her basic duties as a maid who helps manage the labyrinth. He reassures her there's no need to be humble about it. He explains that he never thought he'd be able to communicate with a Naga, let alone receive advice from one. Even though he lives above ground, he has no plans to neglect the labyrinth either, but he knows he'll be spending a lot of time away from here. She acknowledges and says she totally gets his concerns. She explains that since they don't have a labyrinth core yet, no one is going to attack them for now. But she warns him that they should always expect the unexpected down here. She recommends he beef up his armed forces and upgrade the labyrinth as soon as possible, which means they'll need to invest more down gems into it. He asks if she can't handle the summoning of soldiers by herself. She replies that extracting energy from down gems and summoning Naga is something only the labyrinth owner can do. Then he throws in one last question, asking what happens if he doesn't meet her standards. She explains that there might be some Naga that stray from the group or try to plot a rebellion, but beasts can't take over a labyrinth just because they can beat the owner. Only the one chosen by the labyrinth can really claim ownership, and no Naga would be foolish enough to throw away the glory that echoes through the underground. I'm not sure what she meant by that last line, but they wrap up their conversation for now. He tells her he'll be in her care, and she promises to do her best to carry out his orders. After that, they upgrade the labyrinth using the down gems she harvested. Now we're back above ground at the down gem appraisal, where the appraisal guy is examining a stone closely. He mentions he's heard that beasts are starting to crawl onto the upper first floor, making it tough for even veteran explorers to get in and out, since nobody is able to get into deeper floors, and there's a shortage of down gems because of it. He's not really sure how our guy is managing to gather all these gems, and honestly, he doesn't want to know. What he's really interested in is whether our guy is willing to make an exclusive contract. Our guy thinks over the old man's offer because he's been avoiding the underground for a while now, and has no clue what is going on there nowadays. He agrees but specifies he wants details about the labyrinths. The old man nods, saying all he needs is these pretty rocks, and he's ready to spill everything. Then he drops some serious intel about some little critters known as hell spiders. He explains that they drop valuable gems, and if they manage to catch just one, it could be a game changer for them. He mentions they're hanging out at the Paju gate right now, but our guy quickly passes on the job and begins walking away. The old man can't believe it, saying it's ridiculous to throw away such an amazing opportunity. He asks if this young man doesn't have family to take care of, reminding him how tough things have been financially for his family lately. That's when our guy spins around with godly speed and obliterates the old man sitting behind. He sternly asks this old coot if he has been investigating him and his family. The old coot tries to calm him down, saying keeping an eye on dungeon babies is part of his job, especially since not all of them are as decent as our guy. He explains that he can't really trust anyone, unlike our boy, who always brings in exceptionally high-quality down gems. Our guy quickly shoots back that he's always found his gems on his own and hasn't done anything shady to get them. The old man acknowledges this, saying he knows that much, but most of the folks who come in here have had it rough. A lot of their families are gone, and people with nothing to protect aren't easy to trust. If things go south, they only have themselves to look out for, and they'll do whatever it takes. But since our boy has a family to look after, things are different with him. That's when Jinwoo leans in closer to the old man, making it clear that if anything happens to his family, he'll show this old coot what happens when a dungeon baby snaps. As our boy starts to walk away, the old man promises him this won't happen again. Before leaving, Jinwoo tells him to just transfer the money for his down gem to his bank account, and with that, he's out the door. The old man is left there, reflecting on how this guy just shattered his table in half and didn't even mention compensation. But honestly, he's not too surprised. Dealing with dungeon babies, you learn to expect the unexpected. The scene then flashbacks to when our lad was younger. He watches in horror as humans are getting eaten alive by spiders. One of the dungeon babies, getting pierced by a monster, asks why they're being killed when they spent their whole lives digging mazes for these beasts. Suddenly, a giant spider hovers above Jinwoo, its sharp red eyes jolting him awake. His maid gets concerned to see him exhausted and out of breath, and quickly asks him if he is all right. The boy explains that he just had a bad dream and there's nothing to worry about, and it's all in the past. Still, his servants and maid look concerned for him. He chuckles at their cute faces, and the maid asks what's going on in his head this time. That's when he tells her he's smiling because the Naga workers are not what you'd expect in such a dangerous labyrinth. She asks if he doesn't like them, and he reassures her that they're perfect. Just because he grew up in the labyrinth doesn't mean he likes wild, grotesque beasts. Thinking about it, he realizes that thanks to these unusually friendly Naga workers, he doesn't feel as nervous in here as he thought he would be. It's a nice change of pace. He turns to his maid and says there's news that hell spiders are roaming around. While they're safe for now, since they're far from here, he can't rule out the possibility of beasts from deeper floors climbing up. So he asks her how the upgrade is going. The girl beams at the system window and says there are only 3 seconds left until the labyrinth upgrade is complete. Right on cue, a bunch of system windows pop up in front of him, revealing that the labyrinth has been upgraded to rank 3. Some previously unavailable facilities can now be constructed, new forces can be summoned, and 6 Naga workers have been added. A cloud of dust erupts. As it settles, they see the core of the labyrinth, the heart of it all. If it gets destroyed, everything in this labyrinth will be lost. The maid explains that the labyrinth has a limit on how much power it can hold. This upgrade was designed to help support the labyrinth as its power grows. She mentions that it feels like an unnecessary weakness being out in the open, because destroying the core would mean the end for everything here. But the upside is that as long as the core remains intact, the labyrinth will survive, no matter how much damage it takes. Just then, another notification pops up, saying that with the labyrinth core activated, faraway beasts and creatures are now aware of its existence. Suddenly, a red window flashes, warning that a swarm of nearby hordes of rats is heading toward the labyrinth, with an estimated time of arrival in just 1 minute. After this bombshell news, the maid quickly tells him he needs to increase the number of guards, because 1 Naga soldier won't be enough. Without wasting a second, he instructs the system to summon more Naga. The system window promptly shows the entire list, and this time, he has plenty of options, including archers, warriors, mages, and priests. However, he notices that they all require a lot more down gem energy, and he currently only has 21. After a moment of consideration, he decides to stick with Naga soldiers to fend off the approaching swarm of 20 rats. But the maid reminds him that 1 Naga soldier can only take on 4 horned rats at a time. On the other hand, Naga warriors and priests can handle 2 soldiers, while archers can face off against 3, and mages can take on 5. The catch is that other than the warriors, the rest are weaker in close combat. Jinwoo is genuinely impressed by her insights and feels grateful to have such an amazing maid by his side. Her praise means a lot to her, and she squeals in happiness in the background, clearly overwhelmed. Jinwoo, on the other hand, orders the labyrinth to summon 1 Naga soldier and 2 Naga warriors. The energy crackles, and right away, 1 Naga soldier and 2 absolutely massive Naga warriors appear on the scene. These warriors make the Naga soldier look like a kid quaking on its tail in the background. Then, our boy notices one of the Naga workers behind him looking surprisingly sad. Curious, he asks what's wrong. The maid explains that Naga workers are mutations of higher-ranking Nagas. The stronger a Naga is, the more likely it is for weaker subspecies to be born. That little one has just come face to face with what it would have looked like if it had been born without any mutations. It finally makes sense to our boy that this Naga might follow orders, but often feels a lack of motivation. However, since it's stronger than the other workers, it never falls behind. She assures him that she'll take that little Naga aside later, but before she can finish, he tells her there's no need for that. He asks her to gather all the Naga workers and bring the new additions too. He reassures her that he's not going to make them dig. It'll be more like a field trip. He reminds her how much Nagas value honor, and since this is their labyrinth's first battle, it would be cruel to make them hide during such a glorious moment. He promises he'll do everything in his power to protect them. The little Naga still looks anxious and unsure of itself, so to boost their morale, Jinwoo picks up the pickaxe the worker Naga uses. He declares that this will be his proud weapon, and he's going to conquer this battle with it. The little one finally lights up with a glimmer of happiness, while Jinwoo decides it's time to show these rats just how big of a mistake they made by invading the turf of the snakes. We finally see the army of rats, snickering to themselves about how they finally made it into the nest of the dumb snakes. As they look ahead and spot a few Naga workers, they burst out laughing, mocking how the owner of this labyrinth is foolish enough to send these trash snakes that only know how to dig. The rats cheer for their leader, praising him for his big horn and claiming he has a big brain to match. Then, the leader shouts, declaring that he's smart and strong and that the snakes have already fallen. This is the last snake nest. All the little rats start a victory dance, celebrating before the battle has even begun. With their leader's command, they charge toward the labyrinth, ready to claim what they think is an easy victory. Meanwhile, the Naga workers throw down their weapons, trembling as the wild rats charge at them. One rat leaps toward a Naga worker with a blade, but that's when Jinwoo enters the scene. He zips through those little critters so fast they don't even know what hit them, leaving everyone in his sight cut in half. He hoists one of the dead rats into the air and declares to his subordinates to prove their worth and eradicate these pests without a trace. The remaining rats turn to flee, only to realize they've been trapped by both sides. All those once happy rats, celebrating their supposed victory, are now crying in fear as one by one, they get demolished. The tables have turned, and it's clear this battle isn't going the way they thought. The leader of the rats, Trach, finds himself rooted in place, unable to move as chaos intensifies around him. His mind flashes back to the past, where he remembers being called by one of the dungeon babies. Trach is frustrated and states that he's going back to digging and doesn't have time for futile talks. The dungeon baby reminds him that if he only digs, what's the point of his existence? Trach replies that if he doesn't dig, he'll end up being eaten by his owners, who are big and strong. As a small and weak creature, he has no choice but to dig. The dungeon baby tries to provoke him, saying he's supposed to be the biggest and bravest of the rats. Trach simply retorts that he's not stupid. He knows the difference between bravery and recklessness. That's when the dungeon baby asks Trach if he doesn't want to get stronger and more brave just like the owner of the dungeon. He states that since Trach just wants to remain weak and insignificant for the rest of his life, he is going to teach the other rats how to get strong and become the owner of the dungeon. Trach starts shaking at this, asking if that's even possible. The dungeon baby confidently replies that it's absolutely true, and even someone like Trach, who just digs, can become the owner of the labyrinth. Suddenly, Trach snaps back to the present as his subordinates call out, asking what they should do. If they don't take action, they're going to die. In a moment of clarity, Trach points toward the crystal, recalling what the dungeon baby said about it. He believes that if he eats the crystal, he can become stronger, and if he becomes stronger, he can save them all. With newfound determination, he starts running toward the crystal, shouting that they're definitely going to win. All the rats quickly engage in battle against the Naga warriors, trying to buy Trach some time to reach the crystal. They swarm the Naga warrior, but just as the warrior tries to stab Trach, another rat leaps in front of him, taking the spear right through its body. With its last breath, it urges Trach to run and save their people. Fueled by the sacrifice of his comrade, Trach pushes forward, believing that eating the crystal is their only chance to escape the misery and fear of being eaten alive by their owners. The Naga maid calls out to Jinwoo, and when he sees that disgusting rat barreling toward the core, he asks the Naga warrior for his spear. Meanwhile, Trach is almost at the core, and even the little Naga workers try to stop him, but they're simply too small and powerless against a rat's agility. In that critical moment, Jinwoo glides through the air with his spear, throwing it from a distance. The spear pierces the poor rat just as it reaches the crystal, its desperate attempt for freedom tragically cut short. A red notification flashes before Jinwoo's eyes, indicating how fast the HP of the altar has plummeted because of this spear attack. Meanwhile, in the settling haze near the crystal, Trach is still desperately trying to reach it, his teeth just mere centimeters away from his freedom. But it's all in vain, he's already pinned by that spear. To finish it, Jinwoo delivers the final blow right above Trach's face, ending his tragic life in that moment. The maid explains that the spear he threw caused more damage than Trach could have inflicted. Jinwoo replies that the rat was way too close to the core, and he never expected them to sacrifice their own to get through. As he decides to return the spear to the Naga warrior, the maid happily reveals that there's no need. Since the rat who just got killed was their leader, they've lost their will to fight. Dealing with the remaining rats will be as easy as trampling over ants. Jinwoo points out how he didn't expect the rats to be so weak and feels like he just over-prepared for this. The maid explains that while there may be a lot of them, they're only slightly stronger than the Naga workers. She adds that there are labyrinths that catch them and use them as workers, which explains their overall weakness. Jinwoo agrees, and points out that the Nagas glide around so smoothly despite their large physiques. Their long tails allow them to shift their center of gravity, enabling them to move freely and quickly. He acknowledges that this makes them quite the tricky opponents in battle. Meanwhile, in a dark tunnel somewhere, the fire crackles, and we hear a familiar voice, which is the same dungeon baby who urged Trach to fight. The dungeon baby explains to his master that there was one hero-ranked maid and 4 normal-ranked soldiers, and the owner seems ignorant about how to manage the labyrinth because he rushed to summon his forces before the battle began. The master, sitting on his throne, is visibly angry and demands to know if this little piece of information was worth sacrificing 20 workers. The dungeon baby bows deeper, apologizing, but his master cuts him off, telling him to just go catch more rats to use. Not entirely sure if this guy is indeed a dungeon baby. We will just assume he is based on his demeanor. The master then inquires about the mercenary they hired, to which the cloaked man reveals that he's trying to find the best path to attack the labyrinth. The master orders him to prepare for battle once that mercenary returns. The dungeon baby argues that they shouldn't leave the war up to a simple mercenary, but the master dismisses him, reminding him that he too is just a mercenary. Besides, the master reminds him that the mercenary claimed to be a descendant of dragons, and even if that bloodline has been diluted, he should still be strong enough to conquer one measly labyrinth. The next scene shows us the victory panel, highlighting the success of this battle. The notification reveals that the Naga have become slightly accustomed to battle, but the opponents were too weak for them to gain significant experience. The dungeon owner's charisma has increased slightly, and has also earned the title of Beginner Commander. The maid congratulates him on this achievement, but notices something is bothering him. Jinwoo explains that while they won, the rats were able to get to the owner's room far too easily. If the rat leader had been more focused on attacking the soldiers instead of the core, she or other Naga workers could have been hurt. Hearing this, the maid starts to weep, touched that their master cares more about their safety than the core itself. Jinwoo turns to his warriors and reminds them never to forget the joy of their first victory. He emphasizes that this is the underground, where only the strong survive and the weak perish. They don't have time to revel in their triumph over such lowly creatures, as their Naga labyrinth is still in its infancy. He declares that a new chapter in the history of the Naga has begun. They will fill their storage rooms with treasures, expand their territories, and rebuild their nest into a fortress. Together, they will create a new legacy with their own hands, and everyone will be remembered as legends. Days pass since the battle with the horned rats. The bodies and weapons of the defeated rats are moved to the storage room, where they are consumed by the Naga, helping to temporarily decrease the maintenance fees. 3 Naga workers are assigned to build an ingot station for the mines, while the rest are designated as guards. They move back and forth between the mines and the planting areas, diligently collecting down gems. Jinwoo, meanwhile, thinks about his next course of action and wonders whether he should send the knights to patrol the surrounding area and construct some hunting grounds for his snakes. But the problem is, he doesn't have enough gems to buy new soldiers. Finding no other choice, he collects the horns of the horned rats left behind by the Naga, who clearly didn't eat them, only the flesh, and goes to Bayek as expected. The appraiser appreciates the horns since they are hard to find, judging by the hiding capabilities of the horned rats. Jinwoo is curious whether these things are really worth anything. Bayek replies that anything that comes from a dungeon is worth selling, as they can be used like deer antlers, but he still hopes for some down gems. Seeing the disappointment on Jinwoo's face, he observes that he must be facing a tough time if he didn't find any down gems. Then he dismisses him, adding that he will transfer the money to his account. But despite the dismissal, Jinwoo doesn't move. Baek encourages him to spill the beans. Jinwoo finally reveals his wish to join the spider hunt Baek mentioned last time. Baek understands immediately that he must already be full of regret. Jinwoo answers simply that he needs more gems. Baek wonders what a boy like him needs down gems for. Our boy annoyingly answers that obviously someone like him needs money, so he will sell down gems to have some. Baek understands his need for money, despite the fact that last time, Jinwoo not only refused his offer, but also broke his desk. Anyway, he decides to place him with the second team, as the first one has already departed. Then he needs to know Jinwoo's level, which prompts a remark from Jinwoo that Baek should already know it, considering he was secretly investigating him. At first, Baek protests, but then he calms down and asks him to let the matter go. Our boy decides to answer anyway, saying that he didn't personally know his level, but he knows he was raised at the 12th level. Baek is clearly taken aback hearing this and assumes Jinwoo must be joking. But Jinwoo calmly presses that he was indeed lived in one of the underground Duke's labyrinth until he came into the light. With a tense expression, Baek concludes that he must be super strong, because he's categorized as the highest level dungeon type in Korea. Unimpressed, our boy still doesn't understand why the level is so important to everyone. Baek asks if he even knows how to determine a dungeon baby's strength. Jinwoo reveals that he decided to stay away from dungeons ever since coming above ground. He admits that he doesn't even know how the level system works, whether it's something determined by people or by the underground itself. Baek now finally understands Jinwoo's need for information, so he decides to show him what he knows. He scribbles some cartoonish figures on the horn and explains that the level of a dungeon baby is basically determined by the level of the dungeon they were raised in. This means Jinwoo's level is 12, which is one of the rarest levels in the world. Besides him, babies raised in levels 1 to 3 are slightly stronger than average humans, which is why they usually become part of search parties. The next category is levels 4 to 6, which includes babies who typically serve in either search parties or attack units, as they possess the power of enhanced soldiers. The following category, levels 7 to 9, consists of those with the strength of beasts themselves. Like Jinwoo, they are very rare and often end up arrogant because of it. Finally, the last category is levels 10 and above, which is considered something beyond this world. There isn't much information about them due to how few exist. Jinwoo probably already knows this, as he's part of the 12th floor. These people not only possess rare abilities, but also supernatural strength and speed. Baek is quite curious to know if Jinwoo has any such qualities, something like shooting lasers from his eyes. Glaring at the old man, Jinwoo reminds him that he can kill him without a weapon using just his current power, because Baek is nothing but a frail old man. Baek immediately gets the message. Coming back to the point, Jinwoo asks if they have any spot for him. Baek answers that if the team doesn't have a level 12 member, then Jinwoo will definitely be in. But our boy doesn't want to reveal his higher level. Baek reminds him that this means he'll get less money, as payment depends on their level, but Jinwoo agrees to that. While contacting someone on his phone, Baek promises to text him the schedule as well as recommend the items he'll need. He even agrees to lend some equipment for the journey, but reminds him not to break his desk again. Jinwoo agrees and thanks him. Before Jinwoo can leave, Baek reminds him to bring his ID card and picture so that he can make a fake dungeon baby ID for him. When our dude shows his complete obliviousness regarding it, Baek is once again in disbelief that in what world our boy is living. Later, Jinwoo returns to his Naga realm, where Dominique is mimicking him and giving a grand speech about them becoming legends. Suddenly our boy asks what the hell she's doing, which petrifies her. She fumbles for a moment, but Jinwoo lets the matter go and asks for the report for the day. She begins to explain their activities, how the workers are doing well mining minerals, using the stalactite cave as their base. She adds that they've collected a few down gems from the mines and plants. Meanwhile, they've also caught a beast, from which they not only obtained a number of down gems, but are now using its body for resources, disassembling it in their storage room. Jinwoo is satisfied with their progress and asks to see the down gems. She immediately presents them, but one slips from her hand. The dungeon instantly decides to convert the gem into labyrinth energy. Without hesitation, our boy orders it to be used for summoning a Naga. Dominique grows sentimental, realizing that he sacrificed the gem for the labyrinth instead of keeping it for himself. Jinwoo explains that he has no use for it above ground anyway. He then informs her that he might not return for 2 weeks. When she asks why, he tells her about his upcoming expedition to hunt some hell spiders. He reasons that they need more upgrades to grow stronger, and the low-grade down gems from their floor are no longer sufficient. Instead, he's going to hunt the hell spiders to collect some mid-rank down gems. He then summons a Naga, and the system provides him with a standard-level Naga archer. Looking at this newly summoned soldier, he imagines how his cute, chubby green worker will look when he will fully grown. He then turns to Dominique and observes that they have almost used up all of their down gems to summon Nagas. So he decides to leave the remaining ones for maintenance fees. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he addresses his maid in a serious tone. Looking at the portal thoughtfully, he asks whether it's possible for them to adjust the size of the portal. Later, our boy stands in front of the Paju underground gate. Before moving forward, the leader of the team, Lee Junyoung, decides to give a short briefing. She introduces herself and keeps the speech brief, as her party members are already experienced. This expedition is scheduled to last 2 weeks and includes 22 people. 7 are part of the search and attack unit, while 15 are members of the search party. All dungeon babies except are of different levels, which is showed by their arms bands. With that, she ends her briefing. A guard then informs her that the expedition team may proceed and instructs his companion to open the gate. With the announcement of the gate opening, Junyoung urges everyone to hurry, reminding them they are already quite behind Team 1. Then she wishes them a safe return. After a while, one of their explorer gets caught by a whip-tailed lizard and starts shouting for help. Junyoung tells everyone to stay on guard since the monster's tongue is already occupied, meaning it can now attack with its tail. Then she instructs them to attack from its back instead. One of the dungeon babies remarks that starting with a beast like this means there's less chance of making good money. Meanwhile, the trapped explorer keeps screaming for help, while another casually comments on how explorers these days aren't very efficient. Despite the careful process of selecting plans and teammates, they still lose people. Someone else comments that even though it's been 10 years since the war, people still keep getting injured or killed. They point out that most of these explorers are in their 20s or 30s, which doesn't make them great fighters. Left with no choice and burdened by debt, many head underground only to become prey for the beasts. Then with a sigh, one of them leisurely unsheathes his sword while reflecting on the tragic lives of these people. Suddenly, everyone stops in surprise as our boy slashes the monster, freeing the trapped explorer. Everyone is stunned to see a level 7 mercenary pull off something like this. Taking advantage of the moment, Junyoung immediately commands her team to aim for the open wound. Unfortunately, the man is already dead. She comments that he should have moved as soon as he felt the blood clinging to him. Then, she orders the others to collect the down gems and regroup. She further instructs everyone to spray themselves to mask their scent after completing their work. Then she runs over to our boy, praising his skill, as it's not an easy task to pierce a whip-tailed lizard. Now she understands why Baek recommended him. However, she warns him not to act without her orders, no matter how much he wants to show off his strength, because stunts like that can tire him out before the main course even arrives. Jinwoo isn't sure whether taking action was a mistake. She explains that it's her way of showing concern since normal humans can easily deal with beasts like these. They need to conserve energy for the real battle ahead, which will be much harder to face. Jinwoo, despite her explanation, replies nonchalantly that he only moved because he was feeling stiff from the cold. Then, another subordinate informs her that they've completed the task. She asks how far they need to move to reach a safe point. He answers that they'll have to walk for another half an hour. Jinwoo expects this outcome, but he knows there's a significant difference between normal explorers and dungeon babies. Then, one of the explorers asks whether they're going to leave the corpse behind. She responds that they have no choice as they can't take it along, because it might attract more beasts. Meanwhile, Jinwoo silently observes the cruelty and the casual attitude they have toward the death of others. Still, he's certain that if the dead person had been a dungeon baby, the treatment would have been very different. Anyway, it's not his concern. After a week, they reach the entryway of the second floor. Junyoung asks for a report. The explorer explains that they came across 2 whip-tailed lizards. There were no casualties, just some minor injuries. Junyoung runs to the team, finding that several members have collected down gems. They're amazed to find so many. especially considering they are still at the entrance. One of them asks about the overall worth of the gems, to which another answers that they can fetch around 50 million won. One of the explorers expresses disappointment, feeling that they're risking their lives for only 2 million won when they will have their share. The leader is irritated by this comment, explaining that this is just the start as they've only collected small down gems so far. He discusses the possibility of finding 2 mid-level gems, which they could obtain from the hell spiders. One explorer asks about their value, and he answers that each would be worth 10 million won. The explorer is stunned, realizing that they could make such a significant amount of money. At that moment, Youngtae addresses Junyoung with a tense expression, explaining that it seems like the first team have vanished into thin air as they find the traces of intense fight. Junyoung assumes that the first team must have captured the spiders. However, Youngtae is about to mention the strange traces he found from the first team when someone comes rushing toward them. The person is panicking, informing them that one of his teammates froze in place while trying to pick up a down gem. Everyone panics upon hearing this. Junyoung analyzes the situation quickly, realizing something after knowing that the down gem had fallen from above. She immediately orders everyone to prepare for battle. Then, she turns to Youngtae to prepare the flares. Afterwards, she immediately fires one. As soon as the light reaches the ceiling, they are shocked to see the first team bound by spider webs on the ceiling floor. Seeing their condition, Junyoung concludes why they found traces of the first team all around the area. By counting, she concludes that half of the team could be dead, as there are only 10 of them. To retreat for now, she orders the team to get out of here and regroup. At that moment, a spider approaches from behind her. She immediately activates her power and kills the spider while informing everyone that they can camouflage. She orders the dungeon babies to take the front battleground and tells everyone to take cover to protect themselves. The next moment, the flares begin to die down, and they need a light source to continue the battle. She orders another flare to be ready. But the next moment, she is protected by our boy, who quickly orders to ready the flare. As soon as another flare is lit, they see dozens of spiders above the explorers. Meanwhile, one of the dungeon baby faces the spider with bloodlust in his eyes. He leaps into the air and kills one of them. He then tells Youngchul to catch the spider. Youngchul gets ready and slashes the spider's legs. The next moment, another dungeon baby steps on a spider and crushes it with his boot. He comments on how sloppy Youngchul is. Then, he kills another spider and throws another one, taking out 2 spiders at once. There is a girl who is playing with her thin sword, making mincemeat of the spiders with it. She nonchalantly turns to the bulky one, who comments that he thought she was taking everything too seriously. She responds, while saying that she thinks these spiders are weak and below her battle standard. An explorer reminds her that these are still hell spiders. Suddenly, one of them notices more spiders coming toward them. He cautiously warns everyone to stay on their guard, as they are not dungeon babies but normal human beings. Then, they watch in awe as our boy rushes toward the hell spiders, cutting through the spiders like vegetables. Seeing his strength, Junyoung is in disbelief that he's really a level 7. After the battle ends, Junyoung asks the workers to check for any injuries. Those who are unharmed should start working on the spiders. The other dungeon babies are quite satisfied with the warm-up, having fought the spiders. This catches Junyoung's interest, and she explains that it's odd for spiders, creatures from lower floors, to be so weak. Youngchul comments that they are weaker than the lizard beasts. Someone else remarks that maybe it's just a myth that low-floor monsters are super strong. Meanwhile, one of the explorer is relieved that they didn't have to use explosives. But suddenly, their discussion comes to a halt when our boy inspects one of the spiders and concludes that these are not hell spiders. They might belong to the same species, but their size is even smaller than hell spider babies. Moreover, they don't have exoskeletons, and their skin is much weaker. He then suspects they might be a subspecies, but quickly rejects the idea, as their fighting style still doesn't match. Hell spiders are not the type to engage in close-range battles. Junyoung tries to interject, but he shuts her up. Meanwhile, our boy is thinking about the cautious nature of hell spiders, who don't attack first, but wait for prey to fall into their trap. Some explorers notice thick spider webs that weren't there a moment ago. Then, they realize that their entrance is also blocked by spider webs. The next moment, our boy feels a chill run down his spine as he senses an ominous aura. He turns to Youngtae and asks about the explosives he has. Youngtae replies that although he does have some, they don't usually use them. He then suggests to Junyoung that they should install them at the entrance where the spider webs are. Youngchul doesn't understand if the spiders are truly finished yet. His companion adds that they have usually read in comic books about situations where a bigger threat lurks in the shadows. Jinwoo agrees with them, deadpanning that the hell spiders are waiting for them. But the dungeon babies remain relaxed, thinking they can handle them again, without fully understanding the gravity of the situation. Our dude reminds them in a serious tone that those weaker monsters are not real hell spiders. Junyoung is about to ask how our boy knows this, but before he can answer her question, there's a shriek from one of the dungeon babies. She yells that some spider-like creature has dared to scratch her body. She's ready to take down the giant spider. As shouts soon as Jinwoo's eyes land on it, he immediately yells at her to get away from it. She arrogantly states that these are hell spiders, the same ones they killed moments ago. But her sentence is cut short as the hell spider pierces her guts. With bulging eyes, she looks up at the giant spider's mouth. The next moment, there's a loud crunching sound as she is devoured by the hell spider she arrogantly claimed to have killed. The hell spiders, along with their queen, finally decide it's the right moment to reveal themselves. Junyoung is tense as she assesses the situation. She immediately gives the order for everyone to stop their work and huddle together. Then, she turns to Jinwoo and asks him to confirm whether these are real hell spiders. But she stops, seeing Jinwoo frozen in his place. At the same moment, an explorer falls in front of the hell spider, pleading with Jinwoo to save him. This scene stirs a memory of his own life back at the dungeon. When Junyoung addresses him again, he comes out of his trance and informs her that there are a total of 2 baby hell spiders, 1 adult, and numerous subspecies they've already fought recently. He suggests that they ask the explorers to explode the entrance with spiderwebs as soon as possible. He even worries about a cave-in because the webs of these spiders are quite tough to break through. Junyoung suspects aloud that he hasn't just seen the hell spiders, but has spent a long time observing them. Our boy doesn't deign to answer her. Then, the battle begins. The dungeon babies are ready to fight and wonder aloud where the dungeon babies from the first team are. Youngchul answers that it seems like they've been eaten. Then he asks about the explosives, and Youngtae answers that they are just about to be prepared. The bulky dungeon baby wonder why they need to flee when they've come here to take down these hell spiders and now want to run away, even though they've shown up. Indeed, it doesn't make any sense. The blonde one reasons that the other dungeon babies were eaten by the spiders, reminding him that they may have let their guard down. Jinwoo orders them to move back as the hell spiders make their move. But the bulky one doesn't follow the order. He starts to fight instead. Jinwoo desperately asks him to stop if he doesn't want to die. But the bulky one doesn't listen. As soon as he arrogantly punches the spiders, he feels as if he's punched solid iron and is struck by immense pain. The next moment, another dungeon baby is killed by a spider, and by their arrogance. The remaining dungeon babies understand that another spider is coming. Our boy comes in and slashes the spider's legs, stunning the onlookers. Then he continuously slashes and attacks the spiders. Youngchul immediately realizes that Jinwoo is not just any ordinary dungeon baby. His friend calls him to come over where they are going to explode the entrance. The hell spiders attack again, and Jinwoo leaps into the air to dodge. He's clearly tired, but his expression turns serious when he sees the double attack coming from 2 hell spiders. He understands that they have no time to hold back his abilities. If he does, he'll be a dead man. Even though it's been a while since he used his abilities, he activates one and attacks the spiders, stunning everyone around him, leaving them wondering who he really is. Someone asks Junyoung about the explosives, and she answers to blow the entrance already. Then, she shouts at Jinwoo to come with them, as they've opened the entrance. But, to her shock, he pushes her toward the entrance and readies himself to attack another hell spider with a different weapon. With one slash, he strikes the monster. Then, he looks back at his teammates with glowing eyes, telling them they will meet above ground. The next moment, a cave-in happens, and Jinwoo is trapped with the hell spiders. He turns to the hell spiders and wonders if they've been mocking him while thinking they've won. But now there's no one left to witness his power, so he needs to give them a real show. With that, he opens a portal, and his warriors appear behind him, all ready for the immense battle that's about to unfold. Jinwoo immediately starts giving orders to his army. He decides to take on one of the 2 baby hell spiders, while leaving the other to his warriors. He then instructs his soldiers to guard the gate, with the archers covering them from a distance. He asks about their biggest problem, which is the adult hell spider, which is not even moving. He thinks the floor is too narrow for such a giant to move properly, so it's wise not to make unnecessary movements that might cause it to cave in. Dominique informs him about the approaching subspecies spiders. He tells her to get inside their realm. Then, he encourages his army, telling them not to be afraid, as these monsters are only slightly worse than what they've encountered with horned rats. He orders his army to kill each and every one of them. With that, he rushes to one of the baby hell spiders and slashes its chelicerae. The archers are also killing numerous spiders, while one soldier is tossing them aside like they're nothing. Jinwoo notices how his warriors are getting better. Even the archers are shooting arrows like cannons. He challenges the spiders to perform even better, wanting to give them a harder time, so he can show off his skills to his army. However, his arrogant thoughts are cut short when Dominique addresses him through telepathy, informing him that the adult hell spider has started moving. In the next moment, he's attacked by the adult spider, but he leaps into the air just in time to dodge. The adult hell spider roars in fury. He tries to block the shriek with his hand, but his system informs him that his combat power has surpassed his limits, setting the level to match the hell spiders due to his fear of them. He decides to check his Naga army. One of the soldiers is injured, while another is dead. Only the archer and Dominique are able to block the attack. Even so, he gets a warning that a Naga warrior has sustained a severe injury. The mother hell spider gathers aura around its mouth and shoots it in his direction. He dodges it luckily, but addresses Dominique, who informs him that the gate is in danger because of the sheer number of subspecies spiders trying to get in. He's about to tell her to wait inside, but he's attacked again by the hell spider. In this moment, he realizes that the hell spider's purpose is to eliminate him, as it has turned its back to the gate. There's no use in him escaping to the gate, which could endanger his Nagas. Suddenly, he notices something shimmering near one of his Nagas, and decides to attack the hell spider again. This time, he successfully damages the baby hell spider, taking out 2 of its 4 eyes and slashing its jaw. He then gathers all of his aura into his hand and pushes it inside the baby hell spider. The next moment, he comments on how these hell spiders are stronger than he had expected because of the jewel he finds inside them. With that, he pulls the core from its mouth. His mind races as he realizes the significance of the gem, so he immediately shoots it inside his realm. His system quickly processes the mid-level down gem. He orders his system to summon a mage Naga, with the first order being to annihilate the hell spiders. This Naga is no ordinary one but a rare rank Naga that immediately activates the seal, freezing the spiders. The small spiders are caught inside it while a large wall appears in front of the giant one. The remaining baby hell spider tries to break free and attacks one of the Naga soldiers. Seeing the situation, Jinwoo realizes that the magician Naga must be using range over intensity, which explains why the baby hell spider is still alive. The Naga mage doesn't disappoint its master and attacks the baby hell spider again. Jinwoo is then informed that they have dealt with the baby hell spider. Now the only one left is the giant mummy hell spider who is glaring at them. Jinwoo observes that he can attack the weak spots of these spiders, which are the eyes, mouth, and leg joints. The problem is the giant size of this hell spider. His blade won't be big enough to reach its brain even if he attacks its eyes. He's not even thinking about getting into its mouth as he doesn't want to risk getting eaten alive. While he is thinking about his battle strategy, Dominique informs him that there is a chance of further cave-ins because the surrounding structure has taken intense damage. With her words still echoing, the poor dude has a bizarre but fantastic idea to defeat the hell spiders. He asks his army to wait for his signal and orders them to attack the ceiling. After they succeed in that attack, they will try to move up to the first floor. Dominique warns him that it's a dangerous gamble they're about to take, but he shouts back that they have no choice left, as their combined attack power is not enough to kill the adult hell spider. He then climbs up the cliff and calls out to the hell spider, asking if it can follow him. After getting a clear signal from the monster, he is saturated with bloodlust. With fire in his eyes, he declares his intent to take revenge for having been exploited for half of his life by these creatures. The hell spider should feel honored to be the first of its kind to face his wrath. Meanwhile, Dominique questions whether they can truly bury the hell spider alive. The archer adds that Jinwoo must have a plan. She doesn't agree that they can bury this giant thing alive, no matter how many times they attack the ceiling. Then she wonders aloud whether there's something important on the first floor. Her focus shifts back to the current situation that Jinwoo is fighting alone while she and her Naga companions are waiting idly, which makes them feel useless. She thinks about how Jinwoo told her they don't have enough power to defeat the hell spider. The entire Naga army begins to discuss how they shouldn't feel discouraged. Jinwoo's intention isn't to make them feel denied, but to make them wait because he prioritizes their safety over his own. Dominique feels relieved hearing this and silently reflects on Jinwoo's benevolence. The Nagas cheer, while declaring that they will trust their master and wait for his signal so they can act. Dominique then turns to the Naga mage and asks how much mana he has left. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is attacking the hell spider, but he's clearly exhausted as he tries to lure it upward. At the same time, another party on the first floor feels the shaking from the floor. One of them wonders if he's the only one sensing the vibrations. Another reminds him that there are no big monsters around capable of shaking the floor. But the first one remains uneasy and tells his friends to wrap things up quickly because he senses something bad is coming. At that moment, the floor cracks and the adult hell spider emerges from it. Jinwoo gets a notification that due to this incident, a passage has been created between the first and second floors, which also causes an environmental shift across both floors. He yells at his system, saying he doesn't have time for its babbling and it can go back to where it came from. He's grateful that he's in a large cave now. Then he warns the humans to run away as far as they can. A new problem arises. How can Jinwoo throw the hell spider off this floor? He signals the mage Naga to begin casting. The magician freezes the spider, but Jinwoo notices that the ice isn't solid. It's actually a clever plan by the good Naga maid who wants to please her master. She believes she's figured out his strategy and instructs the mage to create a thin ice layer first, causing the hell spider to thrash and slip, while the path it takes is lined with thick ice. This way, the spider's own weight will work against it, making it crash through the cracked ice. She knows this fall won't kill the spider, but she also knows that all Jinwoo needs is enough space to finish it off. The next moment, the hell spider falls. Dominique orders her companions to restrain it. The mage begins casting a spell while the other Nagas use brute force to hold the spider down as they wait for their master to finish it off. The next moment, our boy rushes toward the spider and attacks its eyes. Finally, our dude claims victory over the hell spider, which boosts his charisma. Not only that, but he is promoted to the rank of ordinary commander, increasing his attack power and raising the reputation of his Naga army. His soldiers and warriors are also upgraded to the rare level. He then turns to his Naga army, noting that one soldier's arm hasn't regenerated even after the upgrade. Curious, he asks Dominique why the magician Naga didn't level up. She explains that magicians usually need to put in more effort to level up. Not only that, but they also require access to research facilities. These facilities, along with others like a smithy, will become available once they upgrade their labyrinth. Checking his system, he concludes that they need at least 50 down gems to upgrade the labyrinth, but they currently lack 48 of them. He decides to check the battle rewards. The Nagas present him with numerous gems of different ranks. In total, they have 6 mid-rank Hell Spider down gems and 44 low-rank gems from subspecies. While holding one of the mid-rank down gems, he expresses sorrow over the companion they lost in battle. But at least these gems help compensate for the loss. Now with 62 down gems, he uses 50 of them to begin upgrading his labyrinth. The process will take 120 hours to complete. Then he tells his Nagas that he's going to take some low-level down gems above ground so that no one gets suspicious. Before heading off, he warns his army that their recent victory will likely attract other beasts and explorers. Because of that, They need to close the gate as soon as possible. He instructs them to collect as many spider corpses as they can and retreat into their home. Next, he orders the magician Naga to block all the exits with magic once he leaves. However, seeing the mage's condition, he turns to Dominique for translation. She explains that the mage can't perform the spell for now due to mana depletion. So, he turns to the Naga soldiers and instructs them to block the entrance with rocks instead. They agree and begin preparing. Dominique then asks if he's leaving now. He replies that he's heading to the first floor and will stay away from the labyrinth until the upgrade is complete. While checking their food supply, he concludes that the Nagas can survive for 5 days with the supplies. Suddenly, he notices Dominique fidgeting. Understanding her unease, he compliments how well she carried out the second half of his plan. He also praises everyone for their efforts and promises to reward them with whatever they desire once he returns. With that, he sets off while promising to meet them again after 5 days. 5 days later, our boy is inside the expedition team's tent at the Paju gate. When the remaining dungeon babies enter the tent, they look at him with stunned and tense expressions, like he's some kind of otherworldly creature. Our boy comments on how late they are for showing up. Jun Young shouts at him, reminding him that it was supposed to be a 2-week expedition, and they completed it in just 5 days. It's him who's faster than them. Anyway, that's not the real issue. Despite her irritation, he innocently offers her food, which only makes her more irritated. Still, she decides to take a seat after the long journey and asks what happened to him. He answers vaguely that he just got lucky and managed to escape. She doesn't buy it, reminding him that he was the one who said they couldn't outrun those monstrous giant hell spiders. He coolly responds again that he's just super lucky, which prompts a remark from Jun Young that he's sly and shameless, which he doesn't even bother to deny. Then she decides to let the matter go and asks if he wants anything from her, because regardless of everything, he saved them. But he brushes off her offer, saying that since they all grew up in the dungeon, being safe is enough for him. She reminds him, however, that they don't live underground anymore, and by the rules of the outside world, she's indebted to him. He decides to test her and tells her he wants her to do something for him. When she eagerly asks what it is, he pushes his dish toward her, asking her to put it away. With that, he opens the tent flap and casually tells her he's going home to get some rest. Anyway, he's already claimed the expedition loot, and besides, he doesn't think she has anything to offer him, since she's about to face failure on the expedition front. Jun Young calls out, asking him to meet her later so they can talk about the lower floors, but he simply shrugs, feigning ignorance about the matter. Finally, he's back at the down gem appraisal shop. Beck is thrilled to see 12 down gems, which makes him truly believe Jinwoo is from the 12th floor. He offers 400 million won, including a bonus, after deducting damage to the equipment. Jinwoo's expression turns thoughtful upon hearing this. Baek assumes he doesn't like the offer and reminds him that he's even adding a bonus, but Jinwoo is actually thinking about something else entirely. Out of nowhere, he asks Beck if it's possible to help him find a house in a quiet place for around 300 million won. Beck clearly doesn't like the request because he's not a realtor, after all. Our dude subtly warns him that he can take his business elsewhere. The old cunning merchant gets the hint and decides to make an exception for our boy as he agrees to give it a try. Then Jinwoo decides to throw another request at the poor old man. He asks him to call his father and tells him that he's employed there. The poor man, having no choice, listens to the yelling of Jinwoo's foster father and tries to reason with him while saying that his boy doesn't go underground but works at his shop, which deals with materials from the dungeon. While he listens to the father shouting, Jinwoo nonchalantly opens the door and reminds the old man that this is the necessary way for him to go underground without any nagging from his father. Baek clearly isn't pleased because as much as he wants to, he can't do much about Jinwoo. After a few days, Jinwoo is finally back at his labyrinth. He's finally free from the obstacles that had been keeping him from this realm. Earlier, he had to close his bedroom door to hide the portal, but now he's living in a separate home to avoid being caught. Besides, he's been dealing with the constant nagging of his father, who's furious about him disappearing for 20 days without notice. To calm things down, Jinwoo told them he's been working at the appraisal shop, which helps reduce their suspicions about him going underground. Dominique notices him looking exhausted. She guesses it's because he's been busy these days, thinking about all the work he's done. He asks about the upgrade of the labyrinth, and she confirms it's been completed, but he doesn't notice any visible difference. Dominique agrees, but adds that now he has more options for armed forces and facilities. The exterior will only change once they reach level 5. While he's checking the quantity of down gems, his maid informs him that a guest is waiting for him. He follows her down area as she explains that all labyrinths are getting these guests because they kind of travel different floors. When he enters, our boy doesn't find a tourist but a black market merchant imp who greets him so humbly that it's almost like he's lying on the floor. Jinwoo looks at him intently and immediately understands his intention. This poor imp is trying to replace Mr. Beck in the underground but with bad luck on his side. His first question is how this person knows about this place. The black merchant chooses flattery, declaring that his deed of slaying the hell spider earned him a reputation which helped him learn about the Naga. Dominique, being a good maid, immediately informs him telepathically that he is lying. These kinds of merchants keep a close eye on things underground. It seems like he's in charge of the area where their labyrinth is located. Besides, she also warns him not to take these merchants lightly just because of their appearance. The imp then praises Dominique, but Jinwoo doesn't buy the flattery and asks the merchant's real purpose for being here. The black merchant finally reveals that he wants to form a long-term business contract with him. After a while, Jinwoo corners his maid and asks if they have a choice to get rid of this black merchant. But she warns him against it because these merchants are dangerous and might spread rumors about them. So they have no choice but to be polite and play along. Jinwoo comments on how annoying they can be, but Dominique reminds him that they can also make use of these black merchants since they usually sell useful items. Finally, our boy decides to shop for a while and asks her to bring the down gems. Then she telepathically asks him to purchase the recommended items from the black merchant first, if he wants to make a deal with him. Then Jinwoo informs the black merchant to show him the recommended item, which quite pleases the merchant. After a long, flattering babble, he finally reveals a rare item which is a parasite that costs a high-ranking down gem, something he thinks our boy can't possibly have. Still, Jinwoo decides to see it. He looks closely at the jar, then glances at Dominique for approval. She nods, and he shows the merchant some down gems to estimate its worth and how many he needs to buy this parasite. The black merchant tells him he needs 5 of them. Our boy finally purchases it, even though it's all his savings. After a while, he is informed that the black merchant has a tradition. When dealing with a new customer, they show their most valuable item first. Dominique confirms this and encourages him to use it. Jinwoo finds it annoying to think about putting this parasite inside his body, but he has no choice. It's not like he can keep it as a pet. Then he finally releases the parasite, which is eager to become part of his body. He does this because he fully trusts Dominique, whose advice has never let him down before. As the parasite absorbs into his body, he comments on how he is becoming less human day by day, though he thinks he wasn't fully human to begin with. His system notifies him that the parasite is now assimilating with his body. Ignoring the notification, he decides to focus on the labyrinth. He asks Dominique for some help, which brightens her face. Meanwhile, he's informed that the labyrinth has leveled up. He can now unlock new facilities and increase his armed forces. He's also granted 6 more level 1 Naga workers. Additionally, creatures without homes will start visiting his realm. Looking out the window, he thinks about how his realm's durability and capacity have increased. He wonders if he's rushing the upgrade. Dominique agrees, but adds that most labyrinths focus on their armed forces and facilities before ranking up. In his case, he's already done most of the groundwork, allowing fast progress. Now the question is whether the owners of other labyrinths are weak. Dominique answers that most owners don't get directly involved in anything, as far as she understands. Then he decides to construct facilities while checking the facility list. He has several options like a livestock farm, training center, bar, smithy, and so on. There's even a temple option where his Naga can worship his picture, with an annoyingly expression on. Before deciding anything, he asks his system to bring up a big labyrinth map. He points to a particular area and asks Dominique to get intel on which creatures live there, especially the archers and warriors, so he can gather more forces. While looking at the map, he plans to build a livestock farm and a bar in the Naga nest. Other facilities are more expensive and require more down gems. For now, he decides to focus on expanding his army. He orders his workers to bring all their low-rank gems. Now having 162, he offers 150 down gems to summon more Naga. He then declares that he's going to summon the whole army. After 1 week, we find our boy sitting on his throne with a bored expression. He's informed about the expansion of the Naga nest and the establishment of the livestock farm in which they've successfully caught giant rabbits and boars to breed. Meanwhile, workers are digging new hallways and laying traps. He worries whether they are getting enough rest. Dominique assures him she's making sure of it. Then she informs him about the new troops, which have been split into teams to take breaks, patrol, and train, so they have everything needed to fill the new map. While looking at the map, he feels glad to have a real labyrinth, but they're getting busier as they progress. He's also struggling to gather enough down gems for maintaining his realm, which helps him understand why the hell spiders left their floor and started a war. After a yawn, he decides to hunt more down gems. Dominique grows concerned because he's spending more time in the labyrinth instead of living with his family. He assures her that he has moved out and is living alone in a remote area. Since the place is pretty empty, he doesn't face any disturbances. He even offers to show her the above ground, which brightens her face. Then he looks at the portal and realizes that he's spent a full 24 hours there. So he decides to take a rest and reminds Dominique to do the same. After returning to his hideout, he remembers that he hasn't eaten anything, so he decides to install a generator in his realm to have quick ramen ready in case he spends long hours in the labyrinth again. When he falls onto his sofa, he gets a notification that the parasite has successfully assimilated with him. But the next moment, a warning pops up that the parasite is trying to take over his body, jolting him awake. His eyes start changing and he screams in pain as if his eye is on fire. We can say our boy is either quite unlucky, or maybe lucky because just as he suffers from the parasite's pain, Junyoung decides to visit him, Wine being annoyed by how isolated his home is. As soon as she hears about his shriek, she rushes over immediately and calls him. Jinwoo looks at her with bloodshot eyes. After a while, he starts feeling better and decides to serve tea to his guest while asking about her well-being. As they sit, he apologizes for showing her his twisted state. She panics, wondering what that thing is because it feels like his face is melting at that moment. Avoiding her gaze, he excuses himself, saying that he picked up an eye disease from underground. But she doesn't buy it as she's lived her whole life down there, and even babies born in the deep floor dungeons don't have anything like that. He then nonchalantly asks if they are from the 12th floor, which stuns her momentarily. With an unfazed expression, he tells her he got this disease underground on the 12th floor. from the Duke Labyrinth spider, but she still doesn't believe him, and quickly informs him that all babies from the 12th floor dungeon are either dead or missing. He wonders aloud why people declare the 12th floor dungeon babies dead when they're actually alive. Now Junyoung understands how Jinwoo knows so much about hell spiders. Since he thinks she's smart enough to figure out the levels, he trusts her enough to tell her the truth. Then he changes the topic and asks why she's here, assuming Beck must have told her his address. She hesitantly asks if he will join her team for the next expedition, promising to give him a big cut since he didn't take anything from her on their last one. She's unsure if he'll join since he's already doing well on solo missions, but suddenly he agrees, which catches her off guard. He explains that he's not used to underground expeditions because he only recently became interested in going underground after coming above ground. The underground has changed a lot since he was last there. Junyoung's face brightens as he tells her he'll join her team until he gets the hang of underground work. She can't believe a level 12 dungeon baby will be with her team, but he dryly reminds her it's only temporary. Then he shows her the door while she informs him about their next journey. The expedition will take 2 weeks and starts in 4 days. They will have 5 dungeon babies, including them, along with 10 explorers. Except for 1 dungeon baby, all of them were part of the Hell Spider expedition. At that, he quips that they didn't do well on the 2nd floor and now plan to play adventurers on the 6th floor. She timidly answers that he hasn't seen their best capabilities, that her team are experts at going even to the 8th floor. He understands that since they were against the Hell Spiders, they lost. Anyway, she reminds him that they will be preparing equipment meantime, so they will meet after 4 days. He will receive a detailed schedule as well. When she greets him goodbye, he annoyingly reminds her that she needs to inform him before coming to his home, otherwise he will call the cops, which changes her expression to embarrassment. She quickly runs away. After she leaves, he's thankful that he didn't leave the portal open when she entered his home. Finally, the 4 days pass, and our boy is at the small entrance of Paju Gate D. Looking at the entrance, he comments it feels like this will lead them to Subway. She informs him that usually Gate C opens for large-scale expeditions, but Gates D and F allow entry if they show their ID cards and team members. Besides, thanks to our boy who opened a new entrance to the 2nd floor, Gate B is crowded with beasts, so they can't enter from there. Then someone interjects, introducing himself as Young Chansik, a level 7 dungeon baby. Jinwoo introduces himself in return. One of them comments that Yongchul assumed Jinwoo was a monster and ran away, which irritates Yongchul. Both of them then greet Jinwoo, and Junyoung tells them to shut up so they can get inside. She orders Yongchul to take charge of leading the explorers. Chansik leaves them, which makes Jinwoo question whether Junyoung is really the leader of the team. She vaguely answers that he'll see for himself once they get inside. Meanwhile, at the Naga Labyrinth bar, Dominique is drowning herself in alcohol. Looking at her, the Nagas comment on her misery ever since Jinwoo left the place. Not only that, they're grateful that this time there's a bar for her to control. Otherwise, last time she tried to cut one of Naga's tail because it would keep growing back. On top of that, they assume there's a secret room devoted to their master. Dominique is listening to all this with darkened expression, but suddenly she gets an idea to build the secret room they assumed she had. Meanwhile, the team for this expedition is definitely different from the previous one, which was made up of freelancing explorers and dungeon babies. This time, they are taking matters seriously as Chansik instructs the explorers that there are numerous beasts about 500 meters ahead, so they need to move silently while passing through. The harmony among them is also better since they're already part of the same team and know how to work together. Then Chansik tells the team that if anything unusual happens, Hyunil will be in charge from afar, while explorers with spears will move to the center. Meanwhile, Junyoung and Jinwoo take the back row. While in the rear, Junyoung comments that Chansik is pretty cool. Jinwoo agrees, saying that's probably why Chansik takes the lead despite being a level lower than her. She excitedly informs him that Chansik is one of those rare people who become quite powerful even beyond the middle floors. He doesn't just have great detection skills that identify organisms. He can also use a stealth skill like camouflage, which gives them an upper hand in battle. Then she wonders whether he actually has a detection skill, but he denies it, adding that it's just his instinct that helps him detect things. At first, she doesn't understand and then loudly comments that level 12 dungeon babies are truly out of this world. This catches the attention of the explorers, who start murmuring among themselves. Our boy gets irritated because he wants to stay low profile. She quickly apologizes while saying she forgot about that. Then one of the explorers informs them to move to the front row as they are right in front of a gate. Chansik informs them that this entrance leads to an abandoned labyrinth. The other path is ruled by wolf monsters. So, they decide to take this labyrinth since he doesn't detect any immediate danger. Next, he asks for their opinion on his decision. Jinwoo objects, wondering if they might get lost inside, because judging by the entrance, the place could be huge. Chansik reasons that he has already memorized the path. Jinwoo agrees with the decision, while thinking he himself wants to see a big labyrinth, which will help him expand his own. Then Chansik announces they are going to enter the owner's room at the center. At that moment, Jinwoo hopes his Naga is doing well. Meanwhile, Dominique is giving instructions to have the cute little chubby Nagas dig a secret room for her. Elsewhere, the scaly Dragon King is asking Rikshasha about Draken. She replies that Draken received a severe injury and is currently healing. The master is not happy with the news because Draken should be stronger if he wants to call himself a descendant of the dragon. Then he asks for an update about getting around their target area. She hesitates to answer clearly because she doesn't think his dragons can cover that much ground. The king agrees with her, saying their species is naturally slow, She nods in agreement. He then asks what if they take another route. She informs him that even with a new route, it will take 3 months to cover the distance. Next, he asks if she will go solo. She reminds him that it will take her 2 weeks to reach the destination, so they decide she will complete the task with her trickster skill. Meanwhile, Junyoung's team has arrived at the owner's room. Jinwoo is in disbelief that even after a few hours of their journey, they still haven't spotted any beasts or traps. Chansik informs him that this labyrinth exists as a result of an underground war. Since there is nothing valuable there, no beasts come to this place. Even the army wanted to make this place a resting area for the 3rd floor. At that moment, Jinwoo asks if there really is a map of this place. Chansik confirms it, explaining that the Labyrinth shopping mall has maps for the upper floors, and usually the army provides maps for the middle ones. Our boy has already guessed this much and decides to pick up the map next time. Then Chansik orders them to rest here. He instructs Yongho and Heejun to check the motion sensors around the entrance, while the remaining members set up camp. He tells everyone to hurry up so they can rest early. Jinwoo is grumpy about not having a task for a few days. Junyoung explains that it's because he's their best member and needs to stay in his best shape for the battle. Then, jokingly, she assigns him the task of checking the throne where the owner sits and gives orders, in a disbelief tone. He dryly thinks to himself that he can't tell her that he's someone who does the same. Just then, our off-duty guy's parasite skill activates, and he feels a sharp pain. Junyoung immediately notices and asks if he's alright. He assures her the pain is manageable but asks no one to come near him in case they got scared of their life. She offers to help him as she runs away to the other side. Meanwhile, he is wondering if she had glimpsed a thin window of his system. Then he opens his eye and notices that he no longer feels pain. Besides, his parasite eye was deactivated for a while since he's gaining control over his parasite. His thoughts are interrupted when he suddenly sees a red spot which looks like a thin light inside the altar. He only opens his healthy eye and realizes that he can't see that red dot without opening the parasite-possessed eye. He moves toward the altar, realizing this parasite must have given him a detection skill. He takes out the red object, which looks more like a rock than a shining gem. His system solves the mystery by informing him that he has found an abandoned labyrinth fragment, which can be used for some special purpose. However, our boy isn't happy to find this instead of a down gem, which would be more useful to him. Then his system informs him that his parasite's detection skill has expanded, as now he can see dozens of shiny objects all over the dungeon. He's taken aback when he realizes all of these are down gems. Meanwhile, at the Naga Labyrinth bar, Dominique is still drowning in her misery, while 2 Nagas are questioned by one about why they have their tools out, even though they're off duty today. Then Greenie notices Dominique's state and asks about the reason behind her condition. Both Nagas inform him that she basically wanted to build a temple for our boy in the form of a secret room, but regretted doing something without his permission. Poor Greenie suggests that they should just ask our boy about making a room for him and Dominique, since basically she's more human than they are, so it's understandable if she's uncomfortable living with them. However, he doesn't realize Dominique is already standing behind him, oblivious to poor Greenie. With a darkened expression, she silently expresses how brilliant the idea is. Meanwhile, Junyoung's expedition team moves forward. Junyoung asks about his well-being and jokes whether he has a rare fetish. He explains that he didn't get much sleep last night, which left him tired. Then he taunts her that she is the reason of his sour mood to divert her attention from him, because last night he collected and hid numerous down gems. He not only mapped out the labyrinth afterward, but also marked the spots where he could find more. He's satisfied with the parasite's performance and jokes inwardly that he could even grant it a wish if possible. The parasite, possessing a very dark humor, tells his system that it wishes to know the taste of cooked human flesh. Suddenly, there's a commotion in front of them, and once again, the dungeon babies are called to the front. Our dude guesses that it must be beasts if they're summoned like this. He's right when Chansik reveals that 2 packs of beasts are preparing for between their position and the labyrinth exit. Chansik guesses that these beasts could be sharp-toothed bats or 4-armed monkeys. In the worst case, they could be wolf monkeys, about 20 bats and 8 monkeys. Our dude questions why Chansik can't pinpoint the exact species. Chansik explains that he can only estimate their numbers and can't confirm if all the beasts are the same species or not. He then reveals that they can't avoid a confrontation with them. Blonde asks if they can just wait for the beasts to fight each other and kill some each others, while making it easier for them to pass. But Chansik disagrees. That plan is too dangerous. Both sides have large armies, so when they start fighting, the smell of blood will attract even more beasts, trapping them inside the labyrinth. Then they debate whether to confront the beasts now, even though their initial plan was to avoid fights until the 6th floor, or just wait for the packs to tear each other apart first. Chansik warns them to understand the gravity of the situation. They are about to face 28 mid-rank 3rd-floor beasts that could be involved in a territorial dispute. However, Junyoung is overconfident, ready to rely on our dude when it comes to defeating these beasts. Chansik starts sweating, realizing how lightly she is taking the situation. Jinwoo interjects as they move forward, saying it will do them no good to wait forever. It's better to face the problem head-on, which Chansik agrees with. While loosening his collar and drawing his weapon in a cool stance, he agrees to take on half of the beasts. The team stands at the battlefield where the beasts have already begun fighting. Chansik misreads their numbers because they are total 30, which makes the adventurer think he might die today. Our dude jumps in front of him, declaring that he's not going to die today. The next moment, he leaps into the air, sword in hand, ready to battle the beasts. One by one, he slashes, cuts, and beats them down like they're nothing more than practice dummies. Chansik grows nervous watching Jinwoo fight with such ease. It must be because he's a lower floor dungeon baby. Basically, how a dungeon baby fights depends on several factors, like which floor they're currently on and which floor they were born on. Mostly they fight until the enemy collapses. Chansik is taken aback as Jinwoo mercilessly kills each beast, striking with precise aim at their weak spots. It almost looks like he can see those weaknesses. Chansik wonders how our dude can fight like this, especially when, in reality, he's only slightly stronger and faster than Junyoung. The answer to his question comes from Junyoung, who oh so casually informs Chansik that Jinwoo was born in the Marcus Labyrinth. Chansik knows that Labyrinth sits in the deepest depths of the 7th floor. Junyoung clarifies, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world, that in order to survive there, Jinwoo had to win countless battles. This brutal survival training apparently turned him into a beast-slaying machine. Since his labyrinth was practically lounging beneath the 8th floor, he had no choice but to grow strong enough to survive beasts that eat newbies for breakfast. Chansik takes the hint that Jinwoo is from a famous labyrinth, but still comments that survival instincts alone can't explain his strength. The guy must also be stupidly talented. Junyoung, quite proud of the little fairy tale she just spun to cover up Jinwoo's actual level, wears a smug smile. Then both of them decide, since Jinwoo's out there basically doing all the work, they should probably contribute a little themselves. With his spear raised, Chansik steps up, ready to fight. Meanwhile, Jinwoo already has parasite vision activated, making the world around him move in slow motion and his body feel feather-light. As he slices through beasts like he's prepping ingredients for a stir-fry, he briefly wonders if he's using his full power. But no, he quickly dismisses the thought. He's being cautious, keeping himself at Junyoung's level, even though it feels like he's going all out. His system feels like it should answer him and notifies him that the parasite inside his body activates the innate abilities within his body. This skill helps him not only increase his potential, but also strengthen his weakness detection skill. With this skill, he can even see through the ribcage of the monkey monster. At that moment, stopping his thoughts, he is merely looking at his system screen in order to know more about this parasite. He really feels like the parasite is more worth than what he paid for, if not for the fact that it once tried to take over his body. He decides to research more on its capabilities later. At that moment, he is informed that the parasite is adapting and liking him, accepting him as its host, and even ready to protect him to ensure good survival once it completely assimilates into his body. Then, he is informed that his team has cleared the beasts from their side. He answers that he has done as well. They stand in front of the corpses of the beasts. Junyoung comments on how he agreed to take 50% of them and ends up killing 70%. He is uncertain whether he has overdone it. She replies that while it does make things convenient for them, she then leans in and whispers in his ear that she had to clean up his mess because his relentless fighting style raises questions about his strength. Even the explorer declares him a hero, someone born to fight. At that, he grows uncertain whether he really has gone too far. Then Junyoung turns to her team to wrap things up and collect the down gems before any more beasts approach. At that moment, she is addressed by Chansik. She's about to praise his effort, but he cuts in to explain that they're likely to have another problem in the form of another expedition team, which is twice their size. Not only that, this team is clever enough to have been watching them while they fought. She immediately alerts everyone to take fighting positions. Jinwoo doesn't understand why she's doing this, since the team isn't made up of beasts. She explains that this is the underground, which is basically lawless territory, so of course it opens the gates for shameless theft. This is a common strategy teams use. While Junyoung's team is busy fighting, the others wait and watch, hoping they'll be too worn out to defend themselves. If not for Chansik's detection skills, they'd already be ambushed. At that, Chansik informs them that the other team has regrouped, having sensed that Junyoung's team is aware of their presence. So, they're likely to give up on the ambush. Jinwoo assumes they might be going back, but Chansik corrects him that they'll definitely come back. Then Junyoung turns to her team and tells them to stay alert. They're already tired from the previous fight, so trying to run away from this team would be useless. She then turns to our boy, slightly apologetic for relying on him too much. However, she wants to know if he can fight humans too, if it comes to that. He affirms, adding with a casual smirk that he's grown quite fond of them. When the other team finally arrives, Junyoung and her teammates' expressions turn sour. It's Song Jong-chul's team, well known for their bad blood with hers. The redhead freak doesn't waste a second before taunting Junyoung about her last expedition failure, casually bringing up the rumor that her team was massacred by hell spiders. But there her team is standing still intact. Oh, and of course, she conveniently has the bodies of those monsters to spare. Annoyed by his non-stop babbling, she tells him to get the hell out of there. But being the professional nuisance he is, Song insists that he's just passing through and needs to search for valuables, because apparently, Junyoung is on his way. Watching this little circus unfold, our boy raises an eyebrow, clearly curious about this obnoxious redhead. Chansik explains that this person belongs to the Expedition Association, which has government backing. That's the reason this arrogant fool thinks he gets to decide who can or can't enter the labyrinth. Jinwoo doesn't believe the government would allow such thieves down here, but Chansik reveals that, judging by the popularity of the association, there are very few teams that aren't part of it, which also makes the association ridiculously rich. That's why these teams act so cocky, like they own the entire underground. Jinwoo really dislikes them. At that moment, he activates his detection skill, which helps him see the enemy's abilities. To his surprise, Song is slightly stronger than Junyoung. Everyone else is either level 7 or below. While assessing them, Jinwoo also notices the experienced explorer flash an evil smile. Clearly they're used to tearing apart weaker teams. It's only a matter of time before Song's team crashes Junyoung's, except for Jinwoo, of course. His expression darkens as he watches those smug, greedy faces. Disgust rises in him at the sheer hunger in their eyes. His disgust boils so intensely that it turns into bloodlust. It seeps from his body in such a strong wave that even his teammates can sense it. At first, Junyoung assumes there might be a Labyrinth King nearby, which, to be fair, isn't entirely wrong. But she doesn't realize the real Labyrinth King is right behind her, radiating that bloodthirst. Her thoughts are interrupted by Song, who mocks their scared faces. Their timid reactions make him feel like the villain of the scene, which, ironically, he kind of is. He sneers that he'd love to help her, especially since she lost so much in the spider expedition. But with an irritating little wink, he adds that he's got work to do. Then, with theatrical flair, he mockingly tells his team to move ahead and not touch Junyoung's loot. Turning to our boy, he drops the playful tone and gets serious. He warns Jinwoo not to fall for Junyoung's looks, and not to waste his time being part of her team since she hasn't even registered her team with the association. He's already detected Jinwoo's strength and offers him a place on his association-backed team. Our dude dryly retorts that he's not interested. Not that Song bothers to hear the full answer. With a smirk, he bids them goodbye, leaving a final little promise hanging in the air that he'll be seeing Junyoung on a deeper floor. Junyoung is visibly angry at Song's audacity. Chansik tries to calm her and Jinwoo down, reminding them that at least they've resolved this without bloodshed. When they look at Jinwoo strangely, he blinks in confusion and asks if something happened. Chansik urges him not to hide anything from them, pointing out that they definitely sensed bloodlust coming from him. Jinwoo brushes it off with a lazy excuse, saying it's just his hot-headedness acting up. The rest of the team doesn't feel anything though, so they stay quiet. Chansik explains that bloodlust is something only certain higher dungeon babies can sense. If everyone could feel it, the entire place would be in constant chaos. Meanwhile, Jinwoo turns to Junyoung and casually asks about her connection to Song. She reveals that they were both born and raised in the same labyrinth, and that Song was actually a good leader back then. But once he went above ground, he probably caught a bad case of normal human greed and got addicted to money. She is also taken back how he changed. Then she turns to her team and tells them to wrap things up so they can gather the loot from the beasts they've defeated. Chansik agrees with a nod, clearly glad to be focusing on something less dramatic. Jinwoo reminds her about their initial plan to head to the 6th floor. She explains that because of Song's team, they've become a major obstacle because they already tried to ambush them. Besides, Song's team is big enough to attract all the beasts. Usually she would go ahead with her team alone, but thanks to Jinwoo, they already have enough material. Just then, she's informed that her team has finished their work. She asks everyone to gather and wrap things up. After an uneventful week at the bottom of the dungeon, it's a relief that everyone is alive this time. Junyoung is thankful they got out before Song could do any more damage. Meanwhile, Jinwoo wants to research the association and about Song. As he says goodbye to Junyoung, he turns to his main source, Baek, who knows coincidentally Song well. Baek reveals that because of his skills, Song has become a kind of pseudo-leader of the association. Baek agrees that the association's control over the dungeon's entrances and exits has helped decrease explorer casualties. Jinwoo is surprised to learn the survival rate has increased because of it. Baek explains that in the past, dungeon babies from lower floors would take explorers in to clear the dungeon, only for most to die in the process. Back then, the survival rate was 50%. That's why it feels less like control and more like the association regulating the dungeon, which is why people favor them. Jinwoo realizes this system is basically like the Adventure Guild from those comics he's read. Then he asks Baek if Song is involved in any shady business. Baek answers that he doesn't know of any, but even if Song's done something evil, it's been kept secret because no one really knows what goes on underground. Jinwoo reminds him that he can spy on people, but Baek shrugs it off, saying that it's hard to figure out what's really happening down there. All Baek can do is catch wind of rumors. Then he pauses, remembering something, and brings up the topic of human hunters, which confuses Jinwoo. Baek explains that these human hunters are a group of high-level dungeon babies with no explorer affiliation who go underground to loot teams. They usually cover their faces with bandanas to hide their identities. Baek warns Jinwoo to watch out for them, which Jinwoo appreciates. Before Baek leaves, he asks about the down gems Jinwoo must be here to sell. Jinwoo answers that he doesn't have much since he only takes his share from the team. While walking ahead, his thoughts circle back to the association, and he concludes that Junyoung must have another reason to dislike them given their good reputation. Still, he decides to stay out of it, not wanting to get involved. After a while, he's back inside his labyrinth. Dominique is surprised to see him return early. He explains that the expedition ended sooner than scheduled. Noticing her downcast expression, he asks if something happened while he was gone. She reveals they have another guest waiting at the bar. He assumes it's another black merchant, but she corrects him that it's an under-elf mercenary. Confused at first, he decides to see for himself. On the way, Dominique warns him that under-elves are typically untrustworthy, lacking loyalty, so it's better not to hire them. He counters, asking if that's true, then why she invited one inside instead of shooing them off. She admits it's because they don't have a trained agile warrior like her, and thinks they might benefit from the mercenary's skills. He agrees and tells her not to worry, deciding to meet the elf himself to size up the situation. Then they enter the bar, where the elf has been hiding inside a clock. As they approach, she reveals herself, none other than Rikshasha. When Rikshasha looks at Jinwoo, Dominique immediately dislikes her attitude and reminds her to greet her master. Taking a cue, Rikshasha quickly bows and apologizes for entering his domain without permission. Then she asks for permission to introduce herself, which he silently grants. She states her name. His tone darkens the moment he notices the weapon in her hand as she offers her services. Dominique is ready to strike, but he stops her. With a lowered face, Rikshasha admits it was a test to gauge his strength and apologizes. Jinwoo cuts her off, telling her to cut the crap and get to the point. She explains that she hadn't seen a human sitting on the throne before and just wanted to test him. Jinwoo jokingly asks if he passed. She assures him she meant no harm by her stance, while Dominique remains visibly angry at Rikshasha. Coming to the point, Jinwoo asks about her skills, which are reconnaissance, exploration, and information gathering. He likes these skills and decides to hire her, which immediately angers Dominique. Then he asks Rikshasha to follow him so they can discuss further details on the way to his labyrinth. Before moving ahead, Rikshasha flashes a smug smirk, clearly to rile up the fuming Dominique. While observing the Naga labyrinth, unbeknownst to everyone else, Rikshasha takes in everything around her. She concludes the labyrinth is managed very amateurishly as there are no traps, and the core is completely exposed for anyone to see. Not only that, the workers seem completely unalert. All of this makes her wonder if Jinwoo really knows what it means to be the owner of this labyrinth. Then she notices the Nagas playing and points them out to Jinwoo. He reveals that they're off duty, which stuns her. She grows even more confused when he explains that he ensures his workers get enough food and rest, which makes them more efficient. He relates to their situation because he was once used to being a digger himself. At that, she concludes that his mindset is weak, but that his labyrinth is overall worthless. Jinwoo then asks about the trainer to Dominique and whether there's training today. She replies that it's a magician this time. Meanwhile, Rikshasha decides to go along with the plan. After a while, Jinwoo starts getting a headache thinking about the state of his labyrinth as development is slow, and he doesn't have many down gems to upgrade it. All the down gems they have come from mining, just enough to sustain maintenance. Besides that, they have free food and water nearby. Sometimes the troop catches wild beasts, which help them get some down gems and materials. On a daily basis, they only manage to get 3 low-rank down gems, earning them 3 points. At that point, Jinwoo realizes that he had overlooked something during his last upgrade, and while summoning new troops, because they've become harder to manage now. He asks for an update on his forces. She replies that since they lost 2 soldiers in the last battle, they currently have 42 soldiers, 2 warriors, 1 healer, and 1 magician. He comments aloud on how difficult it's becoming to control such a large army, but notes that as they expand their territory, it will attract more beasts. She wonders how many soldiers they might have lost if it weren't for the healer. He agrees, adding that they're also losing mid-rank physical soldiers. They are losing, which is strange since they're supposedly only on the first floor. Jinwoo insists that his expedition clearly took place on the first floor when he landed in front of it, so he assumes it must be on the second floor. Dominique guesses the labyrinth must have swallowed him up somehow, but explains that when he received ownership, the labyrinth returned to the first floor. She says it often works like that. Jinwoo then seriously recalls the ancient items he encountered, and the fact that there were no humans at that time. He just assumed that he was in an isolated part of the floor. Finally, he asks Dominique which floor their labyrinth really is on. Unfortunately, she admits she doesn't know because she has never left the place. Now this is a real problem, but it's not like he can do much about it. Even the lower floor can be a safe haven as well. It doesn't surprise him if the labyrinth is on the lower floor. Deciding to take help from Rikshasha, he asks about her and her location. Dominique informs him that she's at the bar after her patrol shift, but she doesn't like him asking about Rikshasha. The elf deems her rude. Getting up, he realizes how ridiculous it is that he doesn't know about their labyrinth floor, whining internally and hoping she must know it, as she sees the outside of it. Afterwards, they stand in front of Rikshasha, who greets him while questioning his presence there. Dominique, ever the eager one, immediately quips that they can't tolerate someone like her in the owner's room. Rikshasha dryly retorts that in that case, they should put a door on his room. Before their bickering escalates, he shuts both of them up. Then he turns to her and confirms whether she's been wandering around and coming there, which she affirms. He then asks about their labyrinth floor. She wonders aloud that this must be a human system to categorize the underground area, but unfortunately, as a native of the underground, she never knows how to determine these floor things. However, Rikshasha also offers to share the things she has seen outside of their labyrinth, which he agrees to. She reveals that their neighbor is none other than a labyrinth that survived the Great Underground War, the labyrinth of the Scaly Dragon King. Jinwoo is clearly taken aback to hear this. Rikshasha presses that she visited that labyrinth before arriving here. She introduces the Scaly Dragon King, whose name is Anaxtis, and who, like most labyrinth owners, rarely leaves his throne. He wants to know the distance between the 2 labyrinths, and she tells him it's a 4-day journey on foot. He immediately analyzes that this neighboring labyrinth must be more powerful and of a higher level than theirs, while having survived for decades. In that case, there's a chance their two labyrinths could eventually merge if an imbalance occurs on their floor. He knows this from his experience as a digger, since the route he often digs through is used as battlegrounds by various beasts, which he frequently witnesses firsthand. Then Rakshasa drops the bomb that the Scaly Dragon King knows about the Naga labyrinth's existence. He wants to know if that's true. She explains by revealing the existence of another labyrinth owner called the Blonde Panther, whose labyrinth lies between the two. The current Scaly Dragon King tried to take over the Blonde Panther's territory but failed. This means they want to conquer that territory in order to reach the Naga labyrinth. She adds that Jinwoo still has time because scaly dragons are usually slow creatures. Jinwoo is glad to hear that, as this gives him enough time to prepare. Then he casually comments on how she knows so much about the Scaly Dragon King. She replies that it's because she was once hired by them as well, which immediately raises Dominique's suspicion that she might be a spy. She denies the accusation, while adding that she simply worked for those who hired her, because that's her job as a mercenary. Now, however, her loyalty belongs to the Naga labyrinth. Before Dominique can argue further, Jinwoo assigns Rakshasa another task. She declines it without even listening, assuming it must be related to fighting the Scaly Dragon. But he clarifies that he doesn't want her to fight. Instead, he wants information, anything she knows about the Scaly Dragon King's kingdom. Additionally, she needs to keep an eye on them during patrol to assess the current level of their army and footing. It shouldn't be a problem for someone like her, since she has already worked with them. At that, she reminds him that she'll charge a good amount of money for the task, which he agrees to. She promises to get it done within a week. After she leaves, Dominique informs him about her patrol. He then tells her about his own upcoming departure. But Dominique adds that she still suspects that clever elf, thinking Rakshasa might be hiding something. Jinwoo agrees with her. After all, there's no reason for a mercenary like her to work with a weaker labyrinth when a war is about to break out. He then voices his doubt that she's currently working for the Scaly Dragon. Maybe she's just adventurous enough to take on different clients. But then he recalls the detailed information she shared about the Scaly Dragon King, and suspects she might be passing their information along as well. This raises a concern from Dominique, whether it's wise to send her into enemy territory alone. Jinwoo decides to take advantage of their enemy's arrogance by letting Rakshasa express their lack of threat openly. That way, the enemy will underestimate them, assuming they're nothing more than a band of Naga soldiers without down gems. Dominique remains hesitant about Rakshasa revealing any information to the enemy, but Jinwoo cuts her off by revealing that they possess something the Scaly Dragon's labyrinth lacks. He explains that Rakshasa told him during the Great Underground War, Anaxtis went into hiding, despite being nearly invincible, because he feared human weapons and, more importantly, humans themselves. In the present, he explains to Dominique that he, being human, can scare Anaxtis. With that, he bids her goodbye, promising to return with a gift for her. Somewhere else, Junyoung jolts awake at the sound of her cell phone ringing. She's quite grumpy about being called on her day off. When she sees the caller ID, she can't believe Jinwoo is calling her directly, assuming he must be joining her team. He quickly corrects her that he doesn't intend to do that. Instead, he wants her to repay the debt she insists on settling. There are some things he wants from her. A week later, in the Scaly Dragon Kingdom, Draken brags about how he emerged unscathed after fighting the Nagas, claiming it's thanks to his high dragon bloodline and so on. His companions, who haven't get any scratch either, refrain from joining in the bragging. If they do, they'll only end up being reminded of how great a hero Draken is. Not to mention, he was unusually quiet during the raid on the Blood Panther, because he was nearly killed that time. When Draken asks whether they have anything to say, his companions resort to flattery, praising how great he is, which makes him blush. He steps ahead, casually expressing how he'd rather rest on the throne than go on this journey. This catches the attention of other scaly dragons, who quickly remind him that the throne belongs to Anaxtis, and that careless words like that might invoke his wrath. At that moment, Draken spots a Naga worker and points him out. They're baffled that the worker didn't detect their presence earlier, but when the Naga suddenly tries to flee, they immediately give chase. Draken is determined to catch him, even as his companions try to stop him. In the end, Draken corners the Naga and is about to grab him, but the Naga swiftly digs into the ground and escapes. Draken is left stunned. Before he can even react, a voice emerges from the shadows, asking whether all dragon descendants are as noisy as Draken. Overconfident and offended, Draken yells back, daring the stranger to insult him. He demands that the figure introduce himself. When Jinwoo steps forward and reveals that he is the Naga King, everyone is stunned to see that the Naga King is, in fact, a human. Other dragons understand the urgency and decide to relay this information to Anaxtis, but Draken assures them that he can take Jinwoo down himself, even boldly challenging him to fight the Descendant of Dragons. Our guy, already exhausted by Draken's repetitive Descendant of Dragons chant, asks Dominique to just get on with it. It's revealed that Jinwoo has already hidden Naga workers armed with human weapons, waiting to ambush. As soon as Draken sees the workers preparing to fight, he reprimands Jinwoo for making his weak labyrinth's workers engage in battle. He even tries to shame him, pointing out that the workers can't even hold the weapons properly. This makes Dominique call Draken a lizard, which infuriates him. While he again chants about being a dragon's descendant, she scoffs that they only need a maid and Naga workers to deal with them. With that, the ambush begins, and they open fire. After some time, Rakshasa is seen entering the Scaly Dragon Kingdom, once again taking in the dark and gloomy atmosphere around her. This labyrinth is maintained like many others, where workers labor non-stop until death, surviving on minimal food. With bitterness, she thinks this is how a labyrinth should be run, not turned into a human paradise like Jinwoo's. She then presents herself before the Scaly Dragon King, informing him that she has relayed Jinwoo's knowledge of their war plans, which likely puts him on alert. She also reports the limited size of Jinwoo's army and the low possibility of acquiring many down gems. So, it's the original plan of this cunning Scaly Dragon King to make Jinwoo desperate by revealing the plan of war. They are likely to attack on their own, but to do that, they must first try to eliminate the Blood Panther. In the end, both parties will fight each other, and he will have a labyrinth without an owner to claim. He appreciates Rikshasha and tasks her to encourage Jinwoo and his army to take on the Blood Panther. After a week, she will arrive at the Naga labyrinth. They are likely to leave tomorrow. She warns him that they need at least 2 months to start a full war since scaly dragons are slow. But it seems the Scaly Dragon King has another trick up his sleeve, revealing a siege dragon behind him. Meanwhile, Draken and his companions panic upon seeing the Naga soldiers firing at them. At first, they console themselves, believing human weapons don't work on them, but when one of them gets injured, they realize the weapons are effective. They decide to retreat but can't, as the Naga soldiers surround them. It's revealed these special weapons are a favor Jinwoo requested from Junyoung, who explains they are designed to fight underground beasts. Created on the black market but never used, they were stored in a warehouse before falling into Jinwoo's hands. He compliments her connections, and she replies that it's part of her job to meet different kinds of people underground. Now she is curious why someone like Jinwoo needs those weapons, and he dryly retorts that he needs them to play. In the present, he analyzes that these weapons are indeed effective against the soldiers. Meanwhile, Dominique is having fun with the guns, but Draken, who is afraid of the guns, suddenly realizes that these bullets are nothing against him, just some rubber bullets. He is proud to have dragon blood in his veins. Then he fights against the Naga soldiers but is defeated. This gives him the opportunity to mock Dominique, asking if that's all the Nagas have. Before he can fire at her, Jinwoo stops him, saying he's going to deal with Draken. Before Draken can finish his sentence, Jinwoo is already on him. They engage in a battle for a while until Draken pushes him away. Everyone is stunned by that. But Jinwoo rises from the dust while analyzing Draken's strength. Draken has super-level strength as well as the power of a hell spider, but his fighting skills suck. Jinwoo assumes Draken must be trying to manipulate him, so he activates his parasite but doesn't find a single weakness in Draken. Suddenly, he spots a red spot on Draken's back, but when he tries to touch it, he's thrown aside. Draken wonders if he has killed Jinwoo, but Jinwoo's voice comes from the dust, admitting that Draken is indeed a descendant of the dragon, and that his weakness is also like a dragon's. Draken shouts comically that he doesn't have a weakness, but Jinwoo reveals that he has a weak spot between his shoulder blades, and that's where he's going to strike next. As soon as Draken hears this, his expression and posture turn serious. As Draken's expression turns serious, Jinwoo gets ready for battle. He can feel the ground shaking and the air vibrating around him, signaling that Draken is truly getting serious. Jinwoo knows he's never even scratched Draken before, so he has to attack his weakness in one powerful strike using all the strength he has. With that, he rushes past Draken, while the so-called descendant of dragons stands like a brick wall. Behind Draken, Jinwoo can clearly see the weak spot. He doesn't understand why this dragon has left his weakness so exposed, which makes him think it might be a trap. But he doesn't have much time to waste and aims straight for the weakness. Meanwhile, Draken sweats profusely but doesn't move from his place. He's struck by the words of the Scaly Dragon King, who called Jinwoo a fool with a weak labyrinth. Now Draken knows his own weakness, and he's fidgety, fearing he might die today after being hurt by Jinwoo's attack. He is hell outta nervous about what's going to happen to him at the hands of our dude. Then he decides to retreat, pretending to spare Jinwoo's life in front of everyone so he won't be called a coward. But Draken's eyes widen as he sees Jinwoo disappear right in front of him. The next moment, Jinwoo slashes his chest and blood oozes from the wound. He panics because it's the first time someone has ever made him bleed. Draken's vision turns red while all he can see is blood, and all he can think about is death. Suddenly he senses Jinwoo's presence behind him, but just as Jinwoo is about to strike his weak spot, he drops to the ground, trembling profusely. Whining and shivering at the sight of death in front of him, he pleads with our boy to spare his life, saying he's just a hired mercenary doing what he's told. Before Jinwoo can do anything, he gets informed by Dominique about them dealing with the scaly dragon soldiers. But now, what should they do with Draken, who's asking to be spared while his dragon body could be useful to them? Jinwoo casually wonders aloud how he might kill the dragon or open up his body. Hearing this, Draken panics and pledges his loyalty to Jinwoo in desperation. Jinwoo is annoyed by his antics because someone who betrays his master to save his own life can easily betray him in the future too. But Draken is too desperate that he swears on his dragon ancestor to pledge his loyalty. As soon as the words leave his mouth, a flash of light engulfs him. Jinwoo is confused at the sight, and Dominique explains that it's a seal bound by dragon vows. Dragons, though arrogant, are also honorable creatures. If Draken breaks this vow, he'll likely suffer a painful death. But she's a little surprised that Draken doesn't have wings like a typical dragon, which makes him appear more like a subspecies. Jinwoo then turns to Draken and asks about the vow. Draken confirms everything, adding that this is the price dragons pay for their pride and arrogance. Jinwoo decides to accept Draken, thinking he might be useful in the future. Some days pass since the confrontation with the Scaly Dragon soldiers. Jinwoo is preparing for the battle against the Scaly Dragon King in a bizarre way. He has basically made Draken his guinea pig, experimenting on him because their body types are similar. But Draken informs him that the Scaly Dragon King has a much thicker body than him, and no known weaknesses at all. Then he is ready to target Draken with another weapon. But Draken reminds him that even though his thick skin won't be penetrated, it will still hurt. Unfazed by his pleas, Jinwoo is ready to strike while warning him that if he avoids the attack, it will count as an act of betrayal. Then he hits Draken, while reminding him that it's better to be in pain than be dead meat. At that moment, Rakshasa enters the labyrinth and recognizes Draken. When asked about their connection, she explains that they know each other but don't interact regularly since they have different roles, and Draken might not even remember her. Getting straight to the point, Jinwoo asks for an update regarding the Scaly Dragon King's troops. She replies that the bad guys are preparing their forces for war and our boy likely has 1 month. Besides, she doesn't think Jinwoo can prepare a troop capable of standing against the Scaly Dragon army. He understands this. After all, those beasts have survived for a decade. Then Rakshasa suggests they take down the Blood Panther first. Defeating it will likely earn them high-ranking down gems needed to stand a chance against the Scaly Dragons. But the problem is, no one has ever managed to defeat it. So Rakshasa suggests they spend a week preparing and collecting down gems. However, there's a downside that it's a do-or-die situation. Either they win or they lose the labyrinth. Dominique also agrees with her, regardless of the risk involved in the plan. He finally agrees to go through with it. For this purpose, he first needs a detailed map, so he tasks Rakshasa with creating one. She agrees to map out the area starting from the Blood Panther's territory. He then dismisses her. As he moves ahead, Dominique asks about his next course of action, assuming he's planning to get more human weapons. He declines, saying that human weapons are basically useless against monsters. Not to mention, they're hard to obtain. He leaves her baffled as he declares he's going to collect his savings and return soon. Rakshasa will complete her task in the meantime, and poor Draken is left awkwardly asking for permission to move. An hour later, he arrives at the Paju Gate, where he has hidden the down gems. He takes out the maps and asks the system to synchronize them. Once the process is done, he'll be able to easily locate the area where he hid the down gems during the expedition. During that expedition, it took them 4 days to reach the 3rd floor from the 1st, even while moving at high speed. So after analyzing their pace, he asks his parasite to scan and locate all the down gems it can, and to compare that against the speed of a dungeon baby. Then, deadpan, he tells it to strengthen his legs dozens of times, before pausing and ordering it to increase his speed by 100 times. With that, he starts acquiring a number of low-rank down gems. After collecting all the down gems, he returns to his realm. As expected, the first thing he asks is what happened in his absence. Dominique answers that there is no incident. Then they discuss his journey briefly. He explains that he went from the 1st to the 3rd floor while emptying his bag in front of the labyrinth core. Dominique is stunned to see so many down gems. He explains that he finds them because of the parasite, but looking at the number of low-rank down gems, around 435, they are still not enough for them to prepare an army for war. On top of that, judging by the thick skin of the Draken, even hundreds of their 1st and 2nd rank soldiers can't win against such a scaly dragon. He then decides to update the labyrinth first, a process that takes a month while assuming they even have a month to prepare. However, Dominique reminds him that Rakshasa might be lying, but it is a risk he needs to take. He uses 100 gems to upgrade his labyrinth. Afterwards, he plans to summon level 5 Naga soldiers for the army, and sets aside some down gems in case he needs to summon more later. Suddenly, his eyes catch the option for rank 4 Naga troops, offering strong and patient mid-level Naga gatekeepers who defend the gate and won't open it without his permission. He slightly changes his plan and summons the gatekeepers. Meanwhile, Rakshasa steps toward the Naga labyrinth, her mind reeling with the Scaly Dragon King's plan. He is going to dig a tunnel under the Blood Panther labyrinth in order to reach it. It will take him a week, and once he arrives, the war will break out. She doesn't think the Nagas have enough force to win this war. But suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted as she is abruptly stopped by the Naga gatekeeper, who roars at her. At that moment, Jinwoo allows her in and introduces her to the gatekeeper for future reference. She then hands him the map while noticing the expansion of his army. He explains that he had some down gems tucked away for this purpose. She analyzes the situation and realizes they now have a chance to win against the Blood Panther with this expanded force. But he reveals that only he and the boys behind him are going to fight the Blood Panther, while the remaining soldiers are assigned to protect the labyrinth in his absence. She is taken aback by this revelation. Even though Jinwoo reveals that they are not only the elite force of his army but have been fighting the battle before, she doesn't believe that they have a chance to win against the Blood Panther. He adds that he will join the fight, but she doesn't trust their strength, convinced they will be annihilated. Having had enough of her distrust, Jinwoo commands her to shut up while saying that she is underestimating them. With no choice, she decides to follow his order, silently thinking how foolish it is to believe in their troops. Then he asks if she has had enough rest, saying he will show them the path to the Blood Panther. Since she already rested on the way, she agrees. Meanwhile, she thinks about how she was trying to avoid getting involved in the war by using the excuse of needing to go out from the labyrinth for making maps. But in the end, she knows she has to go with them no matter what. After a while, they arrive at the Blood Panther territory. She informs them that while Blood Panthers might not be good at defense, they are skilled at ambushes and surprise attacks, so they should prepare for one. Jinwoo notices her fear. She admits it, adding that she doesn't want to be killed. Blood panthers have been the strongest in the territory for decades. She brings them into the labyrinth, but she doesn't believe she can survive it herself. Suddenly, she senses an ominous aura behind her and thinks there might be a creature lurking. The next moment, she freezes as our guy threatens her not to move back if she wants to stay alive, because she's about to be interrogated. Rikshasha acts indifferent about the matter. Jinwoo voices his doubts to her displeasure, explaining how he manages his labyrinth in a humane way while giving rest, holidays, and good treatment to his workers. She thinks that must be a weak plan and doubts his army's strength based on it. But he's also someone born and raised underground, so he knows the system of these dungeons well. His sole purpose is to eliminate enemies and protect his own. However, he's still unsure whether she's a friend or foe. She replies that she's just a hired mercenary. But our guy already knows she's working with the Scaly Dragon King and still gives her a chance to explain herself. She casually admits that he knows she worked with the Scaly Dragon King too, and if she were double-crossing him, there'd be no reason to tell him. Besides, she also spies for him. Yet Jinwoo doubts she's feeding them false information. She gets angry at the accusations and firmly denies ever doing such a thing. As he activates her parasite, which she can't see, he admits that she never fed him false information, which only makes him more curious about her true motives for double-crossing both sides of the war. She protests, saying he has no proof for his claims. Instead of answering, he asks if she knows about parasites. She says that she's heard of them, but never seen one in person. Our guy then reveals that he has one, and that he's left a fragment of his parasite inside her body, which petrifies her. The next moment, she sees a parasite crawling on her arm, while he explains he implanted fragments in her to spy on her actions inside the Scaly Dragon King's labyrinth. She doesn't understand why he's given her a chance despite knowing this. Casually, he replies that he's fond of her. Finally admitting she underestimated him, she confesses that she wants nothing to do with him or the Scaly Dragon King, as her only goal is revenge on the Spirit King. But then a chill runs down her spine. She slowly turns around and our guy, fully transformed in his parasite form, warns her that she'll die if she turns completely. With that, he prepares to attack. She braces for the attack, but it never comes because the strike was meant for a blood panther hiding in the shadows. He strikes it while analyzing that this blood panther is fully camouflaged during its attack and moves with incredible speed. However, our guy can see his enemy's weakness through his parasite and lands a hit. Rikshasha is taken aback by this display of power as the floor cracks beneath her. She thinks she underestimated him, assuming he was just a human no matter how strong. But now, looking at him, he doesn't even look like one. He then asks her why she's standing there. He offers her an open chance to run away from the battle, but warns that they will have a conversation next time, and darkly deadpanning that next time, he won't give her a chance to open her mouth. Looking at him, she realizes that he's a monster born and raised underground. After the battle finishes with this blood panther, she asks if he can still see the blood panther. He admits, wondering if it's recovering since it has stopped moving. While he thinks about how useful the parasite is and how to use it to its full potential, he also recognizes its downsides. It's draining his energy too quickly. After a few seconds, he won't have enough energy to continue, so it's better to finish this battle quickly. His thoughts are interrupted by Rikshasha, who warns him about another blood panther. This one bites his mage. Without wasting time, he rushes to it but finds yet another one. He curses under his breath because it's like fighting hell spiders. He prays inwardly for the parasite to hold longer so he can defeat both. Rikshasha draws her sword, declaring she will help him, but he refuses her aid. Even when she protests, he asks her to weigh her options while he faces them alone, making it clear he won't accept her help. In the end, he warns her not to underestimate him or his army. Later, the Naga healer treats the mage's injury. Another warrior asks about the mage's condition. The healer replies that the healing is in progress, but the mage has only a minimal chance of survival without it. The warrior warns the healer to protect the mage because Jinwoo has a soft spot for him. They need to keep him alive until Jinwoo arrives. Suddenly, a Naga warrior is attacked and he fights back. He battles a blood panther for a while, but the blood panther gains the upper hand after injuring him. The next moment, he slams him against a wall. Despite his wounds, the warrior glances at his comrades fighting a giant blood panther, and clearly losing. One soldier is eaten by the beast, blood spurting over him. Witnessing this, the warrior remembers the day he was born as the first Naga warrior, and the honor of fighting on the front lines. He rises with determination, recalling the vow to fight for his king until they achieve the glory Jinwoo promised. He doesn't fear death as he charges at the blood panther, determined never to back down against the formidable enemy. Then, he clamps the blood panther's jaws shut, realizing how wrong he was at the beginning. He is thrown back again, but he attacks the blood panther once more. The blood panther roars and tries to get him, but he flinches, surprised that nothing happens. The condition is met, and the Hall of Heroes responds to the brave warrior's wish. The next moment, he is ablaze, thinking how he can call himself a warrior when he fears death and wants his king to protect him instead of the other way around. With his body on fire, he is determined to kill the blood panther, even if he dies alongside it. At that moment, the system informs him that his heroification will now commence. He crashes the blood panther into the ground. The panther lunges at him, but he blocks its claw and tears it apart. He attacks relentlessly and slams it down again. Finally, he defeats the blood panther, thinking about how everyone bragged that the blood panther was invincible. But they are wrong. Rikshasha is shocked to see the Naga warrior undergoing heroification and wonders if this was all part of our dude's plan all along. Maybe that's why he brought so few soldiers with him. But then she quickly rejects that thought. She knows the purpose of heroification is that a beast can only rise in rank after experiencing a certain realization or incident that acts as a catalyst for the process. No one can predict it in advance, not even the hero himself. Yet, she recalls his words about not underestimating his troops and realizes that he never stops surprising her. At that moment, Jinwoo is also informed about his warrior undergoing heroification, but he doesn't fully understand what it means. Whatever it is, he's ready to unleash his full power. Meanwhile, the Naga warrior prepares to attack the Blood Panther to protect his comrades. The next moment, the Blood Panther disappears. He taunts the Panther to come at him with full force. Meanwhile, Rakshasa analyzes the situation, recognizing that this is the typical Blood Panther fighting style, as they hide and use surprise attacks as their leverage. The Naga warrior grows frustrated watching this, but Jinwoo remains calm since he can still see them. Besides, the Naga warrior still needs to protect his injured comrades, which gives the Blood Panther the upper hand. Meanwhile, the Naga mage rises from his place. The healer warns him not to move, but he reminds them he doesn't have the luxury of rest. They are in the middle of battle. The next moment, a Blood Panther tries to attack the Naga warrior, but the mage creates a protective shield around them. The healer scolds him for using mana when he's on the brink of death. The mage then tells the Naga warrior that he's used all his mana to make the shield so the warrior can fight without worrying about them and unleash his full strength. The warrior feels satisfied with his performance and asks the mage to create a shield on the ground as well. They don't understand him, but instead of explaining, the mage tears the ground beneath them to strike the Blood Panther. Then he scoops up a big rock and throws it inside the Blood Panther's mouth. The Blood Panther is injured and clearly exhausted. It tries to strike the warrior, but he not only blocks the attack, but also tears off its nail and fashions it into a weapon. He's determined not to let it go. He's baffled, however, to see the Blood Panther hiding behind the shield made by the Naga mage, which is surprisingly low for their standards. The Blood Panther forgets the mage is still there, and the mage hits it with a spell while the Naga warrior squeezes its jaw with his tail. When the panther tries to attack again, the warrior angrily bites it and tears off its limbs. It's only just getting started with its torture. After a while, the Naga warrior finally kills the Blood Panther. Next moment, he hears the sound of clapping and it's from his king, aka our guy. He immediately bows before Jinwoo, who praises him, saying he has outdone himself by defeating the Blood Panther when Jinwoo was only expecting him to buy time. The Naga warrior humbly reminds him that they lost a soldier because of the fight. Jinwoo warns him not to speak ill of fallen soldiers, and the warrior gets the hint. Jinwoo continues, saying that despite their ranks, he sees his Nagas equally, even if they're workers with guns or fallen soldiers. They work until death. The warrior shouldn't shoulder everything alone just because he has that rank. He shouldn't underestimate the value of other Nagas based on rank. The Naga warrior understands and promises to do better. Meanwhile, Rakshasa notices how Jinwoo gives the hero-ranked warrior a hard reality check instead of showering him with compliments, which is something a true king should do. Jinwoo then decides to reward the Naga warrior for his performance in this battle, and also for the fight against the Hell Spiders. Suddenly he names him Qantas, which stuns him. Jinwoo explains that Qantas is the name of a brave general from the past. So he not only gives him a name but also ranks him as general of his Naga army. Hearing this, Qantas immediately vows to follow Jinwoo's orders forever, even if it means following him down to the depths of hell. After wrapping up, Jinwoo instructs his army to return to their labyrinth. He asks if they can really carry the Blood Panther's body, which is still alive. They assure him that they can. Jinwoo feels sorry to leave behind the other Blood Panther's body, but they can't use its hide. Regardless, he at least obtains the highest rank down gem, which is a Blood Panther heart. His system informs him that he can carefully use the Blood Panther's power from its heart, but he needs to construct and research it in the smithy and research facility. He wishes for some down gems that can be used immediately, but instead he gets the Blood Panther's heart gem, which he can't offer to alter. Then he turns his attention to Rakshasa, who hasn't run away yet. He assumes he has passed her test. She immediately kneels down, declaring that she doesn't dare to do it. Unfazed by her flattery, he darkly asks her to continue their earlier conversation. So this Rakshasa fellow is following the scaly dragon and urging them to defeat the Naga labyrinth so they can become stronger. Only then can she get revenge on the Spirit King with the scaly dragon king for her family. Jinwoo guesses this much of the story, despite some loopholes. When she points out there are some facts left out, he answers that he doesn't have time to hear the full story, and has left the details for another time. For now, he wants to know the moves of the Scaly Dragon King. She informs him that he has already left his labyrinth when she was on her journey, and that it will take him 5 days to reach there. Jinwoo feels disappointed hearing this because he assumed they would have 2 weeks. They don't have enough time to upgrade their labyrinth. Rakshasa is stunned to realize that he already knew, since he had placed a parasite on her for spying. He casually admits that he was lying. The parasite she found on her body was actually attached to him. She is shocked to discover it was all a hunch. Then he tells her not to be so surprised, as she is also a master of trickery, fooling the 2 kings of the labyrinth. She agrees with him. He then agrees to give her one last chance. But first, he will deal with the Scaly Dragon King. He even promises not to kill her immediately, regardless of her choice. Then he asks which side she will choose. He promises to avenge her if she sides with him, but warns her of the consequences if she picks the other side. Hesitantly, she asks if she can have more time to think, at least until the war is over. Jinwoo catches her hesitation and swiftly attacks her throat, realizing she wants to side with the winner of the war. He is strangling her, reminding her that she has been kept alive for too long. Now his patience is wearing thin, and he wants her to decide which king she will choose. Meanwhile, at the Naga labyrinth, everyone waits anxiously for our boy to return. When he returns, they're glad to see him safe. Dominique immediately congratulates him on winning the battle and earning the hero rank warrior. He asks if she has exchanged greetings with Qantas. She casually replies that there's no need, since he's the same Naga who's been living there. Jinwoo admits his mistake, saying Qantas looks different now. But Qantas has another idea as he exclaims that Dominique should greet him because it's an order from our boy. Dominique, however, doesn't look thrilled by this. Then Jinwoo asks Qantas about the message he needs to deliver to Dominique. Dominique immediately answers that they can experiment with the Blood Panther heart, but the problem is their mage is injured. Jinwoo decides to summon more magicians, but another problem arises that they're running out of time. Dominique doesn't understand his statement. He informs Dominique about the latest update regarding the war. Dominique is furious to learn that Rakshasa was a mole, despite Jinwoo explaining that she is now on their side. Then he asks Rakshasa to explain everything to Dominique herself, and urges Dominique to set his grudge aside for the sake of the war. He then instructs Qantas to construct watchtowers and set traps with the help of the workers. Once that's done, he is to begin training the soldiers. When Qantas confidently claims he'll finish everything in 3 hours, Jinwoo reminds him to take his time, but to do the work properly. When Dominique asks about Jinwoo's next move, he answers that he's heading to the upper floors to collect some down gems and acquire weapons for them. He instructs them that a proper war plan will be discussed upon his return in 3 days. Meanwhile, Rakshasa is ordered to patrol the area. Before leaving, he reassures them with a smirk that the scaly dragons are just a little stronger than horned rats. Meanwhile, the troops of the Scaly Dragon King advance steadily. Both Azarg and Urzarg, warriors of hero rank, are summoned by Anaxtus, who orders them to lead their units forward. They are instructed to complete their mission before he arrives at the destination. The day of the war finally arrives. At the front lines of the Naga labyrinth, the invasion is already underway. Dominique informs our boy that everyone is in position, and the final briefing is about to begin. He urges her to go. She informs him that they have 90 Naga soldiers and 10 warriors, excluding Qantas. Their forces also include 6 archers, 4 healers, 5 magicians, and 2 gatekeepers to defend the labyrinth. Everyone is ready for battle. On the other side, the enemy vanguard consists of 121 scaly dragons, which comprises 100 soldiers, 18 warriors, and 2 mid-sized scaly dragons who appear to act as gatekeepers. Their commanding leader seems to be of hero rank. He then points out that scaly dragons are close-range fighters. Dominique agrees, stating that this is a well-known characteristic of their kind. He recalls his earlier conversation with Rakshasa, who informed him that scaly dragons possess exceptional defensive abilities and strength strong enough to overpower their opponents. However, due to their sheer mass, they suffer from a major drawback. They're slow and lack any proficiency in long-range combat. Jinwoo understands they are the impulsive type, always ready to charge into battle, even when unprovoked. Rakshasa had warned him, though, that they've recently found a way to compensate for this weakness. Jinwoo is brought back to the present by Dominique's voice, who has spotted the enemy vanguard. He quickly checks the labyrinth's upgrade status. There are still 2 hours left until completion. Rakshasa's prediction was dead on. The enemy has arrived right on time. Without wasting a second, he orders everyone to take their positions and prepare the first line of defense. Then something clicks in his mind regarding hero-rank soldiers. He calls out to Draken, who by now looks rather disgruntled with Jinwoo's treatment. Understandably so. He hasn't exactly been thrilled about being used as a glorified target dummy for this long. He then orders Draken to go and fight the hero-rank warrior, because it's time for him to prove that he truly is a descendant of dragons. As soon as Draken steps in front of his former allies, they immediately recognize him. They had heard he was dead. The hero-rank scaly dragons are furious that he switched sides after witnessing defeat and begging for mercy. Draken reminds them not to address him so casually as they are no longer comrades, but they mock him instead, calling him nothing more than a boastful fool who kept claiming to be a descendant of dragons. In their eyes, the ancient legends of dragons are a joke, as Draken himself is the living proof of how weak dragons must have been. Draken warns Azarg not to speak ill of dragons, but Azarg mocks him again, saying dragons are extinct. Besides, scaly dragons are also distant relatives of the dragons, so Draken is nothing but a yellow lizard in their eyes. They laugh, asking whether he's here to surrender like a coward or actually has the spine to fight. Meanwhile, they begin analyzing the enemy formation. The Naga soldiers don't look particularly strong to them. However, the magicians stationed in the rear catch their attention that they seem to be preparing something. The scaly dragons decide to keep a close eye on them. They then order their troops to advance in order to crush the Naga forces. Urzarg instructs his companion to go deal with the magicians, while he personally takes on Draken. Declaring that he will grant Draken a painless death, he charges forward. However, Urzarg is caught off guard when his weapon fails to pierce Draken's thick skin. He tries several more times, but nothing works. Meanwhile, Jinwoo observes that Draken has improved since he's even letting his enemy attack him from behind. Dominique, watching the fight, is uncertain whether Draken can truly defeat his opponent, but Jinwoo explains that Draken has an intense fear of death. Because of this, he possesses excellent survival instincts. He's not blindly taking blows as he's carefully analyzing his enemy's fighting pattern. In fact, he's deliberately showing his back to test whether the enemy knows his weakness or not. Everything Draken is doing right now is part of a calculated effort to survive. Dominique admits that Draken really is strong. Jinwoo adds that he saw it in his movements the moment Draken surrendered to him. Meanwhile, Urzarg realizes that he has completely underestimated Draken. In the next moment, he activates his full power as a scaly dragon hero, but he doesn't know that, after our boy Jinwoo, Draken is the strongest among them. That's why Urzarg's hero-ranked weapon breaks upon contact with Draken's hero ++ level skills. Urzarg is stunned. Finally getting serious, Draken grabs Urzarg and reminds him of his earlier words that scaly dragon blood is thicker than that of true dragons. But Draken corrects him, stating that original dragons possess certain attributes, one of which is the ability to breathe fire. The next moment, a fireball bursts from Draken's mouth, engulfing Urzarg in flames as he screams in pain. Shocked and disbelieving, Urzarg wonders how, as a supposed descendant of dragons, he isn't immune to fire. A heartbeat later, he is reduced to ashes. Seeing what happened to their hero, the scaly dragon troops are gripped with fear and begin to flee. But Azar grabs them and orders them to advance. They still need to deal with the magicians. Following the command, they charge forward and manage to kill one Naga mage. Seeing the display in front of her, Dominique immediately asks Jinwoo whether they should signal their forces to open fire. But our boy doesn't agree with her, as they can't afford to waste arrows for now. He believes in his mage Naga to handle the defense. His belief proves right, as the magicians are ready with their ice magic the moment the scaly dragons are thrown at them. Many of the creatures die when cracked ice pierces through their bodies. Some manage to land on the ground, but in the next moment, he sees a gatekeeper grab one and hurl it into the air. Azarg and his minions growl in frustration. Seeing this, Jinwoo comes up with a new strategy and asks Dominique to order the gatekeepers to throw the scaly dragons toward the mid-scale soldiers. It's his trap, to lure them in. Then he asks for an update. She informs him that they've secured the middle, thanks to Draken. However, the enemy army panics after witnessing their commander's death and begins to split on both sides. The problem is Jinwoo's smaller force, which might give the scaly dragons an upper hand. So she suggests opening the trap now, but he believes it's not the right time. They need to lure the bigger soldiers into it first. He then turns to Qantas and asks him to handle the left flank while Draken takes care of the right. They must ensure the enemy force doesn't break through their lines of defense. At that moment, a very exhausted Rikshasha addresses Jinwoo desperately. As soon as he turns to her, she immediately informs him that they are about to face the main force, which is led by the scaly dragon king. The next moment, they hear the loud rumbling of the ground, which is a clear signal that the main force has arrived. Jinwoo and the others see the scaly dragon king, known as the immovable king, Anaxtis. The main enemy force numbers around 300 troops. Out of these, 150 are regular soldiers, while the rest are high-ranking fighters. They also have over 30 mid-sized catapulting scaly dragons. Overall, Jinwoo is clearly outnumbered, especially when it comes to elite soldiers. Dominique points out Anaxtis, who signals his force to move forward. The soldiers blow their whistles to announce the start of the battle, and the enemy begins to advance. Jinwoo stays alert, realizing that the main forces have launched the war. He orders his troops to focus on the flying dragons first, but tells the archers to hold their fire for now. Dominique warns him that they won't be able to defend for long once the main force pushes forward. He asks her to be patient because they need the enemy army to get as close as possible in order to execute their plan. Dominique then updates him on their side of the battle, saying that the magicians are about to run out of mana. Judging by how intensely they're defending, they won't hold much longer. She urges him to act soon. He starts to object, but suddenly stops and tells Dominique to send the magicians underground. Dominique telepathically orders the magicians to stop using their defensive spells and join the fight. As per his order, the magicians target the scaly dragon soldiers advancing forward. Suddenly, the enemies notice ice forming around their feet. In the next moment, a large number of soldiers become stuck in the ice. Qantas immediately orders his troops to attack the trapped soldiers. Seeing this, Rikshasha comments that the area where the soldiers are standing is actually a dirt-covered cliff. If they're paying attention, they can easily avoid falling into the trap. Jinwoo analyzes the situation. It seems the scaly dragon king doesn't have updated intel on his enemy. The force he sent has been completely annihilated by Jinwoo's army, except for her and Draken, who are now on Jinwoo's side. With both survivors switched over, the Dragon King is left completely in the dark. Jinwoo then asks about their losses so far. Dominique responds that they've lost 20 soldiers and 1 warrior. On the other hand, the traps have wiped out nearly 20% of the enemy forces, including most of their vanguard. Still, the enemy has around 250 soldiers remaining. Then he issues a new order to use the narrow bridge to their advantage by focusing their troops at its entrance. He instructs Qantas, Draken, and the gatekeepers to lead the charge. His strategy is to force the enemy on the riverbank to spread out, reducing the impact of the catapult attacks. At the same time, he commands that any scaly dragon flying toward Jinwoo's side must be killed on sight without hesitation. They can't risk the scaly dragons disrupting their defensive line, so he asks Dominique to telepathically inform everyone to kill every scaly dragon, targeting the weak spot under their chin. Rikshasha is baffled by his war strategy and asks where he learned all this. He casually answers that he learned it from video games. Naturally, Rikshasha, who has no idea what video games are, is petrified by the thought that humans engage in war for fun during their free time. Now all they are waiting for is the scaly Dragon King to join the battle so our boy can show his real stunt. Jinwoo hopes this happens before the main force reaches the second line of defense. Meanwhile, something is bothering Rakshasha. She feels something is off. When Jinwoo turns to her, she explains that she hasn't seen any champion scaly dragons or siege rank scaly dragons yet. The next moment, there's an explosion. As the dust settles, they see a large dragon breaching the right wall. Jinwoo is stunned to see the massive dragon and asks about it. Rakshasha explains that it's a siege rank scaly dragon. Our boy is clearly tense, because siege rank scaly dragons are massive in size, comparable to hell spiders. If they advance any further, there's a serious risk of severe damage. The next moment, he's informed that a new scaly dragon troop is approaching from a different path. This unit consists mostly of elite fighters, led by a hero rank warrior. Not only that, the fighters are closing in from the rear while the siege dragon is approaching head-on. Trying to stay calm, Jinwoo orders his forces to retreat to the second line of defense and commands the archers to cover the retreat. He then instructs Qantas and the gatekeepers to block the enemy from the right side. Dominique points out that Qantas might not be able to handle it alone, as he hasn't held the hero rank for long. She suggests sending Draken instead, but Jinwoo disagrees because Draken is like their fortress, and sending him would risk collapsing their entire defense. Then Rakshasha interjects, saying she'll assist Qantas, not wanting to just laze around. Jinwoo hesitates, thinking she isn't ready for real war. She protests, insisting she's capable enough to survive this. Finally, he gives in and tells her to go and help Qantas deal with the hero-rank troops. Then he instructs Dominique to release the Blood Panther onto the bridge. She immediately complies, relaying the command through the magicians. The next moment, the large ice rock behind the scaly dragons on the bridge cracks open, and out comes the Blood Panther. Dominique is worried that the Blood Panthers might turn against them, but Jinwoo, now fully transformed into his parasite form, is confident. He has defeated them once and controls them now. He's right. The Blood Panthers shudder at the sight of him and immediately begin tearing through the scaly dragons. Meanwhile, our boy complains about how they all starved just to heal these Blood Panthers. He hopes they'll buy them some time, but now, it's time for him to face the siege dragon, which is the real problem. Luckily, it's heading straight toward him, so he cracks open the wall and pulls out a giant hammer. He's ready with his mace, the best weapon to use against a giant enemy with tough exterior armor. But Dominique reminds him to save his energy for the battle with the scaly Dragon King. He assures her that he will do his best. The next moment, he injures the siege dragon. Now it's time to attack from another side. Suddenly, he freezes momentarily, stunned by the direction the siege dragon takes. He immediately shouts at Dominique to run away because the dragon is after her, not him. The next moment, the siege dragon rushes forward. Our boy worries about Dominique's safety. She telepathically tells him she's fine, but then reveals that the real target of the siege dragon isn't either of them. It's the dungeon core. Jinwoo understands the gravity of the situation and orders Draken to come immediately. Draken arrives instantly, ordering Draken to stop it. Draken panics, doubting he can stop the dragon. Jinwoo encourages him by reminding him that he is a dragon and just needs to pull the siege dragon's tail to stop it from getting the core. It works. Draken decides to fight the siege dragon, which he dismisses as just a big lizard. Jinwoo asks him to hold the siege dragon until they get the scaly Dragon King. Then he asks for an update from Dominique, who informs him that 2 groups of their Naga army have successfully retreated to the second line of defense because of the Blood Panthers. Currently, they are fighting against the scaly dragons, but 20% of their forces have been annihilated by her rank fighters. He then orders the archers and magicians to help against the hero rank troops. He asks for updates on Qantas and Rakshasha. Fortunately, both are alone but having a difficult time against the hero rank warriors. The good news is the Blood Panthers are becoming a great help. They have wiped out most of the main force and are forcing the enemy to fall back. Jinwoo assumes the Blood Panthers will likely eat the scaly dragons and then run. But Dominique gives her opinion that, since the Blood Panthers have experience defeating scaly dragons, they are doing it successfully. It's only a matter of time before they reach the scaly Dragon King. Meanwhile, the scaly dragons panic as they realize the Blood Panthers are obeying the Naga King's orders. The Blood Panther roars and tries to attack another scaly dragon. But the next moment, the scaly Dragon King grabs its jaw, furious that this creature dares to get its claws near him. Then, he opens his mouth and breathes fire on everything around him. Dominique tenses up as the fire from the scaly Dragon King wipes out half of the left flank Naga force. Now Jinwoo can clearly see the scaly Dragon King, who has finally joined the war. Rakshasha and Qantas are rushed towards their enemy and engage in an intense fight, their movements precise and skilled as they strike with their weapons, each delivering hit after hit. However, Rakshasha suddenly takes a hit. A swift slash grazes her arm, and in her struggle she stumbles aside, grasping her wounded shoulder. Qantas remains near the foe, his large blade poised as he calls out to her. He glances back to check on her, and she manages to convey that her arms are intact, but one has become incapacitated. Rakshasha stands resolute, visibly distressed by the dire turn of events. She acknowledges that their adversaries are far more powerful than she anticipated, and if their king had taken action, they would have been invincible. The elf and the Naga warrior now confront the dragon soldier, who wields a lengthy sword and shows no inclination to retreat. Rakshasha realizes that he possesses not only strength but also experience. Their enemy is Urzarg, who is the formidable dragon fighter. At the same time, Draken is struggling to hold back a massive scaly dragon. Rikshasha figures he's trying to stall a siege-type conqueror. Not far from there, Jinwoo stands in the center of the battlefield. He grips a giant weapon in one hand and uses the other to command the Naga warriors, planning their next move. Rikshasha realizes that Jinwoo is conserving energy for a more dangerous fight, the one against the king. Suddenly, behind her and Qantas, a bright yellow glow appears and they are stunned. They can't understand what's going on at first. The dust clears to reveal Anaxtis, the scaly dragon king, stepping onto the front lines. He's massive and intimidating, standing among his soldiers. Dominique mentally warns her master that the king has entered the fight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rikshasha checks on Qantas's strength. He's clearly exhausted but still determined. He promises to finish this monster off himself. Rikshasha reassures him, although she quietly doubts the victory. Qantas is taken aback by her words, falling briefly into a daze. Rikshasha, meanwhile, steadies her blade and reminds herself that all they can do now is hold out as long as possible until Jinwoo finish their enemy off. The battle intensifies as Anaxtis stomps the ground, causing destruction throughout the cave. Jinwoo steps forward, facing the enormous Dragon King directly, and dust swirls around them. Our guy raises his weapon and prepares for a fight that could determine everything. Just then, a system notification pops up and it announces that the Rank 5 Labyrinth upgrade will complete in 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Jinwoo clenches his fist as if sealing his resolve. Anaxtis observes him, surprised to see a human standing against him. The Dragon King mocks him, wondering where the Naga King is hiding. He even offers to spare Jinwoo's life, maybe even let him join his ranks if he cooperates. Jinwoo, however, isn't impressed. He thinks the king is full of nonsense, while adding that he is the Naga King himself. With bloodlust in his eyes, Jinwoo channels a surge of energy, lifts his weapon, and launches himself into the air. Swinging with incredible force, he crashes his weapon down onto the back of Anaxtis' head. The blow sends shockwaves through the cave, but Jinwoo immediately realizes something. The king barely reacts. His armor is far tougher than Draken's, and Jinwoo can't find any weak spots. Still, Jinwoo refuses to retreat. He watches as Anaxtis slowly turns his head, unaffected. The king admits that he underestimated Jinwoo and had hoped to spare him. But now, he begins to take the fight seriously after knowing Jinwoo's status as Naga King. Anaxtis starts radiating violet energy that even terrifies his own soldiers. Jinwoo remains focused, still releasing energy, hammer in hand. Their clash escalates as Anaxtis launches a powerful attack, crushing the ground and sending debris flying. Jinwoo dodges and jumps out of the way, frustrated by how fast the huge Dragon King moves. Forced to activate his predator combat form, Jinwoo transforms, his eyes glowing red, his power rising. But Anaxtis is relentless and lands a massive hit that sends Jinwoo crashing into the ground. Jinwoo rises again, dispersing the dust around him, now fully embracing the power of the parasite he once hoped to avoid. In the chaos, Anaxtis unleashes a fire from his mouth, setting fire to the battlefield. Dominique, watching from a distance with Draken, grows deeply concerned for her master. Draken struggles to hold the scaly dragon back, admitting through gritted teeth that scaly dragon may indeed have dragon blood strong enough for breath attacks. Dominique is frustrated he only mentions this now. At that, she thinks about what Jinwoo told her earlier about using gun and wonders whether he is going to use it. Back in the fight, Jinwoo splits into two shadows, each wielding a hammer. One of the shadows appears behind Anaxtis, landing another heavy blow to the back of the Dragon King's head. Anaxtis flinches and lashes out, but Jinwoo dodges once again. Now unleashing waves of tentacles from his hands, Jinwoo continues to strike. He binds Anaxtis in place and lands another crushing hit. Although Anaxtis tries to fight back, Jinwoo is faster and more strategic. He is determined that he can definitely win this battle, as after fighting this much, he gets a hang of Dragon King's move with the help of his parasite. While hitting him again, he aims to hit his weakness in order to break his armor. At that, he keeps hitting the same weak point, exploiting the king's huge size and slow reactions. But Jinwoo is also cautious about his enemy breathing fire. But Anaxtis suddenly erupts with powerful violet energy, throwing Jinwoo back and obliterating everything nearby. As Jinwoo lands and regains his footing, Anaxtis finally admits he underestimated him. He even declares that Jinwoo is not human at all. Now fully enraged, the Dragon King taps into his deepest reserves of power. His soldiers begin to panic and flee, fearing they'll be wiped out if they stay. Rikshasha watches the enemy retreat, confused at first. Urzarg comments that the Naga King deserves credit. He never thought he'd see him fight at full power again. When Rikshasha asks if Urzarg will also retreat, he simply stares at the glowing battlefield and answers that he'll survive the next attack, but only once. He adds that he doesn't care about his own life anymore. To him, dying in front of his master is an honor. When Jinwoo grips his weapon tightly and watches as Anaxtis radiates terrifying energy and transforms into a completely different, monstrous form, Urzarg exclaims that she is not going to survive along with her king. Our guy stands before him, his gaze unwavering, and he feels a shift within his body, recognizing that he has entered Phase 2. He activates his weakness detection skill. Anaxtis leans in slightly, and our guy observes vulnerabilities throughout his opponent's physique. It appears that Anaxtis has traded defense for strength. His blows may pack a heavier punch, but he has left himself vulnerable. In an instant, Anaxtis disappears, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a ring of scattered stones where he once stood. Jinwoo remains motionless, aware that he must wait for the perfect opportunity to attack. However, the system's red glow becomes more pronounced, signaling a dire threat. Jinwoo is caught off guard until he is thrown to the next wall. The impact cracks the stone, sending fragments crashing down. Jinwoo lies embedded in the rubble, gripping his arm, clearly in pain, dust swirling around him. Anaxtis wastes no time, lunging forward again with sharp yellow claws, ready to strike. Jinwoo barely dodges, leaping to the side. He retaliates with a swift, sharp kick aimed at Anaxtis's face. Though Anaxtis doesn't move, his fury is obvious. Yellow energy, like lightning, sparks around him. Moments later, he breaths a fire straight at our guy. Terrified, Jinwoo uses his tentacles to push himself aside just in time. The fire scorches the ground, leaving nothing but charred remains and shattered stones. As Jinwoo crashes down, he rolls across the dusty floor, looking completely drained. Still, he forces himself upright with arms tense, one held to the side, the other hanging low. He's out of breath, but he can't afford to rest as he needs to find a way to defeat his enemy. Anaxtis mocks our guy, comparing his dodging to a pathetic worm trying to cling to life. Jinwoo doesn't respond. His parasite form remains active, his fists tighten, and his eyes burn with rage. He knows he must avoid the fire breath. His weapon won't be enough to stop this monster. As Anaxtis hurls small orbs of energy at high speed, our guy's fear intensifies. His face glows yellow from the incoming blasts. The red system alert flashes again. It triggers the parasite's ability. His consciousness accelerates automatically in response to the threat of instant death. His third eye opens, glowing with fury, and an overwhelming bloodlust takes hold. Jinwoo stands motionless, third eye open, rage silent on his face. He turns slightly, aware of the chaos around him. Dust chokes the air. He stares at the battlefield, yellow energy lighting up the space. At this moment, time seems to freeze. Everything slows, and the dragon warriors move as if underwater. Even his own body feels sluggish. He realizes only his mind has sped up, allowing him to process everything faster, like a cheat code in a game. A system message confirms this, that his parasite can now absorb massive amounts of health. Jinwoo senses the parasite's life draining, and knows this power is dangerous. He suddenly dashes toward a dragon warrior, focused on dodging. Time catches up again. Yellow orbs slam into the ground, wiping out warriors and shattering stone, the air thick with smoke and bodies. Anaxtis stays rooted, faint yellow light pulsing from him. Right in front of him, the dust stirs and wooden spears shoot out fast. He knocks them away with his massive claw. In the middle of the cave, Jinwoo holds more spears with his tentacles, spreading his arms wide. Anaxtis roars and charges, yellow blades extended. Jinwoo stands still, dodging only at the last second. He flips aside, planting his spears downward. He plans to end this before the parasite fades. Spears fly again but do little damage. Anaxtis swipes at Jinwoo with clawed hands, mocking him for being naive. The system flashes, consciousness accelerating again. Bloodlust pours from him. A tentacle snatches up a massive warhammer. Rage consumes him as he rushes along Anaxtis's leg, warhammer in hand. He delivers several heavy blows to the legs and jumps back. Anaxtis screams in pain, turning sharply. Jinwoo's third eye remains fixed, calm and cold. He's attacking from everywhere. The system notifies once more that acceleration is active. Anaxtis swings again, but Jinwoo leaps back and counters with a fierce strike of his hammer. He thinks briefly of the tail. Anaxtis flinches, turning slowly. Rikshasha watches in disbelief, while Qantas continues fighting in the distance. Dominique stands frozen, whispering in disbelief about the Dragon King kneeling. Jinwoo stands tall before his opponent, warhammer in hand. Anaxtis kneels, bowing after the strikes. Jinwoo smirks, hammer resting on his shoulder. He comments that this kneeling pose suits his enemy better, as he might understand his true self now. Anaxtis lowers his glowing yellow horns. Jinwoo mocks him, calling him a pathetic lizard. Anaxtis begins to glow again, yellow energy sparking. He growls, asking how Jinwoo dares defy him, and opens his mouth, readying another attack. But Jinwoo's faster. His tentacles hurl several explosive packs into Anaxtis's open mouth. Our guy's tentacle glows with blue energy as he snaps his fingers. Bright light flares as the explosives detonate. The cave shakes with the blast, dust clouds rising as Jinwoo shields his face. Standing amidst the smoke, Jinwoo holds his warhammer and sighs, saying this should be enough. He's found the weak points. But suddenly, Anaxtis reappears with jaws wide open. Jinwoo freezes, startled. He barely activates his accelerated consciousness as the system flashes red. The parasite is shutting down. Anaxtis clamps down with his jaws, swallowing Jinwoo along with stones around him. Inside, our screwed boy braces against the roof of the mouth, refusing to die like this. His eyes glow with defiance as he screams. Then with a thunderous sound, Anaxtis closes his jaws. Dominique, watching from afar, falls to the ground in shock, unable to process what's just happened. She speaks her master's name with eyes full of disbelief. Anaxtis, still in place, grins and declares the king has fallen. The countdown begins for the completion of the rank 5 labyrinth rank upgrade, and our guy is notified that the 5 rank upgrade is complete and his health is restored along with his parasite. Just then, the ground under Anaxtis begins to shake as the entire cave quakes violently. Dominique and Draken, standing nearby, stumble from the impact. They are notified that the labyrinth area has widened. Out of nowhere, scale snakes appear near the entrance, and green flames erupt. The battle is taking place within the Naga labyrinth. resulting in a 30% increase in the strength of the Naga. Meanwhile, Jinwoo forces open Anaxtis's jaws with his immense power and his health is completely restored. As he escapes from the creature's mouth with furious expression, Anaxtis reaches out with sharp yellow claws, certain that even with Jinwoo restored, the battle is already decided, but Jinwoo doesn't move. Then, in a burst of rage, Jinwoo hurls explosive packs directly into Anaxtis's open mouth using his tentacles. He charges them with blue lightning energy, activating them as they land inside. A violent explosion follows, echoing through the cave, and Anaxtis screams in agony. Jinwoo lands back on the ground, steadying himself with one hand. Jinwoo realizes this explosion wouldn't be enough, but at least now he has got his weakness and is determined to end it. Next moment, he crashes through the side of the flood dragon, tearing off its arm mid-strike and catching the weapon before it hits the ground. The sword would work just fine for what he needs. Jinwoo wastes no time and he spins around and clears his labyrinth of the hero-level's monster presence without hesitation. Rakshasa stares in disbelief that R has just wiped out a threat so easily. The death of their leader sends a ripple of rage through the remaining weaker champions. One by one, they hurl themselves at Jinwoo, seeking vengeance. Now our dude doesn't bother using the sword. Instead, he drops it and extends his hand. His parasite reacts instantly. In one sweeping motion, he snatches them all from the air. His subordinates can only watch as their master effortlessly crushes an entire squad like they were nothing. He then asks Qantas for a blade, which he immediately complies and offers him a weapon, just as Jinwoo retrieves it. Rakshasa warns him of an incoming threat. Without delay, Jinwoo activates thought acceleration again, slowing down time. The side effects may come later, but right now, he is focused on ending everything with one decisive blow. Energy sparks across his body, lighting him up. Jinwoo charges at full speed, power flooding through him. A flash of light shoots toward the scaly dragon king. That kind of attack shouldn't matter. He grabs Jinwoo midair as his hand gets blown apart. Our guy thrashes the scaly dragon, flames spilling out of his mouth unintentionally from the pain. Jinwoo doesn't let up. With a final lunge, he digs into the dragon's neck. It's not deep. The scaly dragon believes he can survive. The blade barely scratches him, and he prepares to counter as soon as it's pulled out. But Jinwoo doesn't give him that chance. One sword after another crashes down on him, the blows relentless. Jinwoo readies the final strike, pouring everything into one swing. The promise he made to cut off the dragon's neck, he fulfills it completely. Even decapitated, the Dragon King doesn't surrender as his ego doesn't allow him to be killed by a mere human. Its body thrashes, desperate for victory no matter the cost. It prepares to burn through every last bit of energy from its entire hoard of down gems. Meanwhile, the parasite sends a request. It wants to consume the scaly Dragon King. Jinwoo grants permission. A massive parasite head shoots forward, clamps onto the severed dragon's neck, and devours it in one crunch. Everyone watches in stunned disbelief, and Rakshasa can't believe a human just consumed the king of the scaly dragons. Dominique beams with pride, thrilled by her master's absolute ruthlessness. A message pops that he has absorbed the core of the scaly dragon king Anaxis. Dominique nearly bursts from excitement. The parasite pulses with new strength, and before Jinwoo can react, it wraps around him, forming a thick, protective armor. A new ability reveals itself that is hardened, and it grants the defense of a scaly dragon. The owner of the scaly dragon labyrinth, Anaxis, is now dead. Without him, the summoned dragons begin to vanish. Tiny worker Nagas rush to protect the core, but their efforts are in vain. The powerful beings that once dominated the battlefield crumble one by one. The siege beast vanishes, flinging the little workers off its back. Jinwoo doesn't hesitate. He burns through all his remaining down gems energy and summons the Naga fighters. He sends them forward with cold precision. He wants no survivors. His fury is merciless, and his Naga warriors follow suit, determined to make every enemy suffer in the most painful way possible. Our guy then looks at the window that shows Jinwoo has defeated the scaly dragon labyrinth. Now, his influence is starting to stretch across the underground lands. The red notice confirms it clearly. The scaly dragon labyrinth has fallen, replaced by the new Naga labyrinth. The remaining scaly dragons are now destined to become slaves. Far away, the king of the hammer and anvil Malaxis hears the news and reflects on the fall of the ancient dragon, wondering what could have pulled off such a feat. Elsewhere, the king of the wanderers, Hecarim, acknowledges that Anaxtis had trusted too much in his strength. It was that overconfidence, he believes, that cost him the battle. It might have taken time, but death was bound to happen. On a floating cloud, the Queen of Illusions, Ariane, casually remarks that the dragon is finally gone. In the swamp, the marsh's king Corinthus acknowledges the fall of the scaly dragon king, saying though cautious by nature, the king was still crushed and it must be due to his arrogance. From another region, the king of gluttony, Yusio realizes the battle was dangerously close. He notes that Jinwoo is drawing nearer. With the Dragon King gone, he figures the King of Spirits won't stay silent for long. Somewhere in the underworld, a deep voice advises others to start exploring the newly conquered territory. Standing in front of a massive cross is a tall monk in a grand headdress. He speaks of his own labyrinth of the dead, and he is the king of the dead, Valakui. Back in the aftermath of the battle, Jinwoo sits on a stone surrounded by Naga workers. He casually asks Dominique how the cleansing went. She reports that the large dragons have been taken care of, and the Naga warriors handled the rest. Still, they lost 50 soldiers. Jinwoo rests his head in his hand, realizing that half their army is gone. He suggests they should build a cemetery. Dominique, smiling with pride, says they couldn't have done it without Jinwoo. Even their vanguard would have fallen if he hadn't stepped in. She calls it a heroic battle. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, Jinwoo still managed to lead them to victory. Dominique then honors the fallen, wishing eternal glory upon them. Nearby, Rakshasha watches quietly, agreeing that most of the deaths came from the dragon's fire breath. She remembers seeing the remaining dragons retreating along a rocky path. She figures Jinwoo's army wiped out over 200 scaly dragons while only losing about 20 warriors. Given the difference in strength and numbers, it was a remarkable outcome. Rakshasha prepares to say more, but then turns to Jinwoo with a congratulatory message. Jinwoo asks about Rakshasha's wound. She shows him the scar on her arm, saying a healer patched her up, but insists something else is more urgent. She points out that with the Dragon King gone, the labyrinth's core is left unguarded. Jinwoo and Dominique look at her, and she explains that simply killing the king isn't enough. The core needs to be secured before the labyrinth chooses a new master. She adds that the dragons had already dug a path directly to the Naga labyrinth, so they could reach the core within half a day. Jinwoo nods, closes his eyes, and says he understands. He tells them to wrap things up and prepare to move immediately. Rest would have to wait. Just then, someone points out that they're short on workers. A dark merchant suddenly appears, claiming he can help. Qantas, annoyed, drags the merchant by the hood, saying he found him hanging around the bridge. Jinwoo, recognizing the imp, orders his release. This is the same merchant they've dealt with before. Looking straight at Jinwoo, the merchant mentions the war winner, asking what kind of victor leaves a battlefield without them. As he gestures dramatically, he points to the massive body of the dragon, suggesting it would make a perfect trophy. Jinwoo realizes the merchant is offering to buy the corpse of the scaly dragon king. Though the dragon's head is gone, the rest of its body remains intact. Jinwoo says the merchant can take everything except for what's needed for food and construction. The merchant agrees gleefully, praising Jinwoo's wise decision. Just as things settle, the merchant pulls out a small box and adds that he has something important to give Jinwoo. Inside lies a gold ring with a green gem, which is the Baron's seal. Dominique immediately recognizes it. A notification appears. Jinwoo has received the Underworld Baron's seal, the first of its kind awarded to a labyrinth master who earned it outside the geyser lands. Jinwoo is asked if he wishes to accept the Baron's role. Upon acceptance, the system recognizes the Naga labyrinth as baronial territory. Creatures of the underworld will no longer be able to enter it freely. Jinwoo now has the right to impose taxes and form an order of knights. He gains the prestige of a lower-class noble. Our boy scrolls through the new notifications in awe. Rakshasha had heard of such seals but never expected Jinwoo to get one from a wandering merchant. The merchant says he only delivered it. At the entrance of the Scaly Dragon Labyrinth, Jinwoo wonders aloud why the merchant brought them there. The merchant explains that since the Scaly Dragon King died away from his core, the labyrinth remains intact, making it highly valuable. He suggests they could sell it for a hefty price. Jinwoo pauses and then asks who said he was going to sell anything. As the merchant tries to reason with him, Jinwoo shouts to his army. The Naga warriors march forward with the giant dragon at their heels. Jinwoo orders them to take what they need and destroy the rest. Chaos follows. The Naga begins tearing through the labyrinth. The merchant screams that very few labyrinths survive the Great War, and if this one is destroyed, it may never return. Our guy stands before the collapsing ruins and simply says that's exactly what he wants. As he approaches the labyrinth's core, the merchant yells that people will fear the power of a baron now. Jinwoo doesn't care. The notification shows that the core has a 7th rank and holds 5,400 energy points, more than enough. Apparently, even Anaxtis didn't consider that he might lose. Jinwoo grabs the glowing orb with both hands and decides to take everything. The merchant watches in horror. Jinwoo confirms he wants to deactivate and dismantle the core. Moments later, the notification announces that the Scaly Dragon Labyrinth is now deactivated. With one hand, Jinwoo tosses the now dim orb into the air and watches it fall. He doesn't want another labyrinth to grow from this place again. The merchant collapses in grief, saying decades of growth vanished in an instant. Jinwoo's assistant supports him as Jinwoo casually tells the merchant not to worry. He's got something else in mind. He points to the gear worn by his soldiers, offering to sell the Scaly Dragon equipment before the Nagas wreck it. The merchant sighs, frustrated and angry. Just as Jinwoo turns, someone calls out to him. It's Rakshasha again. She reveals that horned rats had been working inside the labyrinth, and she found them still hiding among the ruins. Behind her, a group of small frightened creatures with horns stare at Jinwoo, trembling with their eyes down. Rakshasha notes that more are likely hiding, and she wonders what they should do next. Our guy looks at them in confusion, and then instantly realizes that this find is going to be helpful. Rakshasha calls the rats and tells them that the man beside her is none other than the master of the Naga Labyrinth, the same man who once defeated the Scaly Dragon King. His strength had earned him the title of Baron, along with noble status. She explains that if these little rats want to survive, they better recognize the Baron's power and bow to it. Jinwoo glances down at his ring, and his power as Baron's authority has just been activated, and the horned rats are now overpowered by Baron Kim Jinwoo. Every creature bows, lying flat on the ground before Jinwoo, who raises one hand and holds the core of the labyrinth in the other. He tells the rats that after defeating the king of the Scaly Dragons, he explored the labyrinth for war treasures. But now he only wants those who can prove they're useful. The rest, he says, would be destroyed. Without warning, Jinwoo grabs one of the rats by its collar, and other rats grow uneasy. He mutters that they've spent years working in this mighty labyrinth, yet they don't even seem strong enough to hold a tool. Most of them look malnutritioned, and the others show signs of sickness. He questions how they managed to work at all in such poor condition. Still holding the rat, Jinwoo states that if they went on an expedition like this, they'd only spread disease. The rats panic, whispering among themselves that this might be their end. They'd served the scaly dragon their entire lives, and now they wonder if dying would be better than continuing this painful existence. But just then our guy, against all expectations, orders that the rats be fed first. Gently setting one rat into his arms, he instructs Rakshasa to find them a place to stay in the labyrinth, feed them 3 meals a day, allow proper rest, and later quarantine the sick ones in a temple to help them recover fully. Rakshasa quickly jots everything down. The rats begin to murmur among themselves. They suspect Jinwoo only wants to fatten them up to eat later. But Jinwoo, overhearing this, shakes his head. He insists that dead workers are useless, and from now on, none of them will die unless it's of natural causes. Surrounded by the Naga warriors standing guard, Jinwoo declares that once the rats are back in shape, they'll begin working. Each will receive 3 meals, 8 hours of sleep, 5 hours of free time, and 2 days off per week. If they finish their tasks early, they'll even get more rest. Looking at the weary little creatures around him, Jinwoo reminds them that food and rest are essential if they want to regain strength. He knows that overwork only weakens them. Suddenly he plans to grab one of his worker. Meanwhile, Black Merchant yells at Jinwoo's assistants, telling them to stop ruining the food and leave. One of the worker is abruptly wrapped up by Jinwoo's tentacles, and in the blink of an eye, disappears. His fellow assistant looks on in shock. The merchant goes quiet. Jinwoo now holds his cute little worker in one hand. He shows the rats what has become of the troublemaker. The rats look at him in fear and awe, wondering what kind of creature this Naga. One of them mutters something about a chubby bug in his hand, but Jinwoo corrects them that it's not a bug, it's a Naga. He clarifies that this Naga is his personal servant. Its tail dangles as Jinwoo lifts it alongside a small rat, who had been pinching the Naga's cheeks. He repeats that food, sleep, and rest aren't luxuries, they're necessities. And if a mission outside the labyrinth arises, a Naga soldier will accompany them. Jinwoo announces that from now on, these rats are part of his Naga labyrinth. Moved by his words, the gray rats all begin to bow before him. They call him their king and vow to serve him to the end, proclaiming him the great ruler of the Naga. As they kneel, Jinwoo glances elsewhere. Rakshasa approaches, pointing out that more rats are crawling out of hiding after hearing everything. Jinwoo simply nods. It doesn't bother him. There's enough food for everyone now. He turns to the crowd and tells them that they don't need to live in fear anymore. No more worries about being hunted by scaly dragons. He lifts his arm, his assistant still hanging from it, and welcomes them all to join him. He promises them dragon meat. A notification confirms the arrival of 176 new rat slaves. The system notes that they'll need food and water. One scaly dragon can feed 16 rats. 2 days later, deep inside the Naga labyrinth, Jinwoo delivers the core of the scaly dragon labyrinth and integrates it into his own. The system asks if he's sure, having 2 cores could cause unknown effects. Jinwoo replies without hesitation. No one else dared, but he will. With that, he commands the system to activate it. The notification announces that both cores, the primary rank 5 Naga core and the secondary rank 7 Scaly Dragon core, are now syncing. They begin to glow, lighting up the entire hall. Energy from the main core surges from 1,700 to 2,500 points. The Scaly Dragon core drops from 7,000 to 2,500. Another alert appears. The core's energy exceeds the limit. Jinwoo suddenly loses 2,900 points. Stunned, he tells the system to halt. He grits his teeth, comparing the loss to 1,000 low-rank down gems. The system finally stabilizes and begins synchronization. It will take nearly 7 days. Jinwoo rubs his head, muttering that it's too late to reverse it now. Still, 2,500 points is a decent gain. They'll just have to wait it out. Jinwoo turns to Dominique and asks about the rat's recovery. Dominique answers that they're getting better, though some still struggle to trust his kindness. They've never known rest before. Jinwoo looks away, thoughtful. They must have worked their entire lives without pause. Dominique believes they'll settle down once they get back into routine. Despite his doubts, Jinwoo thanks her for preparing a new room ahead of time. It's a bit small, so she'll need to expand it. Dominique nods, wiping a tear away dramatically. She also reports that the war spoils are almost sorted. They extracted down gems from the dragon's corpses. Since the warehouse was full, they froze the remaining bodies. Qantas adds that more remains were delivered, and the mages want to rest now. Jinwoo asks if anyone has counted the usable bodies. Dominique confirms the numbers: 176 warriors, 47 heroes, 4 raiders, and 10 conquerors. In the background, frozen dragon corpses lie scattered. Jinwoo, seated on his throne, comments how fortunate it is that the magicians can use ice magic otherwise. The stench would have been unbearable. Dominique lists their gem inventory: 236 low-rank, 72 mid-rank, and 8 high-rank gems. Jinwoo frowns that it's less than expected. Dominique adds that they also have 1 highest-rank gem. Surprised, Jinwoo asks where it came from. She answers that it wasn't from a siege warrior. They vanished along with their gems. Holding a vivid red and purple gem, she explains that it likely belonged to a blood leopard slain by the scaly dragon king. The system confirms this is the heart of a high-rank blood leopard, and its true value can only be measured in a lab or forge. Jinwoo examines the gem with interest. He tells Dominique she did well, and he's confident it will help them regain more energy than they lost. Sitting beside her, Jinwoo checks the system and states that the cleanup is finally over. Now it's time to expand. In the main hall, with a map of the labyrinth before him, He notes that their territory has grown to include the bridge. Thanks to the battle, they've gained some space. He marks new boundaries where gates must be built. Notifications flash the total cost, -80 gems for gates and 40 for walls. Looking over the map again, he decides to move the barracks, farms, and training area to the left side of the lake. He plans more changes like adding a lab, a temple, a forge, and even a bar. Our guy then points at an empty space on the map, explaining that this area will be used to build homes for the rats and Naga. Just as he's about to continue, Dominique cuts in with a suggestion. She asks why he doesn't create a personal rest area for himself near the main hall. Jinwoo tilts his head, unsure if it's necessary, but Dominique insists that he may be the lord of this place, but even he needs a space to breathe. Then she swears it's criminal for someone as amazing as him to have just one throne. Embarrassed, Jinwoo raises a hand and says he'll do as she recommends. Dominique lifts her hand to her face, hesitating for a moment like she's about to say something else. Then, still facing away, she blurts out that Qantas has made a request. As a reward for helping kill the spiders, he asks that every Naga of heroic rank and above be given their own private room. Jinwoo eyes her curiously, noticing how quickly she's speaking. Rubbing his chin, he admits it's unexpected. He thought Qantas would be the type to ask for new weapons instead. But before he can say more, Dominique jumps back in, explaining that personal rooms will boost morale even more than weapons. Looking through the system interface, Jinwoo nods slowly. It all makes sense. He murmurs to himself that he'll have to thank Qantas later for the smart idea. Dominique, full of energy, excitedly suggests that perhaps a girl should deliver Jinwoo's thanks, instead of Jinwoo doing it personally. She hints that Qantas might appreciate that more. Jinwoo, resting his cheek on his hand, chuckles and agrees. It's fine by him. He'll leave it to her. Without wasting another second, Dominique dashes off, saying she'll pass along the message and start planning the construction right away. Jinwoo watches her go, hand brushing against his cheek. It feels like no one's sitting still these days. The entire labyrinth is shifting and expanding faster than expected. Sitting on his throne in the vast hall, he announces that from today onward, the Naga labyrinth will grow stronger than ever. But it's no time to relax. They can't stop just because they've earned the name of a powerful labyrinth. They must rise even higher. Far from the hall, a team scream in panic. People are retreating, shouting that they can't handle this on their own. Among the crowd, a group of hunters in brown robes flee through the shadows. One of them, clutching a spear, yells that something has killed the level 8 hunters. In the distance, a cat-like beast tears through the remains of a fallen hunter. Others cry out that this wasn't how it was supposed to go. That thing was just supposed to run away, not fight. But the creature doesn't flee. It lifts its head and glares straight at them with glowing orange eyes. Someone yells saying that thing was supposed to be just a lowly prisoner. Jinwoo eventually shows up to Baek's shop where he gets to know that Appraiser needs his help to get down to 7th floor. He immediately starts asking questions about the 7th underground level. Baek sits at his desk holding his head, surrounded by a scattering of colorful down gems, but he is not satisfied with them. Baek seems to be hinting at something, wanting Jinwoo to head down there and grab more of down gems. But Jinwoo reminds Baek that he already brought back a whole bag of down gems and argues that there's no guarantee those weren't from the 7th level, or even deeper. He doesn't see why he should go again. Baek leans back, rubbing his forehead, clearly overwhelmed. He pleads, hoping Jinwoo will help him out. He explains that he just needs something to report, something to prove that someone was sent down by him. His client won't stop bothering him. The 7th level, he says, marks the beginning of the lower depths. It's not a place he'd send just anyone, no matter how much he likes money. Jinwoo sighs, holding up the gem-filled bag. He reminds Baek that he's already risked enough. But Baek shifts the topic. He starts talking about something else, something he hadn't mentioned before because he figured Jinwoo was in a similar situation. Then he brings up the term beast hybrids. Jinwoo immediately thinks of those strange horned rats. But Baek shakes his head, trying to explain. These hybrids, he explains, aren't like horned rats. They resemble cartoon-like figures, part human, part animal, with ears or tails attached. Apparently, the wealthy go after them, collecting them like rare items. Some people even treat them however they please. Jinwoo feels uneasy. He asks if Baek is saying that underground beings are being treated like slaves. Baek shrugs, saying humans did win the war, after all. Jinwoo compares the situation to the dungeon babies, wondering what really separates the two cases. Baek just calls it how the world works, how markets move, and how money talks. Even the Expedition Association has a special force dedicated to catching these hybrids. Jinwoo doesn't like the sound of it. He asks if Baek seriously wants him to catch a hybrid, just to have them treated the same way. But Baek quickly denies it. He explains that he doesn't need Jinwoo to capture anything. All he's asking for is a record, just proof that Jinwoo entered the 7th level. Baek promises to supply everything needed and pay generously in return. He insists that the area is still considered a low-level zone, and that he doesn't want to send just anyone to their death. With a tired expression, Jinwoo agrees. As long as he only has to reach the 7th level, he's fine with it. Baek lets out a relieved breath and thanks him, saying now all he has to do is convince the client that the mission didn't result in any captures. He adds that Jinwoo has 2 months. Then our boy asks whether Baek knows anything about Labyrinth of Scaly Dragon King. Baek asks for clarification, wondering if Jinwoo means the Labyrinth, the 9th level one tied to Anaxtus the Coward. Our dude finally gets his answer. Then he heads off and makes his way back to Dominique. She greets him as soon as he arrives. Jinwoo casually asks if anything happened while he was gone. Dominique answers as usually that nothing significant occurred, but she does have a few items to report. Jinwoo nods and tells her to go on. As rats work in the background, Dominique explains that most have started working and seem satisfied so far. Jinwoo is relieved to hear that. She mentions that they're still less efficient than the Naga workers, about 40% less actually. Jinwoo wonders if it's due to exhaustion, but Dominique says Rikshasha believes it's simply due to racial traits. Horned rats are used to digging narrow spaces, not large tunnels. Jinwoo ponders whether he needs to consider this further. Dominique adds that in 3 days, the Bloody Panther's heart will be fully processed in both the laboratory and the smithy. Jinwoo repeats the time frame, then says he'll probably leave the labyrinth for a bit around then. He's got a task to handle. Dominique seems surprised and asks where he's going. Jinwoo casually answers that he's agreed to help someone again. Dominique looks down, understanding. Jinwoo has to maintain life above ground after all, but she says it still makes her sad. He's rarely around. Jinwoo scratches the back of his neck, smiling shyly, saying even he feels a little guilty, but he tells her not to worry. Looking toward her, Jinwoo says he doesn't have much up there. His family's there, sure, but he admits he was born underground. That's probably why he feels more at home in the Naga labyrinth than anywhere else, which brightens her face. Jinwoo folds his arms and looks away, mentioning he gets important information from above too. He reveals that it's valuable by human standards, though he's not sure she'll understand. Still, he tells her something important, that the Naga labyrinth is located on the 9th level of the underground. Dominique blinks, trying to understand what that means. She visualizes in her mind when he explains that it might mean they won't have to deal with rival groups exploring the labyrinth. Most would never survive the journey. Jinwoo adds, saying that if the deep-level beasts don't act up, they should be fine. He tells Dominique to keep talking while they walk. He wants to check on the construction. She agrees, and they move ahead. As they walk, Jinwoo comments that people consider the king of scaly dragons a coward, probably because he avoided battles with humans during the war. Dominique suggests the rumors about him fearing human weapons might be true. Jinwoo recalls that several bombs had gone off near the dragon's throat, but didn't harm him. Maybe it was just a rumor. 3 days later, the heart of the Bloody Panther rests on red pillows. Dominique announces that it's ready. One half refined in the lab, the other processed in the smithy. Jinwoo praises the work and picks up a large polished stone, saying he'll test the lab-processed one first. The stone emits information that it's a high-ranking deep blood panther gem with camouflage abilities. Jinwoo stares at it, realizing it retains the skill to hide itself. He has no idea how to use it and doubts he should eat it. Suddenly, a stat screen opens. The parasite in his body is requesting the highest-ranked down gem. Jinwoo glances at Dominique and says the parasite mentioned something similar during the Anaxtis fight. She nods that her theory was right. She explains that high-ranked gems might be crucial for the parasite's development. That's probably why it's drawn to down gems. Jinwoo looks frustrated, saying this complicates everything. Gems like these help the labyrinth grow stronger, and now the parasite wants them too. Dominique says they're lucky. Most parasites are far worse, feeding on blood, life force. Jinwoo raises an eyebrow and asks if she made him drink it knowing all this. She glances away, reminding him they had no choice. Jinwoo silently agrees without the parasite. They'd never have defeated the scaly dragons. The labyrinth would have fallen. He opens his palm and lets the parasite take the Bloody Panther's heart. The stat screen updates. The parasite has gained a new ability, camouflage. Now Jinwoo can't be detected without special skills. Then more updates appear. The parasite has hit its growth limit and is entering hibernation to evolve. It'll be dormant for a week. Dominique congratulates Jinwoo with a nod. He looks at his hand, acknowledging that the parasite is asleep now. Next, he picks up the fragment processed in the forge. It's another Blood Panther gem, one that can be fused into equipment to grant a skill. Jinwoo thinks it's great, but doubts he'll use it soon. His weapons break too often. He pats the assistant who helped create it, and says he wants to save it for something special, not just any blade. Turning around, Jinwoo waves at everyone and says they're done here. It's time to get to work. He estimates about 2 days, then he'll check the synchronization with the Dragon Core. Dominique asks if he'll be okay without the parasite. Jinwoo says it's helped before, but his strength doesn't come from that alone. As he walks away, Dominique reminds him that he even beat the Hell Spider without it. Jinwoo waves back, saying he'll manage, unless he runs into another Anaxtis. Meanwhile, after several days, deep within the 7th level of the dungeon, a group of researchers stumbles upon a disturbing scene near the entrance. Dozens of corpses stand or lie around, their bodies stiff, faces frozen in blank expressions. One of the researchers studies the bodies carefully. He notices most of the wounds come from slashes or stabs, clean cuts rather than brutal force. It doesn't look like the work of a giant creature, but it couldn't have been something small either. 2 level 8 fighters among the dead make it even more concerning. His thoughts lean toward a mid-sized predator, maybe a rare species of sharp-toothed bats. The idea of something like that, moving silently above them, puts the team on edge. He quietly advises the others to stick close to the walls and keep eyes on the ceiling. If anyone hears ringing, they should freeze in place. A faint noise breaks the silence, almost like a whisper. One of the researchers freezes, and he's sure he just heard a voice. Another nods and agrees to spread the warning. Their unease grows. Some begin to wonder why people keep being sent down here just to die. One of them questions what's so special about beast hybrids to risk so many lives. The man wearing a headband answers with a casual shrug, thinking aloud that the hybrid on this level must be a rare one. He jokes about the idea of catching it themselves and selling it at an auction for extra cash instead of handing it over to the client. Since they've already been sent into such a deadly place, they might as well profit from it. Another laughs quietly, saying there will be fewer people to share the reward with anyway. Just then, a swish sound cuts through the air. The researcher with the headband tenses immediately. He warns the others to stay sharp, or they might end up just like the corpses around them. He urges the team to keep moving. He wonders that something isn't adding up. He's seen monster attacks before, but this is different. Usually underground beasts don't leave bodies behind. They kill to eat, not to waste. They never fight unless they're hungry or defending their territory. But here, only human bodies remain, untouched, weapons still in place, bags full. Not a single beast corpse is among them. Our guy examines the corpses and understands that this doesn't look like a territorial clash. It doesn't even feel like a regular hunt. If it was a defensive reaction, the creature must have been incredibly strong to take out so many without breaking a sweat, and it might still be nearby. Just then, our guy senses something coming towards him. Just then, the beast lunges at him, but he manages to evade the swift attack. He raises his sword just in time to parry the next strike, then steps back as he senses an impending follow-up assault. The fight already feels like it's going to be quite challenging. The creature is not only quick, but also adept at moving silently. The fact that he nearly missed its initial move says a lot. He begins to approach the combat with greater seriousness, realizing this must be the elusive beast hybrid that many are pursuing. What surprises him is why any human would desire to possess something so untamed. Judging by the scattered corpses around him, this beast might be the reason they all die there. Now that he's had a moment to regain his composure, Jinwoo enters combat mode. The creature charges at him like a projectile, but he is prepared. Each strike is met with a block in return. It reminds him of battling a smaller version of the Blood Panther. In terms of skill, it feels as if he is up against someone of the caliber of his former hero, Qantas. With the evaluation done, he doesn't see any point in dragging this out. One strong punch to the stomach sends the creature flying into the wall. He wants her to back off as he is not interested in fighting with her. But when the creature still doesn't give up, Jinwoo knows he'll have no choice but to end it. Before he makes a move, a net suddenly springs up, binding the creature to the ground. The creature thrashes in place as voices echo through the space as the explorers are celebrating their so-called victory. They're talking among themselves like Jinwoo isn't even there, as if they were the ones battling the beast and not him. Some of them begin acting like they're claiming the creature for themselves. One of them accuses Jinwoo of being a coward who ran and only came back to collect leftover gear while assuming he was a member of Fallen Team. His equipment looks cheap, so they guess he must be a dungeon baby from the expedition. The initial attack from the creature had ripped open his bag, scattering his down gems everywhere, and now greedy eyes are focusing on them. Someone points out how lucky he must be, carrying enough gems to fund a full expedition by himself. Jinwoo tries to explain that he came alone and doesn't know who the dead people are, but one of the dungeon babies gives a signal to his group. The bigger one keeps talking nonsense, trying to provoke him, while the smaller one quietly activates an ability. That ability, paired with a stopwatch, lets him measure exactly how fast their enemy reacts. At first he sees Jinwoo getting hit, but as time ticks on, Jinwoo suddenly strikes back, taking down both attackers with ease. The boy with foresight is left speechless. The team asks him if Jinwoo's a real threat. All he can recall the time of 1.3 seconds, which was reaction time as a monster they barely survived on a lower abyss floor. He admits Jinwoo's speed is something most explorers can't match. Looking at Jinwoo's age, he guesses Jinwoo must be at least a 4th floor dungeon baby. But that raises another question. Why are dungeon babies like him dressed like regular explorers? Having enough of their babbling, Jinwoo yanks open the talkative one's mouth. So, he thinks, they really are human hunters, ones who prey on their own kind. Jinwoo makes it clear, even if only to himself, that none of them will leave this place alive. Just then, the two who had been holding the beast down watch in horror as the rest of their team is wiped out by a rage-fueled monster. Panic sets in. One of them wonders if they should help, but the other only thinks about running. Jinwoo's attack had purposely freed the beast from her net. Now she holds the shredded ropes, looking confused as she watches her would-be captors get slaughtered. Meanwhile, as Jinwoo takes a short breath in the middle of the chaos, one of the human hunters tries to keep talking. He wants to know what Jinwoo really is. Jinwoo must be thinking that it's funny how people like that always think they see themselves in others. This one even believes Jinwoo killed his own team just to claim the beast hybrid. Before he can finish his twisted accusation, Jinwoo slices off his head, tired of the lies and noise. But the captain isn't the last piece of trash left. The rest of his underlings decide now is a good time to run. Jinwoo flies past the one with foresight. He had already promised himself that no one would leave alive. He observes, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding. Ultimately, his strength proves futile. The disparity in power is just too great. Overcome by nauseating visions, he directs his ability inward. The vision of his future confronts him, and Jinwoo doesn't keep him waiting for long. His head falls to the ground, with the last thing he notices being an armband labeled with the number 12. Jinwoo casts a glance at the corpse and considers how unsettling that one was. However, his attention quickly turns to the gems scattered across the floor. He ponders why he didn't simply remove his bag from the beginning. Meanwhile, the creature remains behind him. She appears to have lost the will to fight. Instead, she gazes at him with wide eyes filled with hope. On the other side of the labyrinth, Dominique is busy finishing an audit of their current resources. She's already checked most of the supplies. Only the farm animals are left. Right now, they have 20 rabbits and 14 bears, but even combined, that's not enough. The Naga labyrinth is growing too fast, and these animals can't keep up with the food demands, especially since they're still in the early generation of development. Thankfully, there's still a decent stock of scaly dragon meat, which has kept everyone going, but Dominique knows it won't last much longer. Qantas doesn't seem worried. He's convinced the Nagas can survive on down gem energy alone, leaving actual food for the horned rats. But Draken doubts him. He has a feeling Qantas doesn't plan to share. Worse, he's concerned that relying on gem energy could weaken the Naga army in the long run. Still, Qantas remains unbothered. Ever since the labyrinth gained noble status, no one has dared to attack. But they still need more hunting grounds. Just then, Rikshasha steps in with news. Dominique asks about her patrol, and Rikshasha shares that several wild beasts have migrated into nearby areas, especially where the Blood Panther and Scaly Dragon labyrinths once stood. This gives them a few more months of food security. Dominique feels relieved, but her mind soon returns to another priority, which is the wall construction. She hears familiar sounds echoing through the halls and instinctively turns. Her master is back. She rushes through the corridors, passing two workers who are deep in conversation. She doesn't notice the danger until it's too late. A flash of orange claws comes out of nowhere, just as Jinwoo steps in to block the attack. The war beast had almost eaten the workers. Jinwoo scolds her, Hoya, the beast's new name. He reminds her that workers are not food. If she misbehaves again, the labyrinth will deal with her harshly. The workers are still shaken as Jinwoo explains where Hoya came from. He had rescued her from human hunters, and since then, she's been following him. Her strange behavior was starting to draw attention from humans, so he brought her here for safety. Beast hybrids are rare, often born at the hero rank and usually serve powerful nobles from deeper levels. It's strange to find one like her wandering alone on the 7th floor. Judging from her outfit and condition, Jinwoo suspects she was never bound to a noble, a wild war tiger, something unheard of. Still, she's now a member of the Naga labyrinth. Jinwoo tells everyone to take care of her. Tiger hybrids are among the strongest war beasts. Having her around raises their status. Dominique gives a short report. The Scaly Dragon Labyrinth core has been completed. Jinwoo pats Hoya on the head and warns her once more, no eating friends, before heading back out. Above ground, Jinwoo collects his pay from Bayek and goes to visit his parents. It's been too long. Meanwhile, back in the labyrinth, Hoya is living up to her reputation. She scratches what she shouldn't, breaks what can be broken, and chews anything that looks interesting. She wears everyone out. 2 weeks passes like this. Jinwoo returns and immediately senses something's off. Still, it looks like the team has adapted. Even Draken seems to be doing something useful. Dominique clarifies, only the others adapted, not the little beast. Without wasting time, they focus on the new core. The Naga core and the Scaly Dragon subcore have fused, creating a stronger, more versatile core. Now they can summon new troop types. The basic ones include a Naga champion, rank 5, 25 energy, a Naga long-range scout, 20 energy, and a Naga sorcerer, 35 energy, who can control darkness to support allies and weaken enemies. But the real game-changer is the Naga cavalry, rank 6, 140 energy, mounted on fast scaly dragons and perfect for breaking enemy lines. Even more impressive is the Siege-class Scaly Dragon, a massive fortress-like unit costing over 1,000 energy. Jinwoo knows they can't afford that yet. For now, he settles on summoning a patroller and a sorcerer, which are 2 units they can manage now. But Dominique reminds him that even with new troops, the food shortage won't solve itself. At their current rate, supplies will run out in a month. It's time for a change. Jinwoo acts fast, assigns Rikshasha to take the new patrol team and explore the region for better hunting zones. Dominique receives permission to use the Scaly Dragon Core's stored energy for upkeep and upgrades. Qantas is put in charge of military training and protecting the workers. And Draken gets the worst job, which is to manage Hoya. Without his dragon bond, he might have tried to flee by now. Hoya is so wild, she could probably lead the workers herself if she wanted to. A month passes, and the Naga Labyrinth transforms completely. Everything now runs like a machine. Word spreads that the Naga King is of noble rank, which keeps intelligent threats at bay. Any beast lacking brains is quickly wiped out. The smithy runs day and night, working through minerals they've gathered for weeks. With more training and research, the team doesn't need Jinwoo to babysit anymore. Roles are clear. Jinwoo remains the labyrinth's master. Dominique manages the workers as secretary. Qantas leads the army, with Draken as his right hand. Rikshasha gathers intelligence. Hoya is now the labyrinth's unofficial mascot. Rikshasha even forms a horned rat patrol unit. These rats dig out tunnel networks that stretch across the territory, ready to report any intruder movements instantly. One day they get an early warning that a small army is approaching, 30 troops, led by 2 commanders, both at hero rank plus. Dominique knows that reaching such a level on the 9th floor means they're elite. Even though the group is small, Jinwoo wants to avoid damage. He orders the army to defend instead of attack. He plans to lead the defense personally. The entire command team gathers at the northern gate. Dust rises in the distance as the enemy force crosses the bridge. Their honor flags flutter in the wind. The soldiers march straight up to the Naga leaders. They're envoys of Malaxis, the king of hammer and anvils. One of the commanders, tall and rough-looking, introduces himself as Mulak, and the other as Bulak. They demand to speak to the Naga Labyrinth's master, refusing to acknowledge any human. With arrogance, Mulak steps forward and warns them, Anyone who values their life should step aside while he himself looks like a puny little creature in front of our guy. Jinwoo looks annoyed at the sight before him. The two monsters quickly realize their mistake, and before long, their heads are lowered to the ground in remorse. Jinwoo makes it clear that he doesn't consider himself their master, and doesn't require their reverence. They explain that they've come to pay their respects to the first Baron on the 9th floor, and they hadn't meant any offense. Their assumption that the leader of the Naga must also be a Naga had led to the misunderstanding, and they were sorry for the disrespect they have done. They go on about their regret, but Jinwoo urges them to move on. It's obvious they didn't cross into his territory just for pleasantries. Their master Malaxis apparently wishes to establish a friendly relationship with the Naga king, and their elite forces are merely here to honor his rise in nobility. Along with their words, they present a gift that was a chest filled with down gems, equivalent to 500 points of energy. Jinwoo watches them open it and, impressed by their sincerity, accepts the offering. He tells them their gift is appreciated and forgives them, though he knows that it doesn't truly equal the weight of what they're asking. Their relief is clear. Still, the goblins among them reacts with disbelief when Jinwoo confirms that no other labyrinth has come to offer similar respect. They thought for sure others would have beaten them to it. They discuss that it makes sense for the labyrinth of the dead to keep its distance, but he finds it odd that the labyrinth of gluttony, practically their neighbor, has stayed silent. Trying to restrain his curiosity, our boy finally asks how they found the Naga labyrinth. They understand his concern immediately and do their best to explain. They begin mapping the 9th level directly into the dirt, detailing the position of each labyrinth. Dominique and Rikshasha watch closely as the goblins build a surprisingly thorough layout. They explain how they used the Scaly Dragon labyrinth as a starting point to find Jinwoo's location. The triangle formed by the labyrinths of Gluttony, the Dead, and the Scaly Dragons becomes obvious. Above Gluttony's domain, in the upper Underworld mountain range, sits the labyrinth of Hammer and Anvil theirs. They point out the remaining labyrinths as well, helping Jinwoo piece together the entire power structure of the 9th level. It becomes clear that all the labyrinths keep each other in a delicate balance, preventing any one of them from attacking without leaving their own base vulnerable. The three main labyrinths, Scaly Dragons, the Dead, and Gluttony, are the keystones of this system. But Jinwoo sees that his presence as a new noble has disrupted that balance. War feels inevitable. The goblins confirm that many weaker labyrinths will soon approach him, not out of admiration, but because they fear the collapse of the balance and want to align early. Jinwoo appreciates their honesty. They argue there's no point in lying, that he'd learn the truth eventually, and deception would only harm future relations. Jinwoo wonders if the two remaining powerhouse labyrinths can maintain the balance alone, but the goblins don't think so. Gluttony, they say, has no real interest in power structures. That king only cares about expanding himself, sitting on his throne while growing endlessly in strength. They add that the king of Gluttony never leaves his labyrinth because his gluttony can't be fed elsewhere. Jinwoo asks if he wouldn't starve then, and they assure him, no, his nest can sustain him forever. It's frustrating, Jinwoo thinks, that something so powerful can grow endlessly by doing nothing at all. Still, the information is valuable. He sends his regards to Malaxis and thanks them for their generosity. When asked if the army would rest before returning, they decline. They'd rather avoid running into other labyrinths. Jinwoo instructs Qantas to escort them safely to the edge of the Naga territory. As Qantas and his soldiers lead the guests out, Jinwoo reflects on something odd, that Rikshasha must have known all of this already. Yet she hadn't mentioned any of it. Still, he asks for her opinion. She confirms the information aligns with her knowledge. Her mercenary group has roamed all corners of the 9th level. Jinwoo orders the map to be recorded before it gets erased. Soon, more visitors arrive, representatives from the Illusion, Marsh, and Wanderer labyrinths. The Illusion envoy looks like witches and fairies. Their queen, Ariane, doesn't seem pleased by Jinwoo's rise to nobility. They warn him that if he's not careful, his secrets might be exposed. The Marshes send water-dwelling species, their king Gorintos hoping to maintain peace and ensure that their non-aggression pact holds. The Wanderers send Hecarim, who is aggressive and clearly uninterested in diplomacy. Of all the groups, only the Hammer and Anvil labyrinth had brought a gift, which says enough to Jinwoo. These centaurs clearly were arrogant. As the goblins had guessed, the labyrinth of the dead sends no word, and Gluttony remains silent. But Jinwoo senses something. His parasite skill activates. His right eye glows red, locking onto an unfamiliar presence, a lump of flesh clinging to the ceiling. His parasite arm lashes out, seizing the intruder. Dominique calls it the rudest guest so far. Jinwoo tightens his grip. He realizes the king of Gluttony has been watching through this creature. Dominique clarifies that Gluttony doesn't think for himself. He sees and hears everything through his vessels. Jinwoo regrets his rash reaction. He might have just started a war. Dominique, on the other hand, is thrilled. She reveals something she hadn't had the chance to share. Gluttony's labyrinth has a critical weakness, Ice Master. That changes everything. Jinwoo chooses war. He speaks directly through the slime, sending a message to the king of Gluttony. They know his location, they know his weakness, and in 2 weeks, the Naga army will march to freeze his entire labyrinth. Gluttony is stunned that why would this madman declare war so suddenly. Our guy confirms that if an apology is to be made, it must be in person, before 2 weeks are out. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's horned rat workers are thriving, growing stronger by the day. 1 week later, our guy sits calmly on his throne, giving Gluttony the time he promised. Dominique arrives and informs him that the king of Gluttony has arrived. Jinwoo steps down from his throne, telling her to stay back. He addresses Useo saying that he has entered his domain without permission, then he clearly hasn't come to apologize. He must have come to die. Dominique has no idea that he has entered. Turns out the King of Gluttony seems to have launched a sudden invasion on their labyrinth. But Jinwoo is ready for this. He's already set up a counterattack and summoned his magicians. Ice puppets rise from the ground prepared to fight. Jinwoo finds out that this creature clearly lacks any trace of self-respect. The trap is already in place. From the moment the King of Gluttony stepped into the tunnel, he had been surrounded. The plan is simple. Freeze the corridor until there's nothing left but solid ice. Jinwoo expects silence from the enemy, but something feels off. The Slime King isn't acting afraid, not even after seeing ice. Instead of fear, Jinwoo senses a strange excitement from the creature, like it's getting ready to launch an attack. For a brief moment, Jinwoo questions everything like letting him to Owner Room and the judgment of Dominique, but then he decides not to let it happen and reinforces his blades, and his magicians do the same. His parasite ability, Hardening, activates, ready to fight. In his mind, slimes are still just slimes, no matter how many there are. If they had paid their respects like everyone else, things wouldn't have come to this. Suddenly the King of Gluttony moves. He bursts from the corridor at high speed. Jinwoo signals everyone to attack without holding back. But then something strange happens. The slime compresses into a humanoid form and lands with a wet splat. In a shocking turn, it throws itself to the ground in a deep bow. It seems to be apologizing. The force of that bow is so intense it cancels out all the ice attacks around it. Jinwoo watches with surprise and curiosity. The Slime King calls himself Useo, is led to the Naga Owner Room. He's extremely polite and introduces himself properly. He says he's here only to apologize for his earlier behavior. But Jinwoo's mages don't trust him and launch ice spells in warning. Useo seems genuinely confused, thinking the Naga maid had invited him. When he realizes he's trapped, he tries to leave but finds the exit blocked. So he returns and calmly explains his situation, still pleading for understanding. Jinwoo doesn't soften. His claws are ready to tear the slime apart. But Useo seems more confused than afraid. Apparently he's been isolated for so long he forgot he needed vocal cords to speak. He isn't being rude, he just can't communicate properly. He seems genuinely heartbroken that everything he does is being misunderstood. Dominique and Jinwoo silently observe as the little slime humbles himself. Useo begins to panic, wondering if he's forgotten how to speak entirely. But he's sure that can't be it. He spies on other labyrinths often and understands language just fine. Then a thought comes to him. There's no way he could forget his mother tongue. Jinwoo, noticing the confusion, urges him to speak English, something they can all understand. The misunderstanding clears a little. Jinwoo is still surprised that this tiny, harmless-looking slime is the same King of Gluttony. Useo introduces himself again, saying he rules the labyrinth of gluttony and leads the glutton in the contaminated valley. He even congratulates Jinwoo on becoming a baron. Apparently, when the goblins presented Jinwoo with a gift, Useo panicked because he had never given anyone a gift before. He hasn't spoken to anyone in ages, let alone offered a present. To figure out what might be a good gift, Useo sent one of his glutton to spy on Jinwoo. He never meant for it to invade the throne room, but he also had no idea they could even detect it. If he had known, he would have probably ordered it to follow Jinwoo everywhere more carefully. Jinwoo quickly realizes what kind of person or slime he's dealing with. Useo is a total shut-in. And despite his title, he doesn't seem very gluttonous. Jinwoo even compliments him on that. Useo takes it as praise, not realizing Jinwoo is being sarcastic. The truth is, Useo has been surviving by sacrificing tens of gluttony pieces every minute. The black marks around him are remnants of those who starved to death. Jinwoo is surprised he remains so calm, losing comrades so quickly. But Useo insists they aren't truly conscious, so he doesn't feel like he's losing anyone important. He plans to be the last one to die anyway. With over 1 million glutton, he figures he has a month left to live. Jinwoo considers freezing them all instantly, but knows it wouldn't actually kill Useo right away. The slime might look small, but his mass is enormous. Even kneeling down cracked the floor. Banging his head earlier had dispersed all their magic. Jinwoo knows he's dealing with serious power, even if Useo doesn't. Useo believes his job is done and prepares to leave. He came to apologize. That should be enough. But Jinwoo doesn't accept apologies so easily. Useo claims someone told him the Naga Labyrinth is where he needed to go to say sorry. Jinwoo doesn't deny it but reminds him, just because he came doesn't mean he'll be forgiven. Still, there might be another way. As a noble of the underworld, Jinwoo makes an offer. Become his servant, his first knight. In return, he'll forgive Useo. The slime starts to panic. How could someone like him be offered such an important role? They barely know each other. But Jinwoo isn't concerned. He trusts Useo's combat abilities. A contract will bind them both. Jinwoo sees this as a win-win. He gains a loyal servant, and Useo no longer has to fear ice, his biggest weakness. Plus, he'll become the first knight of a noble. That sounds prestigious. Without wasting time, Jinwoo begins the ritual. He names Useo, the master of the Labyrinth of Gluttony, as his first knight. The contract is strict. Jinwoo has no obligation to protect Useo, but Useo must protect Jinwoo and his labyrinth with his life. He must obey Jinwoo's every command, give up half his labyrinth's earnings and treasures, and offer any suitable equipment or gems to Jinwoo. If Jinwoo wants anything else Useo owns, Useo must hand it over. The weight of the agreement almost kills the poor slime. A trail of goo drips from his mouth, and he turns a sickly green, not because he's a slime, but because of pure stress. Elsewhere, preparations for the annual Black Merchants auction are in full swing. This is the most important event of the year, and everyone is on edge. Invitation letters have gone out. The first 3 floors can't attend. It's no surprise, humans control those areas now. But the 4th floor is attending, even with humans chasing them. One of the merchants confirms there's a greenhorn interested in the auction. At first, no one understood the fuss. New labyrinth owners always show interest. But then it's revealed, this greenhorn is human. A human has been accepted into a labyrinth again. Everyone hopes this attempt goes better than the last. Talk shifts to the humans on the 9th floor referring to our boy. It's less dangerous than the 8th, but new labyrinths on that floor often don't survive long. In response, Jinwoo's merchant pulls out a golden VIP ticket, something reserved for nobles. Others are shocked. He's not even in the abyss. But the merchant just smiles. His human has been appointed a baron. There's no need to worry about his safety. He's strong enough to take care of himself. With special prizes planned and the appearance of the first human noble, everyone agrees that this year's event is going to be interesting. Jinwoo gets his hands on the VIP ticket from his black merchant, which opens the door to a special event, the annual festival hosted by the merchant himself. Usually these merchants deal with door-to-door, everyday stuff. But during this event, things take a different turn. Priceless and unique items go up for auction, giving everyone a fair shot at owning something incredible, no matter their background. Jinwoo becomes curious, mostly because of the kind of guests expected at the event. Since he owns a labyrinth, he figures other labyrinth owners might be there too. But then he starts to wonder if the turnout would even be worth it. To his surprise, he learns that more than 100 people attend every year. That number shocks him. He never imagined so many labyrinths had survived and thrived. Dominique, sensing his doubt, reminds him that the world of labyrinths is much bigger than he thinks. Even just the 9th floor stretches farther than any goblin-drawn map could show. What reassures him more is that the black merchants have strict rules in place that no one is allowed to attack the participants during the auction. Each attendee is given a special flag to fly above their labyrinth, warning others to stay away. If anyone breaks that rule, they're blacklisted or even completely wiped out. Jinwoo sees this event as the perfect way to test the merchant's power. But the imp doesn't boast. He simply hints that their survival over centuries speaks for itself. Meanwhile, Useo finally gets a chance to talk, and he admits that the auction venue played a major role in his survival during his early years. He used it as a safe zone when threats were everywhere. The black merchant remembers those times, long before the Great War, and finally realizes who Useo is. Now that Imp sees clearly and he's stunned that he stands in front of him. Even more shocking is the sight of Useo's labyrinth portal sitting inside another's throne room. That's something unheard of. Jinwoo calmly explains that Useo signed a contract to become his subordinate. Because of that, their labyrinths became connected by a portal, making them neighbors in every sense. The black merchant is taken aback. This kind of alliance on the same floor is clever and risky. There's no rule against it, but the power balance has definitely shifted. The 9th floor now has a new powerhouse. Jinwoo doesn't seem too concerned. He says people will assume the alliance is meant to keep the Valicious in check, who runs the Labyrinth of the Dead. What surprises Imp even more is how well Jinwoo understands the political setup of the 9th floor. He barely has time to catch his breath from all the surprises. First the war with the scaly dragons, and now this. Jinwoo, however, expected more from his contract with Useo. He didn't gain control over the Labyrinth of Gluttony, just access to its rank. No summon rights or building control. It's a formal alliance, nothing more. The black merchant never thought Useo had reached rank 5. From what he remembered, the gluttonous king barely moved from his sticky throne. Yuzo beams with pride. He had worked hard in the past to reach that level, and finally felt seen. He even offers them a tour of his labyrinth, but the merchant declines quickly. The place is too gross for his liking, walls and floors dripping with slime. Jinwoo silently agrees. Feeling ignored, Useo watches as the attention moves back to more pressing matters. The merchant then explains the VIP ticket perks. Since Jinwoo is considered a noble, he gets access to a private room at the auction. It comes with great food and services and free species, just for the elite guests. The merchant encourages him to show up, even if just for fun. Jinwoo wonders if Valicious will be attending. The merchant can't share personal info, but admits that Valicious is usually a regular. Being a king, he's fascinated by anything that still breathes. Jinwoo finds it strange how much the merchant reveals, but it seems the imp finds it hard to stay quiet around him. This year's festival is shaping up to be something wild. The rules are simple. A week after the ticket begins to glow, the auction will start and last for 7 days. If anyone tears the ticket, no matter where they are, they'll be instantly transported to the event. The VIP pass also allows them to bring along companions. 1 week later, Jinwoo prepares to depart from the Labyrinth of Gluttony. He's not thrilled about being there. The place reeks of slime. He wishes Useo would clean up, but the gluttonous king doesn't see the issue. He doesn't get why they had to gather here just to use the ticket. Jinwoo tells him it's for safety. If monsters come rushing out when the ticket activates, it's better to have a messy shield than none at all. Yusio realizes his labyrinth is just being used as cover, and Jinwoo doesn't deny it. Before leaving, Jinwoo double-checks that the merchant's flag is flying above the labyrinth. Qantas confirms it and also sets the Naga labyrinth into rest mode, allowing only essential workers to stay active. With Valicious attending and the flag offering protection, their only concern now is wild beasts, but Qantas stands ready to fight off even the smallest bug. For the journey, Jinwoo brings Usio and Rikshasha, since both know the underground scene well. Dominique, his second-in-command, stays behind to oversee the labyrinth. Jinwoo wishes he could bring her, but it's not worth the risk. She assures him she'll manage fine and plans to use the quiet time to rest. With everything set, Jinwoo tears the golden ticket, and the adventure begins. The auction venue turns out to be pure chaos. Monsters from rival labyrinths sit side by side, pretending to be civil while throwing insults and death glares. Swear words and threats fly like arrows. If not for the black merchant's rules, the place would be a war zone. Jinwoo finds it all amusing. His attendant tells him that the seating mess wasn't intentional. Most attendees are enemies, so separating them would have been impossible. The event serves as a break for many, which is an escape from endless battles. Yusio proudly states that those days are behind him. No one dares touch him now. Then he spots Valicious himself. Valicious, the king of the dead, sits alone. No one dares sit near him. Rumors say he reeks of death, something about rotting flesh, but no one can confirm it for sure. Soon the noise fades and enemies put aside their grudges as the event is about to begin. Jinwoo is a little disappointed. He hoped for more chaos, but as the curtains open and the lights dim as the host steps onto the stage, his voice echoing through the grand hall, he welcomes the crowd with polished words, calling them honored guests who have chosen to attend the Black Merchant's annual auction. He expresses gratitude for their presence and promises not to waste their time with empty words. Instead, he jumps straight into the heart of the night, the auction itself. He assures everyone that tonight's collection is not only rare but unforgettable. Even the most elite nobles in the room, the ones who've seen it all, will find their eyes lingering on the final item of the evening. It's a piece so exceptional, he claims, that it alone justifies their journey here. He urges the audience to remain seated, no matter how dull some early items may seem. The true highlight, he insists, is still on its way. Then, with a swift gesture, the host rips away the velvet curtain behind him, and chaos brews in Jinwoo's mind. 1 second, he's quietly observing, and the next, his mood flips to confusion, then to furious, as the host announces that the item hasn't appeared in the underworld for more than a decade. People believed it had vanished for good. Yet here it is, alive and bound, on display for all to see. This thing had once turned on its master, biting the hand that fed it, and it didn't stop there. It kept biting, kept attacking, refusing to be tamed. The host then announces the item's name and presents it to the audience, and it was an underground human. The host begins by reminding everyone that the sight of an underground human has become rare ever since the treaty with the surface humans was signed. He makes it clear that the creature on display isn't one that was caught again after its release. This one is different, a purebred underground human, untouched by the surface world. It was born after the treaty, a time when its kind nearly disappeared. But thanks to a kind aristocrat, it was saved and raised with care. In a way, that aristocrat could be seen as the creature's savior, the reason it still exists. The crowd doesn't seem impressed. For many of the kings, humans are a common sight. They can see one anytime they like. To them, this doesn't look like anything special. The host, sensing the mood, reminds them that this particular product is meant for those who live on the deeper levels, where humans are almost never seen. He asks them to imagine the potential. The underground human could be a loyal companion, a fascinating research subject, a subject for experiment, or simply an entertaining pet. It might even remind someone of a long-lost flavor from the past. Its uses are endless, and its rarity makes it truly unique. Whispers pass through the crowd. Someone jokes about craving a human every now and then, even if they are mostly skin and bones. Another wonders if the smell in the room is coming from the underground human itself. But the host continues, revealing a flaw. This one, he says, is broken. It can't speak or scream. For some, that might be a bonus. Because of this defect, the bidding starts at a lower price, just 100 down gems. As the bidding begins, Jinwoo sits in his private booth, trying to stay calm. He's furious, while wondering why a dungeon-born child is being sold like this. His attendant explains that the products change with the underground as trends. If something doesn't appeal to buyers, the auction house won't offer it again unless the trends shift. But that answer doesn't satisfy Jinwoo. Rikshasha quietly urges her master to stay calm. This isn't a lawless place, and they are facing the Black Merchants, a powerful group that even the most elite aristocrats avoid offending. Strength won't fix this, and besides, she reminds him, he has other priorities, like his revenge against the Valikuis. Jinwoo points toward the underground human, clearly disturbed by how it's being treated. He asks if she would have stopped him had the product been an elf instead. After a pause, she admits that she would have. Their true enemy is the Black Merchants. Fighting them would mean certain death. The attendant adds without arrogance that this is just an auction. As a commoner, he doesn't know what the Baron has been through in the underground, but he does understand Jinwoo's urge to act. Still, there are better ways to respond. He suggests that Jinwoo use his wealth, not force. By placing a bid, he could protect the girl and show the others that he isn't to be crossed. The bidding soon climbs to 1,200 gems. Jinwoo realizes his opponent is none other than Velikui. That man would surely subject the child to horrible treatment. While Jinwoo is close to being an aristocrat, he can't compete with a true one, at least not easily. But then, a 1,300 gem bid comes from Jinwoo's booth, and the host pauses, sensing an aristocrat's interest. Velikui responds boldly, placing a 1,500 gem bid, testing boundaries in front of everyone. The crowd stiffens. No one wants to bid against an aristocrat. The tension rises, and though the aristocrat stays silent, the booth itself shows signs of strain. Then comes a calm but firm response, 1,600 gems. The host confirms the bid, then warns the audience that the black merchants won't be responsible for what happens afterward. With that, the auction ends. The underground human is sold to the aristocrat for 1,600 gems. It's nearly double the expected price. The King of Death isn't happy about losing, but he gives up. The human child simply isn't worth the fallout. Jinwoo, having pulled off a clever bluff, wonders if the damage to the room was worth it. More than anything, he wants to make sure the girl is safe. For now, the best he can do is arrange a private meeting with her after the auction ends. He might not be able to claim her yet, but he'll check on her. The auction continues, though the rest of the items are less dramatic. No more humans appear after the underground human, just rare or mutated creatures. One of them is a spirit once treasured by the elves before their fall. Most of the remaining products are high-grade down gems and luxury items. Some gems offer instant power boosts, while others were obtained from elder beings deep in the underground. Odd items also appear. A broken firearm from the Great War sells for a ridiculous amount of gems, even though it's basically useless. And it's not the only strange item the kings seem eager to grab. Eventually, the long day begins to wind down. The host wastes no time revealing the final product, the special one he had mentioned earlier. A vampire with long blonde hair stands tall on the stage, fully aware of her worth. Vampires are incredibly rare, and only the richest aristocrats own them. Even Jinwoo has never seen one up close. He feels her gaze on his skin, but others think the destruction of the booth is what caught her attention. Her bidding starts at 3,000 gems and prices shoot up fast. But then the host reveals a twist. No matter how high the bid, the vampire herself will choose her master. If she doesn't accept someone, the sale is cancelled. She'll go back to storage and appear again the next night. No one has to pay if they fail. This rule doesn't sit well with the kings. They complain that a product cannot decide its owner. The host calms them, pointing out that her previous master was a lord of one of the deepest labyrinths in the underground. That revelation is enough. No one dares to complain after that. Jinwoo watches quietly, comparing her to the creatures he once knew, the bloodsuckers. Rikshasha knows those as well, but explains they're different. Blood-sucking demons have no ego, and they're closer to the undead than true vampires. Jinwoo doubts this one, not being thin-blooded, can grant immortality, their most feared ability. He's already dealing with enough. He doesn't want a vampire added to his group. Even so, the vampire's auction becomes the highlight of the night, reaching 23,000 gems. But when the highest bidder approaches, she doesn't even look his way. He snaps, unable to handle rejection, and prepares to destroy her, but the host furiously stops him and tells him not to be violent in the hall, maintaining the discipline. Just then, a powerful down gem drops to the floor. The host eagerly picks it up, explaining if the item proves useful, there's a good chance it'll return in a future auction. Jinwoo finally gets to meet his new servant. His attendant walks beside him, quietly reminding him that even though he has bought the item, they would prefer it if he didn't touch it just yet. A few procedures still need to be completed before the full transfer can happen. He steps into the room and the girl sits on the floor. She looks small and worn down, and light from the doorway stretches across the room, and for a moment, she stirs, barely reacting, and our guy stands in front of her. Jinwoo walks up to the girl and gently asks for her name. Though her gaze meets his, there's a hollow emptiness behind her eyes. She doesn't reply. Trying to comfort her, he softly tells her she's safe now and that no harm will come to her for speaking. Still, she remains silent. He assumes that maybe, in time, her voice will return. For now, he accepts what the auctioneer told him, that she's suffering from aphasia. This isn't unfamiliar territory for Jinwoo. Having once lived as a slave himself, he recognizes the signs. He knows the labyrinth has a way of breaking people. Some retreat into silence. In such fragile situations, patience is crucial. So, he slowly introduces himself, making it clear that she now belongs to him, and from now on, she'll live under his protection. Her reaction doesn't surprise him. At the word master, her head drops so low it nearly brushes the ground. It's painfully clear that her last owner shattered her spirit, reducing her to something less than human. Jinwoo quietly asks her to lift her head, doing his best to bury the rage simmering inside him. There's something he needs to know. whether others like her are still trapped below. He doesn't expect her to respond, but he asks anyway. Which labyrinth had she come from, and who was her previous master? She just stares at him blankly, no different than before. That's when it clicks that he can't leave her behind with the Naga Empire. Handing her over to a human household isn't an option either. He knows better than to believe they'd treat her kindly. When he bought her, he already felt a quiet responsibility. Helping her recover, he's ready to take that on. For now, his role is simple: protect her. He gently pats her head and assures her that he'll be back soon. She should rest. Then he steps out of the room, frustration bubbling just beneath the surface. His anger spills over toward the attendants, even though they aren't entirely at fault. Her living conditions had been unacceptable, and now that she's in his care, he expects immediate changes. She needs a decent room, food, and proper treatment for her wounds. This isn't what things should have looked like when he first took her in. The attendant mutters that it seems like a lot of effort for someone who's only good for manual labor. Jinwoo's reaction is exactly what anyone familiar with his past would expect, that he's insulted. How could they say that to a man who came from the underworld himself? The attendant apologizes, and Jinwoo decides to let it slide. The man had been polite up until now, and there's no need for drama. Still, Jinwoo makes it clear he'll be checking in regularly. He's trusting the black merchant's staff to take proper care of her from now on. 7 days have passed in the auction house. Honestly, it feels more like a luxury stay than a serious mission. Most of their time has been spent lounging in plush rooms or sitting through never-ending auctions. Uziyo wastes time in his usual manner, while Rikshasha watches everything with a mix of skepticism and interest. Jinwoo hadn't expected much from the food since it was complimentary, but it turned out to be surprisingly decent. The beds weren't bad either. If only they didn't have to deal with squat toilets and the lack of real entertainment. Even reading and staring at the walls grows tiring after a while. Still, the quiet gives Jinwoo a chance to learn Rikshasha's full story. After the fall of the elves, she had gathered the last few survivors and founded a mercenary guild. Their survival depended on answering emergency calls from distressed labyrinths. They were fierce, unmatched in battle, and quickly became well known throughout the underworld. But fame comes at a cost. Felicius noticed and set a trap. Everyone was captured, except for Rikshasha. She escaped through sheer grit, though not without witnessing what happened to her comrades. Jinwoo confirms what she likely already suspects, that her story isn't unique. Tragedies like this are far too common in the chaos of the underground. He reminds her that strength alone won't get her the revenge she seeks. She needs strategy, and he's more than willing to help. After all, their goals are aligned. One way or another, he's going to cross paths with the King of Death. They decide to shelve the deeper discussion for later. It's not wise to speak freely here. Uziyo, meanwhile, is back to his antics until Jinwoo asks him to check in on the girl. Uziyo concentrates, slipping his awareness into glutton number 3, who remains stationed at her bedside. Nothing's changed. She's silent, unmoving, lost in her own mind. The black merchant's staff have been treating her well, but her meals remain untouched. Glutton yells at her to eat, and only then does she respond, slowly reaching for the tray. Uziyo informs Jinwoo that she only eats when commanded. She still behaves like an empty shell, obeying only direct orders. But today, at least, she managed to use the washroom on her own. That's progress. With just 1 day left at the auction house, they decide to be patient. After all, she barely moves. Suddenly, a loud announcement cuts through the building. The final auction is starting. Nobles and guests are called to the main hall. Jinwoo is more than ready for this long week to end. Uziyo seems amused that Jinwoo hasn't shown interest in anything besides the girl. The rest of the items? Either overpriced or worthless. Every time something remotely useful appears, the bidding goes wild. With only 8,000 to his name, Jinwoo can't afford to waste it. As the auction drags on, glutton number 3 storms into their room, fuming. Glutton number 4 skipped his shift, leaving 3 stuck babysitting far longer than planned. The other 2 gluttons are thrilled the main body is away. They've been plotting mischief since morning. Poor Uziyo can't even rely on his own split selves. The final day is just more of the same. A tiny gnome statue sells for a ridiculous amount. Jinwoo can't understand it. Why would anyone throw money at such junk? He'd rather spend it on strengthening his troops. At last, it's time for the vampire showcase. The host doesn't waste time introducing her, as there's no need. She's already known for rejecting every offer that's come her way. Jinwoo doesn't even understand why she's still being presented. She feels more like a spectacle than a sale item. Before the host finishes his dramatic introduction, she interrupts. When he tries to quiet her, she reminds him that without a buyer, they're the ones in trouble. He backs down. Since it's the final event, she decides to make it unforgettable. She snaps her restraints and begins her transformation. This time she's calling the shots. She'll choose her own master, and whatever they offer, high or low, that's the final price. The audience erupts in excitement. Everyone holds their breath to see who she'll pick. The vampire, known as the Red Jewel of the Underworld, already knows. She darts toward a beaten-up private booth, toward the noble who stirred up trouble on day 1. She's captivated by the scent from that room, barely managing to restrain herself. Jinwoo desperately asks for Rikshasha's take on the situation. It's her first encounter with a vampire, and she can't help but wonder if they all behave this bizarrely. Judging by her expression, our boy calls her pervert. Meanwhile, the auction host feels a wave of relief. This long ordeal may finally be wrapping up. The vampire has chosen her master, and it turns out to be none other than his grace. Just his presence appears to have sent her into a frenzy. The many kings and their entourages see through the performance. It was obvious from the start she was always going to choose an aristocrat. Now the crowd is about to witness her true value. As declared, the price set by the Baron would be final. Jinwoo pauses briefly before the Baron names his price. 1 down gem. The audience gasps. Vampires are considered priceless, yet this one is sold for the lowest price imaginable. Speculation stirs that perhaps it's a down gem of rare quality. But no, it's the lowest tier. The host is stunned. Even Rikshasha questions the our dude's decision. He answers bluntly that he has no intention of spending more on a depraved creature. He never wanted her and is already regretful over even that 1 gem. Yusio, standing beside him, doesn't understand the hype about vampires. Jinwoo, who owns numerous rare servants, figures that if the vampire turns out to be worthless, he'll simply demand a refund. The host, trying to add flair to the anticlimactic moment, announces with exaggerated drama, "For the first time in the auction's history, a vampire has been sold for just 1 down gem." The nickname 1 gem vampy starts making rounds. Though annoyed, the vampire lets it go. Money isn't her priority. Per auction rules, she cannot meet her new master right away. Her patience starts wearing thin. The host hastens the process, thanking attendees for joining the annual black merchant auction, and invites successful bidders to the lobby or private rooms to collect their winnings. Soon after, a merchant from the labyrinth's black market escorts Jinwoo's new servant, the vampire herself. They're as eager to offload her as she is to be claimed. The merchant congratulates Jinwoo, calling him lucky, but Jinwoo suspects they're trying to push this odd vampire onto him. Before handing over the gem, he demands answers. The vampire thinks his question is for her, but Jinwoo cuts her off. He wants to know who is orchestrating all of this. He doesn't believe in coincidences. First, he acquires something far more valuable than he paid for, then defeats a bothersome neighbor and earns aristocrat status. Suddenly, he's a key bidder and vampire owner. It all feels staged, and Jinwoo refuses to be played. The merchant admits Jinwoo isn't the only one. There are many within the underground who stand to gain if he rises. He admires Jinwoo's courage, and still, Jinwoo remains wary, accepting the situation for now. But the merchant offers a warning that the vampire's former master cared for her deeply. If Jinwoo mistreats her, there could be consequences. Jinwoo, uninterested in pointless fights, says the merchant can take her back if that's the case. He won't be blamed for something he didn't ask for. He isn't stupid or easily manipulated. If her former master is so fond of her, he can keep her. Ready to be done with it all, Jinwoo turns to leave, telling everyone to forget he was ever there. But the vampire doesn't give up. She tries to stop him, shouting for him to wait. She knows that her presence alone boosts her master's prestige. Jinwoo ignores her. He dismisses her as nothing more than a walking mosquito, and says he'd rather value a nearby girl than her. The vampire pulls herself together. She realizes Jinwoo is no ordinary man and silently thanks fate for assigning her to him. Jinwoo sees her trying to mark him again but holds his stance. He reminds her she belongs to him now, not the other way around. The black merchant is about to leave, but Jinwoo stops him. He still has a role to play. The vampire, now revealed as Angela, begins to share her story. Her previous master was Count Anatolius, who was a steel giant from the 11th floor. She was precious to him, but he had no choice but to let her go. Jinwoo wants specific circumstances aren't enough. Making a vampire contract requires blood, and that's what fuels their power. Angela explains that while she can feed on most beasts, the Count's blood was too weak. Jinwoo realizes that the Count couldn't even feed his own vampire, and thus had to part ways. Angela apologizes for her frankness. She admits that she hasn't fed in months and says Jinwoo smells sweet, like the premium blood she remembers. Originally, she planned to seduce her new master and live comfortably, but one breath of Jinwoo's scent overwhelmed her with hunger. Jinwoo shoves her aside, making it clear that he doesn't need her. Angela insists she doesn't mean any harm, she's just starving and dangerous if left unchecked. The merchant warns that it's too late to back out now. If word reaches the steel giant, trouble will come. With no alternative, Jinwoo begrudgingly accepts her. Angela promises to give her best effort. She may be useless at chores, but she'll at least pretend to try. Jinwoo swats her away again, reminding her that giving blood doesn't mean he's accepted her. She still has to earn her place. Suddenly, Angela lunges forward with vampiric hunger and gets too close to our guy. Dominique is in shock to see our boy's party. She can hardly process it. Jinwoo explains that a lot has clearly happened over the trip, and according to our guy, one problem starts after another. She informs our guy that the small one looks like she's from the same species as his, and then there's that shameless woman beside her master. Both are apparently put up for auction, and somehow he manages to walk away with both. She wonders why a human at an auction makes sense but not a vampire, As the weight of that thought settles, Dominique starts calculating things in her head about finances, but our guy casually reassures her that they don't pay anything. In fact, he tells his worker to bring down a single gem, just one, to cover the cost. He then orders her to get the gems of that width to pay merchants. When asked about a vacant room, Dominique tells our guy that there's only one room available for now, and when asked if another should be prepared, he declines. That one will be enough for their mosquito. The human dungeon baby isn't doing too well, so she'll stay with him for the time being. He gives Dominique instructions: feed her, bathe her, and get a healer to check on her. The girl's name is Yoonhee. He points toward Dominique and introduces her as his second-in-command, telling Yoonhee to obey her completely. The title second-in-command hits Dominique like a gift from the heavens. Overjoyed, she scoops up Yoonhee and already starts treating her like a daughter. Angela, watching from the side, has never seen a servant of the hero class before. Servant ranks are decided at birth, and chances to raise them are rare. Having a hero-class servant is no small thing. It's a treasure. As they all continue talking, Useo starts daydreaming, his eyes going soft as he looks at Dominique. She really does hold the whole place together. She's like the beating heart of it all. Suddenly, Useo asks if he can go home. His gluttons are falling apart, and he seems completely overlooked. His master barely notices him and waves him off. Disheartened, Useo and his gluttons shuffle away slowly. He wonders why they treat him in a mean way. Ever since he sends Rikshasha away, the only one who sticks around is the black merchant. Once Jinwoo gets his money, he warns the merchant to disappear. The merchant agrees, though he's clearly not happy. Jinwoo adds another warning, reminding him that he's tired of the tricks. He knows the merchant is trying to expand his market to the surface, but Jinwoo doesn't trust his instincts with money. The black merchant, despite the scolding, can't hide his excitement. Jinwoo has guessed the grand plan, and as the only human in the underworld, Jinwoo is valuable. He's the main link between the surface and their world below. Reluctantly, Jinwoo gives in and decides to show his new mosquito around the labyrinth. He isn't thrilled. She is kind of forced onto him, but now that she's one of them, he doesn't have a choice. She seems impressed by everything: the clean halls, the luxury, even the horn rats being treated so well. And now her new master owns an under-elf, a beast hybrid, draken, and even a vampire. She can't believe a new labyrinth can gather everything an aristocrat could want. As she looks around, she becomes sure of it. He's the new aristocrat of the 9th floor. She knows how quickly he rises. In less than a year since forming his labyrinth, he's gained both enemies and allies among the aristocrats. Some fear he'll ruin their prestige. Others find him interesting. And then there are opportunists, like her previous master, who see a path to power through him. Jinwoo has heard whispers about the 11th level. Same situation, stuck in a power deadlock. He figures her old master makes a deal. Let her go, and she'll seduce her new owner, forming a secret alliance. With it, Jinwoo can strike before the other labyrinths join forces against him. A clever move, considering no one expects an attack from the 9th floor. Her former master gambles on a long-term plan, and she fits perfectly into it. But Jinwoo isn't thinking about strategy. He's tired of her chatter and shows her to her new room. She stares at it horrified. A prison cell? She wonders what she's done wrong. But to Jinwoo, this is standard. If she doesn't like it, she can leave. Unless, of course, she wants to earn better by working for it. She mutters about needing blood to accept the place. Jinwoo doesn't respond. He's already done more than enough. If she wants to prove herself, she'll have to do it the hard way. As far as he's concerned, vampires are nothing special. She curses his stingy behavior under her breath and hopes he steps in something gross. Jinwoo, meanwhile, feels suffocated and decides to take an above-ground visit the next day. The next day, he shows up at Beek's place. Beek's been trying to reach him for days and is overjoyed to see him alive. Jinwoo shrugs it off, saying sometimes he just disappears. It's how he is. Things in the underground are chaotic, and Beek knows Jinwoo is the only one who can handle it. Jinwoo wonders if it's about the hell spiders again, but Beek says no, this is far bigger. He claims the news can change everything, both above and below ground. Jinwoo rolls his eyes and tells him to get to the point. Beek always takes too long building up his stories, but this time the reveal hits hard. A labyrinth has chosen a dungeon baby as its master. Jinwoo freezes if someone has discovered him. Beek grins, enjoying the reaction. He explains that labyrinth owners can open doors to anywhere, just like in a game. He sees it happen himself when the kid summons a portal during a camping trip in an abandoned labyrinth room on the 4th floor. And as always, secrets don't stay secrets for long. To keep something like that hidden, the kid would have needed to kill everyone who saw it. And then there's more. A secret auction exists, only for labyrinth owners. One rifle is sold there for thousands of down gems. Beek sees endless opportunities. Jinwoo wonders why he doesn't spot the human during the auction. He needs more details. Unfortunately, Beek has bad news. The dungeon baby is already dead. Greed over labyrinth profits leads to betrayal. Worse, the labyrinth doesn't accept the traitor or anyone else as its new owner. Without a core, the labyrinth might die with its master. Now, everyone is hoping to be chosen next to get this. Of all people, Beek believes Jinwoo is the best candidate. He's willing to give him everything he knows, for free. Jinwoo is confused about this statement coming from him all of a sudden, but it becomes clear that if Jinwoo becomes a labyrinth owner, Old Man Beak would benefit just by being his personal appraiser. That alone makes it obvious. And being a level 12 human weapon is enough to avoid ending up like that other poor guy. Unless, of course, Jinwoo already owns a labyrinth and isn't looking for a new one. Beak tries to joke about it, but Jinwoo doesn't bother responding. He's too focused on the thought of getting a second dungeon. Just asking about available labyrinths makes the old man light up with excitement. And Jinwoo can't deny it, he is interested. According to rumors, the 7th floor holds the most potential. Coincidentally, that's the same floor where Jinwoo finds Hoya. It feels like a sign, but there's a catch. He's already 2 weeks behind. Worse, the information doesn't come from Beak's private sources. It comes from the association, which means it's probably out there already. And if Jinwoo goes there, he'll have to deal with Song Jong-chol, the one person he absolutely can't stand. Beak explains that still, dealing with that jerk is better than wandering around in an unknown area hoping to stumble upon an empty labyrinth. So he agrees to check it out. The old man isn't surprised. Jinwoo's never been the easiest to deal with, but he's always practical. The question now is when he plans to leave. And Jinwoo is ready. Once he's equipped, he'll be on the move. But this time he wants something better. A weapon that won't break after one fight. On the other side, the little dungeon baby is seen hugging Dominique. The moment our guy steps through the portal, Dominique tells him that his outfit gives it away that he's got a human world job lined up. Jinwoo needs to grow his team as the competition on the 7th floor has gotten intense and humans have taken over. This time he's planning to climb up through the 8th floor. He decides to let Rikshasha rest for now and leaves the labyrinth's management to Dominique and Qantas as usual. Draken's still too slow, so he won't be allowed outside anytime soon, and Hoya must be hidden from humans. For this mission, Useo is an expert at patrolling, making it a perfect fit. But Angela doesn't want to be left behind. She asks to join. Jinwoo's unsure at first. This mission is anything but simple, but Angela insists. Even if she seems useless, she has skills he can use. One of them lets her sense all nearby living beings, similar to what Chansik did. Jinwoo knows a bit about vampires and suspects she can erase her presence too. She seems happy he knows this, and she quickly demonstrates how she can melt into his shadow. It's a useful ability. As long as he agrees, she can stay with him without being seen. If not, she'll get tossed around a little. Jinwoo sees the potential. He can keep her nearby and still move freely, so he lets her join the mission. Rikshasha shows up barely able to stand, and Jinwoo tells her to rest and take Useo instead. He has enough scouts now. Rikshasha appreciates the gesture but suggests taking Yoonhee instead. Jinwoo reminds her this isn't a leisure trip, but Rikshasha insists again. As if on cue, Yoonhee's eyes and hair glow a deeper pink, and pink lightning crackles around her. Rikshasha explains that Yoonhee can map everything she sees. It sounds decent but not helpful, until Yoonhee grabs Jinwoo's cloak and shares her vision with him. From now on, her location will be synced to his map. When Jinwoo checks the updated version, the details have drastically improved. He figures Yoonhee can't share maps from past experiences, and Rikshasha confirms it only records during activation. It's unfortunate, it could have been a treasure trove, but even now, Yoonhee becomes a valuable addition to the team. Their labyrinth lacks proper maps, even of their own surroundings. Yoonhee's skill could fix that, and it doesn't seem to wear her out. She's officially on the team now. Jinwoo thinks it's probably for the best, especially since he promised to watch over her himself. Dominique, naturally protective, isn't thrilled. She fusses over Yoonhee, worried about her health and food. She brushes her hair, washes her face, and tries to reassure her using body language since Yoonhee can't speak. Jinwoo, growing impatient, tells Dominique to prepare food for two. They need to head out soon. The 9th floor's exit is close to the labyrinth of gluttony, so it won't take long to reach. News of Yoonhee joining the expedition doesn't sit well with Useo. Jinwoo is surprised. They've been traveling for over 2 days without encountering a single creature. Angela explains that with 2 labyrinth owners and a stunning vampire walking around, no beast dares to cross their path. She thinks the creatures probably mistake Useo for an army all by himself. Useo doesn't appreciate the comment. He refuses to let the vampire bully him like the others, and mutters about how much he dislikes her. It's only been a day since the auction ended, and already she acts like she owns his place. She doesn't even announce herself when visiting his labyrinth. Jinwoo doesn't get the fuss, so Useo keeps venting. It's his 3rd expedition in a row, and he's barely rested. A true owner should get a year between missions. Jinwoo tells him if he scouts well, he won't have to use much energy. Still, Useo doubts he'll rest anytime soon. He's convinced the King of the Dead will stir up trouble any day now. After days of marching, they finally reach the 8th floor's entrance. They rush in quickly to avoid scaring off the guards, who've clearly gone into hiding. Jinwoo feels strange while passing between the floors. It's the only place in the underworld that ever feels safe. Behind him, Useo struggles to pull himself up. He's never left the 9th floor before, and it shows. Jinwoo's disappointed, but Angela steps in to explain that it's rare for a labyrinth owner to leave their floor. The farther they go, the weaker they become. Each floor drains about 20% of their strength. Jinwoo finds that hard to believe, but Angela insists it's true. It's why humans won the Great War. If deeper floor beasts could fight at full power, humanity wouldn't have stood a chance. Uziyo argues, but she reminds him that he wasn't even there, so she can't speak for what would have happened. Still, Jinwoo wonders just how strong those lower floor creatures really are, as they didn't even participate in the war, and ones who participated were really destructive. They move on to a more pressing issue, how Uziyo will become less helpful the higher they go. Angela won't be affected as long as she stays near Jinwoo. This really annoys Uziyo. His color shifts from green to red. He calls her a mosquito, saying she can't even travel without her master's permission, or cross a pond without getting stuck. Angela doesn't think it matters. She's not planning to leave Jinwoo's side anyway, and if she wanted to, she could just fly. Uziyo shouts mosquito pervert again and again. Angela ignores him. Jinwoo regrets bringing these two along. They have a schedule to keep, and he tells them to drop the chatter. He knows entrances are usually guarded, so they should move along. The scouts confirm his suspicion. They've already been surrounded. Uziyo estimates at least 50. He's frustrated the scouts couldn't even do their one job. He orders Uziyo to hide and take Yoonhee with him. Uziyo doesn't complain. Hiding is his thing. He turns into slime, scoops Yoonhee up, and vanishes into the terrain, giving Jinwoo a scare. Uziyo insists she'll be fine, and he makes air holes before turning down his acidity to the lowest level. His camouflage is flawless. Jinwoo is impressed, and Angela finds it fitting for a lazy kid like Uziyo. Time is short, so Jinwoo orders Angela to slip into his shadow. They need to get ready. The moment she vanishes, camouflage skill activates, and Angela's skill has been partially shared. Camouflage upgraded to invisible, an enhanced version. Whatever had been guarding the 8th floor begins moving toward their direction, alert and searching. A group of pigs comes to a halt at the exact spot where Jinwoo had been standing just moments earlier. The largest among them lowers its snout and sniffs the air cautiously, sensing something unusual in the atmosphere. There's no doubt, something unfamiliar has risen from the 9th floor. It lets out a low grunt, puzzled by the absence of the intruders. The pig glances around, clearly confused about where they've gone. With a nickname like Big Nose, failing to locate hidden enemies would be disgraceful, and it knows its reputation is on the line. Without hesitation, it puts its skill to use, trusting its powerful sense of smell. As expected, it detects the faint scent of the 9th floor still lingering in the air. The intruders haven't left, they're just hiding somewhere nearby. Realizing this, it grunts louder and signals the others without delay that the hunt begins tonight. Angela thinks Jinwoo has no idea that while staying tucked inside his shadow, she sends him the information telepathically, hoping he doesn't get startled. All he needs to do is think about talking to her, and she'll hear it. It's easy enough, and soon he gets the hang of it because he communicated with Dominique like this. Despite these creatures' low intelligence, the enemy's strong sense of smell somehow lets them pierce through the protective veil. Angela figures the 2 larger pigs following their noses must be commanders. This unexpected insight works in their favor. Jinwoo isn't exactly thrilled about searching the entire 8th floor for a path to the 7th, so when Angela reminds him that his aristocratic authority could help, he remembers his seal. He always keeps it on him, though it has a habit of vanishing when he needs it most. Angela reassures him that the seal tends to show up when truly needed. The plan is simple. Jinwoo sends a quiet command to the nearest pig commander. If the creature sees someone it can communicate with, it should guide them. The pig steps back in surprise, unsure of how to react to a human. It doesn't see humans often, but knows they taste great, especially when ground up whole. Tempted by the idea, it quickly casts earth magic to smash Jinwoo into a mince. As the dust settles, Jinwoo stands completely unharmed, his armor having taken the full hit. The seal, however, doesn't activate for some reason. Angela understands immediately that Jinwoo allowed himself to be hit on purpose. She's impressed, and Jinwoo notices. Meanwhile, the pig mage is already preparing a second spell. This time it's stronger, which is an attempt to draw much more earth for an even bigger attack. Before the spell can finish, Jinwoo drives his knee right into the pig's forehead, knocking it unconscious in a single blow. Attacking before judging the enemy's strength was a dumb move. At that moment, his Baron-level skill activates. Jinwoo doesn't like wasting good pork, but he decides to show some mercy. He declares his title, Master of Naga, Baron Jinwoo of the Underworld. He offers them one chance to surrender, and surprisingly, they take it. Every pig hits the ground in submission. Their leader insists he only acted based on what he smelled. One of them makes it obvious she hates being inside the slime, while Uziyo continues scooping up as many gluttons as he can. The pigs now act like royal guards, shouting praise for Jinwoo and clearing the way through their maze. One of them even scolds a younger pig for not showing enough respect to the Baron, though neither of them knows what a Baron actually is. Still, their excitement makes them look like Naga soldiers. Angela, full of herself again, believes the pigs are in awe of her appearance. Jinwoo thinks they're more afraid of Angela than of him. Her disgust is clear. Among vampires, there's a rumor that pigs are common prey, tasty if you can get past the fat. She figures their fear might come from ancient memories of vampires feasting on them. The sheer number of pigs starts to make Angela curious. Jinwoo too begins thinking that just a few hundred of these porkers could fix the Naga's food shortage. But his good mood doesn't last. Something big is approaching fast, parting the sea of pigs in its path. Angela tries to warn him, but Jinwoo already senses it. Yuzio rushes to safety, dragging his new admirers with him. The giant creature heading their way is the labyrinth's owner. It had sent the pigs out to gather food, not celebrate their potential dinner. The Boar King is stronger than Jinwoo expected, but Jinwoo isn't in the mood for games. He flashes his ring casually. The seal's aristocratic authority activates, but the king resists it, though not completely. Sweat beads across the creature's face. He recognizes the seal and knows it well. Though he resists, the presence of power rattles him, and his attitude changes instantly. He greets Jinwoo with formal respect, acknowledging the rare presence of an aristocrat, and even more so, the terrifying company of a vampire. He's never heard of an aristocrat traveling this far from their own floor, and wonders if they've come to thin out his kind. Jinwoo makes it clear they're just passing through. The 8th floor is just a stop on their way to the 7th. The king seems confused. His labyrinth lies in the opposite direction of the 7th floor entrance. Both Jinwoo and the leader slowly turn toward the two pig commanders. The pigs quickly admit they have no idea where the entrance is, and thought it best to involve their chief. Their lack of knowledge earns them punishment, but Jinwoo doesn't blame them. It's his fault for expecting pigs to be useful. The Pig King then asks what Jinwoo wants from the 7th floor. Jinwoo doesn't think that's any of his business. Still, the king believes Jinwoo doesn't understand what's happening there. A war has broken out, spreading across the entire floor. Traveling without a plan could get Jinwoo trapped in the crossfire, and not even an aristocrat would enjoy that. Jinwoo doesn't have time to wait. He's willing to take the risk. Fortunately, the pig knows another way. If he joins the fight himself, it would create a distraction big enough for Jinwoo to slip through. A labyrinth owner stepping into battle would draw all attention. Jinwoo doubts the boars would do such a favor for someone he just met, but the pig assures him he will, on one condition. When Jinwoo finishes his business on the 7th floor, he must return the favor and assist the pig in return. The deal is offered. The king is then taken to the place that is very noisy, the same place where the bloodshed repeats every other day. It's always the same kind of pointless battle, a slow grind between the bloodlions from the 7th floor and the striped wasps. None of it makes much sense to the commanders, but both sides still throw themselves into the fight. The king can't understand why the striped wasps are struggling so badly. They must be way past their prime now. He turns to his commanders, asking for the latest news from the lookouts on the 8th floor, but all he gets is a confused grunt. Apparently, neither of them remembers what was reported. They argue over who forgot, but the king already knows the real problem. It's him. He should have never trusted the two with anything even slightly important. So, he gives them orders they can't possibly mess up. Return to the labyrinth, lock it down, and put everyone on high alert. He'll handle the rest on his own. Leaving them behind is safer. There's always someone lurking around, waiting for a chance to gain something in his absence. Whatever he has to do now, it's better done alone. No need to risk the lives of his pigs. The commanders try to warn him. Their reports hint that things might be dangerous. They even mention the blood lion, Marcus himself, showing up in battle. But the king doesn't take it seriously. He doubts a 7th level creature could pose any real threat to him. Without another word, he sends them back. He watches to make sure they obey. They can't be getting in his way now. It's been ages since he was free to let loose on the battlefield. Opportunities like this don't come often, and he's ready to enjoy every moment. As he begins his warm-up, one of the commanders expresses concern, but the other one reminds him of the truth. Once their chief starts charging, nothing can stop him. After all, he's Okanatushi, the advancer. Elsewhere, even from over half a day's journey away, they sense the king's awakening. The ground trembles from the impact of his movement. Yuzio feels grateful to be far from such a beast. Meanwhile, Jinwoo checks in with Angela. He wants to know if the distraction is working. She informs him that the big oinker is doing his job well. Every beast in the area is getting drawn toward the chaos he's creating. Even creatures that are 2 days away might come running. Jinwoo knows what that means. The battlefield ahead is going to be brutal. There's no time to waste. They have a long journey ahead to reach the 7th floor's entrance. 3 days pass. At the edge of the 7th floor, Jinwoo turns to Usio. He needs him to protect Yoonhee, because she's their only hope if things go bad. Usio's doing his best, but he's burning through glutton faster than he can consume it. A beast crashes through him, heading straight for Yoonhee. Uzo cries out her name. The little girl doesn't flinch. Instead, she activates her powers and, like a seasoned warrior, drives her bare hand into the creature's chest. In a second, the threat is gone, and she stands covered in blood, calm as ever. Jinwoo wonders how he forgot. Yoonhee isn't just any child. She's a dungeon baby, born on the 11th floor. But just being from a deeper floor doesn't mean she knows how to fight. It means she had been properly trained for one. He hands her his weapon, curious to see what she can do. She activates her power again and rushes off, focused on the task. Watching her fight, he starts to think she might have been trained as a soldier, or maybe she's just naturally gifted. He tells Useo to watch over her while she battles. If she gets hit, she won't recover easily, so Useo needs to be her shield if needed. Useo feels like it's unfair. He's already using too many gluttons, and now this? Still, he listens. Realizing Yoonhee is more than capable of handling herself, Jinwoo heads off to check on Angela. The destruction she's caused is on another level. With a wave of her fan, she tears open beasts and drains their blood. As a vampire, she doesn't let any of it go to waste. It's not drinkable, but it works fine for attacks. Curious, she tastes a drop, but instantly regrets it and spits it out, embarrassed. Jinwoo asks for a report. She tells him the enemies are everywhere but should be gone soon. She's already taken out over half of them. Still, Jinwoo knows the rest won't be easy. Angela estimates fewer than 200 are left, but that's still enough for a full-blown war. With blood so thick in the air, sneaking away is impossible. Angela could end it quickly, but she'd have to use all her energy, and then Jinwoo would have to help her recover. She reminds him she hasn't had more than a single cup of his blood and has been using it carefully. He gives her permission to go all out. In return, he promises to give her 2 cups of blood when it's over. That's all she needs. Her excitement flares, and she decides to give him a show worth watching. A festival of blood in his honor. A beautiful rose appears above her as her attack pulls all the creatures into a swirling vortex. Far away, another battle between kings is beginning. Minutes later, Angela's attack ends everything. The field is clear, but she's left drained. Jinwoo knows she's legendary, but what she just did is beyond impressive. She achieved all of this with barely any of his blood. Angela collapses, begging him to keep his promise. He agrees, but needs to make sure everything's safe first. On his way, he finds Useo in a pool of his own glutton, but he seems okay, so Jinwoo moves on. He panics the moment he reaches Yoonhee. The ground suddenly swallows her. He reacts instantly, launching toward her, but the earth seals before he can reach her. Useo appears right behind him, already digging. Jinwoo doesn't even need to speak. Useo's already on it. Rage bubbles inside him. Angela had claimed no enemies were nearby, but someone clearly just used powerful magic. Angela insists there were no signs of life, standing firm in her belief. Useo cuts in to stop the argument. Yoonhee's gone. Jinwoo tells them not to waste time and keep digging, but Useo tries to explain, there's no trace of her. It's like she vanished. No residue, no presence, nothing. Jinwoo freezes, and the words strike something deep within him, a memory he thought he buried. He wonders if the thing swallowed her could really be the labyrinth. Just then, the map updates again. Jinwoo notices it first. Without a word, he pulls it up, eyes scanning the shifting patterns. Angela seems to realize what's happening. Yoonhee must have responded to the labyrinth's call, but before she can say anything, Jinwoo gestures for silence. His eyes remain fixed on the map as new areas begin to unfold, places he's never seen before. It's clear that Yoonhee's map-making ability is working, unveiling routes and paths far beyond their reach. She's moving too fast. Even with all their strength, it'll take them days to catch up. Jinwoo recalls the moment he first received the call. It transported him straight to the 9th floor in a blink. Judging by her current route, he already knows where she's heading. He swipes across the map to confirm it. There's no mistake. She's answered the labyrinth. They need to move, and fast. Without hesitation, Jinwoo activates his invisibility skill. Useo clings to him for dear life as they speed through the underground, but the man's terrified screams ruin the stealth. The pace is overwhelming. Angela can't understand how Jinwoo tracked Yoonhee down so quickly, but it's all thanks to the girl's gift. Without it, Yoonhee would have disappeared completely. They've watched her grow stronger ever since they took her in. She's no longer just a fragile figure in the corner. She's proven useful to the Naga labyrinth. But her doll-like state still lingers. She doesn't eat unless someone tells her to. If they don't reach her in time, starvation could claim her. Angela warns of movement ahead. They're not monsters, these are humans. Ever since they started following Yoonhee's trail, they've been running into more people than beasts. That's unusual for the 7th floor. Jinwoo realizes that he's been so focused on retrieving Yoonhee, he forgot the reason they came here in the first place. The humans they spot are not just explorers, they're searching for an unclaimed labyrinth. Angela picks up on hundreds of life signs nearby. Jinwoo now understands why there's chaos across the 7th and 8th floors. Humans are disrupting the balance. He decides to patrol the area before moving forward. A massive crowd is gathering at what seems to be the entrance of an empty labyrinth. But there's tension. Fights are on the verge of breaking out. The association, as always, is trying to control the situation, pressing down on the growing unrest. Everyone there seems desperate to claim the labyrinth for themselves. Angela finds their behavior ridiculous. One can't just become a labyrinth's master because they want to. Jinwoo quietly agrees. Most people don't understand how these mysterious structures function. In the crowd, a familiar face is yelling at others, telling them they're too late to the party. He insists the labyrinth belongs to the association. Jinwoo remembers something. This must be the place Old Man Baek had mentioned. Given the tensions between the association and the freelance explorers, Jinwoo knows exactly where this is going. But now isn't the time to deal with it. He marks the spot on the map. They'll return later. For now, they have to reach Yoonhee. Angela suddenly picks up on a life signal, faint, but definitely Yoonhee. They arrive at the hidden entrance to the labyrinth. It's so well concealed that Jinwoo doubts ordinary humans would ever have found it. If labyrinths really do pick their own masters, then this one must have chosen Yoonhee. It suits her perfectly. Though he admits the place gives him a strange feeling, Jinwoo leads them inside. Yuso thinks it's more than strange, it's ugly. But they have no choice. Once inside, Jinwoo warns the group. This labyrinth is alive. Even without a master, it senses intruders. They're not welcome here. Jinwoo keeps walking. The paths stretch endlessly. Time begins to blur. No matter how far he moves, the scenery doesn't change. He starts to feel something's wrong. There's no resistance, no beasts, no traps. A living labyrinth should have some form of defense, and yet nothing. A strange feeling washes over him. He turns to check on Angela and Yuseo, but they're gone. Panic sets in. He yells their names. No answer. There were no signs, no sounds, nothing to indicate anything had happened. He wonders if he's even inside a real labyrinth. He tries to call up his map, but it doesn't respond. He shouts out the names of his skills. Parasite, hardening, camouflage, none of them work. Everything's been stripped from him. But how? A floor 7 labyrinth without a master shouldn't have this kind of power. Then someone appears. The man asks if Jinwoo's lost his mind. Jinwoo doesn't recognize him, but the guy looks genuinely concerned. He says if Jinwoo keeps acting strange, they'll all get eaten. This isn't the time or place for breakdowns. The stranger is none other than Kim Jinwoo. Their leader tries to help, saying they can't afford to attract attention. If even one of them makes a mistake, it could cost everyone their lives. Jinwoo stares. This man seems to think they're teammates. A wild thought strikes him that maybe he's dreaming. Maybe none of this is real. In the dream, Jinwoo had become a labyrinth owner. Not some monstrous creature with limbs sprouting everywhere, but someone with a parasite capable of incredible things. He jokes about growing taller, maybe like the man before him. The stranger laughs, saying it sounds like a great dream. Jinwoo can't believe how real it all felt. The man offers to stand guard next time Jinwoo needs rest. Everyone knows Jinwoo works the hardest in their group. Nobody would mind if he took more breaks, actually. They'd prefer it. Then a new voice cuts through the haze. He pulls her up by the jaw and scolds her. Jinwoo's imagination is getting him in trouble again. But it's also one of the reasons everyone likes him so much. More of his old squad shows up. The leader is furious. If they all get caught slacking, their superiors won't spare anyone. The group brushes it off. They say they just need to avoid getting caught. Someone calls Jinwoo's story hilarious. They demand he retell it, saying it's worthy of becoming a mana. They tease her, calling her the group's chatterbox. As they laugh and urge him to start from the beginning, Jinwoo smiles. He hasn't felt this kind of happiness in a long time. He thinks back to all the names, each one a dear friend. There was Park Hyung-tae, the idol who once traveled the world and ended up in the labyrinths. His stories had inspired her to dream of the surface. This person is killed in explosion when the war broke out. Then there was Baker Hung Tae-soo, who promised the best bread before the poison fog melted him. Lee Ji-seok led a decoy charge and was crushed. Technician Lee Ji-woong, he died horribly, torn apart by traps while trying to open an escape. He goes through the memories one by one, almost like he's setting them free. In the end, only he and the leader Jinwoo remain. He remembers how his leader died, an abdominal injury, bleeding out in his arms. That moment taught him the true meaning of death. Now, in this illusion, the labyrinth tries to drown him in joy to trap him. But Jinwoo sees through it. It's cruel how his happiest moments are stitched so tightly to his greatest losses. And this labyrinth on the 7th floor has crossed a line which is now playing with his mind by reminding him all of them. Meanwhile, Useo is sleeping and asking about needing 5 more minutes. But our guy doesn't let him enjoy the comfort for long and throws a punch straight at Useo's face, snapping him awake. Angela watches this unfold, still surprised that even she, a vampire, had fallen under the 7th floor labyrinth's hypnotic spell. Jinwoo silently agrees with her. This place's illusion is no joke. He makes sure Useo is fully awake before turning his attention forward. A slow-moving group of summoned creatures begins heading toward them. The first wave clearly failed, so now the labyrinth is upping the pressure. Thankfully, it didn't try to finish them off while they were unconscious. Useo still lags behind, but our guy is already sharp and alert, easily taking care of the approaching enemies. These summons are low-ranked, nothing more than foot soldiers. Strength isn't this labyrinth's strong suit. It's focused more on weakening its enemies than overpowering them. Angela quietly wonders if Jinwoo plans to destroy the place. He hadn't exactly been thrilled when he woke from that false dream. But now, having calmed down, he doesn't seem like the kind to go around wrecking everything in his path. Plus, the thought of hearing the black merchant scold him again is enough of a reason to hold back. Useo thinks back to how long Jinwoo paused when asked about destroying it. Maybe the decision wasn't that simple. For now, their focus is on finding the Yoonhee. The hallways are a mess, remnants of broken illusions and scattered summons everywhere. It's clear the labyrinth leaned too heavily on hypnosis. The traps are weak and the monsters aren't impressive. It doesn't take long before they arrive at the room where the little one is being kept. Angela can sense her presence, but the thick wall separating them offers no clear way in. Jinwoo recognizes this setup instantly. He'd been in the exact same situation inside the Naga labyrinth. The place wouldn't let him through until Yoonhee had taken ownership. That just means he has to push a little. He applies a bit of force, enough to break through, and finally sees her safe and unharmed. Everything feels so familiar, just like back then. She hasn't moved at all since being placed in the room. Now it's time for her to claim the labyrinth. She has to accept it, make it hers. As he watches her, the room begins to shift. Bright carnival lights flicker on. Balloons float up. Game booths appear out of nowhere. It's a full-on circus dream. A carnival-themed labyrinth. Strange, but fitting. Yoonhee seems to be handling things well enough. Jinwoo tells her to look for a translucent screen, one that should be hovering in front of her eyes. She just needs to tap yes to begin syncing with the labyrinth. Hesitantly, like a puppet unsure of her strings, she does it. The labyrinth instantly flares to life. Yuzo jumps, startled, as the system registers her as the new owner. The Labyrinth of Madness, what a ridiculous, over-the-top name, starts to restructure itself based on her energy and presence. Walls shift, colors brighten, a new gate appears. Synchronization is complete. Now the labyrinth just needs time, about 24 hours, and a bit of energy to finish repairs and upgrades. There's one last thing Jinwoo needs to do. He must make her his knight. She signs the contract without a second thought, forgetting that she can't speak. Jinwoo tries everything to get her to say the word portal, repeating it in every tone he can think of, but she remains silent. At that, Dominique and the others show up, but eventually, she steps forward, sensing the to see unfamiliar place. She passes through the portal, drawn toward Jinwoo. He hadn't expected it to open, definitely not from her side. Without waste no time, Dominique wrapping herself around her, adorable as always. Dominique beams with pride. Her daughter has become the owner of a 7th-floor labyrinth. The moment feels nostalgic. The Naga labyrinth had once been just as small. He counters that it only began to grow after she entered it. Their mission is complete now. Still, Useo looks a little pale. Jinwoo gives orders. Dominique, Hoya, and Draken will stay behind and guard the new territory. Yuzio and Yoonhee are to head back to the Naga labyrinth. But he and Angela still have unfinished business. Angela's darker side starts to show at the mention of it. Jinwoo warns her that if she doesn't keep it in check, he'll cut off her blood supply until she behaves. Eventually, they return to the human settlement. Someone seems to have taken charge in their absence, but Jinwoo isn't interested in the politics. He tunes out the nonsense being said. Their goal is to sneak in quietly and finish their work. Still, he hears everything. Same old complaints that the association is evil, greedy, and wants control over everything. Nothing has changed since his last visit. The only difference is, the association's reputation has taken an even bigger hit. Jinwoo realizes that someone with weak detection ability has sensed him. Hannah, one of the humans, calls attention to it. There's something dark among them, she warns. Luckily, whoever it is can only detect his presence, not his identity. Stealth-type skills are rare among humans, and right now, everyone assumes a beast is nearby. Angela eyes the situation, thinking she could sneak in a snack or two, but Jinwoo shuts that down. They don't need chaos, just a bit of distraction to get through. The plan works like a charm. Panic spreads. People scream about a stealthy beast. Jinwoo quietly fuels the fear, just a few touches here and there, enough to stir the crowd. Inside the camp, one of Song Jongchul hears the noise and grows irritated. He orders his men to guard the entrance. He'll check out the mess himself. His patience is worn thin. These explorers never appreciate anything. All they care about is money. He's ready to knock some sense into them if needed. The 2 guards he leaves behind have no idea what they're even protecting. One thinks he's looking for an ancient artifact. The other imagines some lost magic tech. Neither understands what a labyrinth really is. Our guy stands between them and answers to their questions silently. Without wasting any time, our boy knocks both of the guards. Angela comments at that he cares about human. But Jinwoo reflects that there's little value in drawing comparisons between these greedy people and Yoonhee, especially since she hasn't done anything wrong. As they continue strolling through the vacant chamber, Angela inquires what they're searching for. He simply tells her to wait. Meanwhile, a realization strikes him that the owner's chamber lies at the end of a long, direct hallway from the entrance, yet there are no traps, no supporting structures, not even a frame to secure the core. That's when it clicks that the labyrinth collapsed before reaching rank 3, even before its core could fully form. Hearing this, Angela wonders aloud whether they're inside a dead labyrinth. However, he clarifies that it isn't while pointing out the absence of a throne and the presence of a labyrinth emblem positioned behind the altar. At that moment, he spots a box nearby. Jinwoo notes that it appears as though it was preparing to receive a rightful owner. Then unexpectedly, his parasite detection ability activates, and a burst of light emerges from the box. Noticing something unusual, he questions internally if it might be a labyrinth shard, reminiscent of what they encountered previously. Soon, the core is discovered, but its functionality is suspended due to the loss of its master. The system won't initiate until a new owner is recognized. As he raises a finger toward the box, Angela, now slightly anxious, queries what he's doing. He asks her to hold on for a moment. Upon pressing the button, the system signals that the ownerless labyrinth has denied the imprinting attempt. His effort fails as it refuses to accept him. He realizes the presence of a dormant core, and if left unattended, it may awaken once again someday. Upon hearing this, Angela asks whether that future host might be a human. Jinwoo admits that he can't rule out the possibility. Contemplating the situation, Angela becomes concerned. If humans begin to gain control over labyrinths and initiate their own experiments, the consequences could grow increasingly complex. She fears that a new faction of settlers might emerge within the labyrinth while fueling tensions both on the surface and beneath it. Jinwoo acknowledges that humans taking over labyrinths is inevitable, but emphasizes that today isn't that day. Without further delay, he initiates a forced shutdown of the inactive labyrinth core, and surprisingly, the attempt is accepted, though the resistance from the labyrinth is fierce. Suddenly, voices echo nearby. Song Jongchul arrives and demands to know what's happening. The crowd wonders whether beasts are approaching, but they're informed that the disturbance originates from inside the labyrinth itself. Immediately, Song Jongchul orders all individuals ranked level 7 and above to follow him. As Angela realizes the situation, she alerts her master that humans are quickly drawing near. Jinwoo, while recognizing the urgency, instructs her to retreat into the shadows, already formulating a plan. He urges the labyrinth to put aside its pride while questioning how long it thinks it can continue like this. Regardless of whether it chooses a human or a beast as its future ruler, the outcome remains the same. The crashing sounds intensify as Jinwoo persistently attempts to deactivate the core. He advises the entity to consider this as misfortune rather than falling prey to humanity's greed. Instead, he proposes that it join him while promising to put it to good use. Finally, through his determination and strength, the core's removal succeeds. Soon after, the people begin nearing their location while questioning whether they're all right. As they step into the labyrinth, sharp crackling sounds echo through the air. Song grits his teeth in visible frustration, his expression hardened. In front of them stands an unfamiliar silhouette, and he turns to his group while inquiring if anyone recognizes what they're facing. However, panic starts to rise as the figure moves closer. The group grows restless while assuming they should flee, yet their legs won't respond. A chilling sense of helplessness takes over as they begin to believe they'll be swallowed by this mysterious entity. Cries for assistance fill the space, especially from those caught in parts of the structure while pleading for someone to save them. Nevertheless, Song quickly takes control while barking orders for everyone to get into formation and remain alert if they want to survive. They soon identify the being as a beast, but it suddenly disappears from view while throwing them into further confusion. One of them gestures towards a shadowy corner while announcing its location. The crackling intensifies while spreading tension in the air, and fear takes over their expressions. Eventually, they notice the creature is retreating. They wonder if the large group scared it off. There's a moment of hesitation as they debate whether to pursue it, but someone warns against it while questioning their judgment. They all know none of them possess the necessary level of strength to engage something unknown. It might have simply made this area its dwelling. After regaining their composure, they begin inspecting one another for injuries and prepare to withdraw. One of them mutters, frustrated, that this place is now compromised. None of it matters if they all end up dead. Once the beast disappears from sight, Angela turns to Jinwoo while questioning what the creature really was. He quickly recognizes that the parasite has entered a dormant phase and quietly admits he never expected it to assume such a massive form. It was merely a performance. Meanwhile, Angela is impressed by his feat silently, while he knows that he must hide the truth that he is human too. With the labyrinth core secured, their task here is finished. The research facility will take over from this point. As Jinwoo rises to his feet, Angela asks if they're heading back into the labyrinth. To her surprise, he declines. She presses further while asking if something remains unfinished. Calmly, he reminds her of a promise he made back on level 8. Eventually, he arrives at level 8, where a few boars are engaged in casual conversation, our boy's abilities. One of them remarks that he seems more dependable now, but the response is modest, and he insists that dependability has nothing to do with having a large structure. While they continue their exchange, Jinwoo begins to grow impatient. Interrupting, he remarks that he's not here for idle chatter. He then inquires whether their leader is currently in the labyrinth. Without waiting much, he proceeds toward the boss of level 8. As he gets closer, he quickly senses the truth that the leader's strength has faded to the point that either he or Angela could defeat him with ease now. Some of the rank 8 members nearby reveal that their leader had once fought against the bloodlion Marcus. Jinwoo confirms whether they mean the one from level 7, and they affirm while adding that based on their gathered knowledge, the two had battled relentlessly until both were nearly at the brink of death. This revelation unsettles Jinwoo. The idea that the level 8 labyrinth owner couldn't overcome the level 7 one is more than surprising. But the conversation doesn't end there. The others mention that something even more alarming has occurred. Curious, Jinwoo urges them to elaborate. In response, they explain that the bloodlions have descended, literally. They've drained a significant portion of their labyrinth's energy just to move down to this level. This shift sparked a conflict, as their arrival triggered chaos and unrest. After hearing this, Jinwoo waves the details aside for a moment, pointing out how unusual it is that entire factions can even relocate between levels. He questions the logic that why anyone would choose to descend to such a harsher, more unstable zone. The creatures explain that they managed to ask a few lions themselves, and from what they gathered, while something even worse is stirring on level 7. At this point, Jinwoo silently concludes that humans must be behind the ongoing disturbances. As the conversation slows, the labyrinth owner of level 8 finally addresses Jinwoo directly. He invites him to take a seat while admitting that seeing him like this brings both satisfaction and a bit of shame. The owner humbly acknowledges that he bears much of the responsibility for Jinwoo's current circumstances, and so he pledges to assist however he can. He even adds that he's never met a noble quite like Jinwoo. Internally, Jinwoo starts to feel that the situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for him. Moreover, he realizes that his parasite energy has been completely exhausted. He suspects what's coming next, as he's almost certain the request will involve Marcus. However, to his surprise, the labyrinth owner expresses a different desire. He confesses that he wishes to ascend to level 9 while explaining that he's grown weary of this level and wants to leave it behind. Jinwoo approaches the boss and inquires if he intends to head down to level 9. The leader responds affirmatively while expressing his desire to accompany Jinwoo below as his knight. He acknowledges that, under these circumstances and given his current position while making such a request, might appear as though he's retreating in fear from the bloodlion. However, Jinwoo reassures him that it isn't the case. He admits it may be technically incorrect, yet stands by his choice. As the conversation continues, Jinwoo points out that since they've exchanged only a handful of words, it's difficult for him to gauge the man's capabilities, and he assumes the same applies in reverse. Yet, the labyrinth's master counters this notion. He remarks that Jinwoo is no ordinary human. He holds a baron's seal and is recognized as the first noble of level 9. According to him, Jinwoo managed to defeat the Dragon King Anaxtis within half a year of establishing his labyrinth. This was no mere stroke of luck. The feat was credited to Jinwoo's proven skill. Nonetheless, Jinwoo grows tired of the excessive praise. He notes how well-informed the labyrinth keeper seems to be about him, and with that, he prompts the boar to share something about himself. The labyrinth master complies while pointing to the condition of his troops as evidence that, without his leadership, the labyrinth wouldn't sustain itself. He explains that each soldier suffers from mental afflictions. He admits that he too was once like them, but over time, through continuous battles to preserve the labyrinth, he gradually transformed. He goes on while revealing that others have always looked down on them so much so that invaders would often raid this level as if it were their personal storage. But every time, he rose to defend his people while confronting anyone foolish enough to threaten his ranks. He goes on to mention that his actions were necessary to minimize the fallout. After hearing this, Jinwoo also comes to the realization that this man was indeed the very first to appear whenever his domain came under siege. Soon after, the labyrinth's keeper reveals that he has endured countless battles, and just when things had started to calm down, the bloodlion appeared, something he now finds himself completely fed up with. Despite being wounded and drained, he points out that Jinwoo hasn't finished him off yet, and so he respectfully makes his appeal. In that moment, Jinwoo perceives him as weakened. Yet, Angela reminds him that this boss monster is actually one of the more formidable labyrinth masters at this tier, and thus deserves the label of veteran. Jinwoo too admits that exhaustion is all that's dulling his strength beneath the fatigue. Real power remains. The keeper then mentions how he prefers being in this position over those who carry a sense of superiority simply for being a labyrinth owner. Eventually, Jinwoo decides to accept the request while agreeing to take him in as his third knight. However, he also informs him that, for the time being, he won't be able to relocate him, since unusual events are currently unfolding on their level. Curious, the master asks if he's referring to the Spirit King. When he questions whether Jinwoo already knows, our boy confirms with a nod while explaining that the Spirit King is notorious for a reason. He's known for doing whatever it takes to gather the materials required to summon a chimera. As the exchange wraps up, Jinwoo assures him that once the situation stabilizes, he'll send the official invitation. The master, patient and prepared, agrees to wait for that day. Jinwoo then advises him not to rush things, and before turning to leave, calmly tells him to stay alive until they meet again. The labyrinth's master begins to reflect while realizing that perhaps he no longer has to shoulder the burden of fighting alone. Meanwhile, Jinwoo arrives at the labyrinth down gem appraisal. The moment he enters, Beck shouts in disbelief, clearly stunned to see Jinwoo alive. But Jinwoo stays composed and urges him to calm down, puzzled by such an intense reaction. Bayek, still shaken, explains that a new creature has been spotted in the labyrinth the association was monitoring. His voice trembles as he talks about the overwhelming size of the monster. He then pulls out a photo and reveals that the labyrinth owner appears just like the figure in the image. The situation has gotten so serious that even the association has withdrawn from that labyrinth entirely. At this point, Jinwoo starts to feel that Baek might be overreacting. Yet, instead of brushing it off, he gently remarks that Baek could be right. It's probably just another beast emerging from the lower levels. Baek then questions whether Jinwoo has ever encountered something like that before. Jinwoo replies that he hasn't, and he's simply assuming it's likely a creature from the deeper levels. However, Baek quickly shifts the focus while saying what truly matters is that Jinwoo is unharmed. He then asks if Jinwoo managed to gain anything from the 7th level, such as becoming the labyrinth owner, or if he at least witnessed someone else achieving it. Yet Jinwoo denies it, explaining that claiming ownership of a labyrinth is far from easy. Besides, the labyrinth in question was believed to be inactive. After hearing that, Baek appears visibly let down. He had assumed Jinwoo would have been able to uncover something valuable down there. But Jinwoo, calm as ever, reminds him that there's no need for greed. If he were in Baek's position, he says, he'd focus entirely on his actual duty while evaluating the down gems. To shift the mood, he presents a sack full of them. Seeing the gems, Baek finally brightens up, satisfied that at least Jinwoo brought back something worthwhile. Then, almost as an afterthought, Baek remembers a group who had come by earlier asking for Jinwoo. Caught off guard, Jinwoo finds himself at a loss, unable to imagine who might be searching for him. Baek then reveals they left behind a business card, apparently from the Department of Underground Development or something along those lines. Handing it over, Baek explains that they've offered Jinwoo a job. They're interested in hiring him. He goes on while mentioning that Kim Joo-hyuk is the deputy director of the department, which he describes as a rather unusual government branch. Due to the recent incident involving a human labyrinth owner, the authorities have started taking action, and this department is part of that movement. They already seem aware of Jinwoo's level and his frequent visits to the site, which is why they're pursuing him now. Curious, Jinwoo wonders if they've been doing some background digging similar to someone he knows. But Baek shrugs it off while guessing they may have enlisted the help of the National Intelligence Service. He adds that Jinwoo actually knows one of their operatives, who is also a dungeon baby. At that, Baek brings up Lee Jun-young from the Spider Expedition, while asking if Jinwoo remembers her. That's when the situation finally clicks for him, while prompting him to ask what kind of role they're offering. Unfortunately, Baek admits he doesn't know. The only thing they said was that it's classified. They probably want to locate more labyrinths, Baek guesses. Yet Jinwoo, deep in thought, begins to feel that his hands are already full with everything going on underground. He quietly questions whether he really has the space or energy to chase vague leads from the human world any longer while burning the card. Baek doesn't expect Jinwoo to react the way he does. He then remarks that there's no reason for him to be upset, especially when those people were trying to push him aside and snatch his client. In fact, he considers it a better outcome for himself. After that, he tells Jinwoo that they're done for the day and that he'll transfer the payment to his account shortly. Jinwoo finds the whole interaction surprisingly brief, but still nods and prepares to leave. As he's about to walk out, Baek reminds him to keep his phone on so he can reach him easily if anything comes up. With that, Jinwoo exits the place. Meanwhile, in another corner of the labyrinth world, the synchronization between the carnival's party hall and Yoonhee, the second night, finally completes. With that, Yoonhee officially takes over the role of party manager. Now that the link is fully established, portals between their two labyrinths are accessible. Jinwoo soon arrives at the location and quietly observes the snakes gathered there. He offers his thanks to a nearby creature for keeping watch in his absence, and checks if everything has remained calm. The snake confirms that there haven't been any visitors. However, as Jinwoo scans the area, he begins to notice traces of damage. The creature then explains it's all the result of Hoya's actions. Suddenly, movement catches their attention that what looks like a group of intruders approaching, but Jinwoo quickly realizes that they're just workers. As they draw near, he starts to feel a strange familiarity with them. Both the workers and Jinwoo lock eyes in a long, silent exchange. Jinwoo proceeds to issue instructions while declaring himself the master of their owner and ordering them to draft a map of the area and construct a storage facility. However, the workers don't respond. They completely ignore his command while acting as if he isn't even there. Frustration boils over, and Jinwoo clenches his fist in growing anger. He then decides to use force in order for them to work for him. Sensing his emotions, Angela steps in while advising him not to lose his temper. She suggests an alternative that enacting his authority as a regent, something her former master Anatolius often used to do. She explains that as long as he holds the title of an aristocrat and the knight agrees, the regency can take effect. It would allow him to manage Yoonhee's labyrinth as if it were his own. Jinwoo hesitates while questioning if that isn't the same as stealing her labyrinth, a betrayal any labyrinth owner would likely consider worse than death. Still, he turns back to the workers while repeating his command with renewed authority. Meanwhile, Yoonhee silently observes the situation. Then while turning to her, Jinwoo asks if she agrees to the regency. For a moment she remains quiet, seemingly lost in thought. But eventually, she gives a small nod while signaling her acceptance. After Yoonhee hands over control of the Carnival Labyrinth, Jinwoo is named its new representative. Now both labyrinths agree to share their summonable units. Alongside this, he gains control of the Naga Labyrinth, receives 2 knights, and takes on a regency while solidifying his role as a genuine underground aristocrat. While seated on his throne, Jinwoo reflects silently. Gaining knights and a regency, he thinks, truly boosts his strength as an aristocrat. It suddenly makes sense why Anatolius has been doing the same. As he's deep in thought, Angela and Dominique approach. They address him respectfully while reporting that all the down gems he requested have been offered. He nods, impressed with their efforts, and gives them praise. But he reminds them he won't always be around to defend them directly. Instead, they must focus on enhancing the labyrinth. Not only theirs, but the Naga Labyrinth will evolve as well. Consequently, the Carnival Labyrinth starts its rank 3 upgrade, while the Naga Labyrinth begins its rank 6 enhancement. Jinwoo then informs them that they'll likely reach rank 4 before the Naga Labyrinth finishes upgrading. He urges them to rise and get to work. As he earlier mentioned, they're responsible for constructing storage spaces near their quarters. He also stresses the need to summon troops soon. Glancing at the troop chart, Jinwoo notices some unfamiliar entries and murmurs that the units seem somewhat unusual. He struggles to grasp the meanings behind their descriptions, while pondering aloud whether the clowns are combatants, and if the minstrel might actually be a maid. He comments on the vast range of options available at rank 2, while comparing them to the Naga Labyrinth, which had only soldiers and maids. Dominique, while relying on her insight, responds that each labyrinth carries distinct traits and capabilities. Jinwoo cuts in while pointing to a skill and questioning if Festival Heat is one of those specialties. Though it appears promising at first glance, he realizes it weakens defensive capability by half. He concludes it might be wiser to stop at rank 2, sufficient to support their basic troops in smaller battles. Rank 3, he notes, seems tailored for larger attacks, while rank 4 leans toward full-scale warfare. Then, a realization hits him. With urgency, he leaps from the throne, flustered, and commands that a single unit of each type be summoned. Moments later, the forces appear: a Carnival Labyrinth minstrel, juggler, acrobat, and clown. However, as he surveys them, disappointment sets in. They don't appear battle-ready. He spots one and questions whether it's merely a glass cannon. Not all hope is lost, though. He recalls a particular skill, Sweet Dreams, which he believes may serve a defensive role. It might be the same skill the Labyrinth once tried to use on them. While not ideal for mass warfare, it could be highly effective against elite threats. The entire labyrinth, he muses, contrasts completely with the scaly dragon one. Yoonhee then comments, while finally understanding why the Carnival Labyrinth had failed in the past, it's difficult to command properly. Jinwoo agrees but suggests they could build a specialized strike team for covert operations. Meanwhile, the Naga Labyrinth would handle larger, open battles. Curious, Dominique questions whether the Naga Labyrinth possesses any unique powers. She speculates that it might simply be a well-balanced labyrinth that allows summoning of all basic troop types. Jinwoo finds this reliability reassuring. He remarks that it's better to be consistently competent than to have any major shortcomings. Dominique exhales in relief. Jinwoo admits that had he begun with the Carnival Labyrinth instead of the Naga one, he might have lost to Anaxtis. Suddenly, Dracanus enters, prompting Jinwoo to grumble. He turns to Yoonhee while instructing her to attempt the Sweet Dream skill on the stubborn lizard. She tries but fails. There isn't enough labyrinth energy. She then tells Draken to stand still and relax while giving him an order. Though skeptical, he obeys. In that moment, she quickly activates Sweet Dreams. Draken, caught off guard, remarks on the suddenness of it. The skill takes effect while transforming him into a monstrous form. Jinwoo observes and nods while beginning to understand how the ability works. He then commands the minstrel to imagine she isn't just a maid, and to turn her powers on Draken. Meanwhile, Draken feels disoriented while questioning if madness is overtaking him. Intrigued by the results, Jinwoo comments that he's starting to grasp how to utilize the Carnival Labyrinth strategically. He orders Dominique to instruct Rikshasha to draw a map of the surrounding terrain and mark all entryways into the labyrinth. They need to remain hidden from both beasts and humans. Then, Jinwoo spots a rabbit idly loitering and assigns him a new duty, while overseeing the workers and passing on Dominique's commands. He tells him to get started, as internal stability must now be their priority. Jinwoo ponders more seriously that this labyrinth must grow swiftly. His strategy manual, he thinks, is about to gain a major chapter. 2 weeks pass. The Naga Labyrinth completes its rank 6 upgrade, and the Carnival Labyrinth reaches rank 4. Now, hybrid troops from both the Naga and Scaly Dragon labyrinths can be summoned. The labyrinth's total energy and territory expand. Even Jinwoo's physical strength as the Naga Labyrinth's master increases. Seated on his throne, Jinwoo instructs that all windows be closed. What truly matters now are the additional troops. At that moment, Useo arrives while commenting on how much the labyrinth evolves each time she visits. She asks why she's been summoned. Jinwoo checks on her recovery, and before she can finish answering, he cuts in, satisfied, and announces it's time for war. She jokes that she actually needs 6 more months to fully heal, but Jinwoo ignores it and commands that war be declared on Velicious, the king of the dead. They leave in a week. Yuzio, stunned at first, quickly gets excited. She cheers loudly, then regains composure while questioning whether a surprise attack might be more effective. No one, after all, would likely ally with Velicious. Jinwoo responds with a stern tone, saying it would be cruel to send her into combat unprepared. He begins to outline his plan. However, mid-sentence, Rikshasha stumbles in, injured and breathless. Alarmed, Jinwoo asks what's happening. Rikshasha, while gasping, clarifies it's not King of Dead but Anatolius. He's on his way to the labyrinth. Her fear is clear. Upon hearing the unsettling news of Anatolius moving toward the labyrinth, an overwhelming sense of dread spreads among everyone. Angela, visibly shaken, voices her disbelief while questioning how an aristocrat from level 11 could ascend to level 9, insisting there must be a misunderstanding. Yet Rikshasha, with a heavy tone, informs them that their entire scouting unit has been captured. Their concealment methods had proven utterly ineffective against him. Jinwoo, while trying to stay composed, inquires about potential fatalities. Rikshasha reassures him that none had perished. He follows up while questioning how she managed to flee. She clarifies, not as an escape, but more as being permitted to leave. According to her, there were 3 individuals in that group: Anatolius, a merchant from the black market, and a devil from the auction. This revelation makes Jinwoo contemplate the situation. He grows concerned upon realizing that the black market merchant is allied with Anatolius. Still trying to grasp the full situation, Jinwoo wonders aloud whether it's possible they were merely passing through. Rikshasha dismisses that thought while explaining that their destination is unmistakably the labyrinth. The fact that she's still alive confirms this. Anatolius only released her after learning from the merchant that they belonged to the Naga labyrinth. Determined, Jinwoo prepares for confrontation. He instructs Dominique to assemble the entire military force and keep them on alert. She acknowledges the directive without hesitation. Rikshasha then advises Jinwoo that it might be wiser to receive Anatolius beyond the labyrinth's defensive walls, while speculating that his sheer size would make it impossible for him to fit through the entrances. Jinwoo concurs with the idea. Angela, however, becomes overwhelmed by panic. She insists that they flee immediately while comparing Anatolius's power to Titans, and saying even mighty figures like the scaly Dragon King and the King of the Dead pale in comparison. Jinwoo, while maintaining a calm demeanor, reassures her. He believes the situation doesn't indicate an imminent fight. Acting impulsively could worsen things, and this might be his rare chance to evaluate another high-ranking aristocrat in person. Running away, he reasons, isn't an option. Angela eventually agrees, but firmly insists that no matter what happens, Jinwoo must never show aggression toward Anatolius. Jinwoo consents. Hours later, before the northern gates, Qantas informs Jinwoo that all forces are in position. Jinwoo then turns to Dominique and requests an update. She explains that Yoonhee, Hoya, Usio, and Draken have been relocated to another labyrinth, as per his earlier instructions. Jinwoo mentions he will now seal the portal as a precaution. He instructs Dominique to go to the owner's chamber and adds that Rikshasha, Qantas, and Angela will accompany him to receive the count. Dominique, eager to support him, requests to join as well. Jinwoo initially denies her offer, but she explains that if the Naga labyrinth collapses, she will perish alongside it anyway. She believes she might be able to assist if Anatolius has questions and feels it's essential to see him in person, especially if the Count eventually becomes a foe. Jinwoo is stunned by her reasoning. Angela warns that due to the magnitude of Anatolius's blast radius while hiding within the labyrinth would be useless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jinwoo relents and permits Dominique to join. She expresses her gratitude. Suddenly, a warning appears, while stating that the parasite within Jinwoo is sensing extreme fear. It strongly advises retreat while detecting the overwhelming threat. The parasite prepares his body for survival while numbing pain and injecting calming agents, but continues to urge withdrawal. Just then, they all look up and witness Anatolius approaching through the sky. Jinwoo, overwhelmed, notes silently that Anatolius is at least 10 times larger than the Hell Spider, possibly even larger than the labyrinth's walls. He prays the Count does not notice the hidden troops behind him. He then questions silently what could compel such a mighty being to journey here without prior notice. Angela, still trembling, calls out to Jinwoo. He reminds himself that while he won't provoke Anatolius, he also refuses to appear submissive. Letting the Count view him as weak could result in long-term exploitation. Anatolius, while noticing Jinwoo still standing, remarks with an air of amusement that the rumors of Jinwoo's pride were true. He shakes the earth beneath them while demanding submission. The pressure from his presence is immense, like gravity multiplied. Jinwoo experiences genuine terror for the first time and realizes the enormous disparity between their powers. Everyone around him collapses under the weight of Anatolius's aura, yet Jinwoo alone remains standing. The Count observes him with interest while deeming him a useful asset and allowing him the honor of remaining upright. He casually dismisses the others he encountered on level 10 as inferior. Declaring his satisfaction, Anatolius addresses Jinwoo with authority. Jinwoo, still unafraid, asks about Count's purpose to be there. Despite our boy's rude remark, Count still finds him worthy. Count then appoints him as a subordinate, an investment, a servant, a favored tool. He orders him to conquer Valicious and seize control of level 9 while declaring that Jinwoo's path lies downward, not up. He promises to await him on level 11. Jinwoo, while simmering with humiliation, silently vows to repay this disgrace. As Anatolius departs, two merchants approach Jinwoo. Taken aback, Jinwoo questions their presence, since their master has already left. One of the creatures, unfazed, clarifies that he is not a servant, but a merchant. He has remained to propose a transaction. This merchant, while holding considerable influence within the black market, acknowledges that Jinwoo once referenced his auction while hinting at past dealings. Jinwoo, skeptical, asks why someone of his stature would bargain with him. The merchant, with a smirk, claims he holds far more sway than the other merchant beside him, and humorously downplays the other's relevance. He gestures to his empty hands and quips that he currently carries nothing for trade. Jinwoo, now irritated, demands he drop the jokes and explain. The merchant obliges while revealing his offer, a major exchange. He desires the Labyrinth of the Dead, ruled by Valicious, and is willing to pay in valuable information. Sensing Jinwoo's foul mood, the merchant offers the intelligence as a goodwill gesture to earn his trust. He shares that although Valicious was expected to stir unrest after the Scaly Dragon King's fall, he has remained eerily inactive. Jinwoo prompts further explanation. The merchant elaborates that the stronger the being, the more time it takes to craft a chimera. Just as he continues, the second merchant tries to interrupt while warning him not to reveal too much too soon. In response, the senior merchant kicks him aside and turns back to Jinwoo. He reminds him of a recent pristine corpse that had been sold through the black market while hinting at a deeper connection yet to be unveiled. At first, Jinwoo wonders aloud while thinking that black market merchants were supposed to remain neutral. He glances at the merchant who's always standing there while expecting an answer. The merchant nods while explaining that neutrality is indeed their principle. However, Jinwoo doesn't accept that explanation. With a sharp glare, he questions how this could possibly be called neutrality and begins to feel his irritation grow. In response, the merchant tries to calm him down while mentioning that black market merchants are merely simple traders dealing in worthless goods. All they had done, he explains, was purchase a useless corpse from Jinwoo and then sell it to someone who could make better use of it because, after all, that's just business. Nevertheless, Jinwoo grows more frustrated. He raises his voice slightly while pointing out that this wasn't about the corpse at all. What he truly means, he clarifies, is that the merchant is leaking information about the King of the Dead to him. Now realizing what Jinwoo is hinting at, the merchant softly assures him not to worry. He tries to reason that now things are even between the two parties. But upon hearing those words, Jinwoo's temper finally erupts. He yells in disbelief while asking if this is how balance is maintained. Then, all at once, it dawns on him that this merchant must have also shared information about him with the King of the Dead. Anger floods his expression as he blurts out his accusation. The merchant, while understanding that Jinwoo has uncovered the truth, lets out a short laugh. He offers an apology for sharing Jinwoo's information and explains that despite everything, Valicious remains at a disadvantage. He adds that Jinwoo is deeply involved in defending his labyrinth. The information the King of the Dead received, he claims, was only about the size of Jinwoo's army, whereas the king lost one of his trump cards. Suddenly, the merchant becomes more anxious. He starts to ramble while asking if this means the balance has tipped again. Then he orders to imp something about writing an apology the moment he returns, but then wonders aloud why it has to be him. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's patience wears thin. The merchant continues speaking non-stop. He cuts off the rambling by firmly announcing that enough small talk has been made. He urges the merchant to disclose the terms of the deal. If he wants this agreement to go through, he better explain exactly what information was shared with the King of the Dead. At that moment, Dominique, who's been standing nearby, takes over the conversation. She announces that ahead of their upcoming battle with Valicious, the King of the Dead, and his labyrinth, they must now begin their final briefing. She lists the offensive troops from the Naga labyrinth: 400 Naga soldiers, 200 warriors, 100 archers, and 80 fighters. Furthermore, they have 40 healers, 30 magicians, 30 scouts, and 20 sorcerers. She also mentions that there are 100 Naga flag-bearer cavalry, some of which originate from scaly dragons. Altogether, this brings their total force to around 1,000, 3 times the size that was leaked to the King of the Dead. Although they can't be certain of the enemy's numbers, they estimate that he commands over 5,000 low-ranking undead. Additionally, since he obtained the Scaly Dragon King's corpse 2 months ago, it's likely the Chimera process has already been completed. As everyone listens carefully, Jinwoo suddenly calls out to Dominique. He requests a repeat of the undead's characteristics. She nods in agreement and proceeds to explain. The undead, she begins, are corpses infused with labyrinth energy and controlled by the king of the dead. Each type is immune to fatigue, pain, and mental attacks. They only stop moving when their heads are destroyed, since that's where they receive commands. She continues while categorizing them into 3 types that are low-ranking, high-ranking, and chimera. The low-ranking ones carry only a small amount of energy and can only obey simple orders. They form the bulk of the forces and are used as shields during battle. High-ranking undead, on the other hand, contain more energy and act like enlisted soldiers. They mix with the low-ranking ones and deal effective blows to the enemy. Lastly, chimera are altered high-ranking undead. The only known one is the Scaly Dragon King, though it's likely there are more. She notes that they still don't know if the enemy has siege units. Jinwoo listens intently, glad that she has such deep insight into their opponents. Then while turning to Rikshasha, Jinwoo asks if she has anything to add from her time in the Death Labyrinth. Rikshasha confirms that she does and begins to explain. She reveals that most undead are buried and remain inactive. It's impossible to know how many are hidden beneath the vast plains of the enemy's territory. Although some undead are awake, they stay hidden while making patrols largely ineffective. After hearing this, Jinwoo summarizes what they've learned. Despite all this, he concludes that the King of the Dead is advancing out of his territory toward the Gluttony Labyrinth. Dominique agrees and adds that rats have confirmed the movement of thousands of undead from the plains. The vanguard and main army are roughly half a day apart. The Scaly Dragon King is with the advance unit, while the King of the Dead travels with the main force. At this point, Jinwoo recalls something the black merchant once told him. If one thinks carefully, the king might be using the Scaly Dragon King's transformation as a way to move more freely outside his territory. Jinwoo now understands that the devil was right. Turning to his troops, he points out that this battle will be different from their previous one with the Scaly Dragon. It will focus more on offense than defense. He warns them that, just like last time, there could be traps waiting ahead. However, he assures them they're better prepared now. The Naga Labyrinth possesses a strong army. Though the battle won't be easy, Felicius hasn't been gathering much intelligence. This gives them an advantage in planning their strategy. The information the King of the Dead has dates back to just a week after the last battle, so he may know about Draken, but not Angela, Hoya, Yoonhee, or Useo. Jinwoo then outlines their plan. Uzio will lead one group. They'll split into 2 more while creating 3 teams in total. Useo will head towards the labyrinth for communication. Angela seems confused and questions the plan while pointing out that Useo seems fake. Jinwoo reassures her while clarifying that Useo is their method of communication. If nothing changes, Useo and Anaxtis will make contact in about 2 days, while Useo, Rikshasha, Angela, and Yoonhee will confront the King of the Dead. Meanwhile, Dominique, Qantas, Draken, and Hoya from the Labyrinth Corps will handle the flag bearers. He warns everyone, if they encounter more than 2 chimera, they must retreat and rejoin the main group immediately. He emphasizes that this battle is critical and everyone must take care of one another. He turns to Dominique once again while urging her to be careful. She smiles and assures him that she will. Then, he adds that even one group succeeding could have a big impact on the battle. Since both Felicius and the Labyrinth Corps are essential to the undead army, either victory would help turn the tide. Their goal is to meet in front of Felicius. If anything goes wrong, they'll retreat to the Naga Labyrinth. Finally, Jinwoo wraps up the briefing and asks if there are any questions. Everyone responds in unison while confirming that they understand and have none. He feels a wave of reassurance seeing their determination. Then, Jinwoo calls out to Qantas while instructing him to gather the troops. Qantas agrees and heads outside where all the warriors await. In a commanding voice, he declares that it's time for war and orders everyone to move out. Without hesitation, the Naga forces begin marching. As they advance, Jinwoo walks beside them. He turns to Rikshasha while reminding her that now is her chance for revenge. He warns her if she will be too slow, then he will face the enemy first and intends to be the one to defeat him. His troops follow without question, driven by their loyalty. 2 days later, Useo stands at a strange place. He thinks to himself that this isn't what he expected. He had been told he'd only fight a few undead and leave. Technically, the thing in front of him is a dead body, but it's not like anything he imagined. The thing in front of him looks strange and unnatural, and he feels deeply unsettled. Despite the tension, he locks eyes with his opponent and casually mentions that it's been a long time since they last met. This cute little thing tells him that he looks a lot prettier now and wonders if he got his hair done. As the enemy begins to prepare for an attack, Useo quickly runs away. He mocks his opponent by saying that he used to move so little, moss started growing on these undead creatures, and now he's surprised at how active they have become. Just as the enemy lunges toward him, Useo manages to escape and shows that most physical attacks don't affect him, and as long as the opponent can't use his heat ray anymore, he'll be fine. He pauses while narrowing his eyes as he notices something unusual about the enemy. He starts to think that the opponent might be serious about something. Before he can understand more, the enemy explodes in fury and launches a massive attack using all his strength. A huge blast follows while shaking the entire battlefield. The opponent believes that Useo has fallen from the overwhelming power, but that assumption is wrong. With great effort, Useo pushes himself up, stronger than before. He rises with full attitude, shouts and leaps straight toward his opponent. He confidently says that his opponent must have thought he was weak enough to be taken down in a single blow, but he clearly forgot that Useo is also a labyrinth owner. A grin spreads across Useo's face as he adds that refusing to die when killed isn't something only the undead can do. He then opens something in front of him and, to everyone's surprise, dozens of people who look just like him appear. He sets them free while telling them it's time to feast. The duplicates charge toward the enemy while shouting that they'll devour them, and the battlefield becomes wild and chaotic. Meanwhile, the one minion of Useo inform with important news our boy that the battle against the Scaly Dragon King has started. Jinwoo hears this and freezes for a moment, caught off guard. He had not expected the fight to begin so suddenly. While Useo continues fighting, one of his enemies comments on how quickly everything has escalated. They examine the situation and understand that if they want to help Useo, they need to act immediately once they discover Velicius's location. Jinwoo hesitates while thinking about how tired his troops are after marching for 2 days around that time. Jinwoo and his team will arrive at the battlefield. It becomes a difficult decision for him. Angela then suggests that they should have started with a smaller group and used portals to bring in the rest. However, someone interrupts her while arguing that opening portals near the battlefield would be too risky. But Jinwoo expresses his doubt that it would give the enemy direct access to their owner's room, and since portals stay open for 24 hours, they would also need to be protected. This leads everyone to question whether Useo can actually win. In response, Useo reflects on the situation and shares that while he believes victory is possible, he cannot be completely sure. He knows his strengths, but also realizes that the enemies are strong. He explains that his usual method while attacking and consuming the enemy won't help this time, as the undead provide no nourishment. In the top of that, the Scaly Dragon King has thick skin, and it will take time to break through. Moreover, the creature won't just wait while they try to bring it down. With one of his main tactics, healing during battle unavailable, he is left with only his raw strength. Jinwoo, while thinking about Dominique, asks how she's doing. Useo informs him that she and her group have just entered the dry wasteland and are about 2 hours away from the labyrinth. Our dude is surprised by how quickly they are moving, especially considering that they're with Scaly Dragon troops. Suddenly, someone calls out to Jinwoo. They turn to see Rikshasha, who reports that the scouting party has discovered the enemy camp. She explains that thousands of undead are positioned in a basin about an hour away, and that Velicius is confirmed to be at the center. Angela hears this and begins to think about what their next steps should be. Jinwoo realizes they can't wait any longer. He had hoped to fight when his troops were well rested, but they can't risk Velicius finding out about their goal to attack the labyrinth. He decides they must begin the attack immediately and finish things quickly. He turns to Rikshasha and reminds her that he once promised she could deal with Velicius. But given the urgency of the situation, he explains that he may have to do it himself. Soon after, the battlefield erupts into chaos. Rikshasha gives orders to the archers while telling the first row to get ready, aim, and fire. Flaming arrows soar across the field while striking the enemy. Explosions fill the air. Even with the overwhelming odds, Jinwoo and his troops remain confident. The enemies push forward, but Jinwoo watches calmly. He tells his troops to push forward. The troops clash with the undead, and Jinwoo notices that although the enemy has numbers, they are mostly bones and not strong enough to break through. He believes his side can hold their ground even without his direct support. He calls out for a smokescreen, and his forces follow his command immediately. More attacks follow, and the battlefield becomes louder and more intense. Rikshasha gives another command to the second row of archers while instructing them to get ready with a linear smokescreen. They aim and fire once more while confusing the enemy even further. Just then, something unexpected occurs. A powerful strike targets Jinwoo. He turns and recognizes the attacker. Jinwoo reminds the person that they were part of the deal, but the attacker coldly replies that he didn't ask if Jinwoo needed to survive. Without another word, our dude launches another powerful blow straight at his enemy, slashing him in 2 pieces. Meanwhile, Dominique stands with a few of her partners on the other side while scanning the terrain while one of them voices concern. He admits something doesn't feel right and begins questioning whether they're even heading in the correct direction. The possibility of a trap ahead weighs on his mind. Dominique turns to him and asks if there's a problem if he might have made a wrong turn. In response, the partner explains that unless some kind of magical interference like hypnosis has occurred, he's fairly certain they followed the right path. He mentions that the trail belongs to Rikshasha and that this is the closest they've ever come to the labyrinth of the dead. However, he recalls how the labyrinth used to be clearly visible before constructed from bones and tombstones. Now, strangely, nothing remains. Dominique expresses her confusion aloud, unsure where such a large structure could have gone. Her partner starts doubting himself while feeling the blame shift to his shoulders. Believing he may have failed the group, he lowers his head and apologizes while looking genuinely upset. Dominique, however, doesn't hold it against him. She reassures him gently while reminding him that even the map places the labyrinth in that exact location. She encourages him and reaffirms her trust, confident that something will reveal itself if they press a bit further. Qantas, who remains close by, raises his concern. He questions whether they should really continue forward while pointing out the possibility of an ambush. He reminds Dominique of how cunning and dangerous their enemies can be and urges caution. Dominique responds with calm assurance while explaining that standing still isn't an option. She suggests their master may have already dealt with Felicius, and that the labyrinth might have fallen. Her words seem to ease Qantas's anxiety. He smiles and acknowledges that her reasoning makes sense, even complimenting her for her insight. Not wanting to waste more time, Dominique issues the command to move out, and the group advances again. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Jinwoo and his team succeed in bringing their enemy down, though the moment feels too convenient. Jinwoo becomes suspicious and shares his concern. He analyzes while noting that everything unfolded a little too smoothly. Besides, the undead is still moving, which makes him realize that the figure they took down may have only been a decoy. Someone in the group of undead reacts to the word dummy as Velicius's laughter fills the air. When being asked, he confirms that the figure was indeed him, but only a version of him. Addressing Jinwoo directly, he acknowledges him as a fellow labyrinth owner, but asserts that unlike Jinwoo, he doesn't charge headfirst into combat. He refers to himself as Velicius in a more perfect form. Next moment, he is gone by the perfect slash from the sword of our boy. Jinwoo's is ready with his next strike, but another Velicius addresses him while urging patience. He informs him that there are many more like him waiting to be dealt with. Confused, Jinwoo turns to Angela while seeking answers. He wants to understand how Velicius keeps returning despite being defeated. Angela explains that she had her doubts from the beginning, and now, with the undead continuing to rise, her theory is confirmed. She reveals that she senses a faint trace of life within the undead, something that shouldn't be possible. That trace, she adds, seems to come from a single origin. She believes Velicius has fragmented his soul and embedded a piece into every undead being. So when one form is destroyed, he simply transfers to another. In other words, every undead presents there can turn out to be Velicius. Jinwoo tries to process the information while asking whether it's truly possible to split one's soul like that. Velicius, clearly pleased that they've uncovered his secret, commends their intelligence. He proclaims that as the king of the dead while controlling the souls of the deceased while including his own, is second nature. Frustration builds within our dude. He questions whether eliminating all of the undead is the only way to end Velicius, and demands to know what Velicius will do if he keeps losing bodies while killing each new Velicius. Without waiting for a response, Jinwoo calls on Angela to support the magicians. Angela responds quickly. Battle erupts with renewed intensity, and explosions ring out. Meanwhile, Rakshasha watches the skirmish unfold and shouts to her signal magicians while urging them to prepare and follow the direction Angela instructed them. Her priority remains protecting her master. On the front lines, Angela replies that the blood supply is insufficient for her to fight at full capacity. Since they're battling the undead, she can't feed. Even so, she feels confident in her strength, while claiming she can dispatch the enemies with the snap of a finger because of their fragile bodies. Despite the rising number of enemies, Jinwoo remains composed. He watches them advance and remarks that their overwhelming numbers mean nothing if they fall so easily. He believes the battle won't even last an hour. Velicius, unfazed, laughs again. He warns Jinwoo not to assume the undead soldiers are all he has. He admits that while he may not be the most skilled combatant, he doesn't need to fight himself. Declaring that playtime is over, he begins to release his true power. At the same time, Dominique and her group continue their search for the labyrinth, but find no signs. Dominique admits that she expected at least some trace or remains if the structure had truly fallen. The doubt resurfaces, and she asks her partner whether he might have been hypnotized during their patrol. He firmly denies it and insists the labyrinth was definitely present earlier while pointing out clues that confirm its existence. As they investigate further, they discover something unusual, a tunnel, wide and seemingly freshly formed. Qantas questions whether it might be related. Dominique stares at it, stunned by its size. She concludes that it would take multiple siege-rank beasts to carve out something so massive. Then, an impossible idea takes root in her mind. She wonders aloud that what if the labyrinth can move? Back on the battlefield, Jinwoo and his team continue their fight. His eyes rise toward a monstrous creature looming ahead. He observes that it's a siege-rank beast, far larger than anything Anaxtis ever brought into battle. As fallen Nagas begin resurrecting as undead, he emphasizes the need to minimize casualties. He calls for Angela to handle the creature. When she doesn't respond right away, Jinwoo calls her name again, urgency rising in his voice. Angela finally turns to him, her expression troubled. She admits something feels off. Jinwoo urges her to focus while insisting they don't have time for hesitation, not against a siege-rank enemy. But Angela interrupts him, her tone more serious than before. She reveals that it's not just any siege-rank beast. After a pause, she delivers a chilling realization. She believes what they're seeing isn't merely a creature. She believes it's the labyrinth itself. At the start of it all, the first chimera made by Valicious, called Death Labyrinth, begins sharing its thoughts about the limits of necromancy. It tells how this dark magic comes with many restrictions. One big problem is that there aren't always dead bodies around to bring back to life. Even when corpses are found, there's a strict limit on how many can actually be revived. And worse, those that are brought back end up terribly weak like fragile skeletons, barely held together by thin strands of magic. It points out that even the healthier corpses are already deep into decay. That makes them just as brittle and fragile as crumbling walls built from dry bones. As time passes, this army of the dead only becomes more fragile, their strength slowly fading day by day. When the war finally ends, there's nothing waiting for them except collapse. Death, like every force in nature, must follow the natural order. But the chimera doesn't mind this. In fact, it welcomes the idea. It makes a chilling declaration that every fallen piece of flesh and every shattered bone will be gathered and taken care of. For most, that would be the end. But for this creature, that's just the beginning. In its pursuit of eternal glory, it believes there's no such thing as rest. Right then, an announcement blasts across the battlefield. They've entered the domain of Death Labyrinth. Because of this, all the forces under Death Labyrinth have their skill levels increased. At the same time, a flood of monsters appears. Their roars echo across the battlefield, loud like thunder shaking the air. Close by, Angela stands next to Jinwoo. She quickly shares what she's seeing. All the figures coming out of the labyrinth look like high-ranking undead. She explains that the attack is heavy and coming straight at them. She also says the right side of their protective barrier is most likely already destroyed. Even though he didn't want to get Yoonhee involved, the situation is now out of control. They have no choice. His help is needed because their enemies are just too strong. Across the field on the other side, Yoonhee gets a message from his master. He wastes no time and decides to move at once. Rikshasha near him speaks up and says Yoonhee is expected to head to the right side of the fight. Most likely, that's where the master wants him to attack. She also adds that the magicians will focus their powers on that side too. Next moment, the carnival labyrinth enters the battlefield. The festival heat rank shows a beginning level of 0.4%. Jinwoo watches everything happen while struggling to figure out what move he should make next if he wants to win. Not long after Yoonhee arrives, he points out that the festival heat has started and that it comes with a harsh penalty. Because of that, they need to finish this fight before the heat rank rises to level 2. Angela, still panicking, finally lets out what's been bothering her. Something has felt off since the start. She shares her suspicion that the ability to switch between bodies is not a normal skill. Even in the deepest parts of their world, it's extremely rare. In fact, she explains, this power is so unique that even aristocrats celebrate it. Based on everything she's seen, she believes the enemy's power isn't just his own. The real strength, she says, comes from the labyrinth itself, not from the king of the dead. Jinwoo listens and takes in her words. After a moment, he reaches a conclusion. He figures she must be saying the labyrinth has been hidden this entire time. She nods and agrees, but she also warns him that a magic that's strong must come with very serious limits. On the far side of the battle, Valicious speaks up that he's indeed getting weaker. His tone shows how long the fight has dragged on and how much strength he's already lost. He explains how he's been splitting his soul into smaller pieces and placing them into host bodies, that it should be clear that this method has limits. Still, he tries to make it sound noble while saying that sharing his weakness openly is an act of honor. Jinwoo completely disagrees, without holding back while he calls Valicious a fool. In Jinwoo's eyes, there's nothing noble about it, it's just stupid. His sharp words spark fresh anger, and the battle explodes back to life in a rush of massive explosions. Jinwoo is more than ready. He jumps forward, locked onto his target. He uses his sword with full power while cutting down one enemy after another. His strikes are fast, powerful, and clean. After clearing through many foes, he reaches the stage that leads straight to the labyrinth core. But just before he steps in, a powerful new enemy shows up to block the path. As the battle continues, Jinwoo starts to wonder who this new enemy really is. Could it be a high-ranking undead? Or maybe a chimera? He's still unsure, but he makes his choice that he's going all in. In his mind, he makes a silent promise that he won't hold anything back. The real fight begins. Both sides clash with fierce force. When the dust clears, Jinwoo stands tall. It seems like he has won this battle for now. Then, he steps into the place he's been trying to reach. Inside, he sees several people who don't look like just ordinary soldiers. At first, he's not sure. Are they enemies trying to stop him, or something else entirely? While he's still thinking, Angela rushes over and calls out to him, clearly worried about his safety. Seeing how concerned she is, he tells her he's fine, just a little scratched. Then, he points toward a nearby group while informing her that these are 3 humanoid chimeras. These figures are extremely strong. If they want to keep moving forward, they'll have to fight them. Angela looks in the direction he points. She sees the group, strange, monster-like beings with twisted, unnatural shapes. But what really grabs Jinwoo's attention are the earrings they're wearing. Something feels completely off about them. In that moment, everything clicks. He finally understands who these people really are, and the truth freezes, especially Rikshasha where she stands. 3 elf warriors stand firmly in front of them, a sight that instantly fills Rikshasha with panic and anger. Without hesitation, she leaps forward while shrieking as she charges toward Velicious with her blade drawn. At the same moment, Jinwoo shifts his focus to Angela, who quickly responds to his unspoken cue. Soon after, the battlefield changes. Rikshasha now finds herself locked in combat with a red monster. The monster swings wildly, but before the blow can land, Angela swoops in while lifting Rikshasha into the air with her wings. Furious and unwilling to back down, Rikshasha, still cradled in Angela's grasp, hurls her sword with all her strength at the opponent. The weapon soars through the air and slices near the skeleton's leg. The skeleton bends to pick up the blade while claiming to let her go, as he was expecting she'd fall on her own. Jinwoo questions what that meant, and in response, the skeleton confirms his suspicions. It admits it was all part of a larger plan to capture the remaining 3 elves. But before the skeleton can speak further, a burst of magical energy tears through its form. Angela, still holding Rikshasha, had cast the spell in a fit of rage. She couldn't hold back her fury and remarks bitterly on how the skeleton talks too much for someone who lacks a tongue. Meanwhile, the Chimera on the opposite side mock Angela. They comment that perhaps she isn't completely useless after all, but now she'll have to protect Rikshasha while fighting with a disadvantage. Then he declares a battle order. The swordsman is to target our boy, the mage to chase Angela, while the shield-bearer elf to eliminate the Rikshasha and then deal with our dude. Then, without hesitation, he grants permission to use spirit magic. Angela feels a jolt of shock upon hearing this. However, before she can react further, a massive force tears through the air and sends Rikshasha crashing down. As she struggles to stand, she spots a figure ahead, an under-elf chimera. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes him and murmurs that he's her captain. But almost instantly, she realizes no real help is coming. Without mercy, he kicks her aside while sending her flying. Jinwoo watches in horror. Still dazed, he doesn't notice another elf warrior sneaking up behind him with a sword. But just in time, he dodges and strikes back. Still, the enemy's blade slices across his hand, and blood begins to flow. The clash between them grows fierce. As the warrior lunges again for a finishing blow, Jinwoo manages to trick him once more. Dropping to his knees, Jinwoo takes a moment to breathe and reflect on the strange attack. He had blocked it, but something felt off. In front of him, the warrior lowers his head, sword in hand. That's when Jinwoo recognizes the figure that it's the legendary under-elf Chimera. The elf's expression darkens, and without warning, he turns to massacre the skeleton army behind Jinwoo. The scene leaves Jinwoo stunned. He wonders if this destruction is being caused by sword magic, possibly unleashed by the legendary Chimera himself. Confusion sets in, and panic starts to rise within Jinwoo as he tries to make sense of it all. Angela watches the chaos unfold as well, deeply unsettled. Her thoughts race that spirit magic and undead shouldn't mix. That kind of magic goes against everything the undead are. She glances toward Jinwoo, silently asking how such magic can exist without tearing them apart. Her thoughts are cut short as the legendary plus under elf Chimera approaches. Her instincts scream that the power radiating from him feels purifying, but logic tells her it shouldn't be possible. Then, in a sudden lunge, he attempts to strike. Angela barely escapes while dodging and fleeing the scene in a burst of light. As she runs, realization dawns with chilling certainty that he's the king of the dead. Now she realizes he's the one responsible for everything that's happening. As she observes the battle, Angela feels stunned that offensive, defensive, and healing magic are all working together in perfect harmony. The sight only deepens her frustration. At that point, she informs Jinwoo that these enemies aren't entirely gone. Hearing this, he is left completely stunned. She explains that although their bodies are lifeless, there's a strong possibility that their spirits still remain trapped inside. Only elves are naturally able to harness spirit magic. This kind of power isn't something the king of the dead should be capable of. That leads her to believe they've likely been manipulated, forced into this state through brainwashing. All the while, Jinwoo continues clashing with the legendary under-elf Chimera. Their fight grows more intense, but eventually, with a well-aimed strike from his blade, Jinwoo sends the elf crashing to the ground. Yet instead of relief, a thought quickly dawns on him that they need to find a way to awaken these souls. And for that, they might need Rikshasha's help. Just then, Jinwoo notices the legendary plus under elf moving toward Rikshasha. Alarmed, he urgently calls out to Yoonhee while urging her to protect Rikshasha. Yoonhee, already standing firm, prepares to unleash a powerful attack on the approaching enemy. However, at the last moment, Jinwoo calls out again this time, instructing her to wait. He senses that the brainwashing has already begun, and just then, he realizes something deeper. He's now inside the domain of the carnival labyrinth. In response, he firmly directs her to cast sweet dreams on him. The scene flashes to the past when Rikshasha was just a girl protected by the captain. The captain elf informs her that roaming beyond the castle walls holds great danger while cautioning her against staying out any longer. Yet, she confidently responds while believing she is capable of handling herself. Meanwhile, the warrior expresses concern while explaining that the situation isn't so straightforward. Even His Highness feels uneasy about it. However, she calmly assures them there's no cause for concern while reminding them that the world's most powerful knight stands guard over her. Eventually, the elf warrior acknowledges her words while confessing that his sole purpose is to shield her from harm. Protecting her is the reason for his existence. The same legendary elf draws closer to Rakshasa. An unsettling feeling washes over him as he senses something isn't right. The sight before him is chilling. She is wounded, drenched in blood, and the scene seems impossible. Yet, before he can react further, he catches a glimpse of a skeleton looming behind her. In a sudden surge of emotion, he questions what has been done to him, and launches an attack toward the skeletal figure. But then, he falls into silence as strange crackling echoes through the air. Meanwhile, the King of Dead realizes that somehow the captain hasn't been captured yet. Urgency grips him that he must gather the others and reach Yoonhee quickly. However, elsewhere, Yoonhee is ruthlessly cutting through the elves' warriors. Without hesitation, she storms forward and slams her blade into one standing nearby. In that moment, the elf demands to know if she serves Velicius while vowing to end her life. Yet Angela, while standing alongside Yoonhee, counters his accusation while explaining that they are actually allies of Rakshasa and mean no harm. Still, the elf warrior refuses to be reasoned with. With a harsh tone, he asks if they just told him to stay calm while dismissing their words entirely. To him, it no longer matters who they support or where their loyalties lie. If they stand in defense of him, they will face his wrath. Angela then calmly reveals a truth that shakes him to the core. He is nothing more than an undead being forged by Velicius. If the source of his energy is severed, his existence will end entirely. The revelation stuns him. She goes on while explaining that if Velicius becomes aware of what's happening, he'll reassert control and compel the elf to once again target Rakshasa. That is the fate of those enslaved by magic. In that instant, the elf warrior grasps the grim reality that he has been under mind control all along. Just then, Jinwoo's voice calls out to Angela. She responds with relief while announcing that their plan has worked. They've managed to overwrite the brainwashing and free the elf from Velicius's grip. Without delay, she races toward Jinwoo, who is locked in combat with another elf warrior, his sword crashing down with unrelenting force. Jinwoo then turns to Angela, while inquiring if the shield-bearer has regained his senses. She confirms it has all unfolded just as he foresaw. Without wasting time, she notes that they must relocate the remaining elves before Velicius becomes aware of their actions. However, the boy quickly points out the difficulty that they're out of options. He mentions that the carnival labyrinth exhausted its entire energy reserve with that single maneuver. He urges her to relay a message to Yoonhee while instructing her to concentrate on raising festival heat to rank 5. Receiving the order, Angela shifts her focus and relays it to Yoonhee with a hint of frustration, while remarking that trouble seems never-ending. Amidst the chaos of their battle, an unexpected voice calls out, and one of the elf soldiers suddenly addresses some elf as Prince. That single word strikes a chord. Angela freezes in surprise, the realization hitting her hard. These weren't just ordinary mercenaries. Her thoughts race as she pieces it together. It all starts making sense: their strength, their coordination, the aura they carry. No regular group of hired soldiers would consist of legendary class warriors, and one among them, she suspects, had to be a royal magician. Just then, one of the elf fighters steps forward while offering assistance. Yet Angela, while maintaining focus, declines his help. Instead, she advises him to do nothing. That alone would support them more than he realizes. She urges him to remain behind, to sit quietly and avoid drawing the gaze of the King of the Dead. For now, that's the most he can do. Angela quickly instructs Yoonhee to move him away from the current location and urges her to raise festival heat to rank 5 without delay. Responding to the command, Yoonhee grabs hold of his collar to pull him away. Out of nowhere, her powerful force shoves him back while slamming her hard into the ground. The impact causes him to crash down together. Next moment, the elf warrior struggles with guilt. Even though his mind is now clear, he can only stand by and witness the chaos unfolding. He reflects bitterly while questioning his worth as a guardian knight. That how can he claim to protect her for eternity when he's unable to act at this crucial moment? On the other side, the King of Dead finds it hard to accept that he has unintentionally opened a portal and left the labyrinth core exposed. Initially, he wonders if it's a tactic to gain an extra energy boost, but soon enough suspicion grows. Something feels off as his connection to the shield-bearer elf weakens by the second. He can no longer see him clearly. Realizing deception may be at play, he decides not to fall for it. Determined, he commands the Labyrinth of the Dead to destroy the portal. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere trembles with thunderous rumbles. At that moment, Jinwoo is baffled that this was the perfect opportunity for King of Dead to seize control of his labyrinth. However, they're not ready yet. They still have a long way to go before festival heat hits rank 5. The portal must be protected at all costs. He tries calling out to Angela while hoping for assistance, but she responds that she's preoccupied while holding off incoming enemies. With no time to lose, he turns to Yoonhee, who is still engaged in combat with the undead. Next moment, the shield warrior jumps in front of him. Jinwoo glances toward the portal. The shield bearer he's clashing with speaks out while declaring himself as the protector of all underground elves, Captain Linar of the Elven Royal Guard. Filled with defiance, Linar shouts at Velicius while choosing death over living as a controlled puppet any longer. Observing his dramatic stance, Angela can't help but find it foolish. She mutters in frustration, while thinking he's wasting effort on actions that won't change the outcome while urging him to just stay out of the way instead of throwing himself into reckless heroics. Velicius looks at his opponent with a confused expression while questioning how he managed to break free, then hints that perhaps their fight could resume. Meanwhile, as Linar moves forward while trying to strike again, Velicius takes a single step and quickly observes that his opponent seems to be struggling. He admits aloud that he doesn't understand how Linar escaped his control, but expresses that he finds it hard to watch someone so bound to a former life. He calls him an elven knight and urges him not to place meaning in a life that already ended. At that moment, Linar watches with a mix of anger and helplessness, while feeling cornered because he cannot gain control of the situation. The one he aimed to defeat continues to resist domination, and that realization leaves him completely fed up while knowing deep down that defeat is drawing closer. Meanwhile, Velicius continues watching his condition and offers one last suggestion: to let go, to accept fate, and to surrender. He proposes that Linar should submit to him, convinced that his victory is certain. However, those words only fuel Linar's frustration and rage. With a loud cry, he throws the words back while declaring that Velicius made a fatal mistake by leaving fragments of their souls intact. He warns that he will now demonstrate true spirit magic. Suddenly, a surge of power fills the air. Light bursts through the area, and his energy returns in full force. The target becomes unstoppable, and control no longer works on him. His abnormal immunity makes him immune to manipulation. He unleashes all of his skills, and Velicius stands stunned while realizing the opponent has grown strong again when he had expected him to remain weak and broken. Soon, shock washes over him as he mutters about the body being a vessel he created, one that traps souls without freedom. Before he can continue that thought, Linar interrupts him. He reveals with calm certainty that he is abandoning the cursed body while reminding Velicius that he had once vowed to be destroyed rather than exist in something so vile. His voice holds confidence, a strength reborn. Meanwhile, Jinwoo arrives on the scene and observes the intense clash. He doesn't grasp the situation and throws out questions, confused about what he's witnessing. He notices Linar and wonders aloud if it's an astral projection. The elves have stopped their attacks, and it seems as if they're paying respect. He realizes the brainwashing might have failed but admits he has no clue what's really happening. Angela stands beside him and sees it too. She pieces everything together quickly and concludes that it's spiritization. She expresses astonishment, not expecting that any elf still possessed knowledge of the technique after centuries. However, her brief words don't help much, so she explains further that elves are spirits in physical bodies. Spiritization allows the spirit to leave the body while staying in the physical realm instead of crossing into the spiritual one. However, the cost is that the spirit will eventually perish. The soul dissolves into mana and fades. It's an act long honored in their culture, likely a subconscious reaction in this case. As Angela provides clarity, Jinwoo finally understands and compares it to an archon. When she repeats the term in confusion, he brushes it off while hinting that something similar doesn't exist for humans. Meanwhile, Velicius begins to speak again while challenging the idea of spiritization. He questions what Linar intends to do and invites him to try, still showing confidence and mocking him by saying he once valued having his corpse. Linar moves closer while correcting him. He claims that his opponent clearly doesn't understand the meaning of a spirit. Calmly, he reveals that he has become immaterial and made contact with Velicius's very essence. He senses the evil soul within him. Velicius, who stands silent until now, begins to show the first signs of fear. The weight of Linar's words sinks in, and panic slowly creeps through him. He blurts out a single word, realizing that he's at risk. He attempts to stop what's coming, desperate to cling to life. Yet Linar apologizes quietly before channeling his final spell. In a twist of fate, though, something unexpected occurs. As the magic is unleashed, the outcome flips that Linar is the one who loses his life. Velicius survives and emerges victorious. Jinwoo and his group observe the result in disbelief. They had believed that Linar would triumph, but they were wrong. Rikshasha, present at the scene, bursts into tears. Her voice cracks with grief as she cries out while lamenting his promise to always protect her. She's overwhelmed while struggling to accept that he's gone once again. Soon after, Jinwoo turns to Angela, still lost in confusion. He questions what has happened. Angela, unsure herself, offers a guess. She explains that it looks like he perished while managing to drag part of Velicius's soul with him. Strangely, the undead begin to fall even though the brainwashing on the elves remains unbroken. She notes that half of the undead have collapsed while the others still roam. Angela grows worried at the mention of soul collection while seeing the chain reaction spreading among the undead. It's a disaster they didn't anticipate. Still watching, Angela urges Jinwoo that it's not over. They must hurry toward the labyrinth core. At the same time, Valicious, now fully embracing his failure, comments that a third of his soul is gone. Yet he's satisfied. He's fine with shattering his soul into pieces. He compares the experience to sharing a sacrament. It makes him feel like a superpower. He refuses to let his soul vanish without a trace. Upon revival, he senses a transformation within himself, one that feels nothing like his past self. He finds the feeling deeply unpleasant. Pride fills him as he absorbs the moment, until his body begins to shift. He transforms into a towering monster, his power surging, his presence becoming more overwhelming than before. Jinwoo and Angela stand frozen, unable to respond. They witness the change, unsure of what to do next. Valicious boasts that he now controls the battlefield. His monstrous form towers above while overflowing with strength and dark energy. At last, Jinwoo observes the transformation and voices his understanding. He mocks Valicious while comparing him to the scaly Dragon King and pointing out that using size as a tactic is no surprise. He recognizes that his enemy has become more powerful and sees the creature preparing another attack. He realizes that despite everything, the elves remain entranced and haven't snapped out of it. He shouts in frustration while pointing out that one of their own just died. He mentally notes that the festival heat stands at rank 4.7% and acknowledges that progress is crawling. The forces from the carnival labyrinth are scattered across dimensions. He's completely out of labyrinth energy and can't summon reinforcements. He thinks if only defeating enemies could help, and then calls out while hoping for Yoonhee's arrival. Eventually, Yoonhee appears. She watches the situation unfold and immediately sees that Jinwoo is in serious danger. His enemy is too powerful and closing in. Knowing she can't let this continue, she prepares herself. When her opponents draw near, ready to strike her down, she halts them with a simple gesture. Her body changes and she transforms into something monstrous. Then, while lifting a single finger, she signals them to stop while issuing a silent but absolute command. Angela senses something ominous and blinks in disbelief while thinking to herself that maybe it's just her imagination. The sudden emptiness doesn't make sense, that it's too abnormal to explain away. She mentions that her guess is off. All of the undead who had gathered around have truly vanished. That child must be the reason, though she doesn't explain how. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's voice rings out through the space. He shouts her name with urgency while letting her know they've finally reached rank 5. He urges her to cast sweet dreams on the elf magician without wasting another second. Without hesitation, she follows his command. She sees it as her duty to obey every word he gives. As ordered, she releases her magic on the elf who was preparing to attack, and in an instant, the target freezes in place. Consequently, Angela witnesses the result and claps her hands with joy. She points out that the spell appears to have worked and suggests that if they can wake the elf up and push back a little, they might finally gain the upper hand. Her excitement grows as she realizes they now have the power to stop anyone. Then, she throws a small blood attack with a bright smile and tells him to take it. Next moment, Mage throws it back. After a pause, a confused expression crosses her face as she questions whether he is really under a trance just moments ago. At the same time, Jinwoo is just about to strike his next opponent when she halts him. She has noticed that their enemy is returning to his senses and might retaliate soon. Meanwhile, the elf begins shouting again, consumed by rage, but the effect of sweet dreams has already taken hold. Suddenly, a memory washes over the mage elf, triggered by the spell. He recalls a time with his father when he had gently congratulated him. He had shared that although he had wished for a baby brother, the newborn was actually a girl. He had laughed at the time while brushing it off with warmth. He had told him he could never resent a younger sibling, even if he wasn't what he had expected. Furthermore, his had then reminded him that elves only have one chance every few centuries to have children, and in such a moment, their personal wishes didn't matter. He had spoken with pride while pointing to the child's small size and gentle light, like sunlight in spring. He believed she would bring joy to their quiet underground home. If the child had been a boy, he mentioned, they would have prepared him for tough training. The mage elf had held the baby in her arms, overwhelmed by joy. He had declared then that because the girl was a sweet princess, they would protect her while making sure she never lost her laughter. The baby had kept laughing as she cradled her, and it had warmed him deeply. In his heart, he had promised to protect the child from the endless cycle of war. At that moment, his father had brought up their duty to the imperial family, while reminding him that they needed to protect their people, and mentioned Crown Prince Rick Paris Yvonne. But he had answered without hesitation. He told him not to worry, and offered to take on that duty instead. As the memory fades, the scene returns to the present. The skills and protective blessings the elf had earned in the previous battle begin to weaken. Their connection fades, just like it had with the shield's loss. The elves are frozen in place while unmoving. Their bond is no longer stable. Shortly after, Valicious steps forward and responds with fury. He mocks the idea that he would just stand by and allow this to continue. His voice sharpens as he announces the activation of control magic. He refuses to fall for such low-level tricks again. His frustration builds when the magic fails, and his attack does not land. He clenches his fists while roaring that if he cannot claim them, then he will crush them. His rage peaks as he vows not to let anyone else have them either. In the next instant, he transforms once more into a giant monster, while regaining his energy in full. Jinwoo watches all of this unfold, stunned. The sight of Velicious returning to full strength leaves him both shocked and furious. With no time to spare, he leaps from his spot to dodge the next attack. His eyes widen when he notices that Velicious is targeting Rikshasha. Jinwoo yells out her name in desperation while telling her to move because the enemy is coming for her. Still, Rikshasha stays where she is while standing protectively in front of her kinsman, as though that's her sworn responsibility. But Jinwoo wants her safe too. She turns to him, voice trembling, and begs him to get away from the battlefield. She expresses how she can't bear to watch him die again. Tears fill her eyes as she blames herself for everything. She believes that none of this would have happened if she had never existed, if she had died instead, or if she hadn't gotten caught that day. Her words come out in broken sobs. She thinks her weakness brought them all here. Velicious steps in before she can go on. Jinwoo is frozen at his place to see it. But next moment, the bright energy breaks the hand and there, the elf wraps his arms around her and comforts her. He tells Rikshasha not to think such things, that none of it is her fault. He apologizes for being late. Jinwoo, while watching from a distance, expects Velicious to strike. But instead, he sees him gently embrace Rikshasha and ease her sorrow. She whispers the name Rikperes Linar while trying to speak, but he places a hand over hers while asking her to wait. He says now is not the time. He tells her that he once believed keeping her away from war would be enough, that hiding her from danger was the best way to protect her. Now he realizes how much pain that decision has caused. He admits his failure to protect her properly, but hopes that he can now atone. Maybe, he thinks, he can still make her life a little easier. He kneels before her with those words while offering them from the bottom of his heart. She watches, confused and tearful. Then he looks toward Jinwoo and speaks directly to him. He acknowledges that he doesn't have the right to make requests, but he still asks for one thing: that he protect her. He trusts him while knowing that Jinwoo was strong enough to fight him off. He believes she will be safe in his hands. After all, she is a princess. Jinwoo listens and responds without delay. He brushes off the talk about bloodlines while stating that those things no longer matter. He reminds them that Rikshasha is already the head of his patrol unit. She's always on the front lines. However, he promises this, that if she is ever in danger, he will make sure she gets out safely. His voice carries honesty, a promise from one comrade to another. Rikperes offers a faint smile. He thinks that maybe if he had treated her this way from the beginning, things would have turned out differently. He pulls her close once again in a final embrace. She looks up, puzzled, and asks what he's doing. Then she realizes that his body is fading. His figure slowly disappears before her eyes. He whispers one final wish: that she survive and live on. She reaches out, panic rushing through her while shouting for him to stop, to wait. She begs him not to go, but it's too late. He vanishes, and her hands fall through empty space. Her screams echo as tears pour down her cheeks. She has lost someone irreplaceable. Suddenly, a message flashes through the underground space that the movement of spiritual energy due to external forces detected. Necessary conditions met. Rikshasha heroification will now commence. The words continue. Yet, before it can finish, it fails. Heroification failed. It tries again and fails. Over and over. The underground system begins detecting incompatibility. Nothing is working. At the same time, Jinwoo, still recovering from the emotional moment, can't understand what's happening. Everything feels chaotic and unclear. The elf mage now appears behind him, calm yet determined. He announces that it's time for him to act. Jinwoo questions him while wondering what he's planning. Mage answers with a smirk. This, he explains, is his chance to help Her Highness and to make a mockery of the underground itself. He expresses that it's obvious that it's time for a forced awakening. Velicious begins sharing his thoughts while recalling how he once started with just a handful of bodies and gradually rose to become the master of his own labyrinth. From the beginning until now, he admits he's never been afraid to toss aside his pride and run when the situation seems too dangerous. He believes that eventually, another chance to strike always presents itself. However, this time, his instincts scream louder than ever. This danger feels far greater than before. Therefore, he issues an urgent command while stressing to escape. He urges them to gather everyone this warning applies to and flee. Even if only one of them survives, they must escape from the Naga surrounding them. Meanwhile, as he gives this order, Angela arrives back at her master's side. She informs our boy that the undead are fleeing the battlefield, and from what she sees from above, Velicious seems to be leading the retreat. As soon as Jinwoo hears her report, disbelief floods his expression. He's shocked, especially because he intends to wipe out every last one of them. Yet now they're trying to escape. Without hesitation, he gives Angela a new command to stop them at once. Not even one can be allowed to slip away. After all, if they manage to flee, they'll only breed more monsters while pushing the world further into danger. Right away, Elf Mage picks up on Jinwoo's intent and firmly warns him. He refuses to allow any interference with Rikshasha's process. With urgency in his voice, he emphasizes that they have no time to focus on anything else, while protecting Rikshasha is all that matters now. As this conflict escalates, it becomes clear that the entire enemy force is indeed retreating. In response, Jinwoo doesn't hesitate. He leaps forward while deciding to deal with the situation himself. Before rushing off, he glances back and calls out to Angela, trusting her to manage the battlefield in his absence. She firmly promises to do everything she can. At that moment, one of the elves nearby watches the chaos and mutters that there's no use. Then Valicious focuses on Angela. Since she's blocking their escape, he prepares to attack her directly. He creates a shield of swords in front of her while knowing that Angela alone won't be able to hold anyone back. Suddenly, everyone notices Yoonhee collapse onto the ground. Someone among them cries out while realizing Yoonhee has likely reached her limit too. Although the cliff edge doesn't have enough Naga to block the enormous crowd, Jinwoo knows deep down that he simply can't allow them to escape. Even though they outnumber him, he holds on to his resolve. If he lets them go, the consequences will be catastrophic. Just when the escaping undead reach a crucial point, Useo activates his skill. In an instant, countless miniature versions of his appear. One of the enemies falls into confusion, but all these small minions think about eating them. Meanwhile, Valicious observes this odd behavior and becomes suspicious. He wonders whether the souls are vanishing the moment they reach the top of the cliff. The thought crosses his mind that could this be the king of gluttony at work? At the same time, Useo remains firm before the enemies. He expresses his thoughts while realizing they can't allow even one to escape. Although he finds their appearance hideous, he shrugs off the thought. In the end, perhaps everyone's just hungry. It probably doesn't matter anymore. A quiet smile stretches across his face as he knows he'll bring them all down. Elsewhere, frustration builds in Valicious' chest, and he thinks about Anaxtis while blaming him for being unable to defeat mere slime. He begins to question whether Anaxtis' past victories were lies, but he stops while insisting it's not over yet. He spots a tunnel, one that his labyrinth had created. If they can reach it, they might still escape through the dry wasteland. Nevertheless, confusion clouds his mind. Even with a tunnel, their chances look grim. He can't understand how such a small number of enemies are managing to stop thousands of them. Meanwhile, Hoya continues giving her all, determined to halt the elves. Gradually, their plan starts to succeed. At that point, Dominique enters the scene. She raises her voice while summoning the Naga forces to help their master crush the enemy. Watching all this unfold, Jinwoo swells with pride. His heart warms as he sees his team fighting fiercely. Then he turns to Dominique and praises her with awe. He gives a firm order that not a single undead carrying a piece of their king should be allowed to escape. He wants all of them destroyed, and he entrusts this task to his 15 warriors. In contrast, Valicious feels the crushing weight of frustration. His forces are failing, and retreat seems impossible. Desperately, he orders his soul to be recovered. Suddenly, all the undead collapse to the ground. Confusion spreads like wildfire. No one understands what's happening. Standing nearby, Angela turns to her master and observes the situation. She wonders aloud if the undead have finally surrendered. However, her master quickly denies it. There's no way they've given up. He knows Valicious far too well. That cunning mind never goes down without a plan. Surely he's gathering power now that escape has been sealed off. He isn't foolish. Indeed, Valicious remains in place, almost paralyzed by the weight of the moment. He mutters that it has been a long time since he faced such a fierce challenge. He lets out a bitter laugh while pondering how strange it is for an undead to fear death. He sees no exit and his defeat feels inevitable. He admits that all his primary power sources are drained. Yet somehow he still feels his non-existent heart pounding. His decaying skin begins to sweat, and air leaves his punctured lungs in shaky huffs. For the first time in ages, he feels truly alive. Even so, he refuses to quit. He vows to fight until the bitter end. With one final cry, he activates Chimera. Meanwhile, Jinwoo and his allies brace for what comes next. They remain ready. Jinwoo comments that the labyrinth is collapsing. It appears Valicious is drawing in every last drop of energy. At that moment, one of the elves reflects bitterly. Though they couldn't reach legendary rank, he still has his body left to sacrifice. A message flashes that a spiritual energy surge triggered by outside forces. It won't last long since it's forced. Still, he believes that if his body remembers what to do, he can support Rikshasha. Right then, the underground power exceeds its limits. A brief rupture from the ruin curse shakes the ground. The elf uses his final breath to offer a plea to Her Highness. He begs her to honor a dying old man's wish to restore the shining elven kingdom to these dark lands. He addresses her as Princess Rikshasha Yvonne, the High Elf of the Golden Age. In the shadows, Dominique and Anaxtis quietly observe. They realize they've fallen behind. Rikshasha stands tall, and our boy at her side offers assurance. Now that all souls are gathered, there's no longer any need to hold back. He promises to clear the path ahead, and tells her not to worry about the black merchant deal. From this point forward, everything depends on her. She gives him a quiet nod and thanks him. Velicius reveals that his origin stems from the union of the straying souls, the lambs of the dead. He is the one who guides them, disciplines them, and ultimately offers them redemption. Through him, the lambs discover existence, yet they also face separation. To them, he represents their absolute, their entire realm. Wherever he resides becomes their afterlife's reality. With this, he proceeds into the intangible labyrinth. Once he steps into this elusive maze, his abilities begin to amplify. Angela, who listens intently to his words, finds herself initially stunned by the mention of the intangible labyrinth. However, she quickly discerns that its structure lacks stability and isn't particularly formidable. Its only real function seems to be reinforcing his physical form. Without hesitation, she contacts Jinwoo while expressing her belief that Velicius may have ascended to the rank of an aristocrat through this power. Still, she knows it holds little weight for Jinwoo. He urges her to safeguard Dominique and Yoonhee and then cautions him that Velicius is advancing toward their position. As Velicius moves closer, Jinwoo also begins his approach while gripping his sword firmly. He leaps effortlessly from stone to stone, his only focus being to close the distance and end Velicius. He delivers precise and powerful sword strikes while launching a barrage of lunges with remarkable skill. At the same time, Velicius attempts to evade the relentless blows. Eventually, he extends all his limbs in an effort to seize Jinwoo. But Jinwoo swiftly maneuvers away, narrowly escaping the grasp. Observing this confrontation, Rakshasa decides to join the battle. She executes her own techniques while aiming to bring Velicius down. Yet, he responds while claiming that her efforts prove useless. Then, a sharp crackling sound escapes from his fingers as he continues engaging her. Suddenly, Jinwoo charges from behind and lands a fierce punch directly onto Velicius's face. Rakshasa follows up with another powerful attack. The fight intensifies as they both strike from multiple angles. Velicius howls in pain, overwhelmed by their combined force. Seizing the moment, Jinwoo wraps his arms around Velicius's neck from behind. While Velicius struggles, he questions whether such an assault could truly defeat him. His resistance builds, and he manages to break free of Jinwoo's hold. However, Jinwoo doesn't relent. He tightens his grip once more while locking Velicius's body with all his might. Without delay, he calls for Rakshasa. She steps forward and begins chanting spells. As her incantations grow stronger, Velicius starts to feel their effects. He cries out, calling once again to the lambs of the dead, his voice echoing in desperation as the magic takes its toll. As Rakshasa continues her spellcasting, the torment Velicius experiences intensifies. Then, without warning, she unleashes the spirit sword technique. With this, she successfully extracts the entirety of his soul. Despite this, he keeps pleading for release while questioning whether they both intend to perish by his hands. However, Jinwoo remains calm, already aware that he won't be harmed as his body is fully hardened to its highest level. While Velicius tries to process the situation while wondering if this might be an axis, Rakshasa descends from above with tremendous force, her intention clear that she wants him to fall. At that very moment, his thought acceleration initiates, and the death labyrinth core is drawn out of him. With no energy remaining in it, the extraction completes effortlessly and without resistance. Next, Rakshasa executes her slash skill. Using it effectively, she finally overpowers Velicius inside the labyrinth. Following the impact of this final blow, he collapses to the ground while she stands before him. She then remarks while knowing he is only pretending to be lifeless, and demands he rise. In response, he remarks that he has been dead from the beginning and considers her foolish. He explains that his body was never meant to breathe and insists he has no intention of escaping this fate by feigning death. Witnessing this, Jinwoo grows irritated, frustrated that Velicius still clings to life. As he expresses this irritation, Rakshasa begins to feel uneasy. Yet Jinwoo reassures her not to fear. Velicius then mentions that he lacks both the strength and form to be reborn. It's only a matter of minutes, he reflects, before he fades completely. He tells Rakshasa that this is her moment to take vengeance and bring closure. However, instead of striking, she turns away. This catches Velicius off guard. He doesn't understand where she's going. She reminds him of his own words that he's been dead all along, so eliminating him now would be meaningless. She then shifts her mindset while deciding that he deserves a greater punishment than death. Still, Velicius claims he has never known pain in his existence. She then walks toward Jinwoo, who quietly questions if she is certain of her choice. She assures him that inflicting pain now is the only option that seems right. Hearing this, Velicius is taken aback. Shortly after, Jinwoo urges Rakshasa to act quickly and take what she needs. Just then, the black merchant makes an unexpected appearance while startling Velicius even further. The figure approaches and calmly introduces himself as the black merchant. 3 days pass when Dominique approaches Jinwoo while informing him that they've managed to replenish the 300 fallen Naga with fresh reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo quietly checks if everything has returned to its original state before the conflict. She nods while confirming his suspicion. Yet, his mind doesn't rest there. He recalls the agreement he once struck with the black merchant prior to the outbreak of war. The deal was clear that in exchange for any intelligence provided to Velicious regarding their labyrinth and details about Jinwoo's core units, the cost would be to deliver Velicious alive, along with the core of his labyrinth. Reflecting on this, he recognizes that it was only due to Rikshasha that they were able to honor this arrangement. However, despite fulfilling their end, both sides suffered considerable damage. The outcome of the war left the labyrinth of festivities completely annihilated, and nearly half of the Naga forces perished. Moreover, the aftermath painted a grim picture that remnants of battle in the form of rotting flesh and shattered bones scattered the area. This sight weighs heavily on Jinwoo's spirit. He inwardly expresses that the war has brought nothing but loss. Still, with a weary resolve, he decides to find some contentment in knowing that the region's greatest threats have at least been dealt with. As this realization settles in, Dominique gently brings up a concern that whether it was truly wise to let the King of the Dead walk away unscathed. Taken slightly aback, Jinwoo inquires about her unease. While they converse, a vivid memory resurfaces in Dominique's mind. She remembers the King of the Dead's words, his ominous declaration that as long as he continues to exist, vengeance remains inevitable. He specifically swore to come after the elf and the human, while warning them to never forget his promise of return. That chilling memory lingers within her thoughts while casting a shadow of worry. Jinwoo, while noticing her troubled expression, admits with a hint of unease that things should remain under control. After all, the king now lies in the grasp of the black market merchant, who exerts absolute authority in this realm. However, just as he attempts to shift focus and reflect on the fate of the fallen labyrinth of the dead, Qantas suddenly appears while delivering urgent news that Rikshasha has regained consciousness. Soon after, in Rikshasha's chamber, Jinwoo quietly enters and checks on her condition. In return, she counters with a curious glance while wondering what exactly has happened to her. He gently explains that she began to convulse right after Velicious was taken away. The demons mentioned that the curse from the underground had resurfaced, compounded by the aftermath of her forced awakening. Though numerous questions cloud his mind, he chooses to prioritize her recovery above all else. Curious, she then wonders how long she's been unconscious. He informs her that 3 days have already passed since the battle. Shock flashes across her face as she processes this, and she murmurs an apology before attempting to rise. Yet pain quickly overwhelms her while forcing her to falter. Concerned, Jinwoo urges her to remain in bed and rest a little longer. However, she refuses while pointing out that now that Velicious is no longer a threat, the other labyrinths are likely to make their move. But he calmly reminds her that protecting the labyrinth is no longer her burden to carry. Still, she argues that routine patrols won't be enough anymore. It's far too dangerous. Hearing this, Jinwoo responds with quiet resolve. He informs her that he's going to dissolve her contract. The agreement had always been that it would end once her vengeance against the King of the Dead was fulfilled. She no longer serves the Naga labyrinth as a soldier. She is now a welcomed guest. Her expression darkens, and tears begin to form in her eyes. Disappointment lingers in her silence. But Jinwoo, with a sincere tone, acknowledges her bravery that how she had been willing to go to war for a simple soldier with whom she had no prior connection. She had helped him attain his revenge, and for that, he expresses heartfelt gratitude. Moved, Rikshasha thanks him in return for freeing her fallen kin from their chains, while allowing her to reunite with them once more. She softly tells him that had it not been for him, the legacy of the Elven Kingdom would have vanished entirely. She also shares that without his intervention, she would likely be wasting away somewhere in the lower levels. It's through him and the Naga that she's come this far. With sincere eyes, she pleads to remain and continue serving beside them. Touched by her words, Jinwoo asks whether her statement is a final decision to fully join them, not merely renew a contract. She gently confirms while revealing that this has been her intention all along. Yet Jinwoo, puzzled, questions why an elven queen would cast aside her title for this path. She answers with calm conviction that she simply wishes to stand under the command of the Naga labyrinth and aid in its rebirth. At present, she sees herself as nothing more than a humble patrol officer. Her bloodline and royalty carry no meaning now. All she desires is to become the relentless patrol leader of the Naga. After hearing her honest reasoning, Jinwoo admits that he had already been considering bringing her in permanently. Her face lights up with joy at his words. However, he follows it with an unexpected twist as he declines her offer. Stunned, she looks at him in disbelief and quietly asks why. He then gently clarifies that if he were to accept right now, she would immediately attempt to return to duty. But for now, her body still needs time to heal. He gently informs her that she's completely drained while having been unconscious for 3 full days without any food. Even without visible wounds, he suspects the curse might still be leaving hidden effects. With calm firmness, he assures her that he will accept her offer to join but only once she's fully recovered. Until then, she must stay here and rest as their guest. When she addresses him as her master, he lightly reminds her that he hasn't accepted that role just yet. She expresses gratitude for letting her be part of the team, but he gently corrects her again while noting that she hasn't officially joined. Despite this back and forth, a subtle warmth passes between them. With Rakshasa appearing more stable, Jinwoo takes a moment to reflect. Things finally seem to have settled in their territory for now at least. He decides that the immediate focus will be on reorganizing their forces and strengthening internal security. Even though they remain vigilant, he feels confident that news of the dead labyrinth's downfall has reached the other labyrinths. Still, he doubts any of them would be reckless enough to mount an attack the same way as before. Just then, Qantas chimes in while mentioning that the might of the Naga labyrinth is beginning to echo across distant lands. Jinwoo agrees that it's a promising sign, but warns against rushing into anything. They've already achieved a lot in a short span. If the other labyrinth rulers possess even a hint of strategy, they'll likely begin forming a coalition against them. With that in mind, he issues a calm order to summon Useo. It's time to move toward the Hammer and Anvil labyrinth. Along the way, he intends to meet with Malaxis, the Goblin King. Meanwhile, deep within the marshlands of Level 9, Hecarim, the King of the Wanderers, is already in the middle of a tense conversation. He voices his irritation while remarking that since invitations were extended, he had expected at least a minimal effort to host their gathering. But Ariane, the Queen of Illusions, returns with dry sarcasm, noting that she hadn't expected much but not even chairs to sit on. They're in the heart of a swamp, after all. Hecarim brushes it off while stating there's no time to act like nobles. The current state of affairs is too unstable. Then, Gorintos, the King of the Marshes, chimes in with a grim reminder that Anaxtis has already fallen, and now Valicius as well. Both events occurred in under a year. Clearly the danger is real and growing. He stresses that they must avoid revealing their strength or numbers to the Naga King. They must not misjudge him. Ariana, while growing increasingly annoyed, responds with her usual sharpness while pointing out that Gorintos always speaks in such a gloomy tone. Still, she acknowledges the truth that he summoned them for an alliance. Gorintos doesn't deny it. He confirms that yes, unity is necessary now. However, Hecarim scoffs at him while accusing the Marsh King of shrinking in fear and rushing to form alliances the moment Valicius fell. According to him, Gorintos' authority as a labyrinth ruler has already sunk back into the swamps he calls home. Even so, Gorintos admits the timing isn't ideal, but warns that the most dangerous force still lies close to the Naga labyrinth. Upon hearing this, Ariane dryly observes that this one might survive far longer than Anaxtis and Valicius combined. She doubts that stubborn slime would ever lose. Then Gorintos reveals something that leaves even her stunned. Useo, the King of Gluttony, has pledged allegiance to the Naga King. The news leaves Ariane visibly shaken, but Gorintos isn't done. He adds that even Malaxis, the ruler of Hammer and Anvil, has begun to show signs of favor toward Jinwoo. The atmosphere grows heavier as the implications settle in among them. The king remarks that Useo already behaves with submission toward the Naga King. It seems only a matter of time before he officially falls under his command as well. In response, Hecarim points out, with growing irritation, that among them, Useo holds the weakest position in both territory and strength, so it's no surprise he's avoiding risk for now. Still, here Gorintos stands, full of fear yet somehow willing to resist him. The contradiction clearly grates on his nerves. Gorintos, however, remains firm. He argues that if anyone decides to ally with the Naga King, the equilibrium of this level will be shattered. There has never been a case where one labyrinth gained complete authority over an entire level, and if it ever happens, it would be a disgrace of historic proportions. But Ariane counters that, in her view, the balance has already started to fall apart. Still, Gorintos disagrees. He believes as long as the Naga King doesn't launch the first strike, their side still holds the advantage. He notes that both the Marsh and Illusion labyrinths, being closer to Naga territory, are naturally better fortified. Their position can hold the line while the centaurs move in from the flanks. In his view, the Naga will face severe constraints if they attempt to strike at the Wanderers. Doing so would open them up to retaliation from both his and Ariane's domains. If the Naga King is truly as strategic as they believe, he'll prefer keeping the region locked in a tense stalemate. That, Gorintos concludes, should be their primary objective. Despite the logic, Hecarim doesn't appreciate the strategy. With visible discomfort, he grumbles that he's aware of the facts and will give the plan some thought, but admits that the situation feels deeply humiliating. Then Gorintos turns to Ariane for her input. She, however, responds with a hesitant tone while saying she'll have to decline for now, and she needs more time to weigh her options. This clearly enrages Gorintos. He snaps that a fallen fairy never truly changes. He accuses her of planning to crawl to the stronger side while hinting that perhaps he should put an end to her plotting now. Yet Ariane calmly urges him to settle down while explaining that something else is occupying her thoughts. Gorintos, still tense, insists that she needs to speak openly if he's to understand her hesitation. Finally, she reveals her concern. Some of her subordinates, after breaking the mental hold placed on them, manage to escape from the deeper levels. Through them, while troubling rumors have emerged, ones she hopes aren't true. According to these sources, the aristocrats from the deeper levels might be preparing for a full-scale invasion. 2 days after the war, somewhere deep within the territory controlled by the black market merchants, Valicius finds himself inside a peculiar chamber. He silently chuckles to himself, amused by the oversight of his captors. They've locked him in a mana-restricted room with no one stationed to watch over him. To him, it's laughable that such infamous merchants could make such an elementary mistake. He assumes they must be underestimating him simply because he has lost 1/4 of his army. Although he acknowledges the absence of mana, he soon senses an abundance of miasma saturating the area. This realization leads him to conclude that numerous lives must have ended here. It becomes clear to him that, being unfamiliar with handling sentient undead, these fools have ignored a vital fact that beings like him can absorb and draw strength from miasma. Now aware that his body has regained enough strength, he decides it's time to leave. He reflects on how they most likely assume his soul transfer technique originates from the dead labyrinth. In fairness, their assumption isn't entirely mistaken. After all, he has spent countless years within its depths while gaining ample opportunity to explore and refine soul-shifting enchantments. With that in mind, he mentally instructs the soul fragments to disperse. He contemplates how he has already unlocked the method of transferring his spirit without relying on the power of the labyrinth itself. Moreover, the stronger the host, the more effective the transition becomes. A host with magical affinity, he muses, would be even more ideal. Soon, his attention shifts toward a figure lurking underground. Anyone at the brink of death can work for him. Finally, he finds someone, but he is disappointed to find that person an underground human. Yet, upon further inspection, he realizes it pales in comparison to his current vessel. Still, given the circumstances, he accepts that he cannot afford to be selective. Fixing his eyes on the target, he aligns the necessary coordinates and prepares to begin the delicate process of soul separation. However, he remains conscious of the danger. Attempting such intricate magic without the labyrinth's support is no small feat. So, he resolves to proceed with caution while resisting the urge to rush. Unexpectedly, the door creaks open, and the black merchant steps inside. With a sly grin, the merchant remarks that it took him longer than expected to act while causing him to doze off while waiting. Unfazed, Valicius counters with a calm response while remarking that it's actually the merchant who has been slow, as he has already completed half of his soul transfer. The merchant, intrigued, responds with a mixture of fascination and greed. He admits that he had hoped to keep Valicius as a rare specimen, an undead who has reached such formidable strength. Yet, as time passed, an irresistible curiosity crept in. What might happen if a being born as undead were to experience rebirth as something living? Then the merchant questions whether Valicius himself doesn't feel a hint of curiosity about it all. Confused and slightly irritated, Valicius narrows his eyes and demands to know what exactly he means. His expression darkens, fury flickering in his gaze. Yet just as the emotion builds within him, something shifts. He suddenly detects a disturbance within the spell. Turning sharply toward the source, he questions the merchant while suspecting his interference. In response, the merchant calmly reveals that he's modifying the magical circle. In that instant, Valicius becomes alarmingly aware that the soul fragments that had scattered moments earlier are now returning, drawn back against his will. Even worse, the coordinates he had carefully established have completely unraveled. Despite the setback, he refuses to surrender. Deep inside, he knows he can't allow the merchant to assume control of such powerful magic. Meanwhile, the merchant poses another unsettling question. He wonders aloud what meaning life holds for someone who exists numb to sensation, unable to feel the ache of wounds, the iron scent of war, or the flavor of the hunt. He pushes further while asking if the idea of an undead possessing a living heart and flowing blood doesn't stir even a hint of fascination. He confesses that even the thought of such a thing drives him to madness. However, Valicius remains grounded in the truth. He understands the frailty of mortal flesh. The living form comes with countless constraints, its durability, its limitations, its reliance on flawed senses. He abruptly yells while demanding the merchant stop whatever he's doing. Yet the merchant, with a calm and firm voice, expresses regret while admitting he must follow through with his intentions. Valicius, now grasping the full weight of the situation, reflects on a crucial fact that a soul tethered to a physical body is restricted by the body's own boundaries. Worse still, the new vessel might never awaken to magic, and if that happens, he'll perish before ever breaking free. Realizing the danger, he cries out once again while urging the merchant to terminate the soul transfer. The risk, he knows, is death. But the merchant, now fully in command of the spell, responds with a dismissive tone that he's already seized control. In that moment, Valicius pieces everything together. With bitter clarity, he accuses the merchant of orchestrating this from the very beginning. Despite the situation spiraling out of his control, Valicius remains steadfast while refusing to yield. Fueled by determination, he begins drawing on every trace of miasma surrounding him. Suddenly, the air grows tense while crackling with strange, static-like energy. Without hesitation, he starts embedding keywords into the spell, concepts tied to his core. A community bound by purpose, not by blood, a natural aptitude for necromancy within a labyrinth, and an overwhelming reserve of mana. At that moment, the black merchant slowly claps his hands while seemingly amused. He remarks that Valicius should consider himself fortunate to be granted another shot at existence, but also notes that his demands are excessive. The merchant then wonders aloud how far this version of Valicius might go while hinting he could even become the protagonist of a new tale. He mentions that he'll be watching closely while hoping for an entertaining journey. The merchant's words stir irritation in Valicius. A deep frown settles on his face as he questions the true identity of the one pulling all the strings. However, before any answers come, the spell completes and everything shifts. Moments later, deep within a labyrinth, Valicius takes his first breath in a new form. As his eyes flutter open, the first thought that crosses his mind is whether the spell succeeded. Did he truly manage to channel his soul into a living host? One truth settles heavily that there's no turning back. He must assess his surroundings and adapt quickly. Around him, the ground is uneven and filled with tiny pits and patches of overgrown plant life. Signs of habitation are evident. Someone or something calls this place home. As he lifts his hands, he notices that they are small, chubby form and starts to wonder if this is a fresh birth. Soon, a faint awareness awakens. He possesses some level of magical capability, but as he tests it, disappointment floods him. His mana is so limited that he cannot even lift a shard of ice. Frustration builds, though he understands this living body will develop with time. It appears the keywords embedded into the ritual worked while leading him to assume this must indeed be a labyrinth. With that, he sets a goal to locate other creatures and determine which labyrinth he now inhabits. Attempting to move forward, he quickly realizes a problem that his lower body lacks strength, rendering him unable to walk. As he struggles to lift himself using only his arms, a figure slithers into view. A Naga worker enters and greets him casually while poking fun at his efforts. The worker teases him for crawling on the floor right after birth while noting how relaxed he looks. This revelation strikes Valicius hard that he is, in fact, a newborn. Worse still, he is already the subject of teasing by those around him. The Naga introduces himself as Bluey, a first-generation senior worker tasked with orienting the newest recruits. Because of a vague resemblance, Bluey has been chosen to mentor him and seems fairly at ease with the assignment. His job is to guide newcomers through the labyrinth while showing them the basics before they're assigned real duties. As Valicius continues attempting to move with just his arms, Bluey advises him not to rely on that alone. Meanwhile, a few other Naga nearby murmur among themselves while suggesting that since he's just been born, he'll adjust with time. Then, unexpectedly, the Naga begin their meal. As the scent fills the air, something inside Valicius stirs violently. A sudden surge of energy jolts through his new body, like a bolt of lightning racing beneath his skin. It feels like a dormant volcano awakening. Startled, the workers urge him to breathe rhythmically, quick inhales and exhales to steady himself. But now, their expressions begin to shift. They exchange glances, slowly realizing what Valicius already suspects, that he isn't just an ordinary newborn. Something about him is entirely different. 3 days after the war, on the second day inside the Naga labyrinth, Jinwoo sits calmly. His presence is steady and kingly. Dominique stands beside him when, shortly after, a few informative arrive. He listens carefully to their message and reflects on the odd news that a worker has suddenly appeared in the workers' living quarters just the day before. Dominique confirms that the others are already training him, though he seems terrible at all the tasks given. At first, Jinwoo frowns slightly. The situation bothers him. Even though the worker is officially listed as a Naga worker, the sudden appearance makes him uneasy. Still, he decides it's acceptable for now and instructs Dominique to have the newcomer try everything to find what suits him best. She acknowledges his command with loyalty and mentions that they'll keep letting the other workers handle the new one's training. In response, Jinwoo gives a quiet nod and tells her to inform him if anything unusual happens. His thoughts linger on the strange arrival. He wonders whether he should feel happy about it. After all, he does need a hero-ranked worker right now. Still, he never imagined one would arrive like this, so suddenly, so unskilled. Feeling conflicted, he tries to understand how he feels, unsure if this is a blessing or a problem. Before his thoughts wander further, Dominique gently brings him back to focus. She lets him know that preparations to move to the Hammer and Anvil Labyrinth are complete. Rikshasha is on break, while Angela and Draken are waiting with the troops. In turn, Jinwoo acknowledges her effort and compliments her for such thorough reporting. He then instructs her that someone will need to guide the way, as he plans to see Useo himself. Since the preparations won't take long, he tells her to keep the labyrinth running normally in his absence. Dominique quietly accepts her orders. Meanwhile, away from others, the new Naga worker moves into a secluded area. His thoughts are conflicted. No one seems to be around, and he murmurs to himself about the pain of missing a meal, how eating is a joy but kneeling before that scoundrel had been humiliating. Yet, in this weak body, there's nothing he can do. He can't let anyone find out who he truly is before regaining his strength. He is Valicius after all, but now trapped in a much smaller form. As he searches the area, he reflects on his weakness. Despite being hero ranked, he's now just a worker with very little mana. His soul hasn't fully settled into the body, and he knows it will take decades to grow stronger through normal means. That path is too slow. Therefore, he considers his only option that is miasma. While mana is limited, miasma, the dark energy from corpses, has no cap. It practically pulls itself into the body, but it's poison to living beings. If mana is like a nourishing meal, miasma is rotten food and decaying, toxic. Absorbing it isn't easy. It requires building resistance by pushing the body to its limit while stopping just before death. Determined, Velicious decides he must do it gradually. He moves forward, searching for the energy he seeks, and suddenly stops. Disgusted, he realizes the place is too clean. There is no miasma here, none at all. The Naga labyrinth is too pure. The very thought turns his stomach. He's deep in thought, thinking he is alone, but then a fellow Naga worker appears and finds him. The other worker questions why he's there, and reminds him they were supposed to see the forge after eating. He's been waiting. Velicious quickly changes the subject while asking where the worker fought the scaly dragons during their invasion. The question catches the worker off guard. That information is not something a new worker should know. Suspicious, he asks how Velicious found out. Velicious lies easily, saying another superior told him. The other worker buys it, responding that most of the battle happened near the outer walls, aside from one big dragon. He offers to take Velicious there since he hasn't seen that area yet. Instantly, Velicious jumps at the offer while asking if he'll get to see the dragon corpses. But the worker replies that they've already buried them after removing the meat and useful parts. It's been a while since the battle. Curious, the worker asks if Velicious wants to see the battlefield remains or something else. Without hesitation, Velicious is quick to answer that he wants to see the burial site. The graves. The corpses. Agreeing, the other worker leads him there. Once they arrive, he announces they've reached the place. Velicious inspects the area and senses a thin layer of miasma. It isn't much, but it's there. Perfect for his plans to absorb it slowly. Then, the worker explains that this site is where all corpses are buried, whether from hunts or battles. It's like a graveyard for their enemies. Most Nagas avoid it. Burying is a punishment task. Only those being disciplined are assigned here. If no one is being punished, they pick someone randomly. Immediately, Velicious offers to take the job. He insists on doing it. The worker tries to make him understand that it's not an easy task, but Velicious, with his hidden motive, insists harder. He even uses the excuse that he's the youngest in the labyrinth and should take the hard, dirty jobs. He takes on the role with pride. Eventually, while seeing his strange enthusiasm, the worker agrees to ask Dominique for permission. Velicious can barely contain his joy and praises the worker for being so helpful. The worker, slightly overwhelmed, mutters that it's a bit much. As he looks around, Velicious gazes at the bone piles. The miasma is thickest here. He wants to learn more about it and knows he's getting closer to his goal. The worker watches him quietly while starting to think there's something odd about him. Soon after, they both head to Dominique to ask for official permission. She turns to Velicious and checks if he truly volunteers. He confirms without hesitation. The other worker checks once more. He asks if it's because he's being bullied. Velicious, still acting, insists it's entirely his own decision. In return, Dominique warns him that the task won't be easy. With more Nagas in the labyrinth, they consume more food. That means about 10 corpses a day. Moving them alone will be difficult. Velicious assures her that he's only handling the leftovers after meat and leather are harvested. He declares it's his true purpose as a worker. He even says he must have been summoned just for this. Carefully listening, Dominique finds him strange that his obsession with the job feels unsettling. But since Jinwoo wants everyone to find their best-suited role, she accepts his offer. She releases him from his other duties and tells him he can tend to the burial site as its undertaker. Overjoyed, Velicious vows to work until his body breaks and his soul shreds. Dominique tells him there's no need to go that far, but she agrees. As she watches him leave, she decides to build a resting facility nearby. Quietly, she whispers how strange he is, and the other worker, while standing beside her, mutters that he told her so. Meanwhile, over at the Hammer and Anvil Labyrinth's forge, workers are busy. Suddenly, a messenger rushes in. He brings urgent news to the boss that the Naga troops are heading straight toward their labyrinth. They're expected to arrive in 2 days. The boss asks how many are coming. The scout responds that around 20 elite Nagas, a dragon, and a vampire. And Yuseo Gluttony is among them. That gets everyone's attention. The boss checks again. That was there a human with them? The scout nods and mentions an underground human was at the front. Maybe a slave? Immediately, Bullock scolds him. A scout should know better. That's no slave. It's the human baron of a labyrinth. They figured it out right away. The scout realizes his error and apologizes while praising both Bullock and Mulak for their sharp eyes. Suddenly, laughter breaks out from the boss. He thought they were going to exchange envoys, not show up in person. He commands everyone to gather and preparations must begin immediately for the arrival of our dude. As Jinwoo and his group walk toward the Goblin King, he's surprised. What he sees is not what he expected, and the Goblin King isn't even a goblin. One of the guards behind the throne jokes quietly to the king that the same thing could be said about Jinwoo. Sitting calmly in a simple chair, the Goblin King greets Jinwoo. He calls him a human baron who rules over the Naga and points out how strange that is. Jinwoo starts to understand the situation better. He thinks out loud about how the goblins managed to grow so much. The Goblin King looks around the room and tells Jinwoo it was set up quickly. It's just an empty warehouse used for their meeting. He didn't think Jinwoo would come to their simple labyrinth himself. Jinwoo tells him it's good enough. In fact, he finds the whole labyrinth very well made. Jinwoo looks around and speaks with respect. He describes how the labyrinth is built between narrow paths with tall cliffs and deep pits. There's a moat around an outer wall, then another wall, and a central tower. Beyond that is a giant inner wall that even powerful dragons would struggle to break through. The design uses the land in a smart way while making it a strong fortress. The Goblin King explains that because there aren't many of them, they can't fight wild beasts well. So, they focused on making their home strong and improving their skills. But food is still a problem. They survive by secretly trading high-quality gear on the black market. Jinwoo thinks quietly. He realizes the goblins have been growing in secret while staying out of sight. Usio, while sitting nearby, makes a half-joke while saying the Goblin King was quiet so long he thought he was dead. The king laughs and tells that he never contacted him either. As they talk, Jinwoo starts to understand why other labyrinth leaders don't take them seriously. From the outside, this place looks small and weak, but even Jinwoo can't think of a good plan to take it down. Jinwoo asks the Goblin King why they were allowed so deep into the labyrinth's defenses. Was it a trap? The Goblin King calmly answers that he trusts Jinwoo. He says it would make no sense for Jinwoo to attack while asking for peace. They also have things that might help Jinwoo. The Goblin King looks at Jinwoo's group and lists their power. A vampire, a draken, an undefeated noble, and the king of gluttony. If a fight started, his side would be crushed. Many of his scouts still shake just seeing them. Jinwoo says sorry for scaring them. The Goblin King thanks Jinwoo for defeating Anaxtis and Velicius, who were big problems for him. Jinwoo is surprised by the honesty. The Goblin King says that staying alive sometimes means being humble. Jinwoo nods and explains why he came. The Goblin King says he needs time to think. He understands that Jinwoo wouldn't want dangerous groups left behind as he moves forward. That makes sense. Still, he adds that they rely on black market food because they can't hunt here. Their system depends on their down gem mines. He talks about the cost of loyalty. If he became Jinwoo's knight under a vassal contract, he would have to give up 30% of their down gem energy. That's too much. It would break their system before a war even begins. Jinwoo stops him to clear things up. He never meant to ask for subordination. Why would he demand loyalty from someone he just met? That's not how trust works. The Goblin King is surprised that if it's not a contract, then what it is. Jinwoo tells he wants allies, not servants. Friends in battle, not people he has to keep an eye on. He doesn't give knighthood without reason. This surprises the Goblin King. Even though Jinwoo is far stronger and higher in rank, he offers a partnership with no demands. Jinwoo goes on to say that after becoming an aristocrat, many envoys from other level 9 labyrinths visited. They pretended to congratulate him, but really, they wanted to see what the Naga labyrinth was like. But the Hammer and Anvil labyrinths group was different. They brought a box full of valuable down gems, even though they needed them, and a detailed map of level 9 while showing all the other labyrinths. Thanks to that, Jinwoo was able to call in key forces and win against Velicius. Jinwoo reminds him that they've already fought together. He doesn't want to take, and he wants to give back. The Goblin King laughs and says Jinwoo isn't like a scaly dragon king or an undead. He adds that he could truly think about giving his loyalty to someone like Jinwoo. He then tells his guards, Mulak and Bulak, to bring something. When they return, Jinwoo's eyes go wide. They're holding weapons and armor made from obsidian steel and adamantite. The Goblin King says that since Jinwoo often breaks his weapons in battle, he had this set made. It's not pure adamantite, but it's strong enough that only a high-level aristocrat could break it. The best smiths in the labyrinth made it. Jinwoo is excited. He picks up the weapon and considers it excellent, and it will finally save him from always replacing his gear. He asks if he can really keep it. The Goblin King says yes. He thought about using it for a deal, but now it will be a symbol of their alliance. The Hammer and Anvil, the Naga, and the Gluttony labyrinths. The Goblin King says he never thought he'd leave his valley, but he's still a labyrinth master with big dreams. Now he's ready to step into the larger world. He promises to support Jinwoo. Jinwoo smiles and promises that they will prosper together. They shake hands to seal their alliance. Nearby, Usio complains to Angela while asking why Jinwoo even brought him along. Angela jokes that the team would miss him if he weren't there. Usio rolls his eyes. Meanwhile, the three labyrinths make their alliance official by sharing drinks. The Goblin King, though now an ally, thinks Jinwoo should know the truth about their army. He explains that the Hammer and Anvil is a rank 5 labyrinth with about 600 fighters, but only 2 of them are hero class. Except for Malaxis, all are goblins. Their jobs change regularly. The soldiers take turns doing 3 things while guarding and hunting while mining and building, or resting and handling chores. They use gear they made themselves, so there's no matching armor. Some use magic, but most fight with cannons. They don't use guns since they don't work well on beasts. After the visit, Jinwoo and his group return to the Naga labyrinth. Sitting on his throne, Jinwoo thinks about the fortress they saw. It felt more like an old castle than a normal labyrinth. He even thinks about asking for their help to improve their own defenses. Dominique tells that she respects Malaxis. Jinwoo agrees that talking with the goblin leader was easier than talking with beasts. He asks if there's news from the other labyrinths. Dominique answers that nothing big has happened. Jinwoo figures they have more time than expected and starts thinking about his next move. Suddenly, Qantas rushes in while looking shaken. He tells Jinwoo that envoys have arrived at the Naga labyrinth. Jinwoo asks who sent them. Qantas says they are from the Illusion, Wanderer, and Marsh labyrinths. The envoys come in and kneel before Jinwoo. Sitting calmly, Jinwoo listens as Dominique tells them to speak. If they came to brag about their alliances, she warns, they should leave now. But the envoy says they didn't come to boast. They speak for their labyrinths. They say that they deeply respect Jinwoo's success, but they're also worried. They fear his sword might one day point at them. So, they offer an idea that is a round-table meeting of all Level 9 Labyrinth Masters. Jinwoo is sitting quietly, his expression unreadable, when suddenly he raises a question about a certain meeting. This meeting is something the Naga workers had previously informed him about. With a thoughtful tone, he mentions that they're gathering all the owners of a Level 9 labyrinth. In response, the Naga worker confirms it while explaining that an important discussion must be held concerning the safety of Level 9. At that point, Jinwoo remarks that they're being a bit too obvious. Immediately, the envoy girl responds with a gentle voice while expressing her complete understanding of his cautious approach. She points out that if this had been a trap, they wouldn't have revealed which labyrinth they represent. Moreover, she continues, the continued success of the Naga labyrinth is so overwhelming that even the common soldiers feel intimidated. Therefore, it's only natural for the other labyrinth owners to feel concerned. Interestingly, she adds that even their 3 masters had been searching for ways to counter the Naga labyrinth. However, that had only been the plan until another issue emerged. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stays silent, simply listening to everything she's sharing. Then, after a prolonged silence, he finally speaks up, noting how no one seems to realize he dislikes wasting time. His voice carries frustration. In response, the envoy girl bows slightly while apologizing for the delay. She informs him that the meeting is scheduled for a month from now, near the Marsh Labyrinth, which lies at the center of all labyrinths. As she hands him a note with the precise location, she explains that the meeting's topic will be the invasion of Level 9 by the Level 10 Aristocrats Alliance. Shortly afterward, Jinwoo is seen standing with Qantas and Dominique. They are discussing the very meeting the envoys had just mentioned. Qantas informs his master that the envoys have already left the territory. Recognizing his effort, Jinwoo praises him for his thoroughness and instructs him to take another round just to be sure. As expected, Qantas nods and follows the order. With a deep sigh, Jinwoo reflects that the war ended barely a week ago, yet they haven't had a moment's rest. Now suddenly there's news of an invasion from the deeper levels. It strikes him as odd, especially since those aristocrats hadn't acted even during the Great Underground War. Consequently, he wonders aloud why they've chosen now to move. Furthermore, he's tired, not only because of the piling missions but also because his team remains exhausted. Dominique, sharing his concerns, notes that the whole situation feels too suspicious. She wonders if this is actually a trap meant to lure her master while knowing how clever their enemies are. After all, they never arrange a meeting without a hidden scheme. Jinwoo agrees that it's probably a trap. However, he admits that if there's even a slight chance the information is real, while ignoring it might lead to regrets later. It would be better to be deceived by the Level 9 owners than caught off guard by deeper-level aristocrats. Dominique accepts his reasoning and asks if he's planning to attend the meeting. He confirms that he will test their plan, but before that, there's another matter to look into. He refers to the black market merchant, who should still be in the desolate wasteland. Dominique quickly confirms this while explaining that the merchants are currently focused on restoring the ruins of the Death Labyrinth. Jinwoo decides to go check it out while thinking there might be something useful there. She hesitates, clearly concerned about him going alone, and begins to suggest that someone accompany him. However, he picks up on her unspoken thought and assures her that he can handle it himself. A few days later, Jinwoo arrives at the Deflate Wavelength while standing among the ruins of the Death Labyrinth. As he looks around, a black market merchant approaches with a seemingly polite greeting, though his face clearly shows irritation. Jinwoo notices this contrast and points out that he doesn't seem happy to see him. The merchant quickly replies that of course he is. After all, Jinwoo is their top client on Level 9. Nearby, some Naga workers spot their master and begin whispering among themselves. They wonder what he's doing there and whether they've made a mistake, even though their task is simply supervision. Soon after, the black market merchant questions Jinwoo's sudden return while noting how he had vanished after the war. He explains that they're currently in the middle of reconstructing the labyrinth. Unlike the Scaly Dragon Labyrinth, This one suffered such immense damage that it completely disappeared. Jinwoo then asks why they don't just work on the scaly dragon labyrinth instead. Misunderstanding the question, the merchant asks if he's giving permission to build a new labyrinth there. His tone carries hope, but Jinwoo immediately clarifies that he absolutely is not granting any such permission. The merchant, visibly disappointed, explains that's why they're starting the reconstruction here from scratch. Jinwoo remarks that the merchant makes it sound like all this is his fault. He then asks whether Velicious would rise from the grave once the site is complete. The merchant explains that a new labyrinth will indeed be built, but it won't be led by Velicious. This shocks Jinwoo, and he wonders how the merchant knows so much. The merchant answers that he's the one who dealt with Velicious's corpse. He goes on to recount how, when Velicious's body was lying on the ground, they noticed that his arms had regrown. Some even questioned whether he was truly dead, unsure how to tell if an undead creature was actually lifeless. Jinwoo asks for confirmation, and the merchant assures him that Velicious really is dead. Reassembling his severed body didn't bring him back. As Jinwoo processes this, he expresses his disapproval about rebuilding the labyrinth. The merchant becomes panicked. He had assumed they already had an agreement. Jinwoo explains that the only thing he had agreed to was handing them Velicious and the Death Labyrinth core. The merchant realizes that Jinwoo might be holding him responsible for the core's ruined state. Jinwoo calmly reminds him that it was Velicious who caused the damage. The merchant tries to reassure him that there's no immediate concern. The labyrinth won't be rebuilt anytime soon. Curious, Jinwoo asks if that's because Velicious is gone. The merchant answers yes, but also adds that the core is barely holding together. Most of their funds are currently going into restoring it. He explains that to extract it safely, they had to drain some of its energy. However, since the core had already used up its stored power, it was in terrible shape when removed. Intrigued, Jinwoo asks what would happen if the energy were forcibly extracted. The merchant starts to answer, but just then the core in Jinwoo's hand shatters. He stares in shock as the item crumbles into countless pieces. Imp is completely stunned while yelling and asking what Jinwoo just did. He can't believe the item is destroyed. Jinwoo tries to reassure him while explaining that it was unintentional. Still, the merchant panics while fearing his superiors will kill him for this failure. He cries out that he's doomed and will be slaughtered. Jinwoo watches his breakdown and comments on the drastic shift in his attitude. Imp declares that nothing matters anymore, only his death awaits. Jinwoo asks if things could be fixed with a new labyrinth. The merchant snaps while questioning if Jinwoo thinks labyrinths just fall from the sky. Jinwoo replies that he recently saw one on level 8, where the Fanged Boar tribe's leader is preparing to move up. Instead of calming down, the merchant rudely asks if Jinwoo is stupid. Jinwoo, clearly displeased by the tone, reminds him that if the boars move up, level 8 will be left empty. The real problem, he points out, is the shortage of labyrinth cores. He then asks whether cores are hard to come by. The merchant confirms this while explaining that even black market merchants don't know how they're formed. What they do know is that the seeds of labyrinth cores appear randomly in high-energy areas like ancient shrines. They're the size of a thumb and wait quietly for their rightful owner. Once claimed and nurtured to rank 3, they reveal their true form. Jinwoo listens and casually shows him a stone while asking if what he's holding is a core. He admits that he's not sure, it just suddenly appeared in his hand. He adds a sarcastic comment about being stupid, clearly mocking the earlier insult. Realizing his mistake, the merchant quickly apologizes and praises Jinwoo while calling him an esteemed baron. He assumes that Jinwoo has prepared a new core, but Jinwoo firmly declares that he never agreed to hand it over. The merchant laughs nervously and warns that if Jinwoo doesn't compensate, the black market will demand repayment for the damage. He keeps laughing, but Jinwoo reminds him that he could easily pay with his life. He adds that before that happens, the merchant should bring a replacement and explain everything. It's time to negotiate. Then, Imp offers a deal that if Jinwoo gives up the seed, the boars from level 8 can move without any issue. Jinwoo is unimpressed. He points out that the deal is unfair as he's expected to give up a brand new labyrinth seed in exchange for a broken core. He shouts in frustration while reminding the merchant that he holds his life in his hands. He wonders aloud what would happen if a parasite absorbs the seed. The merchant, now genuinely terrified, surrenders and asks what Jinwoo wants. He wonders why someone of Jinwoo's status would bother tormenting a bottom-level merchant like him. Jinwoo's expression turns thoughtful. He explains that it depends, and maybe they should start with some information. He has heard a strange rumor that level 10 aristocrats are preparing to invade level 9. The merchant reacts sharply while demanding to know who told him, whether they gave a name, and if they spoke directly. Jinwoo grows irritated and reminds Imp that he's the one asking the questions. Eventually, the merchant admits that the rumor is probably baseless. He claims that the aristocrats wouldn't prepare for war on their own. Jinwoo is surprised that the merchant would call them idiots. The merchant glances around and suggests they move somewhere more private. Once they're alone, he speaks plainly. He tells Jinwoo that level 10 is a lost cause aside from a few individuals. Everyone else has given up. In the past, blood was shed daily. Now the aristocrats simply compete to build the largest castle. Jinwoo wonders why the envoys would lie if that's true. He believes the labyrinth owners wouldn't risk such a sloppy trap. The merchant explains that with enough outside pressure, an invasion isn't impossible. Finally, he elaborates that most of level 10's aristocrats serve a single master. If word of this leaks, he's as good as dead. After hesitating, he finally reveals the name, Parthenon, the Count of Despair, from level 11. Jinwoo admits that he's never heard of him and asks if Parthenon is involved. The merchant confirms that he's an old rival of Count Anatolius. Jinwoo listens in silence while letting the heavy truth settle in before he finally asks what all of this has to do with level 9. At first, Jinwoo mentions that Anatolius, the so-called sworn enemy, has nothing to do with them. However, before he can finish, the black market merchant cuts him off while attempting to argue. As a result, Jinwoo becomes irritated. He suddenly stands from his seat, storms toward the merchant, and yells out whether he looks like Anatolius's little minion to him. Instantly, fear shows on the merchant's face. He quickly reassures Jinwoo while agreeing that he clearly isn't. Nevertheless, he begins to explain that the issue is more complicated. Apparently, there had been a deal involving Baron Seal and the Sun Support, and while it may have been one-sided, to outsiders it doesn't look that way. He continues rambling, but Jinwoo starts losing track of what he means. Therefore, he asks directly what he's trying to say. Consequently, the merchant begins to clarify. He points out that ever since the rumors about Jinwoo and the Naga Labyrinth spread, talk has erupted not just among the lower levels, but even in the deeper and mid-tiers. According to him, everyone now discusses how Jinwoo rose to aristocracy by defeating the Scaly Dragon King, a being who'd existed even before the Great Underground War, and all of this, just 3 months after the labyrinth was established. He notes how unbelievable the tale sounds. In response, Jinwoo states that whether it sounds impossible or not, it still happened. The merchant confirms this while remembering how he witnessed it firsthand. He recalls how Jinwoo burst through the ground while surrounded by frozen blood panthers, and how awe-inspiring it was when he tore through the Scaly Dragon King's mouth. Then again, Jinwoo reminds him to stay focused while pointing out that this isn't the right time for praise. The merchant collects himself and proceeds to reveal the real issue after Jinwoo's triumph. Anatolius visited the Naga Labyrinth, and shortly after that, Jinwoo defeats Felicius. So, what would people at Parthenon think? At that moment, Jinwoo begins to connect the pieces. He quietly realizes that Anatolius might have taken credit for everything he did. The merchant, while nodding in agreement, explains that it's hard for people to believe Jinwoo achieved all this alone. Hence, they assume that Anatolius, known as the Steel Giant of level 11, is the one secretly supporting the Naga Labyrinth's success. In fact, that's the rumor circulating in the deeper levels. The merchant believes that this is why Anatolius's enemies from the deepest zones have started watching both Jinwoo and the Naga Labyrinth carefully. After a short pause, Jinwoo sums up the situation that Anatolius and Parthenon are at war on level 11, and several level 10 aristocrats who oppose Anatolius mistakenly think that Jinwoo is working for him. Because of that, they now want to destroy him. The merchant, while wearing his white shirt, looks relieved that Jinwoo finally grasps the situation. He confirms the conclusion with satisfaction. Although Jinwoo understands, he feels deeply frustrated. After everything he achieved, now his hard work and victories are being attributed to someone else. He comments bitterly that the Dawn Iron Golem is already a master at exhausting him, and now there's another issue to worry about. Level 9 is far from peaceful. Noticing his mood, the black market merchant attempts to cheer him up. He mentions having some good news. Jinwoo, though skeptical, asks about it, clearly hoping for some peace of mind. Firstly, the merchant reveals that no other level 9 labyrinth has seen Count Anatolius. He destroyed all reconnaissance teams sent from other labyrinths. Even Rikshasha nearly died in one of those encounters. The rest of the labyrinths only know that something emerged from the deeper levels, so although they suspect war is coming, they have no idea that the Naga Labyrinth is the actual target. Most think it's a level-wide threat. This bit of news gives Jinwoo a slight moment of relief. Then, he asks what the second piece of news is. Cautiously, the black market merchant mentions that after the battle with the Spirit King, Count Anatolius has decided to officially support Jinwoo. However, this only deepens Jinwoo's frustration. He questions whether the Count just does whatever he wants without warning. The merchant continues while mentioning that supplies are being sent from level 11, though it will take weeks to arrive since they must pass through level 10 undetected. Hearing this, Jinwoo becomes even more irritated. He mutters that he never gets to rest. Enemies just keep showing up one after another, and he has to keep fighting to protect both himself and his people. Before the merchant can end the conversation, Jinwoo interrupts while stating that he needs a bit more from him. The merchant, visibly shocked, reminds him that he already helped cover up the destruction of the Death Labyrinth core, assisted in moving a level 8 labyrinth, and even shared secrets about the deeper levels. Yet, Jinwoo rises again and calmly explains that the merchant had once said his life was at stake, and now this issue involves Jinwoo's life too. Out of exasperation, the merchant blurts out whether Jinwoo wants the clothes off an old man's back while insisting that he has nothing more to offer. However, Jinwoo firmly responds that there's still one thing he needs to know. He asks whether the merchant has ever visited level 10 in person. Reluctantly, the merchant admits that he has, though he isn't the one in charge. Jinwoo immediately demands to go with him on the next visit. Though angry, the merchant agrees while understanding he has little choice. A few days later, Jinwoo shares everything with his team. Dominique, completely shocked, repeats what she heard that Jinwoo actually decided to accompany the black market merchant to level 10. Calmly, he confirms that they will depart in a week, while pointing out that knowing their true enemies will help with preparation. Dominique, however, expresses concern while warning that it's still a dangerous journey. Jinwoo replies that avoiding danger underground is impossible, and he plans to disguise himself as a mercenary bodyguard. There's also an unspoken rule that owners can't attend black market rounds openly. Angela then steps in while explaining that things are different in the deeper levels. There's a reason merchants hire mercenaries. Creatures in those zones can easily see through camouflage, and hordes of thieves roam freely. Jinwoo questions whether she truly thinks black market merchants are so amateur that they would get robbed. She acknowledges that they're well prepared, but also reminds him that anything could happen. Everyone remains tense, still worried for Jinwoo's safety. To ease their concerns, he assures them that he'll be fine. Rikshasha speaks up while acknowledging the need to scout the deeper levels, but also pointing out the risk of exposing a labyrinth owner to constant danger. She reminds him that while subordinates can be replaced, the labyrinth falls if he dies. She even volunteers to go in his place. Jinwoo, however, gently but firmly disagrees. He values his subordinates while including her, and won't treat them as disposable. She presses further while stating that he always leads from the front lines. He raises his voice then while asserting that his decision is final. He thought he was done with level 9's threats, but now the aristocrats want him dead. To survive, they must keep risking their lives just like they always have. He doesn't know if the labyrinth will level up at just the right moment again, or if allies like Valicious will show up. They can't count on luck forever. Dominique tries to object again, but he stops her while declaring that he will be in his private chamber, and not to disturb him unless it's urgent. Exhausted, he walks away. While heading to his chamber, he quietly reflects. He understands why they're all worried. No matter how strong the labyrinth becomes while everything ends if he dies. Yet, there's a major difference between hearing about enemies and observing them directly. This is something he must do himself. Every time he defeats someone, an even stronger foe appears. He recalls how his sword barely left a mark against Valicious, and knows he must grow stronger. Right then, Draken appears while calling out to him. Without turning around, Jinwoo reminds him not to disturb him, but hearing the voice clearly, he turns and recognizes him. He asks what's wrong. Draken explains that Qantas is asking for him because a mercenary showed up. Jinwoo, now used to being interrupted, sighs and notes how mercenaries have been appearing daily ever since the fight with Valicious. He had already instructed Qantas to turn them away. Just as he prepares to leave again, Draken adds one more thing, that the visitor is a hero rank. Jinwoo stops in his tracks, visibly shocked, and hurries outside. At the Naga Labyrinth Plaza, the new visitor introduces himself. He claims to be Balzac, the wandering knight of the underground. He expresses admiration for Jinwoo's achievements and claims to have braved forests and marshes to meet the undefeated commander. He asks whether this is how such a commander treats his guests. Qantas tries to ask the reason for his visit, but Balzac interrupts while stating that he seeks a duel. He adds that no true knight would challenge someone weaker than himself. Qantas explains that Balzac's attitude is the problem. Balzac, however, challenges his view while questioning how a warrior like Qantas can't understand his reasoning. Qantas admits that he does, but insists on doing his job. Growing impatient, Balzac mocks him while asking if he's truly a knight. He points out that a real knight should have a horse, yet Qantas doesn't even ride one. As tensions rise, a voice interrupts them. They turn and see Jinwoo and Draken approaching. Balzac grins, surprised by Jinwoo's appearance, and comments that he looks smaller than expected. He then offers his sword if Jinwoo defeats him in a duel. As he rambles, Jinwoo cuts him off and announces that he'll handle it. Silently evaluating Balzac, Jinwoo notes that he appears as strong as Qantas, possibly stronger, but still weaker than Draken. He then questions the real purpose behind the visit. Balzac again claims that he just wants a duel to test the undefeated commander's strength. Jinwoo presses him while stating that he doesn't know if Balzac thinks he's foolish or if he truly is. He calls the duel excuse a clever front but points out the mistake. If Balzac really wanted to hide something, he should have removed the armor. He then confronts Balzac directly while asking what an Anatolia soldier is doing here. Suddenly, Balzac transforms into something monstrous, eyes filled with fury, and he roars never to utter that wretched name again. At that moment, Jinwoo notices the fury glowing in Balzac's eyes. With a calm yet questioning tone, he remarks that he didn't expect such a reaction. Then, with narrowed eyes, he wonders aloud if those disrespectful words about his master were truly wise, and whether Balzac isn't afraid of the consequences. In response, Balzac speaks without hesitation while pointing out that it would be more accurate to call Anatolius his former master. He reveals that before arriving here, he was part of the Iron Blood Order. Naturally, this prompts Jinwoo to raise a question that he wonders whether Balzac was expelled. After listening carefully to Balzac's words, he gets the impression that he might no longer be a member because they left him out. However, as it turns out, the truth is quite different. Without delay, Balzac explains that he left the group by his own will. Jinwoo, still standing firmly, continues to seek answers, now questioning the reason behind his decision to walk away from such a powerful order. In response, Balzac states that he harbors hatred for Anatolius. He despises him. Hearing this, Jinwoo is momentarily stunned. He becomes a little unsteady, taken aback by the strong emotion behind the word despise. Then, suspiciously, he wonders if Balzac is simply mocking him. Balzac, while trying to clear the air, insists that mocking was never his intent. Still, Jinwoo raises a skeptical eyebrow. He can't help but wonder who in their right mind would willingly leave Count Ironblood's order to serve a mere baron, especially one from level 9. Not even level 10 in all because of hatred for Anatolius. To him, it seems unconvincing and lacks any real proof of loyalty. Therefore, he considers the possibility that Balzac is lying. But Balzac holds firm and assures him that every word is true. Furthermore, he adds that he's aware level 10 is filled with Anatolius's enemies. Before he can continue, Jinwoo cuts him off. If he really hated Anatolius, wouldn't he have joined one of them? In turn, Balzac responds by calling them fools. He reveals that Count Anatolius had marched through level 10 just to reach level 9 and speak with him. Initially, Balzac believed the old man was simply taking a walk out of boredom, but later, he discovers that the stroll was actually a calculated scheme to strip away his autonomy. Jinwoo, who understands the nature of powerful people, reflects out loud that someone like Anatolius wouldn't easily let go of a hero-rank knight. Meanwhile, Balzac grows visibly irritated. He scoffs at the idea of being considered a precious knight. Then, with a bitter tone, he insists Jinwoo clearly doesn't understand the Count. Although Anatolius might appear cunning and even a model monarch, to him, Balzac was nothing. Now as tensions rise, Balzac's bloodlust begins to stir. He warns Jinwoo that if they continue this conversation, it won't remain a duel, it will become a massacre. He expresses his wish to end the chatter and urges Jinwoo to focus instead on his challenge against the undefeated commander. In return, Jinwoo stares him down and wonders aloud if Balzac is refusing to reveal his real motive. Having dealt with countless people before, he is sure this visitor is hiding something. Yet Balzac makes another attempt to justify himself. He insists that his only desire is to witness the power of the undefeated commander, whom he knows to be a man of honor. Despite everything, Jinwoo finds himself growing weary and frustrated. He's already overwhelmed with numerous irritating issues, and now he has to accept a random duel over some ridiculous reputation. Still, while acknowledging that he is, at his core, a warrior, he ultimately agrees to the match. Balzac reacts with joy while exclaiming that Jinwoo finally understands. However, Jinwoo is not done. Before stepping forward, he warns Balzac that even if he wins, there is no possibility of becoming his knight. He explains that he prefers to eliminate threats early and clarifies that this isn't a duel, it's an execution. He tells Balzac to die with his secrets. With that, their battle begins. As they clash, both fighters use their unique skills. Each attack lands with purpose. Jinwoo wonders why Balzac uses his halberd for offense rather than defense. Finding this unfortunate, he counters with his sword and successfully lands a blow. With a sharp gaze, he scolds Balzac for not only making foolish choices, but also for failing to react in time. However, before finishing his thought, he tries to launch a surprise attack from behind. Instinctively, Jinwoo turns and blocks the strike. He knows that if he hadn't acted quickly, his head might have been shattered. Balzac, although surprised, is genuinely impressed. He admits that Jinwoo truly deserves the title of undefeated commander. He hadn't expected to be thrown into the air so fast, or to lose track of Jinwoo's movements. Even though he now realizes he has no chance of victory, he refuses to surrender without giving everything he has. To honor Jinwoo's power, he vows to fight with all his might. One of them awkwardly requests that someone move his head closer to his body, while claiming he cannot bear the shame of being seen like this in the middle of a fight. Angela, while observing the scene, recognizes the familiar presence. She remarks how the man's behavior hasn't changed while blurting out thoughts and getting into trouble. She walks toward him and acknowledges that it's been a long time. Balzac immediately recognizes her. Meanwhile, Jinwoo starts to piece things together. Balzac is a Dullahan. The others confirm this important detail while revealing that Balzac is indeed a high-ranked undead. Furthermore, everything he had shared earlier is true. Jinwoo, still cautious, acknowledges that Balzac truly left the labyrinth due to his hatred for Anatolius. Everyone affirms this, insisting there was no lie in Balzac's words. Then, Angela shifts the conversation. She curiously asks Jinwoo how familiar he is with Dullahans. He responds that he only knows they sometimes appear in the lower or deeper levels, typically riding other undead creatures. He adds that unlike other undead, they have minds of their own just like Valicious. Angela agrees, though she points out a key difference. While Valicious was formed by wandering spirits merging together, Dullahans retain both their original bodies and their souls. She notes that instead of blood, mana flows through their forms. Jinwoo gradually understands what she means. He concludes that if someone dies in battle and is brought back to life, they could become a Dullahan. Angela, however, adds that certain conditions must be met. The person must be beheaded, must have served in a cavalry, and must hold deep hatred for the one who killed them. Still puzzled, Jinwoo pauses and questions everything once more. At that moment, Balzac quietly joins the conversation. He reveals that Anatolius was the one who killed him. He used to be a member of the beast hybrid mercenaries, who operated deep within the levels. Though they weren't as famous as the Crasto Invincible mercenaries, they earned enough to live like regular mercenaries. During their breaks or when not working, they would rest in abundant labyrinth. According to him, that's when their downfall began. Their captain was chosen by the labyrinth. Although he tried to expel the group after making Balzac the new leader, none of them agreed to leave. They were like a family and wouldn't back down. Balzac's face darkens with the memory. Jinwoo interrupts and questions the logic that wasn't being selected by a labyrinth considered an honor in the underground. He needs clarity. Balzac explains that they were mercenaries, not foolish underground beasts. He reminds Jinwoo of what happens to new labyrinths, how they're hunted. Jinwoo nods, understanding now that he's talking about how people wait to attack fresh labyrinths once they've grown rich. Balzac confirms this and mentions that their king had insight. He warned them that if they started upgrading the labyrinth, nearby enemies would notice. So, they left the structure untouched and focused on collecting down gems to ensure survival. After years of mercenary work, they finally gathered enough gems to fill the owner's room and began upgrading all at once. Although upgrading takes time, they had already summoned troops. They successfully defended the labyrinth, rapidly leveling up. In just 1 year they reached level 7, an unbelievable feat. Their reputation spread fast throughout the underground. Balzac recalls the excitement that they had become like Jinwoo himself. With a short laugh, he confesses that he started to dream that their captain might even be granted a title and become an aristocrat on level 11. And if that happened, he could become the captain's knight. During that period, nearby labyrinths began to view them as a real threat. That's when Anatolius invaded their labyrinth personally. Balzac, while recalling everything, shares the entire tale with Jinwoo and his team while leaving nothing hidden. Balzac begins to recall the moment when he was with his captain. At that time, the captain looks at him and tells him to look here while prompting Balzac to ask what it is. However, the captain surprises him by pointing out that Balzac is the captain now and wonders how long he plans to keep calling him that. In response, Balzac shrugs off the title while claiming he never wanted that troublesome job in the first place. The former captain chuckles and reminds him that if he's talking to a labyrinth owner, he should already know what that means. As a result, Balzac laughs at those words. His reaction draws everyone's attention while leaving them surprised to see him in such a state. He then declares with confidence that he's on a whole different level compared to the common mercenaries. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries glance at him, clearly irritated by his laughter. They mock him while recalling how he had thrown a tantrum when he first became a labyrinth owner. They wonder if he's actually scared. Suddenly, one of them points out something alarming that they all turn and see a giant figure moving 100 yards in a single step. None of them have seen anything like that before. Their captain laughs again while admitting it's hard for him to even stand as his legs are shaking. Still, he reassures everyone that they'll be fine. Though this might be the worst they've ever faced, they've always pulled through with hard work. He insists that this is just a bigger obstacle. Perhaps, he adds, it might even be less serious than it appears. The mercenaries listen to his words, one of them mumbling that their captain just doesn't think things through, but at least he isn't crying or wetting himself, which is more than they could say for others. The captain remains calm and states that not thinking isn't always a bad thing. He gathers his focus and then asks if they should get started. With strength in his voice, he calls out to everyone gathered around. He reminds them that their opponent is Count Anatolius the Steel Joint, along with his 100 knights. But he assures them that they have nothing to fear anymore. They are no longer a weak and new labyrinth, nor mere mercenaries. With conviction, he speaks of the bond they've forged through countless battles while believing that such a bond cannot be defeated. He announces that this will be their final challenge, their last struggle for the peace of their beast hybrid labyrinth. He raises his voice and proclaims, not once but over and over again, that he is the undefeated commander. The troops stand tall, drawn in by his fire and leadership, for it is their duty to follow the one who guides them. With a thunderous command, he orders everyone to charge. Immediately the troops obey and rush forward, ready to face their enemies head-on. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lieutenant Hestia approaches his master and delivers news. He calls out to him, and the master reflects on their opponents. He refers to them as pitiful beings, yet feels a certain nobility that only comes from foolishness. In his own way, he plans to show them respect. With a shout, a powerful blast erupts around him. He lifts his sword and prepares for combat while warning everyone nearby to brace for impact. A bright, massive sword forms in front of them, crafted by the master's own hand. He gives it a name, So Infortuna, and the real fight begins. Two mighty forces stand ready to clash, both fighting for what they believe is right. Eventually, Balzac and his team arrive, but the situation takes a dark turn. Chaos erupts as everyone attacks each other. The commander, while carrying a wounded mercenary in his arms, reaches Balzac. He tells him to take the injured with him and pretend to be dead. He'll stay behind to defend them. The commander apologizes while admitting he underestimated the enemy's strength. He pleads with Balzac to protect their fellow mercenaries. They had believed their enemies weren't too strong and that they could handle them, but everything changes. Their opponent is far more powerful than expected. Shockingly, in a single move, everything they had built for years is destroyed. After some time, Balzac finds himself lying on a stone. He wonders if he's alive and checks if he's lost any limbs. Relieved, he notes he's only broken but intact. He looks around and sees his comrades are also alive, though heavily injured. Grateful, he decides to gather everyone and leave the battlefield before the enemy finds them. Back with the enemy, someone approaches the master and informs him that the owner has perished. However, the messenger senses a few life forces unaffected by the labyrinth's destruction. The master corrects him while telling him those survivors are merely mercenaries. He commands his men to show them mercy, and there is no need to kill those who pose no threat. On the other side, Balzac continues trying to save his companions. But suddenly a massive blast occurs, and the enemy's master appears. Blood splatters across Balzac's face while coming from the wounded mercenary just attacked. The master has killed him. Balzac stands frozen in horror, overwhelmed with sorrow, powerless to stop what is happening. He cries out while demanding to know what this monster is. One by one, his companions are cut down, and he watches helplessly as they're slaughtered without mercy. Despite his injuries, he screams for the massacre to stop, but the mighty Anatolius continues his ruthless assault, his sword silencing every life in his path. Balzac yells in anguish while questioning how such cruelty can be called mercy. His heart breaks as he sees all his friends lying lifeless. He shouts louder, his voice trembling with pain and fury. Anatolius then turns toward him and calmly points out that there's still one person moving. He expresses a desire to speak with him and begins walking toward Balzac. Balzac realizes who he's facing, Anatolius himself. With despair in his voice, he cries out while wondering what someone with so much power could be afraid of, that he has to crush a small labyrinth like theirs. There's nothing of value there, no rare treasures or gems. He accuses Anatolius of taking pleasure in preying on the weak. Anatolius listens to the outburst and answers without emotion. He claims that he only showed respect. Balzac is stunned, unable to comprehend how someone could call this respect after killing everyone. Anatolius responds by explaining that it was Balzac who chose to fight. He simply honored that choice. Still lying on the ground, Balzac refuses to accept the explanation. He calls it nonsense and demands accountability for the horror he has witnessed. His defiance seems to irritate Anatolius, who reveals that he actually came with the intention of speaking. He claims to be drawn to potential impossibilities, whether in wandering knights or new labyrinth owners. He takes them in, trains them, or sponsors them. Balzac questions what purpose any of that serves, and Anatolius replies that Balzac and his group were simply below his standards. He expected more from the undefeated commander, but in the end, he says while baring one's teeth at an undefeatable foe only proves they are nothing more than foolish beasts. He believes that this trivial labyrinth would have eventually perished on its own. He just accelerated that fate and turned the pain of slow destruction into a single, swift moment. Looking down at Balzac, he concludes by saying that this is the grand mercy he gave, and with pride in his voice, he allows Balzac the privilege of thanking him for his so-called grace. At that moment, Balzac burns with rage. His voice echoes with fury as he throws harsh words at Anatolius while accusing him of bringing a hero-rank army just for a conversation. He believes Anatolius only showed them respect once they took up arms, and before that, thousands of his kind were wiped out instantly as if it were some favor. Consequently, he throws back a bitter remark, while feeling insulted that Anatolius expects gratitude after slaughtering so many. With fury bubbling over, he rises, his whole being trembling with anger. Immediately, he gathers all his power while preparing to launch a violent attack, his twisted way of showing appreciation to the one who destroyed his comrades and demanded thanks in return. Meanwhile, Anatolius watches him and responds calmly, his voice steady and composed. He points out that surrendering to emotions and letting despair take over isn't bravery, but foolishness. Still, he stands there, undisturbed, fully aware of his strength, and completely certain that no human could ever harm him. In response, Balzac throws back a bitter remark while calling his opponent's words nothing more than the same speech heard from every other survivor. Anatolius responds without flinching while noting how unoriginal such lines are. Furthermore, he considers the labyrinth just another place filled with brainless beasts, and expresses a wish for something new and something different. But right as he finishes speaking, a massive explosion shakes the ground, caused by none other than Balzac, who lets his rage burst out in force. Right after, Balzac's voice roars through the aftermath while challenging the idea that they were nothing but a horde of beasts. He insists that even the weak found a way to form communities, places to laugh, cry, and struggle together to survive the brutal world underground. To the noble count, they may seem like nothing more than insects, a swarming mass of desperate ants. However, Balzac swears he will hold on to this resentment forever. With every ounce of pain, he yearns to return the suffering Anatolius inflicted on his fallen comrades. Driven by wrath, he charges forward, ready to strike and take revenge. Nevertheless, Anatolius remains motionless while standing with ease and declaring that the underground exists for the survival of the strongest. He wonders if Balzac returned from death only because of his fury, and adds that such rage changes nothing. His words cause Balzac to freeze for a moment, unsure how to respond. For a brief moment, silence takes over, but only briefly, as the battle starts again. Without delay, Balzac rushes forward, sword raised while pushing toward his enemy with everything he has. Despite the intense charge, Anatolius doesn't budge. His confidence remains unshaken, sure that victory already belongs to him. As Balzac gets close, he screams Anatolius's name repeatedly while slashing with furious strikes. Yet Anatolius effortlessly dodges or blocks the blows, even chuckling at how amusing the moment has become. At last, Balzac lands a hit. The blade cuts through, but Anatolius, being immensely powerful, barely reacts. The damage is almost meaningless. Watching from nearby, Hestia drops to one knee while apologizing to his master for failing to stop the attack. But Anatolius brushes it off with a brief gesture, as if to tell him not to worry. Then, Hestia expresses disbelief, stunned that Balzac returned as an undead to seek revenge while calling it a foolish decision made without knowing his place. He volunteers to deal with Balzac himself. However, Anatolius halts him with a single command. He shares that many have wished for revenge against him, and that this is far from the first time such a thing has happened. He explains how Dullahans, born from hatred, rarely succeed in their quests for vengeance. Most lose their minds, consumed by their fury while destroying everything in sight. In agreement, Hestia notes that he too has heard how they often lose themselves. Anatolius leans back and issues a surprising order to take Balzac in as a knight and begin training him properly. The command leaves Hestia in shock, unsure how to react. Clearly, he had expected Anatolius to destroy the one who challenged him, not welcome him into his ranks. Wanting clarity, he waits, and Anatolius offers an explanation. He finds Balzac interesting and believes that, by keeping him close to the source of his anger, he might preserve his sense of self. As long as Balzac continues to pursue revenge, he may not fall apart completely. Anatolius finds this entertaining while wondering how long the savage spirit will last before it finally shatters. He considers Balzac a curious prize he happened to acquire. Later, the story shifts to the present, where Balzac shares his past with Jinwoo. After listening in silence, Jinwoo eventually responds while questioning whether he really became the Count's knight just like that. Balzac explains further. When he first woke up in the labyrinth, all he could think of was causing pain. He fought wildly, full of pride, but couldn't even defeat the lowest-ranking knight. Clearly, Jinwoo struggles to believe this. He exclaims that Balzac is still hero rank and should have been strong enough. He tries to remind him of his value. At that moment, Angela joins in while revealing that all 100 of Anatolius's Iron Blood Knights are at least hero rank or stronger. She shares this after being ordered to provide more information. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo feels shocked. He mutters to himself that there's no way to win. This force is more powerful than anything he had imagined. Even facing 10 of them would be overwhelming, let alone 100. On top of that, Anatolius himself is far stronger than he expected. Just then, Balzac speaks up again while asking if he can finish the rest of his tale. Jinwoo waves him on while allowing him to continue. Balzac recalls that not much happened after that. His spirit slowly broke down from the endless cycle of rampaging and being restrained. Eventually, Hestia came to talk to him directly. At that point, Hestia unleashed a storm of insults, telling him off harshly. She mocked him for not knowing his place while calling him a pathetic beast. She told him that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lay a finger on Anatolius. Her words were cruel. She ridiculed his intelligence, asked if his brain had rotted after becoming undead, and compared him to bacteria. Then she shared Anatolius's final message that if he wanted any chance of survival, he had better get stronger. Reflecting on it now, Balzac thinks her message was simply the Count's words delivered through her mouth. She had been ready to kill him if he didn't listen. He jokes that having his head was just a figure of speech after all. His head is still attached. Jinwoo responds with a chuckle while indicating there's no need for further explanation. Angela, however, asks why he went to such lengths to hide his identity. Balzac explains he had heard the Baron had encountered undead recently. Since he himself is one, he thought the Baron might hold some bias. Then, Jinwoo moves closer while pointing out that being undead is far better than challenging him out of nowhere. He teases Balzac while reminding him of their past encounter. Balzac lowers his head and apologizes for that. Eventually, Jinwoo accepts it while nodding that he now understands him better. Though the story was long, he found it useful. He mentions that Angela could have shared the same information, but thanks Balzac anyway. Then he suggests they head to the Naga Labyrinth's training grounds. As they begin walking, Balzac questions the location. Jinwoo reminds him of the duel he requested while noting that destroying the plaza again would only create problems for the workers. Besides, he's curious to see how strong his new knight truly is. At last, Balzac's face lights up with determination. He finally understands what Jinwoo means. With new resolve, he declares that this time, he will fight with all his strength. Within the Naga Labyrinth training arena, Jinwoo and Balzac cross paths once more. The latter remains steady, his weapon gripped tightly in his hand. Yet, a flicker of confusion clouds his expression as he questions why his opponent hasn't unsheathed his own blade. Jinwoo calmly expresses his preference to avoid taking his life, even though Balzac no longer walks among the living. In response, Balzac remarks with a sharp tone that Jinwoo must assume he's feeble. However, he cautions him not to anticipate a repeat of his earlier performance. With that, he lifts his weapon, a fierce resolve shining in his eyes while making it clear that he won't restrain himself this time. Jinwoo, unfazed, welcomes the change. In the next instant, Balzac charges forward with a mighty swing, but in a seamless motion, Jinwoo counters with equal force while landing a decisive blow. The aftermath is swift. Balzac collapses, his body still while his head lies detached beside him. As he lays there, a wave of disbelief washes over him. He hadn't imagined Jinwoo's might to be this overwhelming. It stuns him that he couldn't endure even 10 seconds. Accepting defeat, he admits that he had underestimated his foe. However, he adds, with a hint of lingering pride, that he isn't at his peak without his mount. Jinwoo, curious, asks if that means he'd be stronger astride a horse. To that, Balzac confirms, his tone steady while explaining that he was never meant to fight on foot like an ordinary soldier. Being a cavalry knight, Balzac believes firmly that a true knight must engage in battle while mounted. With that thought, he rises and reattaches his head without hesitation. Observing him, Jinwoo curiously inquires whether Anatolius failed to provide him with a steed or any kind of beast when he inducted him into his ranks. In return, Balzac responds that such an effort was indeed made, yet complications arose. His identity as a Dullahan had created unexpected limitations. Although he isn't entirely certain of the cause, one truth remains that Dullahans are unable to ride any living creature. Jinwoo finds the situation increasingly troublesome. The idea of acquiring an undead mount appears far more complicated than he anticipated. Reflecting on it, he notes that while he has encountered undead beings that walk on 2 legs, he has yet to come across any undead creature moving on 4. Meanwhile, Felicius silently scoffs at the conversation, inwardly mocking their struggles. In his mind, while locating an undead horse seems as easy as picking his nose. Just then, Angela joins in, suggesting that had the black market merchant kept Felicius around, they might have forced him to lend them some assistance. Upon hearing this, Felicius privately acknowledges that the girl possesses sharp instincts, though he still wouldn't lift a finger to aid her, not even if he were alive. However, Jinwoo responds while expressing doubt about the merchant's usefulness. Though he concedes that the man led a formidable force, he also points out a glaring weakness that his chimera crafting skills were severely overrated. According to Jinwoo, what that merchant called chimeras were merely undead creatures revived with a bit more precision. Most of them even retained their original shapes. Perhaps the only notable enhancement he ever made was replacing the head of the scaly dragon king that Yusio once battled. Pondering this, Jinwoo questions whether someone with such limited capability could truly build an undead horse from the ground up. In his mind, the answer remains doubtful. The man, while intelligent, lacked the skill to match his reputation. His talent, Jinwoo thinks, was far less impressive than many believed. Still, Felicius disagrees silently. He considers that the only reason he has preserved his original form is because it remains the most efficient. From his perspective, the humans around him sound utterly naive while having no real grasp of what the undead are capable of. Shortly after, Angela blurts out that if anyone manages to create an undead steed, she'd eat her own hat. In response, Jinwoo mentions that he will keep an eye out for any undead mounts as he continues his search elsewhere. Hearing this, Felicius grows irritated and hopes, with dry amusement, that Angela soon finds herself chewing on hats. After that, he heads over to a group of Naga workers nearby. One of them mentions that the individual in question seems all right. He's eating, breathing, and functioning, but there's still concern about whatever mischief he might stumble into next. Another adds that the real issue isn't external trouble, but rather the damage he tends to inflict upon himself. According to them, he doesn't get involved in too many wild stunts, nor does he go around wrecking things. As their conversation continues, another Naga worker approaches and casually asks what the group is chatting about. The others greet her warmly and offer her something to eat while assuming she's on break. However, she informs them that she's just returned from lunch and has to get back to her duties. Still, her curiosity lingers, and she asks again what they had been discussing. In response, one of the workers brings up a new topic while mentioning that she hasn't met him yet, and that, finally, she has a newcomer assigned under her. Pinky immediately becomes curious and asks where this newbie works. They're quick to tell her that he's stationed at the burial grounds. Her expression shifts in an instant as she's taken aback. Wanting more information, she inquires about who he's working with. They calmly inform her that he's working completely alone. This news stuns her even more, and she quickly turns to one of the workers, clearly upset while accusing him of mistreating the new guy just because he holds authority over him. The worker tries to clear things up while explaining that it's all been a misunderstanding and that the newbie actually volunteered for the role. But Pinky isn't convinced and raises her voice, demanding to know how anyone could send someone alone to such a place, and questions how long he's been out there. He answers that it's been around a week. Pinky gasps, shocked, and blurts out that there's no way his sense of smell is still intact. In her mind, he must have already passed out from the conditions. Without wasting another moment, she declares that she's going to check on him right away. She refuses to lose her one and only junior colleague and expresses clear disappointment in all of them for letting this happen. As she walks away, clearly disheartened, one of the Naga workers casually wonders what could possibly go wrong. In reply, another comments that she'll be fine, and honestly, it's probably better for her to witness things with her own eyes rather than listen to their explanations. Someone else quietly questions why they're suddenly being seen as the villains in all this. Meanwhile, Pinky moves forward, her frustration rising with every step. She's furious with the workers while struggling to understand how they could leave the newbie in such a place. The thought of him spending an entire week at the burial grounds weighs heavily on her mind. A creeping fear takes hold. She worries that she might already be too late. As her thoughts spiral, an old memory surfaces. She recalls how, when she was first brought into the world, a Naga worker had looked after her with great care. The memory stings, and she starts to wonder where that kind soul is now. The guilt seeps in deeper. A question begins to echo in her mind that could this all be her fault? Is the newcomer suffering because she had been too cherished to ever consider sharing such responsibilities? Determined to set things right, she rushes toward the burial site, shouting heartfelt pleas for forgiveness while calling herself a sinner. The further she goes, the more uncertain she feels. At one point, she even questions whether she's gotten lost. The sign indicates it's indeed the burial area, but strangely, the overwhelming stench she expected is missing. Noticing a door ahead, she stops, alarmed by what it might mean. An enclosed space behind it could suggest poor ventilation, and if so, he might have suffocated. With urgency, she pushes the door open and steps inside, her only concern being whether he's safe and still breathing. She calls out while shouting that she's come to rescue him, but what she sees inside halts her in her tracks. The place looks completely unfamiliar and nothing like the chaotic burial grounds she remembers. The usual piles of corpses once dumped and crudely covered in dirt are nowhere to be seen. The putrid smell that used to hang in the air is entirely absent. Instead, every body lies properly laid to rest, sorted by species and the time of their passing. The scene before her is calm, almost reverent, and not at all what she expected. As she takes in the peaceful scene before her, a thought crosses her mind that could he have managed all of this entirely on his own? Her eyes drift toward a structure nearby, one she's certain she hasn't seen before. Curiosity nudges her forward. Peering through the window, she spots Velicius inside. The moment she sees him, it hits her that he really is her junior. Inside, Velicius sits quietly while sipping tea, yet his thoughts are anything but calm. He reflects on the constant challenges his own body presents, especially when it comes to summoning. From outside, she watches him speak softly to himself, puzzled at first by his words. He murmurs about the week he has spent absorbing miasma, yet he remains unsure whether his physical form can endure the pressure of another summoning. As she observes him, a wave of emotion settles in. Despite accepting his circumstances and lasting through the entire week, he now stands at the edge of his endurance. His concern isn't just visible that it's heavy. He fears that his strength might finally give out. Meanwhile, Velicius continues weighing his odds. He thinks that perhaps with more experience and enough caution, he can push forward without issue. He clings to the hope that careful effort will be enough. Watching this, she feels a deep sense of admiration. Even though he knows he's nearing his breaking point, he still tries to offer something meaningful to the labyrinth. It moves her, especially knowing that he's younger than her. Despite that, she can't help but feel a sense of respect. Her gaze falls on the distinct horns, the textured scaly skin, and the defined form shaped by long hours of labor. Unlike others who waste time lounging around the bar, he's been transforming himself through tireless effort. At that moment, she makes a decision. If he keeps pushing like this alone, he's bound to collapse. But with the two of them working side by side, they can finish the job in half the time. After all, the burial site remains the most avoided corner of the labyrinth. That's why it'll just be the two of them now. With her mind made up, she steps forward and approaches him. With warmth and purpose, she lets him know that she's there to support him. Then, without hesitation, she invites him to join her, and together, they'll bury the dead. Valicius expresses to her that he believes he had already informed everyone of his intent to oversee the burial site alone. However, she responds with reassurance while telling him he doesn't need to shoulder the weight of the task all by himself. She admits she hasn't yet contributed, but he insists that his efforts stem purely from personal will. Moved by his resolve, she praises the quiet perseverance he continues to show while putting the needs of other Naga before his own, and remaining firm despite the alluring ease he could embrace. He acknowledges that she seems to grasp his reasoning, and in return, she comforts him, while assuring that her presence is of her own choosing. She gently reminds him that even if he did give in, none of the Naga workers would fault him. Still, he refuses entirely. He reminds her that this burial site is a sacred space granted to him by a Naga maid, something he holds dear. He points out that she must also have responsibilities elsewhere, and that abandoning those duties just to be here would be unwise. Then, with a quiet intensity, he questions whether she's attempting to challenge the labyrinth's law. At that moment, she begins to truly understand, despite the harsh conditions he faces, he does not waver. His concerns are not centered on his own struggles but on preserving the labyrinth's harmony. She marvels internally that how can someone with such steadfast loyalty still exist? Without raising his tone, he urges her to depart if she comprehends his stance, as his time is consumed with his responsibilities. She concedes while acknowledging the scale of his workload, but adds softly that there's no need for him to be troubled. Dominique, she mentions, is already aware of the difficult state of the burial grounds. With a calm but determined air, she assures him that if she explains the situation properly, Dominique will surely understand. She promises to return with formal approval while offering a small reassurance before departing. Her final words are light, but carry weight as she tells him to wait. Hearing this, Valicius finds himself quietly taken aback. He finds himself stunned, unable to grasp who this eccentric Naga really is. Finally, after a long struggle, he manages to resume his training. Each day while following every meal, he must engage in meditation within chambers dense with miasma, 3 times without fail. Skipping even one session is out of the question, for his purpose isn't merely to accumulate miasma, but to fundamentally transform his physical form. Deep down, he begins to suspect that the Naga maid might assign that strange pink creature to the burial site. A thought crosses his mind that should he just split the area into 2 sections to avoid unnecessary trouble? Meanwhile, Pinky makes her way to Dominique, who grants her permission and encourages her to give it her all. Yet despite this, Valicius remains uneasy. He reflects silently while believing that someone with her erratic nature isn't suited for the gravekeeper's work. Then, a darker notion creeps in that could she be planted here to keep watch over him? He doubts anyone truly knows his secret, yet a lingering sense of suspicion hangs in the air. If they don't have proof, they might still be watching. The idea unsettles him enough to wonder that should he eliminate her? If he locks her in a miasma-heavy chamber, she wouldn't survive even 10 minutes. But the risk is too great. If their informant vanishes, it would surely draw attention. Instead, he shifts his focus. He must seal off the rooms with deadly miasma levels and begin carving out a hidden tunnel that leads to the underground Chimera lab. Driven by urgency, he resolves to complete everything before the day ends. The following morning, precisely at 8 a.m., she appears before him. Calmly, she notifies him that the new recruit has arrived. Introducing herself as Pinky, she shares that she's been officially placed in the role of the gravekeeper's assistant from this day forward. She informs him that she's been removed from all other assignments, and from now on, they'll also be sharing living quarters. Noticing his intense gaze, she casually remarks that he shouldn't look at her that way. In response, he questions whether she has been told about his terms by the Naga maid. She affirms it with confidence while explaining that the gravekeeper's directives take precedence over Naga hierarchy. She also assures him that he will receive 1 uninterrupted hour of solitude after every meal. He emphasizes how critical that rule is and adds that they must never disturb one another's personal space or initiate unnecessary conversation. She acknowledges the boundary with an easy tone, mentioning that the place likely holds a great deal of energy. Yet internally, Valicius finds her attitude shallow and a bit crafty. With a calculating mindset, he decides to assign her work so grueling that it drains her completely. His plan is simple: that once the situation becomes too uncomfortable, she'll leave on her own. Still, he maintains a composed face and asks if she's prepared for her first day of duty. Deep down, though, he quietly wishes that the workload proves too much for her, perhaps even to the point of collapse. Despite his hidden thoughts, he can't help but feel a sense of pride while believing himself impressive for starting a demanding day with calm determination. Meanwhile, she seems genuinely thrilled, eager to give her full effort. Soon after, she notices a stack of discarded remains and curiously asks about them. He informs her that they're leftovers from the morning meal, and instructs her to sort out the usable pieces and bury the rest, all before lunchtime. He coldly adds that she's free to give up if the work feels overwhelming while assuring her it isn't too late to quit. However, her reaction isn't what he expects. She grows emotional and asks if he had been carrying out all this grueling labor alone. Touched by the thought, she becomes even more determined to support him wholeheartedly. He then prompts her to begin, and she responds with enthusiasm while saying that she's ready, and they can handle it together. As he watches her spirited response, Valicius reflects to himself. Though she's full of energy now, he doubts it will last for long. An hour slips by as both continue with their tasks, and soon 2 hours pass without pause. By the 3rd hour, she turns to him with a light breath and informs him they've completed everything before lunchtime. He offers a brief acknowledgement while complimenting her effort. Internally, though, he admits he's genuinely impressed. He had expected her to collapse before midday, yet she endures more steadily than he anticipated. Of course, he reasons, if she's been sent to keep an eye on him, it makes sense they'd choose one of their top performers. And truthfully, her work so far leaves little room for complaint. Just then, a sudden knock interrupts the silence, followed by a familiar voice announcing lunch delivery. Both approach the entrance, where one of the Naga workers steps in while mentioning with some confusion that he's been given food portions for 2. His surprise only deepens when he catches sight of Pinky. Naturally, he asks why she's here. With a smile, she replies that since there are 2 of them now, the extra food makes sense. She casually thanks him for bringing the meal and jokingly calls him a dummy. The Naga worker, caught off guard by her words, repeats his question about her presence. She answers again while explaining that she's moved into the quarters here. The revelation stuns him. Hearing her playful jab, he becomes overwhelmed, and tears begin to stream down his face. Yet she responds softly while expressing regret and claiming she simply followed where her heart led. Trying to keep his composure, the Naga worker assures her he won't stand in her way. Though she's left, he says he'll find comfort in knowing she's happy. He turns to Valicius with sincere eyes and urges him to look after her while warning that if she's hurt or made to cry, he won't forgive it. With trembling emotion, he confesses his love and begs her to cherish the moments they shared. Her tears start to fall too, and she calls after him as he turns away. Meanwhile, Valicius stands quietly while observing the entire scene with sharp suspicion. To him, she seems completely unhinged, just another unpredictable Naga. He can't shake the feeling that everything is orchestrated. In his mind, this drama is only a setup to lower his defenses. He believes that once he lets his guard down and begins absorbing miasma again, the real assault will begin. But he isn't one to sit back. With determination, he resolves to disperse his own miasma while using it as a subtle way to monitor her every movement. In his eyes, there are no blind spots. If anyone is being watched, it won't be him, it'll be her. Finally, after the meal, his allotted time alone arrives. The atmosphere shifts, and she vanishes from sight within the burial grounds. 3 days later, along the outer edge of the Naga labyrinth, Jinwoo and the imp-headed worker make their way forward. As they walk, Imp casually remarks that he has always found the Naga labyrinth strange, but quickly adds that what truly feels strange is Jinwoo himself. Curious, Jinwoo questions the reason behind such a comment. The worker explains that, despite being the one in charge of the labyrinth, Jinwoo is often seen working alone. In response, Jinwoo remarks that it's because of his small stature. However, the imp struggles to see the connection between size and solitude. Jinwoo goes on to clarify his point. He notes that if someone were as large as the scaly Dragon King, they would naturally attract too much attention. Likewise, someone like Valicius, who is undead, would usually be surrounded by others of his kind. The undead, after all, rarely travel alone. The imp listens but doesn't seem entirely convinced, and simply lets the subject drop, while noting instead that they should be close to the meeting location. Soon, as they near their destination, their eyes catch sight of the merchant responsible for overseeing level 10. She immediately raises a whistle to her lips and blows it sharply. Startled, Jinwoo asks for an explanation while wanting to know what the sudden act is about. The imp scratches his head and admits he forgot to bring something up earlier. Before Jinwoo can press further, the merchant steps forward and informs him that there's a required step he must complete before they can proceed to level 10. Jinwoo appears puzzled while claiming he hasn't heard of any such formality before. In response, she hands him a pen along with a duplicate form, and calmly informs him that it needs his signature before they continue. Jinwoo places his signature on the document while turning to the imp, mentions that he always assumed all black market merchants were sneaky imps like him, so seeing a demon appear had caught him off guard. The imp nods in agreement while admitting he understands why Jinwoo might think that way. In fact, he adds, imps used to manage the deeper levels up until a few years ago. Naturally, Jinwoo asks what led to demons taking over those duties. In response, the merchant in charge explains with a sharp tone that imps are immediately executed when spotted on the lower levels. While the deaths of imps, seen as worthless and plentiful, don't raise concerns, the loss of cargo they transport is entirely unacceptable. Frustrated, she remarks that she's left to handle the fallout caused by those greedy and unreliable imps. Yet despite her irritation, she reassures Jinwoo not to worry. She admits she's been eagerly anticipating this mission and hasn't slept in 3 days. Though she'd appreciate any concern from him, she insists it's not necessary to fuss over her. Still feeling cautious, Jinwoo quietly asks whether the journey will be safe. She gives a composed response while expressing gratitude for his care. At that moment, the imp chimes in to vouch for her resilience. He claims that, regardless of her appearance, she belongs to a high-ranking species on par with the elite demons deployed to the wasteland. According to him, missing 3 days of rest is nothing. She could endure 3 months without sleep and still function without issue. Just as the merchant begins to say something further, Jinwoo remembers something important. He steps aside with the imp and brings out the labyrinth seed he had previously promised. The imp's eyes light up with joy as he receives it. Fully aware that this gift now secures his safety, he no longer has to worry about dying. Seeing the exchange conclude, the merchant notes that it seems Jinwoo's business here is finished and instructs him to return to headquarters. With a grateful nod, the imp offers them a warm farewell while hoping for a smooth and safe trip ahead. As Jinwoo watches the imp vanish through the teleportation technique, a thought lingers in his mind. He reflects on the black market merchant teleportation ability, unable to ignore how efficient it seems. Unlike the labyrinth portals, it doesn't leave behind any trail. Whether now or during the auction, it always appears as if they tear something open just to activate it. Yet the imp used some kind of object, perhaps a tool or artifact. Jinwoo begins to wonder if this means the imp isn't bound by the same limitations. If a large number of demons suddenly appeared deep inside the labyrinth using this same method, the consequences could be devastating. While Jinwoo is still lost in his thoughts, the demon in charge gently informs him that this teleportation method can't be used to travel to other labyrinths or to the surface. Hearing that, he turns toward her, slightly embarrassed, and asks if his concern had been that obvious. She reassures him with a calm tone while explaining that every labyrinth master reacts the same way upon witnessing this kind of teleportation. With the moment settled, she suggests they proceed to the point on level 10 where the hired mercenaries are already stationed. Without hesitation, she reaches out and takes his hand while preparing to activate the teleportation. Jinwoo, somewhat puzzled, questions her gesture. She explains that physical contact is necessary during the process. It ensures the coordinates remain stable and aren't disrupted mid-transit. As they stand side by side, her grip remains steady. But when the teleportation doesn't initiate right away, Jinwoo becomes concerned and asks if something's wrong. She denies any issue while claiming there's no problem at all. When he presses her for a reason behind the delay, she responds with a hint of sentiment while saying she's simply savoring this moment between them. Soon after, the teleportation activates. In the blink of an eye, they materialize somewhere deep within level 10. As Jinwoo scans the vast space around them, he realizes just how enormous the area is. The ceiling is so high it's not even visible. Now it truly feels like they've reached the deeper parts of the labyrinth. Breaking the silence, the demon in charge addresses the assembled mercenary group, casually mentioning they're 5 minutes late due to a personal matter. The head of the squad responds with indifference while assuring her it's not an issue. She raises an eyebrow, playfully reminding him that since she's the employer, she has no reason to feel nervous. Then while turning to Jinwoo, she starts introducing the group. She describes them as the mercenary force assigned to escort black market traders on level 10 and identifies them by name, Outcast. Shortly after, the squad leader steps forward while presenting himself as the captain. He mentions he's already heard plenty about Jinwoo and assures him that they'll vouch for him while suggesting that posing as an apprentice within their group should cause no problems. Observing the Outcast troop, Jinwoo notes that it's hard to determine their races, as all of them wear masks concealing their features. He extends a hand to the captain while exchanging a firm handshake while expressing his anticipation for working together. In that moment, the captain silently observes Jinwoo's arm, surprised by its structure. It's unlike any beast hybrid he's ever seen before. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is already analyzing the group's strength. Internally, he commands his parasite to assess the fighters around him. Within moments, the evaluation is complete as each of them registers as standard-level combatants, roughly equivalent to level 3 dungeon babies. Jinwoo turns to the level 10 in charge while questioning whether she's serious about the group of mercenaries being the escorts for the deeper levels. From their appearances, they don't seem equipped for such a task. They look more like random people picked off the streets. The in charge, however, reassures him while explaining that the outcast mercenaries are actually better than those who had been responsible for escorting them to level 10 over the past 5 years. She adds that they are no different from the private troops used by the black market, and while they aren't the only mercenaries operating as bodyguards on this level, their record far surpasses that of any other group. As they continue to stand there, the in charge suddenly senses a disturbance. She realizes that a swarm of giant worms is heading towards them while coming from 200 feet below the ground. The captain of the mercenaries acknowledges the situation while explaining that the worms likely detected the red flash and tremors from their teleportation, but he remains calm. In fact, he considers it fortunate. It would have been much more problematic if the creatures had emerged during a trade. Turning to Jinwoo, the captain motions for him to rest while reminding him that, as an apprentice, he is essentially considered cargo in this situation. He then commands his troops to prepare for battle while urging them to finish quickly before more creatures gather. Jinwoo listens carefully while reflecting on the approaching giant worms. He realizes that the number of worms is far greater than he initially expected. They aren't just a few scattered creatures, but a large swarm. Jinwoo recognizes the creatures as blood panther-grade worms, beasts capable of growing up to 3 meters in diameter and 10 meters in length. These creatures inhabit the lower and sub-levels of the labyrinth. Despite their size and ability to move freely underground, they are disoriented and unable to determine their location accurately. They move by sensing vibrations from creatures above ground. Jinwoo recalls an incident in which a single worm had made its way up to the middle levels and slaughtered an entire team of 100 people. He remembers that this team had been operating on level 6 of the Paju Gate. Now he understands the gravity of the situation. The mercenaries are woefully underprepared for this. Only he and the level 10 in charge possess the ability to handle these creatures with ease, and it's clear to Jinwoo that this will be a massacre. At that moment, the captain of the mercenary squad quietly remarks that things aren't always what they seem while pointing out that Jinwoo depends too heavily on his parasite for judgment. Suddenly, a giant worm bursts from beneath the surface. The captain calmly assesses the situation, while noting that there are 5 of them, and instructs his team to handle 1 each. However, one member quickly reminds the group that he's a healer, not suited for direct combat. Another mercenary teasingly retorts that the healer is usually in charge of preparing lunch and shouldn't try to escape the battle with that excuse. Without further delay, the entire squad rushes into combat against the massive creatures. Meanwhile, the healer stands back while gripping his weapon and contemplating his next move. Determined, he decides to use the flash technique. He releases a blinding burst of light from his weapon and shouts a command while urging the creature to be healed, though clearly, it's more of a provocation than an actual attempt at recovery. Witnessing this, the captain scolds him sharply, frustrated that he ignored his earlier warnings. He questions whether the healer plans to attract every creature on level 10 with such reckless behavior, while knowing full well that if chaos erupts, he'll be left cleaning up the mess once again. Just then, strange violet-colored bubbles start popping through the surrounding air, bringing a surreal and tense atmosphere to the scene. The captain immediately alerts his team to stay vigilant. Meanwhile, Heejin casually comments that she's merely tidying up the disaster caused by Yoojin. Watching the entire display unfold, Jinwoo grows increasingly confused. He starts questioning what exactly is happening. Despite not sensing any significant increase in power from the mercenaries, they effortlessly eliminate 2 of the giant worms within seconds. At that point, the level 10 in charge, a demon, shares some insight with him. She explains that the outcast mercenaries aren't simply a group of random fighters. Their name holds a deeper meaning. They were once warriors liberated during the Great Underground Conflict, but on their path toward freedom, they became societal outcasts. These individuals are underground humans while originating from the deepest levels, who ultimately chose to abandon any dreams of reaching the surface. The in charge of the place begins explaining, her voice calm but carrying the weight of many years. To begin with, she tells how the war between the creatures underground and the humans above ground started before anyone could even realize it. That war, she shares, is now remembered as the Great War. According to her, less than a century has passed since humans captured during that time became slaves. They were treated as nothing more than nameless prisoners or food. Moving on, she continues while revealing that those prisoners eventually gave birth to the underground humans, including Jinwoo. These underground-born humans, she notes, received the blessings of the underground and were fundamentally different from their counterparts who lived above. Because of that, they possessed overwhelming efficiency as workers, thanks to their superhuman strength and stamina. Furthermore, it didn't end there. The humans born in the deepest levels were even more blessed than those born in the upper levels, and this drew the attention of the underground aristocrats. Eventually, a group formed with the sole purpose of breeding humans in the deep levels. That, she explains, is the reason why underground humans could live in places that no above-ground human had ever reached. After she finishes this lengthy explanation, Jinwoo quietly mentions the name of the sunken sea tentacle mother. The in-charge seems visibly shocked upon hearing this, and wonders aloud how he knows of her. Jinwoo eagerly responds while showing no hesitation that he had been raised by her too. He calls her his mother because she took care of him, made him a king, and brought him the respect he now receives. The in-charge studies him, eyes narrowing slightly. Then, in a thoughtful tone, she reflects aloud while wondering what could possibly explain how humanity, barely capable of reaching even the lower levels, somehow managed to win the Great War. She questions what kind of entity could have brought such a long conflict to an end. Was it the underground king? The aristocrats? The human leader? In the end, she adds, that doesn't really matter. What does matter is the truth that underground humans receive more blessings than anyone ever expected. She tells Jinwoo they have an endless ability to adapt and grow, even in the harshest labyrinth. It was fear. She confesses that the aristocrats feared the underground humans might one day take over. As a result, under the pretense of freeing prisoners and ending the war, They chose instead to expel the underground humans. Their true plan was to wait until those humans lost their strength. By doing so, people from above wouldn't be able to gain the underground's blessings. However, some defied all expectations. They were those who turned their backs on their homeland and settled deep underground. These were the outcasts. She continues to give him more and more information. Jinwoo listens, but deep down he's thinking carefully while realizing how essential this knowledge is for him. It's primitive, raw, and truthful. As he processes it all, he wonders how some dungeon babies managed to stay and grow so strong. That's when she questions him while wondering aloud that why she's even sharing all this with him. She reminds him that the black market merchants are creatures of the underground too. And Jinwoo? He's a regular human before he's an underground one. In her eyes, that makes him the enemy. He responds, with a trace of seriousness while asking what she thinks he looks like. He utters that he looks like a demon. She doesn't deny it. On the contrary, she agrees while revealing that he is correct. She is a demon. A longtime friend of humanity. Then she turns the question on him that is he suggesting demons don't belong in the underground? Her words surprise him. He begins to question her meaning, but just then, someone else arrives while interrupting the conversation. The newcomer steps in with a confident tone while mentioning how they've been introduced without their permission. Still, he brushes it off. It doesn't matter, since he had planned to reveal himself anyway. He introduces himself as the leader of the outcasts while removing his mask. His name is Lee Parayam. At that moment, more individuals arrive while joining them. A girl and a boy step forward. They introduce themselves as Heejin and Yujin, both in charge of support in battles rather than direct attacks. Then, two more members come forward, Jungwon and Suhyang. They handle patrol and lead the main attack. Lee Parayam reassures Jinwoo, confident in their strength while stating that now they've proven themselves, there's no need for Jinwoo to worry during their trip. Jinwoo listens and begins to piece things together. Naturally, he concludes aloud that they really are human. But then he asks, is it true they gave up on reaching the surface? Lee Parayam confirms it, and Jinwoo presses further and he wants to understand why. Lee Parayam looks at him closely while questioning Jinwoo's memory. Doesn't he remember what happened underground after the Great War when the prisoners were released? Jinwoo hesitates while admitting that he has no memories of that time. He doesn't recall anything from his escape. The answer puzzles Lee Parayam. He finds it strange. That kind of trauma, he believes, should be unforgettable. Perhaps it's psychological or something else. He mentions how amnesia is a common occurrence in the underground. Then he decides to tell Jinwoo what happened. There was a harvest festival. Tens of thousands of imprisoned humans were released from the labyrinth at once. But to the underground creatures, humans were nothing more than food. So, under the guise of liberation, the humans were released, only to be devoured the moment they stepped out. For those born and raised in the underground, the scene was beyond comprehension. He recalls someone once saying that if I can get through here, I could make it back home. Then he questions out loud that what is it about the surface that would make humans risk their lives while ignoring the massacre happening around them? Does the surface really exist? An endless ceiling? A blue sky? Blowing clouds? A blazing sun? Countless stars? Rippling plains and a boundless sea? Even so, if all that is true, he wonders that how could those things be worth more than a person's life? They weren't moving toward paradise, he confesses. They hadn't even started the journey. They gave up. They wanted to survive. So, if the price of an unknown paradise is death, then let them run away. Let them disappear into the underground depths, where even hope can't reach. Into the shadows, away from the sun, into the soil. Not to fresh air, but to screams. Not to laughter, but to the cries of their kin. They chose to survive in the darkness. Paradise wasn't for them. They rejected the surface. They returned to the labyrinth owner who had once freed them and begged to be taken in again. The owner, while thinking this was loyalty, accepted them back, not as prisoners, but as soldiers, at least until the labyrinth collapsed. Jinwoo questions what he means by that. Lee Parayam doesn't elaborate. He doesn't want to talk about that part. He simply shares that the owner was killed in battle, but they managed to escape. What mattered more, he explains, was what happened next and how they came to receive the underground blessing. He admits that, even though their employer had requested it, he's reluctant to share this for free. It was the fruit of their lifelong dedication. Jinwoo stands quietly while listening. He knows he's still new to this place, and every bit of information is valuable. Lee Parayam watches him, and then wonders aloud that if Jinwoo is the first of their kind they've met since the liberation, does he still reject the surface? Jinwoo answers with a memory that he was born just 11 levels below this one. Yet, he made it to the surface that they had once rejected. He turns to all of them while asking gently, is it really true that the air up there is warm? He heard that water falls from the sky, but no, sometimes ice falls instead. He begins to speak more, his voice filled with something almost like wonder. An endless ceiling, a blue sky while blowing clouds, a blazing sun, overflowing stars and rippling plains along with a boundless sea. Finally, he gives them a message that the destination is the above-ground base. Just 55 yards to the east lies a portal. He looks at them and tells them softly that they didn't fall away. They're just a little late. Everyone listens. No one moves. Jinwoo stands before them, his words like a memory of something they had almost forgotten. As Jinwoo and the outcast group step into the open world, a sense of wonder washes over them. The vastness and beauty of the place captivate their senses. Heejin and Yujin gaze around in awe, their eyes wide with amazement. Hyejin, while beaming with excitement, remarks how bright everything appears, even marveling at the blue ceiling above them. Yujin responds while noting its towering height. Meanwhile, Suyang, while standing quietly beside Jungwon, inhales deeply and shares that for once, while nothing feels constricted in her chest. Jungwon nods while mentioning how refreshing the air feels. She adds while reflecting aloud that although the air carries no taste, she can somehow sense its flavor through how clean it is. At that moment, Jinwoo turns to the in-charge of level 10 and invites them to step into the open space as well. However, the in-charge gently declines while explaining that they can't abandon their duties. Jinwoo respectfully apologizes for disrupting their journey, but the in-charge reassures him while noting that additional time had already been factored into their discrete route. Eventually, Jinwoo finds himself beside Lee Purium, the leader of the outcasts. Lee shares that although he had heard of fellow outcasts ascending from the underground, he never truly believed the surface would be this extraordinary. He reflects on how he used to imagine it as just a slightly improved version of the underground, yet standing here confirms it's far more a true paradise. He thanks Jinwoo while acknowledging the opportunity with deep appreciation. Jinwoo responds humbly while admitting he got involved only because the outcasts appeared unsure. With their capabilities, he believes they could have reached the surface on their own. Lee Purium agrees and confesses that hesitation held them back. Then, without shifting tone, he begins explaining the term underground blessing, while clarifying that it refers to mana. Jinwoo, slightly puzzled, questions the term, and Lee confirms while elaborating that all underground-born humans possess it inherently. He continues while noting that the deeper one is born, the more concentrated the surrounding mana becomes. While saying this, he subtly displays a flicker of energy in his palm. He then theorizes that underground creatures evolved in harmony with their environment's mana, whereas humans lacked sufficient time to adapt naturally, instead learning to absorb and use the ambient energy. Jinwoo, while trying to grasp the concept, asks if humans from the same level share the same potential. Lee responds while referencing the sunken sea and the tentacle mother, and clarifies that while the mana at birth has some influence, it's not fixed. Since infants only stay close to the mother briefly, their mana develops more from the surroundings over time. As a result, those from deeper levels gain greater initial advantages. But for now, most underground humans merely gain a modest physical boost from having mana, an effect that's barely noticeable. As he continues, Hyejin and Yujin are seen playing and quarreling like children in the background while soaking in the open world's freedom. Lee resumes while explaining that unlike humans, other underground creatures naturally manipulate mana as effortlessly as breathing. He points out that Jinwoo's subordinates likely assume he already knows how to control it, which is why he must learn to harness the underground blessing properly. He promises that with training, Jinwoo could surpass his current strength. This proposal amazes Jinwoo. Suddenly, the two decide to engage in a sparring match to test their abilities. Everyone else settles down to watch. Heejin turns to Yujin and wonders aloud why a fight has broken out. She expresses concern about attracting beasts. Yujin scoffs while teasing her and saying that no creatures would appear in a place like this, especially since it's privately owned. When Hyejin asks what that means, Yujin admits she doesn't know. As they stand facing each other, Lee hesitantly questions whether the duel is necessary. Jinwoo reminds him of his earlier claim about being stronger and states that he won't believe in the so-called benefits of mana until he sees it in action. Lee sighs and agrees while warning him to give it everything. Jinwoo chuckles and comments that he wouldn't want to injure his future mentor. Lee then highlights the energy around Jinwoo while identifying it as uncontrolled mana dissipating into the air. He notes that those from the upper levels don't produce such ripples, while those from mid to lower levels display increasingly dense waves of power. As he explains this, Jinwoo suddenly unleashes a powerful surge while catching Lee off guard. Stunned, Lee acknowledges the remarkable force while calling it something beyond what he imagined from someone of level 12. Jinwoo attempts to respond, but Lee interrupts while asserting that despite the impressive show of strength, it isn't enough to defeat him. Frustration boils over within Jinwoo as he charges forward with his weapon. Lee easily sidesteps the attack while causing Jinwoo to stumble and fall. Calmly, Lee explains that just having mana barely improves the body, but purposefully directing it changes everything. Jinwoo, while growing increasingly determined, launches another attack with greater power. While dodging, Lee elaborates that mana can amplify not just strength, stamina, and reflexes, but also mental clarity while helping one anticipate and react to their opponent's moves. The force behind Jinwoo's latest strike surprises Lee slightly, but he still evades it without effort. Jinwoo finds himself behind Lee while seething with anger. He dashes again. At this moment, Lee introduces another aspect of mana control while channeling it into weapons. As he demonstrates by infusing his pickaxe with mana, he effortlessly blocks Jinwoo's charged blow. The surrounding area trembles from the impact. Lee explains that even a simple iron tool, with the proper mana, can withstand an attack from a weapon made of adamantium. He follows with a counterstrike while hitting Jinwoo in the stomach and sending him to his knees. Jinwoo reflects, frustrated that he managed to land blows on labyrinth owners before, but now can't even touch Lee. What troubles him more is the fact that Lee has barely moved while keeping one foot rooted and an arm hidden beneath his cloak. Jinwoo admits to underestimating him, then reveals a transformation while releasing his full might. Declaring that he won't hold back any longer, he charges forward at high velocity. Lee responds with a calm warning that during this training, parasites are off limits. He then unleashes his own deeper power. As Jinwoo closes in, Lee conjures a cage-like structure formed of mana, while capturing Jinwoo mid-attack. Their duel continues, filled with intensity. After witnessing the sudden strike from Lee Puraeum, Jinwoo stands frozen in disbelief while trying to grasp what just happened. Lee, while noticing his reaction, remarks if he's stunned or perhaps assumed he alone carried the parasite within. He explains that while these beings are scarce, they haven't vanished entirely. They still dwell beneath the surface. So while encountering another shouldn't come as a shock. As the clash unfolds, Lee explains that this duel isn't meant to measure whose parasite is mightier. Rather, it's a way to judge Jinwoo's potential as an underground human. Upon hearing that, Jinwoo reflects on his current strength. Despite reaching level 12 while gaining enhanced capabilities through the parasite, and holding the prestigious labyrinth rank, he still finds himself unable to match Lee's prowess. He admits Lee possesses tremendous power, but Lee disagrees and questions whether Jinwoo has truly felt anything yet. Jinwoo confesses that he feels nothing but defeat. As thoughts race through his mind, he recalls enduring countless brutal fights on level 9, while surviving numerous brushes with death. Yet never once has he felt this kind of helplessness. Back then, he believed that no matter the enemy, as long as one fought with every ounce of strength, a path forward would eventually reveal itself. Even when he stood face to face with the formidable Anatolius, he managed to keep his composure and evaluate the situation. But now while standing before Lee, everything feels different. He mutters to himself, not because Lee is overwhelmingly strong, but because he himself is simply too weak. Lee acknowledges Jinwoo's realization and points out that understanding one's own limits is just as vital as grasping the opponent's. That awareness isn't just necessary for survival, that it's key to tracking personal growth. Life beneath the Earth's crust isn't merely a series of triumphs. Raw ambition can't conquer everything. One must always remember the deeper, while unchanging laws of nature, survival of the fittest, and the process of natural selection. He explains how their evolution was shaped by constant adaptation and relentless experimentation. Their hardened bones and skin, their muscle density, even their refined metabolism, all meticulously trained to withstand life underground, where even eating stones could be necessary to survive. Curious, Jinwoo wonders if all of this was achievable through the underground blessing. Lee affirms it with a nod. As those words settle, Jinwoo can't help but think aloud. It feels as if these people have become a new form of humankind. Lee accepts the idea without hesitation. In that moment, Jinwoo quietly admits to himself he's overestimated his own strength, ever since earning the title of undefeated commander. Now, reality hits hard while reminding him that strength isn't just about victories, and it's also about accepting weaknesses and pushing past them. Jinwoo, with firm resolve, turns to Lee and expresses his desire once more, and he's going to keep requesting to learn the method of harnessing the underground blessing. He admits there's much he must protect, and for that he needs to grow stronger. To him, Lee has now become his second mentor. However, Lee casually responds that he had already intended to assist, and urges Jinwoo not to suddenly get too formal. It makes things awkward. Soon after, the group gathers at the center of the area. Heejin voices her wish to remain in paradise a little longer, clearly enjoying the peace. Yet Jungwon gently reminds her that although it's pleasant, they're still on duty. Yujin agrees as well while mentioning that they have a promise to return soon. Just then, Lee turns toward the demon in charge while repeating a previous question. She responds, slightly amused, that she's already explained that they're not only journeying through the area, but also enhancing Baron's training. That's precisely why they've been granted 3 weeks instead of the standard 2 to complete the mission. Acknowledging that, Lee notes that they still have 1 week left. But Jinwoo, while feeling the pressure, remarks that a single week isn't nearly enough to narrow the power gap. Lee, however, reassures him. There's no need to worry, they won't be training him in combat techniques. Instead, their goal is to reshape his physical state. If he adapts quickly, he might even be able to start circulating mana today. Jinwoo appears puzzled at the mention of mana circulation. Sensing his confusion, Lee instructs him to remove his shirt and sit on the ground while promising to demonstrate the process firsthand. Jinwoo hesitantly questions the need to take off his shirt, but Lee explains that it's essential for the method to work properly. Without further delay, Jinwoo complies. He sits down and takes off his shirt. Meanwhile, a few individuals from level 10 begin snapping photos and whispering among themselves, clearly curious. They wonder aloud what exactly lies within the bodies of underground beings apart from the underground humans. Amid the murmurs, Lee turns to Jinwoo and poses a thoughtful question that why does he think those dense gemstones are embedded within their bodies? Jinwoo speculates that it likely relates to mana, and Lee confirms he's right. These down gems, as they're called, function as cores. They circulate mana in place of blood and serve as reservoirs of energy. Lee elaborates further. The deeper one ventures into the labyrinth, the denser the mana becomes, which leads to more natural formation of these gems. Additionally, the more formidable the creature, the higher the quality of gem it carries. Pointing to a spot just below his own heart, Lee mentions that his own down gem, if ranked, would probably be classified around upper middle tier. Hearing all this, Jinwoo finds it almost surreal to think he now carries a stone inside his body. Yet Lee calmly responds while reminding him that a stone is hardly shocking compared to a parasite living inside his own body. He tells Jinwoo not to act like he's the only one burdened with something strange. Then while shifting his focus, Lee calls out to Yujin. She approaches and kneels behind Jinwoo, gently placing her hands on his back. She whispers a polite apology before beginning. Jinwoo, while trying to lighten the moment, remarks that he's not about to explode or anything, which prompts a slightly offended reaction from Yujin. Lee steps in again while explaining Yujin's unique ability. She can control high-functioning cells from a distance, although only in a basic way, such as triggering cell division. But when she makes direct contact, her skill becomes far more refined. She can heal injuries, diagnose health conditions, and even manipulate the stored mana within someone's body. Jinwoo, finally understanding her role, quietly tells her to begin. As Yujin begins the treatment, her focus shifts inward. Suddenly, she visualizes a vast space, so expansive it makes her wonder if she's looking at an ocean. The image leaves her puzzled, and she questions what exactly she's seeing. Her mind tries to process the unfamiliar view, but nothing makes immediate sense. Lee, while observing her confusion, also stands still with uncertainty written across his face. He then explains that he's about to forcibly create a pathway to allow the dormant mana stored within Jinwoo's body to move. The process will initiate at the heart, slowly traveling into the arteries. Over time, once Jinwoo adjusts, the energy will spread through his entire network of veins, while reaching every corner of his body. They'll keep repeating the process until Jinwoo learns to recognize the sensation and eventually manage the flow himself. He instructs Jinwoo to focus, and Heejin quickly forms a soundproof barrier around them while generating a quiet bubble where no outside noise can interfere. Within that calm space, Lee reflects silently. In Jinwoo's current condition, it's possible that he can't even sense the presence of mana. However, once it begins to move, its effects will manifest physically. Since Yujin is guiding the process, the usual pain shouldn't arrive in sharp bursts. Still, because Jinwoo's mana channel has always remained sealed, the force of circulation will likely carve through his body as it travels. Just then, Jinwoo speaks up that he starts to feel something moving inside. It's unfamiliar, oddly recognizable, yet doesn't bring comfort. The sensation unsettles him. Lee, caught off guard by the sudden development, finds it difficult to believe. Surprised, he turns to Yujin for confirmation. She calmly responds while revealing that many of Jinwoo's mana channels are already open. Even more surprising, there are faint remnants of a previous down gem within him. After hearing Yujin mention that Jinwoo's mana tunnels are already open, Lee finds it hard to accept. From his perspective, Jinwoo didn't display any sign of having a skill, let alone any control over mana. Jinwoo, slightly concerned, asks if that poses a problem. Lee responds hesitantly while noting that while it's not exactly an issue, it certainly comes as an unexpected discovery. Curious, he then inquires if Jinwoo possesses any kind of special ability. Jinwoo admits he's not sure if what he has qualifies as an ability, but explains that he can sense the weak points of his opponents based on his power. Thanks to the parasite, he can even visualize the internal organs of those with lower strength. Lee, intrigued, asks him to try activating it now. Jinwoo answers that he can't actually switch it on or off. It triggers automatically when his eyes light up. Following that, Lee questions whether Jinwoo had used this skill during their recent fight. Jinwoo assumes he must have, since he doesn't control it consciously. However, Lee points out that no marks had appeared in Jinwoo's eyes during the battle while implying that the ability wasn't active. This remark annoys Jinwoo, who demands to know if Lee is implying it's not an actual ability. In response, Lee counters with a question of his own, while asking how well Jinwoo truly understands abilities. Jinwoo explains that he knows their unique powers granted to a small portion of underground humans, roughly 1 in 10. Most of them, he notes, tend to be detection-based. As far as he's aware, there's never been any case of someone developing an ability after reaching the surface while suggesting they're likely innate. However, Lee disagrees. According to him, abilities aren't purely something one is born with, but they're influenced by environment. He describes them as a form of magic used by underground humans through conscious manipulation of mana. This revelation stuns Jinwoo, who listens as Lee further explains. Scouts, for instance, those assigned to observe the enemy with heightened focus, may develop detection-based skills. Fighters placed on the front lines, or those subjected to harsh experiments, might awaken with defensive abilities. Others who learn to predict enemy movement in desperate survival situations often develop prophetic powers. Most awakenings, he adds, occur at the brink of death. At this point, Jinwoo makes a connection. He wonders aloud if these powers are actually the underground blessing they'd been referring to. But if that's the case, doesn't it mean every ability user should be capable of manipulating mana? Lee tells him he's only partially correct. While most with abilities don't fully understand their origin, they try to recreate the same sensation from the first time they activated them. This repetition helps them become more familiar with mana control, especially for physical reinforcement. Still, what they don't realize is that simply using an ability already involves instinctive mana control. It also makes processes like down gem formation and mana refinement easier. Jinwoo then asks how his skill detecting weaknesses fits into all this. Lee explains that true abilities manifest visibly, often with marks forming in the user's eyes. Moreover, abilities aren't active all the time during combat. They're deliberate, conscious forms of magic. In contrast, Jinwoo's detection seems more like a refined battle instinct, enhanced by the parasite that allows him to perceive through bodies. Feeling frustrated, Jinwoo asks if that means his skill is useless in the current situation, but Lee reassures him that it's not a concern. Since most of his mana pathways are already open, they just need to measure his mana properly, and then, with Yujin's help, guide it. Yet Yujin quietly shakes her head. She explains that all she can do is send small ripples, like tossing a pebble into still water. Creating large waves, let alone an entire tide, is far beyond her reach. Lee, slightly confused, asks her to clarify. She then puts it more plainly that this situation surpasses the scope of her abilities. Even if she attempts it, the effect would be too faint to register. Lee considers the situation more complex than expected. At that moment, Jinwoo wonders aloud what exactly is happening. Lee then explains in simple terms that their original strategy had been to form mana tunnels and rely on Yujin's ability to trigger the flow while allowing the mana to circulate on its own. However, since the tunnels are already open and Jinwoo's mana is unusually thick, Yujin's influence can no longer affect him. Without her intervention, it now depends on Jinwoo recalling the exact moment when his mana first awakened. However, Jinwoo struggles to understand how he's supposed to remember something he's never consciously used before. Lee, however, counters that if his mana pathways are open, it clearly means the awakening has already occurred. He must have used it once, even unknowingly. So, he asks Jinwoo to think carefully, that was there ever a moment when he displayed strength beyond normal limits? Jinwoo reflects on this while mulling over his past. It couldn't have happened after becoming the labyrinth owner, he reasons, but nothing comes to mind before that. Back then, he had only worked as a miner deep underground before finally escaping to the surface. Lee then recalls something and prompts Jinwoo again. Didn't he once mention that he had no memory of his escape? Also, was he accompanied by anyone? Jinwoo confirms that he wasn't alone during the escape, but unfortunately, he was the only one who made it out. He explains that he lost consciousness at some point, and by the time he regained awareness, he was already ascending toward the surface by himself. Lee finds that particularly odd. It appears Jinwoo can recall the loss of his companions, but draws a complete blank about everything that occurred between level 12 and level 1. That time gap seems to be the most likely window when his mana had awakened. It's unfortunate, Lee remarks, because it's not like they can descend back to level 12 to retrieve his lost memories. Just then, the demon overseeing level 10, while grasping the leg of a monster, proposes an alternative. She casually wonders if they should try using this one. Lee looks over and clarifies that does she mean the porter? She nods and explains that although it's typically used for carrying loads, this creature is still an underground beast. Like other illusionary beasts, it has a central nervous system that collects intel and distributes orders. However, it also possesses an additional function, an internal defense system that allows it to replay traumatic experiences. With her assistance, it might be possible to view Jinwoo's past in precise detail. She elaborates further. If given consent, she could guide the beast to trigger a memory sequence within Jinwoo while letting him revisit the moment he first accessed his mana. Lee then turns to Jinwoo, gently asking if he's comfortable uncovering memories of his previous life as an underground human. Jinwoo doesn't hesitate. He believes this is a direct route to becoming stronger and sees no reason to avoid the past like a coward. With that, the process begins. The demon in charge calmly mentions that she needs a little time to make the preparations. Moments later, a sudden flash of energy lights the space. She observes that due to Jinwoo's immense mana reserves, his mind naturally resists mental intrusion. After all, while resisting an assault from a labyrinth owner requires incredible mental durability. She advises him to ease his body and willingly accept the hypnosis. Lee offers assurance as well, while reminding him that he doesn't need to worry about any nearby beasts. They'll guard him. Now sitting cross-legged on the ground, encircled by protective allies, Jinwoo begins the journey inward. As the process activates, his consciousness drifts backward through time. What surprises him most is that the memory dive doesn't just start from a major event. It pulls him all the way back to the beginning, to the very moment he's born. Then, through the murky veil of the past, they glimpse his first home, a human breeding farm operated by the mothers in the depths of the sunken sea. At that point in life, an infant understands nothing except the instinct to cry out for warmth and care. Yet in that place, the first step to building the perfect servant is to erase that natural response. A crying child is seen as flawed, but punishment is not precise, it's random and harsh. And ironically, pain only makes infants cry louder. So the method is cold and simple. Those who cry are removed until silence is all that remains. And now, more pieces of Jinwoo's forgotten history begin to surface. Looking back, there's a steady pattern of staring up at the ceiling. After that, the babies drink milk from a strange creature. The red crib takes in all the waste they make. It's unclear if each grave is its own creature, or just part of a pillar. But to babies who haven't formed thoughts yet, those things don't matter. At first, they simply exist while watching as other babies grow around them. In time, they start to understand death. When they are finally able to climb out, the red cradle turns blue, and the pillars go down. New red cradles come from above and open wide. For a moment, the sound of newborns crying fills the space. Then everything becomes quiet again. After that, the babies are dropped to a lower level, like spoiled fruit being tossed away. Luckily, the ground is soft, so most survive. They aren't met by loving parents, but by beasts trying to act like humans. These creatures change from being hunters into caretakers. When the babies notice the noises the beasts make and touch the tools nearby, the beasts answer with different sounds. That's how they teach the babies to talk. Even though the creatures seem like sea animals, they somehow speak clearly. During this time, the children eat the meat and milk that sometimes comes from the pillar while growing up surrounded by noise and movement. This part of life underground is thought to be the safest and most peaceful. When the children can stand and pick up tools, the pillars drop again to a lower level. This might be when their bodies start changing through mana. Each level has its own purpose. The top level is for care, where the weak are removed. The next one teaches language and basic knowledge. The last level is for working before being moved elsewhere. That's where Mother is. The rules there are simple that dig all the time until Mother gives you a rank. The best ones are sent to high nobles. The average ones go to minor nobles. The rest are eaten. There's no way to escape the giant whale that swallowed the portal. For some, being eaten might be a better end. Those who are never noticed by Mother just keep digging for the rest of their lives. Strangely, there's some peace in the hard work. When hitting stone with a pickaxe, it breaks. If Jinwoo hits a certain spot, it cracks perfectly. Doing this over and over teaches him how to find weak points. Before long, he is ranked as a high-tier person. Soon after, he is sent to the Spider Duke Labyrinth on level 12, where his friends are waiting. After that, he enters level 12 and reconnects with his companions there. At that moment, Jinwoo and Lee are in conversation. Reporter Jinwoo, focused as always, is compiling his notes while reviewing what he has uncovered throughout the day. Lee, while observing his actions, questions him while wondering if he's genuinely enjoying himself, as if there's still hope of escaping alive. He asks why Reporter continues documenting everything while knowing full well that no one might ever read it. Yet, an older man nearby gently remarks that Lee is far too young to always carry such a bleak outlook. Instantly, frustration flares in Lee. He doesn't take kindly to being labeled negative. He counters while demanding whether he should laugh in the face of what feels like certain death. He accuses the old man of being delusional, while pointing out that just because someone has lived a longer life doesn't give them the right to expect calmness from others. Meanwhile, Major Jang sits nearby, quietly observing. Eventually, he urges Sergeant Lee to take a seat and settle down, but Lee reacts sharply. He throws back a bitter comment while implying that the Major must feel insulted by the boldness of a low-ranking soldier speaking against him. When Major Jang once again addresses him by his title, Lee snaps. He insists the title no longer applies to him as his discharge date has long passed. His anger boils over as he raises his voice while accusing the Major of being useless, especially after being stuck in this underground hell for over a month past his official departure from service. Just then, Park Hyung-tae steps in. He urges everyone to remain quiet and composed. It's time for roll call, and any loud noises might attract the attention of the spiders lurking nearby. He calmly explains to the Major that Lee Ji-seok had been transferred here near the end of his military term, only to end up trapped. He notes how deeply frustrating that must feel, and gently suggests they all move on from this heated exchange. Turning toward Lee, Park Hyung-tae reassures him that his anger is understood. Still, he reminds him that everyone here shares the same grim fate. Now more than ever, they need to stay mindful and united. But Lee remains consumed by frustration, his emotions too heavy to cast aside. Suddenly, The familiar voice echoes through the chamber while instructing everyone to form a line for the roll call. Park Hyung-tae promptly confirms that all 7 of them are present. Reporter Jinwoo mentions that they have already informed the field manager Spider about one of their team members being buried alive during the last work shift. However, while following that report, the Spiders begin eliminating the others one after another. Despite the victims begging for mercy while promising to do anything to stay alive, the Spiders remain indifferent. Meanwhile, Lee turns to Jinwoo while questioning if they really have to witness the same horror every single day. But Jinwoo, while trying to ease the moment, reminds him that they're simply present for a head count. This response only fuels Lee's frustration further. He expresses his anger while pointing out that the Spiders are fully aware none of them can survive, even if they manage to break free from the labyrinth. To him, the entire process feels meaningless and cruel. Shortly after, the Spiders hand over their daily rations along with a fresh recruit. They also inform the group to train the newcomer and make sure he joins them in the labor. Following orders, Park Hyung-tae unties the sack handed to them and peers inside that what he finds is a child. The kid is actually Junior Jinwoo. At that moment, Park realizes the truth. This one is an underground human. And with that recognition, fragments of his own past begin to surface once more. Although Jinwoo was only half interested at first, he now firmly decides to become a military reporter. At the beginning, he talks about how he used to write articles exposing scandals involving uncooperative celebrities. Since his subjects refused to answer questions, the company redirected him to this new role. In his opinion, the backlash he received felt unjust. If the reports had been true, he believed they were a scoop, and if they weren't, then there should have been no issue. Either way, he couldn't understand why he was the one being blamed. Shouting at him seemed excessive. Later, when he informs his boss that he's heading to the underground, he finds it amusing how quickly the man's attitude shifts, now treating him with surprising respect. He guesses it's because the underground is dangerous. After all, reports from there receive major attention and bring in large profits. In his mind, while writing a few lines should be easier than filming long documentaries. His plan is simple: sleep, collect a few interviews on level 3, then return. On a side note, the company instructs him to keep a diary. He suspects they might use it if something bad happens. Still, Jinwoo doesn't believe he'll die. Instead, he plans to publish the diary in his future memoir when he becomes rich and well-known. The next day, he prepares to descend. A film crew is assigned to accompany him. Jinwoo jokes that if he had known it was this easy to become a PD, he would have volunteered earlier. Soon after, he gets ready to meet the troops stationed on level 3. Since the military claims it has already secured that level, he assumes he'll return after filming a few battles. At this point, the reality of entering a battlefield hasn't really hit him. What bothers him more is how empty his wallet feels that he's had to purchase all the underground equipment himself. He hears that only 30% of the gear ever makes it back, which makes him think the company is simply making excuses to avoid spending. 2 days later, they reach level 1, yet no battles have occurred so far. Jinwoo is now part of the 30th platoon in the tank reconnaissance unit. Together, they pass through the Paju Gate while riding tanks along a well-maintained road toward level 3. They're informed it will take 4 more days to reach level 2. As they travel, they spot research stations lining the road. Jinwoo even notices strange beasts, one resembling a human-sized rat with a horn. He also sees enormous chameleon-like creatures, similar to those he used to watch on YouTube. The journey feels more like a bizarre safari than a war mission, and he admits he's actually enjoying it. From a young age, Jinwoo has always been fascinated by war. He craves victory and thrives in the heat of conflict. However, once they arrive at level 2 while everything changes, communication with level 3 suddenly breaks down. Nervous tension spreads among the soldiers. Bloodstains appear on the roads, and when he asks why no one cleans them, he receives vague answers. Something about keeping everyone alert, or how the stains would just reappear. Jinwoo isn't satisfied. He assumes the military just doesn't want to spend the money. As someone with military experience, he finds their excuses weak. He recalls the grand parade held 2 years ago after conquering levels 1 and 2, and questions why fear is being stirred again. He suspects it's all just a media strategy to create dramatic headlines. A soldier even jokes that the blood came from the last reporter, a joke Jinwoo finds tasteless. Deep down, he wishes the commander would one day read his diary and realize the error of these tactics. Jinwoo values honesty. He despises lies. Eventually, they discover a massive wall of boulders blocking their route. This, they believe, is what caused the communication cut with level 3. A jumbo drill is needed to clear the way, but due to the size, the work will take at least a week. Clearly, the enemy erected the wall to delay their advance. What frustrates Jinwoo more is knowing they're only 2 hours away from level 3 by jeep. Command argues over whether to retreat or push forward on foot. With no clear decision, the platoon splits. Some return to wait for the drill, while the others move forward. Jinwoo is part of the group continuing toward level 3. He wonders why they can't just go around using tanks, but his rank is too low to offer suggestions. This helplessness irritates him. Carrying heavy gear, they silently march along an unpaved, dark cave path. The film crew appears exhausted, their eyes on the verge of tears. Still, Jinwoo feels a strange excitement, as though on a secret mission. Even after reconnecting the transmission line, there's still no response from level 3. They are now just an hour away. He looks forward to resting once they arrive. At the entrance to level 3, something feels wrong. Heavy weapons are readied. Standard guns aren't enough. Then chaos strikes. Jinwoo finds himself alive but separated from the crew. He ends up with 2 soldiers. One is killed right in front of him. Jinwoo can't do anything. The beasts are too strong. Only a few survive. They warn him not to use his flashlight. Light attracts the enemy, so he writes by the faint glow of his watch. Soon, they're ordered to run toward level 3. A soldier throws Jinwoo out of harm's way while saving him. He becomes the sole survivor in the area. Though vision is limited, he hears a scream. He believes the operator is dead. Somehow, he reunites with the same soldier, Sergeant Lee Ji-seok, who saved him earlier. The man's face is covered in metal shards. They realize they need to reach level 3 fast. Jinwoo regrets not expecting all this sooner. The enemy lurking at the entrance should have been a sign. Despite the military's claims that they control half of level 3, Jinwoo doesn't believe it. Being a skeptical reporter, he assumes it's propaganda. They scout level 3 in silence. Jinwoo notices the transmission line again and wonders how only the 2 of them managed to get this far. Everyone else is gone. Though grateful, he finds Ji-seok's language crude and tells him to tone it down. Jinwoo, even now, avoids cursing. Tension clings to them both. Thankfully, the medical building offers shelter. On the first floor, they find food. Then, they set up sleeping bags and hide in vents above the second-floor quarters. Ji-seok says the main force will reclaim the base, but the drill needs 5 days to arrive and another 10 to clear the rubble. They must survive for 15 days. Jinwoo eats only the combat rations that don't smell bad. It's not great, but it's better than starving. They take turns stretching on the lower floors while avoiding beasts. Surprisingly, Jinwoo begins feeling attached to one of the beasts. He even names it Manny. Humor keeps them sane. At one point, Jinwoo jokes about how massive his recent bathroom break was, longer than Manny's fingers. Even surrounded by terror, they try to find ways to relax. Still, Jinwoo grows worried. He wonders if the beast is drawn to Ji-seok's blood. When they hear noise in Sector C, Jinwoo suspects a beast is near. They realize their waste should have gone into Sector D instead. The beast lingers in Sector C for hours, but eventually leaves. They decide to stay hidden for 2 more days while hoping the jumbo drill has already begun clearing the path. While Jinwoo is writing again, Ji-seok suddenly calls him, his face pale with fear. Jinwoo turns, confused, but then he sees it too. A beast stands before them. They freeze. Jinwoo is shocked that it's Manny. The creature drags them both away toward its owner. When they arrive, the owner examines them with interest. He notes that both are surprisingly unharmed. He praises the beast for delivering them in such good condition while mocking its urge to eat them when they're worth much more. Then, a girl asks if they should be sent to auction. A boy steps in while checking their details. The girl informs him they're just regular adult males from the 30th unit. The boy shrugs and agrees that they'll be sold directly. The Spider Duke has requested many adult males. And so, Jinwoo and Ji-seok, once a reporter and a soldier, now realize the harsh truth that they are no longer individuals with roles or missions. They have become products, ready to be sold. Jinwoo keeps writing in his diary, desperately holding on to the last thread of control he still has. He notes that he's still alive. Although they've taken his watch and his phone, somehow this diary remains with him. It becomes his only way to track time and stay sane. Since there's no sunlight, he can't tell how many days have passed, but it feels like nearly 2 months. Without sunlight, his eyes begin to fail. He can no longer tell what level they are trapped on. Meanwhile, the place is infested with spiders, each one as massive as a building. Even though these monsters could easily crush them in a single blow, the group is forced to dig through stone walls all day. He realizes he's now a slave. Up until now, he reflects, the surface world has never revealed this kind of underground life. Clearly, the media above ground has no idea what goes on down here. Perhaps this is just one part of a vast underground kingdom humanity hasn't discovered yet. People above still believe they are winning the war. They think the beasts are being driven back from the surface. But in reality, creatures like Joker Manashable were never a true threat to these underground rulers. Moreover, the beasts don't care about humanity either. They're too busy warring with each other. Still, Jinwoo fears that if even one spider or beast reaches the surface, someone has to sound the alarm, and that someone must be him. Then he begins listing the people in his group, known as Group 8052. Altogether, there were 8 members. First is himself, Jinwoo, a military reporter. Second is Sergeant Lee Ji-seok. Third is Special Ops Major Jang Ki-soo, captured while leading an operation on level 3 of the Yeoju Gate. Fourth is Park Hyung-tae, a boy band member caught during a promotional event at level 2 of the Paju Gate. Sadly, the rest of his group died. Fifth is Young Tae-soo, a baker taken in Chuncheon. Sixth is Oh Hyun-il, a cook also caught in Chuncheon. 7th is Lee Junwong, a technician who got captured while fixing the Chuncheon Gate. Lastly, there's Yoon Hyunjae, another technician who was operating a jumbo drill at level 2 of the Paju Gate when he was taken. After their capture, everyone starts whispering about red demons. One day while working, Jinwoo finds a glowing blue down gem. He's only ever seen these gems on the news. Surprisingly, just holding it brings him comfort, so he keeps it. However, during roll call, a spider snatches it from him. These gems are considered valuable, and sometimes they're required to submit any they find. In return, they're given something called special meat. Though it tastes odd, it's far better than the cave moss they usually chew. Eventually he finds more down gems, 5 that are finger-sized and 1 that's as large as a fist. Thinking there may be a load nearby, he submits 2 small ones but hides the rest. He wants to take them back to the surface, maybe as proof of what he faced. As a reporter, he knows they would make powerful headlines. As a reward, they are given roasted meat. This time the taste is different, and he suspects it might not be human flesh. The meat is too large. He guesses it could be from a wild beast. Suddenly, an attack happens during a mining session. Many prisoners from the neighboring group are killed. Thankfully, everyone in his group survives, likely because a spider guard is standing right behind them. Shortly after, something even more disturbing happens. He watches as a spider tears apart a wild beast and pulls a down gem from its body. It confirms his fears that the beasts underground are evolving in terrifying ways. He wonders whether even humans could evolve like that. Driven by curiosity, he swallows a small down gem while the others sleep. Immediately, his body rejects it. He vomits, convulses, and loses consciousness. One of the hidden gems is discovered because of this. Fortunately, there are no lasting side effects. But once he wakes up, his group surrounds him while asking what he was thinking. They remind him he couldn't have been starving since they receive meat when they turn in the gems. He laughs it off while saying maybe he just lost his mind for a moment. Later, as he continues writing, he reflects that it actually felt like his body had begun to change. Even though the gem had no taste while swallowing, it left a soda-like flavor after he threw it up. Afterward, he decides to stop trying to embed the gem into his skin. Without proper medical treatment, a wound could become infected, and anyone who is defective is removed immediately. He keeps that option as a last resort. Eventually, he grinds a gem and dips his food into the powder. Soon after, his emotions shift. He feels stronger but also loses control. He clenches his fists so tightly his nails dig into his skin while drawing blood. At first, he doesn't even notice. The energy flowing through him feels almost addictive. At one point, he almost charges at the spider guards. Thankfully, he regains his senses just in time. If he hadn't, he would have been killed. The pressure builds inside his body. His eyes and nose bleed. His hand is injured. But still, he swings his pickaxe, terrified of being disposed of. At this point, Jinwoo is sure of one thing. The down gems are the source of the beast's power. And clearly, they affect humans too. Still, he avoids placing them under his skin. He's seen enough movies to know such things never end well. He decides he needs more data. When he finally returns to the surface, he plans to report everything to his superiors. So, he begins experimenting on others. First, he sprinkles a little gem dust on Hyunjae's breakfast. It's 4 times the amount he took himself. Hyunji doesn't know. He kindly offers to keep watch so Jinwoo can rest. Not long after, Hyunji dies. On October 6th, while mining under the gem's influence, he becomes overwhelmed and attacks a spider. His pickaxe fails to pierce the spider's hide. Instantly, he's ripped apart. A man has died because of him. Yet strangely, Jinwoo feels numb. Maybe it's because he's become used to death, or maybe the underground has broken something inside him. Oddly enough, he thinks Hyunjae might have preferred dying this way. Numb, high on power, without pain. As he stands before the lifeless body, he quietly expresses gratitude for Hyunjae's earlier kindness. He vows he won't leave this place so quietly. Even if it means continuing these experiments, he must survive so humanity can finally know the truth. Amid the chaos of the prisoners, no one hears his whisper. Soon after, a new recruit arrives, Kim Jinwook, a high school student. Jinwoo gives him twice the dose he took before. Jinwook becomes emotionally heightened, but manages to finish his work. His eyes and nose bleed, but he doesn't notice. One day later, they all sit together. Jinwoo gently tells him to eat more to recover faster. Jinwook thanks him with a smile. But the next morning, he wakes up with intense muscle pain. Again, Jinwoo tests him the same dose. Bleeding resumes. Marked as defective, Jinwook is taken away. Later, a new recruit shows up, Captain Lee Byung-chul. His body is powerful, so Jinwoo tries a triple dose. Predictably, he loses control and attacks a spider. He's killed instantly. Just before dying, Jinwoo thinks he sees Byung-chul's eyes glowing. Maybe it's his imagination. Soon, another recruit arrives. He has no name. He's an underground human, possibly raised by the beasts. Jinwoo considers stopping the experiments, but then changes his mind. He needs this data. The child already shows powers that humans only gain from consuming down gems. On October 16th, he records his next trial that is a quintuple dose. Park Hyung-tae approaches the child and gently inquires where he had been before arriving here. The child struggles to explain clearly. He vaguely mentions a large pillar and a huge fish that had swallowed him. He says he was inside the belly of this fish, where he spent around 30 nights digging alongside many spiders and others like him. When Park curiously wonders if there are more like the child, the boy denies it. He mutters that the big spider had consumed them all. However, Park finds it hard to make sense of the child's scattered words. At that moment, Ji-woong offers her thoughts. She believes the child might be referring to a period of about 30 days when he was working underground with other human-like beings. Perhaps the tall pillar was once their home, and the giant fish could have been some kind of travel machine. Hearing this, Park quietly admires her ability to interpret the strange account. Yet, she humbly remarks that it's just her guess, and she can't say for certain. Meanwhile, Lee lies nearby and mumbles that it sounds like the kid was toiling away just like they had been before. The way he sees it, the spider feeding on captives was nothing unusual for the boy. He figures there's no need to guide the child much while considering he's already been through it all. Then Jinwoo softly mentions that it's a relief they can even talk with him. He shares that another child from the next dormitory, another underground human, hasn't spoken a single word yet. Soon after, Major Jang comments that the kid seems to endure hardship well. But Lee finds such talks about toughness tiring. He notes that the kid's eyes are wide and glowing, which has nothing to do with strength or endurance. To him, the boy is simply a child shaped by a broken world, unaware of what it even means for someone to live or die beside him. He even wonders if the child truly understands what death is. Anger stirs in Lee, not just toward the spiders or that underground nightmare, but toward everything that had turned this child into little more than a digging machine. Yet, as the kid starts yelling with crude language, they're all stunned. Park and Ji-woong quickly caution him, urging him to forget such harmful words while telling him they're not meant to be spoken. Right after, Lee grows irritated and demands what he just uttered. Underneath it all, Jinwoo reflects. For those like him, life had always meant wearing the same worn-out clothes while bearing the same blank look, and living through the same dull days. The boy, however, had met surface dwellers for the first time, humans with bright expressions, unique spirits, and varied attire. They shared tales he had never dreamed of. Moved by this, the child begins listing the names of everyone around him. Kim Jinwoo, Jung Tae-soo, Jang Ki-soo, Oh Hyunil, Lee Ji-woong, Park Hyung-tae, and Lee Ja-suk. Ji-woong quietly marvels at how quickly he memorized their names, then gently remarks that had the child been born above ground, he might have been a genius. However, the mood changes when Lee Ja-seok becomes annoyed while claiming the kid purposely got his name wrong. Frustration creeps in. To shift focus, Jung Tae-soo asks the child for his name, but the boy responds that he has none. He explains that no one ever called him anything, and deep down he wishes for a real name. Hearing this, Jung Tae-soo hesitates while wondering if it's okay to name him since they're not his family. Ji-woong suggests perhaps a nickname would do, but the child disagrees. To him, a nickname holds no meaning. What he longs for is a proper name, something that truly belongs to him. He begins shouting in frustration while expressing how much it matters. But as he grows louder, Lee tells him to stay quiet so they can think. Suddenly, an idea strikes Lee. In a sharp, unexpected moment, he thinks perhaps they should just call him Chatterbox. Lee casually suggests the name Chatterbox. After hearing this, Park nods in agreement while pointing out that since the kid rarely stays silent, the name fits perfectly. Gradually, the rest of the group also finds it suitable. Jung Tae-soo even mentions that it's a cute name and quite easy to recall. However, Ji-woong notes that the child doesn't look too pleased with it, likely because he's still upset at the moment. She quietly figures it might be due to Lee Ja-seok's earlier teasing. After all, this is the stage where the boy begins to learn about the outside world. Then, out of nowhere, a sudden bang echoes through the air while breaking the moment. Jinwoo instantly drops to the ground, stunned. His eyes widen in disbelief as he spots the kid gripping a wooden stick and claiming he feels powerful. He even remarks that the meat Jinwoo gave him earlier is the best he's ever had. This scene leaves Jinwoo completely shaken. He never expected the boy to survive after consuming nearly 30 times the standard amount. In fact, he had gulped down almost half a refined gem. At first, Jinwoo's thoughts race as he begins to suspect the boy isn't even human. But as he watches closer, that thought shifts. No, this child isn't a monster. He's something new, a different kind of human. As the tension rises, the rest of the group arrives, drawn by the loud sound. Ji-woong immediately checks on Jinwoo while asking if he's hurt. Park quickly questions whether they're under enemy assault. Amidst the confusion, Lee catches a glimpse of Chatterbox and suddenly freezes. His attention snaps to the boy's eyes. In that instant, a strange thought crosses his mind that did the child just develop cataracts or something? Ji-woong also freezes for a moment when she notices the strange glow in Chatterbox's eyes. The sight unsettles her. Right after, someone turns to Jinwoo while asking if something exploded to damage the wall like that. But Jinwoo calmly responds while explaining that it's nothing like a bomb or illness. It's just something unique to underground humans. Meanwhile, Park picks up a small piece of meat lying nearby and turns to Jinwoo with a questioning look. Jinwoo, while trying to stay calm, fibs that he was saving it for later in case he felt hungry. But before he can fully cover it up, Chatterbox blurts out the truth that it's the special meat Jinwoo had given him. Jinwoo keeps trying to silence him, clearly uncomfortable. Then, to everyone's surprise, Park hands the meat back to Jinwoo and tells him to eat it himself. Jinwoo breaks into a sweat, caught off guard. Fear flashes in his eyes. He stammers while wondering how he could possibly eat food that's been lying on the filthy ground. What if it makes him sick? If he gets poisoned, he knows what will happen. Termination. But Park doesn't back down. He calmly reminds Jinwoo of something haunting. Hyunjae, Jinwook, and Byungchul had all died after eating this same kind of meat. At the time, Park had thought it was just an underground disease. But now the pattern is clear. Every one of them ate this meat, and those who didn't die quickly fell ill. When that happened, Jinwoo would comfort them and offer his own meat while encouraging them to eat well to regain strength. Now Park tells him to go ahead and eat it himself. Shaken, Jinwoo slowly lifts the meat in his hand while bringing it closer to his mouth. But just as he's about to bite into it, Chatterbox steps forward. Without thinking, Jinwoo throws the meat to him instead. Chatterbox catches it and eats without hesitation. Park watches the scene unfold, stunned. He demands to know what Jinwoo is doing, but Chatterbox simply smiles and cheerfully announces that he feels stronger again. He mentions he can sense Jinwoo's care through the food. This unexpected moment leaves Jinwoo silent, yet oddly relieved. He reflects quietly while admitting to himself that although the action wasn't right by moral standards, it was something he had to do. A sacrifice made not out of cruelty, but out of hope. And now somehow that hope begins to grow. He believes that with Chatterbox, this strange child born underground, they may finally find a way to the surface. There's something about him. Something that feels like a key to freedom. Jinwoo makes up his mind. He promises to explain everything soon. After the next roll call, he will share everything he knows and reveal a plan to escape this nightmare. Soon after, the familiar voice of the spider creature rings out while calling the prisoners into line. As the roll call begins, the monster delivers unexpected news. It declares that the human prisoners have achieved victory. A treaty has been signed. In just 1 month, they will all be set free. As the spider mentions that freedom will come after a month, Park grows confused and requests a clearer explanation. The spider responds while reaffirming its earlier message that after a month, they will be released. It assures that no interference will come from their side once the prisoners choose their path. Whether they wish to return to the surface or remain and serve the Duke, the decision lies entirely with them. This revelation shocks Park, especially the part where it implies that humans have actually won the war. The idea that the prisoners will be set free surprises him. A wave of happiness spreads among them as they begin to understand that they've survived, and soon, they can return home. Still, they must endure just a little longer, 1 more month. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's thoughts begin to spiral. He reflects on everything he's done so far, all his questionable actions, and wonders what they truly mean in the end. Just then, the spider observes his expression and comments on his disappointment. It guesses that he must be feeling disheartened, especially being dismissed without having accomplished anything under the Duke's name. However, it quickly adds a note of reassurance. In recognition of the long hardship the prisoners have faced, the Duke, known for his mercy, has chosen to offer them one final opportunity. In just 15 days, all human prisoners will be gathered to participate in the battle on level 12. They march with determination toward the front lines, driven by a sense of duty, prepared to shatter the walls of the labyrinth and spark the fire of war. In that moment, Jinwoo reflects inwardly while believing that his choices weren't mistaken. Nearby, Park holds a small diary in his hand while glancing at Jinwoo with a questioning look. He inquires about the book, though his tone carries a deeper meaning. Jinwoo responds while explaining that it's a PD's journal, but Park's expression reveals he isn't asking about its label. Jinwoo then adds that it could be seen as a survival log or even a research record. However, Park clearly doesn't want vague answers. Frustration rises in his voice as he confronts Jinwoo while blaming him for the deaths of their companions. He accuses him of conducting experiments without consent, which led to the loss of 3 lives. Jinwoo, with a calm but heavy tone, admits that 3 people died because of his actions but questions if that loss truly outweighs everything else. Park stares at him, stunned, and demands clarity. Jinwoo explains that those 3 sacrifices were made to protect the 8 who are still alive and beyond that, to ensure the safety of millions more. Yet, Park finds this reasoning hard to accept and calls it nonsense. Jinwoo, while unwilling to back down, questions why Park only focuses on the current situation. He wonders aloud if Park even thinks about the people living on the surface. Park responds that those people are safe now, but Jinwoo pushes further while asking how he can be so sure. He urges him to look around and think carefully about what level they're really on. He reminds everyone of the beast influx that occurred 2 years ago while asking if they remember how many people died during that time. As he continues, he mentions that, by chance, they now have 2 survivors who were captured. Then, while turning toward the old man, Jinwoo asks if he knows from which level those creatures emerged. Jung Taesu replies while saying he heard it was level 2 or 3. Jinwoo confirms this and adds that the largest of them back then were chameleons, massive enough to match a two-story building. But now, compared to the spiders lurking on this level, those creatures seem insignificant. They all know deep down that they must do whatever is needed to escape and warn the world about the looming threat before these creatures rise to the surface. Yet in response, Jung Tae-soo speaks with doubt. He gently reminds Jinwoo not to rush ahead of himself while pointing out that they just heard the news that the war is finished, and freedom has been promised. However, Jinwoo remains unconvinced. He questions the so-called victory and doubts the offer of freedom. He wonders how anyone can actually believe that. He recalls clearly what was said that they're being sent to fuel another war. Urging everyone to come to their senses, he emphasizes that they're being pushed straight toward a battlefield. Driven by suspicion, he then turns to Major Jang and questions what became of the prisoners who were previously deployed for the war. Just as the Major begins to respond, Jinwoo cuts in while revealing the harsh truth that every single one of them is dead. Only one person returned, and even that was barely. He insists they're not being released. It's all just a fabricated story designed to boost their morale moments before throwing them into death's grip. Even if, just for the sake of argument, Jinwoo considers that the offer might be real that they'll be released from the labyrinth, he challenges the logic behind it. He asks if they seriously think the spiders will kindly escort them back to the surface. How are they supposed to escape? Where will they find supplies, food, weapons, or even a map? And more importantly, how can they be sure of which level they're currently trapped on? At that point, Jiwoong tries to offer a bit of hope. He mentions that if a treaty has indeed been signed, then according to military protocol, the prisoners should be handed back to the army. Still, Jinwoo remains deeply skeptical. In his eyes, everyone trusting that promise seems foolish. Suddenly, Jinwoo raises his voice while urging everyone to pull themselves together. He tells them to stay strong, keep pushing forward, and believe that they'll make it out soon. But then, he reminds them of a grim truth that just yesterday, every prisoner in the next sector was wiped out. Still, he insists they must face the struggle as one. If they hold on and stick together, he believes the military will eventually come for them. He repeats the hopeful message they've been told that the war is over, and they'll be returning home. According to the treaty, the law-abiding, kind-hearted spiders will carry out the official transfer of human prisoners to the Korean military. Jinwoo calls it a beautiful and thrilling idea. But then, with a sharp turn in tone, he adds a bitter remark that maybe, like characters in an apocalyptic film, they'll all join hands in sorrow and cry together, comforted only by the belief that they lived good, righteous lives trying to save everyone. He challenges them all with a question while asking if that's really the ending they want. Do they truly see themselves as the main heroes in some scripted drama? At that point, Jung Tae-soo quietly urges him to calm down. Jinwoo takes a breath and apologizes, but his words carry frustration. He tells them this isn't the heartfelt story they might be hoping for. This isn't about a group of noble adults while sacrificing themselves one by one, just so one lost underground child can escape and finally see daylight. He makes it clear that they are just ordinary humans, powerless even to harm these terrifying creatures. There's nothing special about them in this situation. Yet, despite everything, Jinwoo refuses to give in. He won't obey blindly or sit still waiting to be rescued, only to end up devoured. He's made up his mind as he won't accept a future where they're nothing more than prey. Jinwoo makes his decision clear that he's going to get out of this place no matter what it takes. After hearing his words, Park starts to feel uncertain and overwhelmed. Then, Lee steps in with a calm voice while pointing out that this isn't really the time to argue about right or wrong. He admits he doesn't completely disagree with Jinwoo's actions, though he also adds that if he had been one of Jinwoo's test subjects, he might have felt differently. Stepping closer to Jinwoo, Lee asks a pointed question that why does he think they've all been following the spider's orders for so long? The answer, he says, is simple. They've been powerless, with no real way to survive on their own. Every day they've lived in fear, doing whatever it took to avoid a brutal death. So, when Jinwoo found a hint of hope in the down gems, he began testing them while hoping they might be a key to escape. Lee admits it's unfortunate that Jinwoo hid this from everyone, but guesses he probably did it to avoid catching the attention of those spider monsters. He suggests that the question of ethics can wait until after they escape. For now, he makes his choice that he's going to stand with Jinwoo. Watching Lee Ji-seok side with Jinwoo only fuels Park's anger. His frustration deepens when the Major then asks Jinwoo directly if he has a plan. That question only adds to Park's rising fury. Meanwhile, Jinwoo explains that he does have a plan, though it's still in early stages. He believes the enemy won't launch a battle right at the heart of the labyrinth. Instead, they'll likely be deployed to the outskirts. Jinwoo reveals his strategy to use the confusion of the battlefield on the war day as their chance to escape. As soon as the chaos begins, they'll make their move. The Major, however, expresses doubt. He says it would be nearly impossible to outmaneuver the spiders in the middle of a fight. But Jinwoo responds with confidence that he's already prepared something for that. He then reveals a small batch of moss capsules. Each one contains only 0.1 of the usual dose found in a down gem. He instructs them to take one every day for a month. Gradually, they'll raise the dosage. If all goes well, by the time the war starts, their bodies should be able to handle 3 to 5 times the normal dose. That way, they'll unlock strength beyond what they've ever known. They'll become something different, something stronger, a new kind of humanity. But just as Jinwoo looks back at his past, a strange feeling washes over him. A chill runs through his body, sweat gathering on his skin. The memories don't feel right. He suddenly realizes that this isn't the past he remembers. A week before the war begins, Park mentions that additional forces are now positioned along the attack route, where they've been planting mines. He also points out that more prisoners are being brought in as reinforcements. In response, Jinwoo mentions it seems this area will likely turn into a battlefield within the week, and they're fortunate in that regard. Park wonders why Jinwoo considers them lucky. Jinwoo explains that it's because they've had time to get ready, and preparations have already started. Quietly and steadily, Jinwoo has been digging a narrow path to the side while staying just beyond the main attack route and out of the spider's view. For about a week, he and Lee Jaseok have been working on it, and with the aid of capsules, progress has been going smoothly. However, Major Jang brings up a concern while noting that a straight tunnel doesn't really serve as a proper escape path. Still, Jinwoo shares that he wanted to investigate before informing the group. Just 2 days ago, they stumbled upon something unexpected at the end of the tunnel, a labyrinth. When the Major wonders if it could be connected to the spider's own labyrinth, Jinwoo acknowledges the concern, but confirms it appears to be separate. The tunnel, he explains, leads directly into its deeper sections rather than just brushing its edges. By the height of the corridor, it doesn't seem as vast as the one they're currently staying in. Despite this, the Major warns that the danger doesn't disappear just because it's smaller, but Jinwoo reassures him while stating that they haven't come across any monsters or threats inside. It appears to be an abandoned labyrinth. As most labyrinths are built in a mage-like fashion, he believes they might be able to lose the spiders inside if it ever comes to that. He also thinks they could even cut them off completely by expanding the tunnel, yet Major Jang expresses another concern that they might end up lost inside and starve. Jinwoo understands but stresses that they need to find a solid solution before reaching that desperate point. He then asks about their current supplies. Ji-woong answers that they've got around 2 weeks' worth of preserved food, which was given to them by the spiders. However, the meat they receive through trading down gems tends to spoil fast while making it difficult to store in bulk. Jinwoo reflects on their current stash that they have 17 small down gems and 1 large one. He considers that if they begin now, they could use 1 down gem each day to get meat for their meals. Then, about 2 days before the war starts, they'll use the remaining gems to trade for as much food as they can except for 8 small ones and store all of it inside the tunnel the next day. Then, at that point, the Major brings up a different idea that he wonders why they shouldn't just trade the down gems for food now and make their escape immediately. He questions the need to wait until the war begins. In reply, Jinwoo mentions that he's already thought about that option, but there's a major obstacle, the foreman who controls the smaller spider units. He reminds them how, about a month ago, the foreman had an exact head count of everyone in the dormitory. Because of that, if they suddenly disappear, a squad might be sent after them, and their chance to escape would disappear altogether. Following that, the Major suggests they should make their move during the chaos of the war instead. At that moment, with thousands of prisoners possibly trying to flee while slipping away, might be more doable. Lee then brings up a new question that he's curious why they're keeping 8 of the small down gems. Jinwoo responds by explaining their purpose. Those specific gems, he shares, are being saved as their own personal self-destruct triggers. Jung Tae-soo then adds his doubts while saying he doesn't believe anyone can just stroll out of the facility without trouble. Still, Jinwoo clarifies that it's each person's decision whether to use them or not. However, since everyone's tolerance has increased, and they can now handle about 4 times the standard dose while swallowing a full gem, could allow someone to bring their existence to an end within a few seconds. Soon after, Ji-woong chimes in while pointing out that a single down gem has enough energy to create roughly 100 capsules, each holding 1 dose. Hearing this, the Major reflects and realizes that using 1 entire gem is the same as taking 100 capsules at once. Jinwoo simply nods and reminds them once again that it's meant to act as a final option, a true self-destruct button. At this point, it seems they've done everything possible to prepare before the war begins. Right now, thousands of prisoners continue digging along the attack route while progressing roughly 20 meters each day. So by the time the battle starts, they'll need to retreat around 200 meters. However, while escaping won't be simple, they'll still have to push through the spiders positioned right behind them. On that day, the plan is clear. Each person will take a single 1-dose capsule early in the morning before beginning work. Then, the moment the war breaks out, they'll take a 5-dose capsule to reach the tunnel. With that much strength, it'll be possible to leap 3 meters high. At that point, they're supposed to use the surrounding prisoners as a distraction and make their escape. Park appears shocked when he hears that and questions what Jinwoo means by calling them bait. Jinwoo calmly explains that there are countless prisoners here, and most haven't built any tolerance to down gems. It's just not realistic to bring everyone while slipping past the spiders. Then, he turns toward Park and teases him while asking if he always reacts so emotionally to every small thing, or if he's just worried about the headlines once they escape. Jinwoo then mocks him further while joking that he must have forgotten Park as a reporter himself. After that, Jinwoo tells Park to step aside and not let his good child attitude get in the way. Finally, he lays out the full plan. Then he asks if anyone has any complaints other than Park. As the room stays silent, Jinwoo glances around and remarks that it looks like nobody has a problem. With a grin, he announces it's time for the main characters to step into their own story. When the day of the war finally arrives, the spider monster appears and delivers a speech. It refers to the humans as pitiful and urges them to welcome the honor of becoming the frontline warriors at the start of the war. According to the creature, they are no longer just prisoners, but heroes whose actions will be remembered throughout the underground world. While listening to this, Lee finds the speech ridiculous. He thinks to himself that he, Jinwoo, and the chatterbox are stuck in the middle of the battlefield, and one wrong step could mean the end. As he glances over at Park, he notices that Park still hasn't pulled himself together. It's obvious that fear has him frozen. Then, Lee turns to the chatterbox and tells him to slow down. As they move forward, a wave of spider monsters begins closing in on them. In a tense moment, Lee turns to Park and asks for the capsule. He urges him to take it immediately. But then frustration builds up inside Lee as he looks at Park and recalls how Park used to act like their leader, at least before the reporter took over. Now, while watching him collapse under pressure feels like a betrayal. Lee's irritation rises, and without another word, he pushes forward with a powerful leap. Right after that, the spider monsters begin shouting that the war has started while commanding the human prisoners to act as meat shields. They warn that anyone who dares to run will be killed. Suddenly, loud roars echo through the battlefield, and the chaos explodes all around them. In the middle of it, Park collapses onto the ground, overwhelmed by the destruction. At that moment, he realizes he's caught in the middle of the crossfire. Urgently, he decides to take the capsule and escape while he still can. As he pulls out the capsule and prepares to swallow it, a violent shockwave from the destruction nearby causes it to slip from his hand. In that instant, something inside him shifts. His good child syndrome rises again while whispering that kindness always brings kindness in return. A voice within reminds him to always choose goodness while believing the world will reflect it back. As he holds on to that thought, he begins to reflect. In the underground, he's always tried to be honest and kind. People praised him for it, though some criticized him. Still, he continued down that path. He remembers how Jinwoo once told him he had the good child syndrome, and now those words echo in his mind. A new doubt creeps in that was he only pretending to be good? He thinks about all the things he's witnessed. The truth about people when they're facing death. He's seen human nature laid bare, faces twisted in fear, desperate and selfish actions. Even as he stood at the edge of losing his humanity, he clung to the role of the selfless one. He lived trying to help others while acting with pure intent. But now, in this moment of collapse, he begins to question if that was truly the right path. Is this the reward for his kindness? Slowly, he begins to understand perhaps he should have allowed himself to be a little more selfish, a little more ruthless, just once. As Lee supports Chatterbox over his shoulder, he notices that Chatterbox appears semi-conscious, barely holding on. With worry clouding his face, Lee questions whether he can stand while checking on him and gently shaking him in an effort to bring him back. He calls out repeatedly while trying to snap him out of his daze. Just then, Jinwoo, Jung Tae-soo, and Oh Hyunil return from a battle. Seeing them, Lee, visibly frustrated and still watching over Chatterbox, mutters in confusion while wondering what's wrong with him now. Once they regroup, Lee acknowledges their arrival. Jinwoo responds while mentioning that the center route where Lee had been stationed is the only area breached so far. He then inquires about Hyungtae while asking whether he had been with Lee. At this question, Lee falls silent, sorrow overtaking his expression. The moment he quiets down, the others instantly realize the truth that Hyungtae didn't survive. Jung Tae-soo and Oh Hyunil, while seeing Lee's reaction, also turn solemn, the weight of loss settling over them. After a short pause, Lee asks about Major Jang and Ji-woong. Jinwoo responds while explaining that there's been no update and assumes they're likely still stranded on the moon. He begins to explain the group's current layout. Weaver is stationed on the left wall, Lee was positioned at the center, and Major Jang and Ji-woong were deployed on the right side. According to him, the two of them should be behind the enemy line that has already pushed through. They can only hope those two manage to survive and find their way out. Tension rises in Lee as he processes all this. He wonders aloud how they can possibly keep going under such uncertain conditions. Jinwoo then turns to Lee and asks whether he gave Chatterbox his capsule. Lee admits that he didn't, only he had taken his, as they had left in a hurry. Jinwoo insists that Chatterbox must take it now while stressing that they're out of time. Lee protests, mentioning Chatterbox's poor condition. However, Jinwoo cuts him off while telling him this isn't the moment to hesitate. He has to force it down his throat if necessary. Then Jinwoo glances toward Young Tae-soo and asks whether the old man took his capsule. As Lee helps Chatterbox swallow the capsule, Young Tae-soo confirms he did take it. Jinwoo then wonders why he's still struggling. With a mocking grin, Young Tae-soo explains that it's not some miracle tonic that grants instant strength. Jinwoo, puzzled, questions whether that isn't its exact purpose. Young Tae-soo calls that idea absurd, saying it simply helps with his aching joints. It doesn't reverse age. This causes Jinwoo to grow uneasy. Internally, he starts realizing the truth that physical strength still relies on the body itself, and the capsule merely enhances efficiency. It doesn't burn fat or build muscle overnight. Bodies that are worn out remain limited, regardless. Observing Young Tae-soo and Oh Hyunil, he notes that both are struggling. Even though Oh Hyunil has the power in hand, his body is buckling under the pressure while panting with every step. With this in mind, Jinwoo deems them a liability. He decides that he, Lee, and Chatterbox will charge through the spider cluster in the center and divert their attention. He instructs Young Tae-soo and Oh Hyunil to stick close to the right wall and head toward the target. At this, Lee reacts with concern and asks why they're not staying together. Jinwoo replies that amid such disorder while splitting up boosts their survival odds. Oh Hyunil accepts this plan, and Young Tae-soo agrees while pointing out that differing speeds would only slow them down. They choose to survive separately and reconnect later. Even as Lee remains uneasy, Jinwoo places a firm hand on his shoulder while calming him. He questions what's bothering him so much and reminds him of what happened to Hyungtae, how going off script had fatal consequences. Jinwoo reassures him that he has thought this through, and Lee just needs to follow the orders. He urges him to focus on survival while emphasizing how he sees Lee as one of his own. He adds a final personal reminder about Lee's mother waiting for him at home. He needs to survive for her. As the group prepares to move, Jinwoo tells everyone they'll reunite at the tunnel. Young Tae-soo acknowledges the instruction and wishes them luck. Jinwoo tells Lee to keep watching Chatterbox. Then, the trio, Jinwoo, Lee, and Chatterbox move forward while navigating the terrain. However, their path is suddenly obstructed. Jinwoo notices and commands a quick sidestep. They must leap 3 meters to the right, where a smaller spider crouches beneath a larger one. Using it as a step, they press forward. Soon after, Jinwoo informs the group that they'll lose the enemy in the sandstorm. He warns them not to lose sight of him. Lee affirms. As the three continue through the spider-infested area, Lee reflects on their movements. They are keeping low to remain unnoticed while using smoke as cover and carefully avoiding attention. Around them, the spiders are preoccupied, either fighting or hunting other humans. Lee begins to piece things together. Something doesn't feel right. Jinwoo had claimed they'd be the bait, but this stealthy tactic contradicts that. Lee realizes that just running won't distract all the spiders in this chaotic mess. The earlier plan while escaping after battle began, and using others as distractions makes no sense anymore. Eventually he understands. They're not bait at all. In fact, the spiders already prefer crawling along the walls. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Oh Hyunil questions Young Tae-soo, while wondering why he agreed to be used as a pawn. Young Tae-soo admits he knew the entire time. He explains that it's better for the younger ones to live on. As someone already nearing his end, he doesn't want to become a burden. He's ready to go. Hearing this, Oh Hyunil grows anxious. With determination, Young Tae-soo apologizes for involving him, but assures him he will get him out safely, no matter what. Suddenly, Young Tae-soo swallows a raw gem. Oh Hyunil is stunned while reacting in disbelief. Before he can stop him, Young Tae-soo shoves him away and draws the attention of the spiders to himself while turning into a living decoy. As the raw gem kicks in, Young Tae-soo's power surges. He calls out to the spiders while mocking them and challenging them. Bursting with strength and fury, he charges at one spider and crushes it with a single punch. Elsewhere, Jinwoo and Lee witness the chaos from afar. Lee wonders if there are enemies within the wall too, unable to make sense of it. But Jinwoo realizes what has happened. He activated the self-destruct option. He consumed the raw gem. Watching Young Tae-soo destroy spider after spider, Jinwoo admits it's remarkable. Even minion-level creatures are falling easily. These are the same enemies that couldn't be scratched with 5 doses of the capsule. However, despite the power, Young Tae-soo's aged body starts to falter. It's too much. Jinwoo observes this and concludes that if he were to consume a raw gem, he'd need to manage the power carefully. He then tells Lee they need to leave now and Young Tae-soo won't last. Lee agrees, but just as they are about to move, Chatterbox surprises them. Suddenly, full of energy, he refuses to flee. Lee is shocked. Chatterbox turns back toward Young Tae-soo, determined to help him. He remembers the promise that is the promise of bread. No matter what, Chatterbox chooses to fight beside his friend. Despite Lee's protests, Chatterbox breaks away and rushes back into the battle. Oh Hyunil ends up falling to the ground after being struck by his opponent's powerful attack. Meanwhile, Young Tae-soo pulls everyone's attention toward himself, while making sure his teammates can stay safe. Eventually, when Hyunil regains his senses, he slowly realizes that none of the enemies are coming for him. They're walking away. At first he feels confused and wonders why they have suddenly lost interest in him. only to understand a moment later that their focus has shifted to Taisu. Taisu now sits right in front of the opponents, fully aware that all of them are about to charge at him. He prepares himself mentally, even willing to give up his life. Although Hunil has injuries, he pushes through the pain and manages to get back on his feet. A thought runs through his mind that Taisu has bought him precious time, and now he needs to escape as quickly as possible. He knows exactly why the older man did this to keep everyone else safe and buy them a chance to leave. However, just as he turns to go, he glances back and sees the enemies swarming toward Taisu. His heart sinks. The idea of leaving his partner behind in such a brutal moment makes him freeze. That's when his eyes spot Chatterbox nearby and joy instantly lights up his face. A shout escapes him that Chatterbox has come to help. Gratitude rushes in as he believes that, with Chatterbox there, they still have hope. The old man still holding on while refusing to give up, and now even a young boy stepping forward to protect him. He silently observes the chaos. Hunil glances around and scolds himself while wondering what he's even doing. The thought of running away while others risk their lives makes him feel no better than the very enemy they're fighting. With that, determination replaces doubt. He chooses to stand with Taisu and not let him face the battle alone. As he steps forward, his eyes lock on the golden orb in his hand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jinwoo makes his way forward when a voice catches his attention. He turns around, only to be shocked at what he sees. Someone is there who shouldn't be. His anger flares up as he shouts while questioning what's going on. Lee Jaseok was supposed to guard the entrance and stop anyone from reaching this place. Jinwoo grows furious while yelling at him and demanding answers. But before he can say more, a terrifying monster charges at him. Jinwoo narrowly avoids the attack but crashes to the ground and gets injured. The monster is far too strong, and he realizes he can't win this time. He gives into the situation, thinking it's over for him. Yet, to his surprise, the monster suddenly pulls back and walks away without finishing him off. Shock fills his mind that he's still alive. Just as he relaxes a little, other monsters start closing in on him. Fear returns as he understands that death is not far. He rises to his feet and calls out for Chatterbox. Turning back, he notices Jiseok standing still with his head bowed. Confusion spreads. Why isn't he moving? Why isn't he protecting the others? Jinwoo's voice rises as he demands to know what's going on. He warns Lee Jaseok while telling him they're in a war zone and hesitation could mean death. However, as he's shouting, he doesn't realize a monster has crept up behind him. The creature grabs him by the arm, ready to strike both of them. At that exact moment, something strange happens. Just when both prepare themselves for the end, they fall to the ground unharmed. Fire bursts in front of them, and they realize they're still alive. Confused, Jinwoo wonders what just happened. Did the monster melt in the fire? As he speaks, Lee Jaseok, still lying behind him, points ahead and calls out. A massive spider figure appears. Lee mistakes it for the Spider Duke, but Jinwoo corrects him quickly. That's not who it is. Meanwhile, more monsters appear, and Jinwoo's eyes widen with fear. These aren't the main threat. They're just the beginning. Flames rise again. Realizing the danger, he gives up on the thought of Chatterbox and urges Jiseok to run if they want to survive. Back at the other side, where Taisu is holding his ground, opponents surround him from every direction. Chatterbox stands with him while refusing to leave. Taisu grows furious. He had gone through so much trouble to buy time, yet Chatterbox chooses to stay. He scolds him while asking if he's trying to die. He doesn't understand why this fool would do this. Chatterbox, with teary eyes, only mutters one thing, that he wants to eat the bread that was promised to him. Hunger and exhaustion weigh him down. Taisu hears those words but doesn't know what to say. Just then, another voice calls out to him, and he instantly knows it's Hunil. The boy charges in while shouting that he's come to help. He never left because he couldn't bear to abandon his teammates. Taisu gets angry once more while asking if they think he pushed them aside for no reason. Hunil answers that he was thrown out to escape, but he refuses to live with the guilt of running away while others suffer. He explains that they can survive if they use the down gem's power together. Taisu stares at him and questions whether he swallowed the full gem. Hunil confirms it while mentioning that the reporter claimed it would make them explode within seconds, but he feels in control. After that, Taisu then turns to Chatterbox while asking about him. Hunil panics and shouts out while questioning what's going on. Taisu explains seriously that the down gem isn't some magic fix, it only numbs the pain. None of them are in control. Hunil insists he's doing fine, though his injuries clearly tell another story. Taisu glances at Hunil's legs, completely battered, and points out how the human body can't handle this kind of power. He admits that both of them are already at their limits. The gem only delays the pain, and his own numbness is fading fast. If Chatterbox hadn't jumped in earlier, the agony would have knocked him out. In the end, they're finished, but they still have a duty. They must protect the kid. Taisu makes up his mind. He orders Hunil to take care of Chatterbox. Without waiting for a reply, he turns and walks away, ready to face their enemies alone. Behind him, voices scream his name, begging him not to go. But by then, nothing can stop him now. At that moment, Hunil feels deeply troubled. his mind overwhelmed with fear that Jung Tae-soo might head into the fight alone. Meanwhile, lost in his thoughts, he fails to notice a monster creeping up from behind. His attention stays fixed on Jung Tae-soo, leaving him completely vulnerable. Luckily, before the danger reaches him, Chatterbox spots the incoming threat. Without hesitation, he leaps into action while launching himself at the monster with a powerful kick that knocks it to the ground. A strange phrase leaves his lips and he blurts out that he can't eat bread anymore. Immediately after, Oh Hyunil snaps back to reality, his eyes locked on Chatterbox. He realizes there's no more time for grief, so he must protect him. With fierce determination, he understands he needs to take down the monster and ensure Chatterbox's safety. A firm thought anchors itself in his mind. No matter what, he must protect him. However, another challenge rises. The path of heat created earlier is now covered with lava while making any escape impossible. He understands Chatterbox, in his current state, won't think clearly. Even if Hyunil tries to force him away like the old man once did, Chatterbox would surely return. At the same time, pain pulses through his legs while growing worse with every step. There's no way he can make it to the rendezvous point like this. A plan begins to form in his mind. He must somehow push Chatterbox away, separate him from the danger that surrounds them. The monsters continue attacking without pause while making the place far too dangerous. So, with urgency burning in his chest, he grabs Chatterbox by the collar. A trembling voice urges him not to repeat the same mistake he once made. The big guy doesn't feel so happy as he tosses Chatterbox away from the battlefield. But just then, a figure rushes into view. He shouts to Major Jang. The Major races toward them, desperate to reach them in time. When he finally does, he wraps Chatterbox in a hug, his relief showing clearly. Oh Hyunil quickly points to the direction they must take to escape and urges them to go. Right then, Major Jang notices Hyunil's leg, injured badly and unable to bear weight. A shadow of sorrow crosses the Major's face. In the middle of this, Hyunil reflects on their situation. The spiders focus only on Chatterbox now. It's because they've never considered him a threat. In their eyes, humans are like insects, too weak to do any real harm. The old man and Chatterbox might have reached a level where they can hurt the enemy, but to the spiders, even they probably seem no more threatening than wandering dogs. He knows he must draw their attention. Being a mere annoyance won't be enough. If he's going to protect his team, he must look like a real threat. He needs to be more than a stray dog. He must become a terrifying beast. As his thoughts swirl, the frustration inside boils. He wants to keep everyone safe. He needs them to escape. Rage flares within him, and he screams at the spiders. His voice roars through the battlefield that he's right there, and he'll tear them apart. Every word is a deliberate trap, meant to pull the enemy's focus to him and buy his friends time. His thoughts burn as he must become like a starving bear. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the tunnels, Jinwoo and Lee are together. Lee warns the others not to touch the food supplies. He explains that the tunnel is partially collapsed in some areas, but it's still crawlable. Even though the ground trembles from the monsters, the narrow tunnel stays intact because of the strong underground bedrock. It's tight, just big enough for a grown man, which means the spiders can't follow. If they can make it through, they'll be safe for a while. Jinwoo listens carefully and then asks if there's any word from the others. Lee informs him that nothing has come through yet. At that point, Jinwoo reflects. He remembers telling someone to leave the others behind when they were near death, but now he regrets it. Losing such a physically strong underground human is a major blow. While trying to drop the dead weight, they ended up losing a valuable asset. He believes that person went toward the edge of the battlefield and might still be alive, but a sudden scream bursts out that there's a huge spider inside. Lee hears the cry and reassures him that it's already dead. Jinwoo slowly calms down after realizing the danger is gone. Just then, Major Jang and his team arrive to protect them. The Major quickly checks on Jinwoo and asks if he's alright. Jinwoo responds with a nod and quickly asks about Chatterbox. Major Jang explains that he had to knock Chatterbox out because he was thrashing around too much. But there's no time to talk. The spiders are chasing them and they need to move now. Suddenly, a spider approaches from behind. The Major reacts instantly and pulls his bag away to fight. His hands move swiftly. He doesn't even need a weapon. With just his strength, he takes the spider down. Jinwoo witnesses it, amazed. He's struck by how easily the Major defeated the creature with only his hands. He wonders if the Major's intense physical training really built up his body to this extent. Knowing time is short, the Major shouts for everyone to get into the tunnel. A tunnel lies ahead, their only chance at safety. They all rush in. Eventually, they reach the tunnel's end. Jinwoo breathes out a statement. They all made it. Everyone comes out. But then they realize the Major is still inside. All of a sudden, the ground shakes. Rocks start falling. Movement ripples through the place while confusing them. But Jinwoo notices the real danger that the tunnel is collapsing. Panic sets in, and he shouts the Major's name while urging him to come out quickly. He searches desperately while calling out again and again, and hoping Major Jang will return before it's too late. As they all keep their eyes on the Major sinking into the soil, a deep concern spreads among them. Everyone feels the tension while including Ji-woong, who suddenly notices something odd. She remarks that the earth appears to be pulling him in. Meanwhile, Lee repeatedly calls out for Major Jiang while urging the others to pull him back up. Thankfully, after a brief struggle, the Major is pulled to safety. Once he catches his breath, he mentions they might be safe for the moment, though the situation remains tough. He explains that given the urgency, he had no other choice. However, the escape path is now completely blocked off for the rest of the team. They will have to dig their way back once the chaos behind the wall calms down. At this point, Jinwoo brings up something painful. He reminds the Major that they are the only survivors left. Park Hyung-tae had fallen during the first explosion, while Jung Tae-soo and Oh Hyunil lost their lives trying to protect Chatterbox. Then the professor quietly adds that he also saw Hyunil. He recalls how Hyunil had thrown Chatterbox toward him, and when he turned to check why Hyunil wasn't moving, he noticed something horrifying: that Hyunil's legs seemed to have turned necrotic. Hearing this, Jinwoo freezes in shock. The thought of Hyunil's legs turning necrotic shakes him deeply. He then turns to the Major and asks if he happened to notice any beam of light near Hyunil. After pausing to reflect, the Major slowly nods and admits there might have been a quick flash of light. Suddenly, Jinwoo begins to connect the pieces. He realizes Hyunil must have used a raw down gem, but a troubling thought follows: that could skin necrosis be a possible side effect of that gem? The Major, still weighed down by regret, confesses he had expected losses while crossing the battlefield. Yet, he can't help but think that if he had stayed by Hyunil's side, things might have turned out differently. Disappointment washes over him. Just then, Ji-woong gently reminds him that it wasn't his fault. He had carried both her and Chatterbox safely across the path. Jinwoo agrees while adding that they managed to make it through the central path only because of their comrades' sacrifices. Right now, they're barely clinging to life, and if they press their luck any further, they all might not make it out. Eventually, the Major quietly agrees with Jinwoo while accepting the painful truth. Major Jiang mentions that they've gotten past the most dangerous zone, but things aren't finished yet. He urges everyone to concentrate on what lies ahead, rather than dwelling on the losses, so their comrades' sacrifices hold meaning. With no time to spare, he turns to Jinwoo, asking about their next target. Jinwoo responds that they must locate an exit from this labyrinth. He adds that they can't be certain if the place is truly abandoned, so they should move carefully and not rush. Once they escape, their next step will be finding a route to the upper level. As the group gathers and stands still for a moment, a loud sound suddenly echoes through the air. Jinwoo instantly becomes alert while wondering where the noise is coming from. The Major points out that the sound is coming from the far side of the wall. Without wasting a second, Jinwoo shouts for everyone to run. He alerts them that the wall is breaking, and within seconds the monsters burst through. Panic hits as they all begin to sprint, but amid the chaos, Jinwoo trips and hits the ground. A bitter thought flashes through his mind: that why is it always him? Just then, he notices another monster emerging right in front of him. From behind, Lee Ji-seok spots him fall and urgently urges him to get back on his feet. However, Jinwoo finds himself unable to get back on his feet. As he lies on the ground, his eyes suddenly lock onto the monster's face, and to his shock, it looks just like Park Hyung-tae. A wave of confusion hits him as he wonders if it could really be Park. Yet before he can process the moment, voices around him rise, everyone shouting at him to get up and escape quickly. As this unfolds, the Major watches the scene closely and mutters in disbelief while realizing that the administrator has somehow tracked them all the way here. Lee, confused and frustrated, questions why human prisoners would matter so much in the middle of a battlefield. At that moment, Jinwoo responds while telling them that the monster he saw was Park Hyung-tae. His words leave the others in shock. He continues while explaining that he clearly saw Park's face. The monster that just helped him had his face. But the Major can't accept it. He insists that Jinwoo must be mistaken while pointing out that Jinwoo was at the brink of death and might have imagined it. Still, Jinwoo remains fully convinced of what he saw. The Major then reminds him that the monster had already been killed. Was Jinwoo really suggesting that Park Hyung-tae should die a second time? Before they can say more, a large monster suddenly charges from behind. The Major immediately urges everyone to move. The group breaks into a run again, though tension rises quickly as the Major notices their speed slowing. At this pace, they'll be caught. Jinwoo, catching up beside him, mentions that the effect of the capsules is beginning to fade. Jinwoo stands frozen in shock for a moment. Then, without warning, spears begin to shoot out from the wall. As he pushes forward, Ji-woong quickly alerts him that they've entered a trap-filled labyrinth. It's risky, but at least it has bought them some time. However, as she moves ahead, Jinwoo notices something wrong and urges her to stop while warning her not to step on a particular stone. But it's too late. Her foot lands on it, and suddenly she falls. Pain shoots through her legs and she begins to tremble, her body shaking from the shock. Jinwoo sees her struggling, clearly in pain. At that very moment, he notices a monster approaching fast from behind. Thinking quickly, Jinwoo tells Major Jiang to take Chatterbox and escape at once. He decides to carry Ji-woong himself while knowing that Chatterbox must come first. He is their top priority. Without hesitation, the Major listens and follows his order. Jinwoo then turns to Jiwoong while asking if she can stand, but her legs are badly injured. Without waiting, he tells her to get on his back. Jiwoong, filled with guilt, quietly apologizes. She feels responsible while saying she can sense the blood draining from her legs, and even in the middle of the battlefield, she had to be carried the entire day. Now it's happening all over again. Despite the chaos, Jinwoo urges her to stay strong. He tells her to leave and escape, but he can't quite hear her response. The noise around them is deafening, and he keeps asking her to speak louder while struggling to focus amid the confusion. Finally, Jiwoong tells him that she will buy them some time. After hearing this, Jinwoo hesitates, then moves forward and thanks her deeply for setting the trap that may save them all. As Jinwoo departs while leaving Jiwoong behind with the spider monster upon Jiwoong's own plea, both Lee and Major Jang are left startled by his choice. Neither of them feels content with Jinwoo's decision. Lee, shocked and uneasy, turns to Jinwoo while asking what exactly he has done. Jinwoo, filled with regret and anxiety, believes everything is his responsibility. With trembling nerves, he tries to explain to both Lee and Major Jang that Jiwoong had mentioned he wouldn't escape without his legs. Jiwoong had planned to stall the spider and trigger a trap. Despite Jinwoo's attempt to stop her, Jiwoong had insisted. Major Jang, while standing beside Lee, confirms they all heard Jiwoong's final cries. Trying to ease Jinwoo's panic, he reassures him that it wasn't his wrongdoing. He adds that the trap worked well while giving them a brief advantage. Then, with a calm tone, he says that Jiwoong's brave sacrifice can be honored later. Right now, their main goal is survival. He places a comforting hand on Jinwoo's shoulder while encouraging him to focus so that Jiwoong's death wouldn't be in vain. Jinwoo agrees, takes a deep breath, and states they should move quickly. Lee, however, remains angry and suspicious. Quietly to himself, Lee mutters that everything sounds like nonsense. He believes Major Jang is being misled. A memory flashes in his mind as he remembers the exact moment Jinwoo flung Jiwoong into the trap and left her with the spiders. Lee's thoughts race. He realizes it isn't the first instance. Another scene emerges. Jinwoo once used an old man as a distraction too. Lee becomes convinced that Jinwoo discards anyone the second they become a burden. He reflects bitterly on the down gem experiments and labels Jinwoo a psychopath. Fear grows in him. He feels he must warn Major Jang before things spiral further. He prepares himself to speak up, but then imagines how the conversation might unfold. In his thoughts, Major Jang gets angry while accusing him of dishonoring Jiwoong's last act and trying to split the team. Lee realizes bitterly that the Major won't trust someone reckless and brash like him over Jinwoo, who always takes charge. So, he decides to remain silent for now, but vows to speak up if Jinwoo acts suspicious again. As these thoughts consume him, a terrifying realization hits Lee that he isn't very strong. He mentally counts the team: himself, Jinwoo, Major Jang, and Chatterbox. Among them, Chatterbox, though underground-born, possesses immense strength and follows commands without question. The down gem has no side effects on him. Major Jang, with his sharp instincts and elite training, stands out as the most capable member of the crew. When Lee thinks of himself, his heart sinks. What has he done to prove his worth? He feels completely useless. A cold dread fills him as he fears that he'll be the next one cast aside, just like the others like Jiwoong. At that moment, Jinwoo notices his shaken expression and checks if he's all right. Lee snaps out of his thoughts while insisting that he's fine, just remembering Jiwoong's sacrifice. Jinwoo sighs while sharing that Jiwoong likely didn't want to die, but down here, with her legs gone, no way to stop the bleeding, and no medical supplies, he probably didn't want to slow the team down either. He reassures Lee by gently resting a hand on his shoulder, while reminding him how critical it is to stay focused. Infection from even the smallest wound could be fatal. Suddenly, Lee imagines a twisted version of Jinwoo, a devilish figure vowing to throw him to the spiders. The image terrifies him, but Jinwoo notices his discomfort and sincerely checks again if he's okay while wondering if he might have hurt his head. Lee nervously says he's just lost in thought. Jinwoo emphasizes how even small cuts could be lethal in their current state, while warning Lee again to stay careful. In his mind, Lee questions whether what he saw earlier was just in his head. As he continues to hand over the rations, he panics and refuses whole, insisting that he must carry them himself. Jinwoo, surprised, says it's okay and jokes that he'll take over if it gets too heavy. Lee insists that he needs to contribute somehow. Jinwoo, though puzzled, agrees and turns to Major Jang while offering to carry Chatterbox. Major Jang, grateful, replies that Chatterbox appears awake but hasn't moved, likely still unconscious. He gently passes Chatterbox to Jinwoo, who lifts him onto his shoulders. Meanwhile, Lee stays stuck in a storm of thoughts. He clutches the rations like a lifeline while thinking that if he gives them up, he'll be abandoned next, just like the others. Eventually, they reach a split in the tunnel. Major Jang announces that they've arrived at a crossroads. Jinwoo warns everyone about hidden traps and reminds them that they've been on a single path so far, but the spiders are catching up. If they choose the right path, they might shake off their pursuers. Major Jang agrees and decides to inspect the left corridor himself. He instructs Jinwoo to watch their back while carrying Chatterbox. Jinwoo nods while telling him to be cautious. Then, Major Jang turns to Lee while asking him to check the right corridor. Though still shaken, Lee complies. As he prepares to head out, Jinwoo asks Lee if he plans to take the rations along. Lee, frightened, says he must as it's his duty. Jinwoo clarifies that he's not trying to carry them himself, just asking him to leave the bag temporarily while scouting. But Lee refuses while saying he must hold on to it. Jinwoo then realizes what's troubling him and questions if this is about Ji-woong, or perhaps the past incidents with the old man and Hyunil. He asks Lee if he sees him as the villain here. He explains that with the old man, he only gave a suggestion, and the man agreed. As for Ji-woong, he volunteered. Jinwoo says he didn't force him, especially not with a weapon. He tries to make Lee understand that he didn't cause any of it intentionally. Then, he looks at Lee and asks if he truly believes he's just using him too. Jinwoo admits that even if Lee thinks he's scum, he should remember that Lee saved his life on level 2. Why would he abandon someone who once saved him? Jinwoo reminds Lee that they teamed up before, helped each other clean wounds, and even though things didn't go perfectly, they worked well as a pair. He puts his hand on Lee's shoulder while saying he only wants to survive together. Lee, slowly realizing, begins to recall everything, the time when everyone else gave up, but Jinwoo kept going. He remembers that although Hyungtae offered emotional comfort, he took no real action. Ji-woong had indeed offered himself as bait. Now Lee understands that without Jinwoo, he would be among the other prisoners, stuck in the battlefield. Jinwoo finishes by promising Lee that he won't abandon him. He says they'll make it out and Lee will see his mother again. Lee, finally moved, gently taps Jinwoo's chest and says he'll check the right path. He apologizes for misjudging Jinwoo and misunderstanding his intentions. Jinwoo reassures him it's all right. He says that after being down here for so long, none of them are truly okay. He thanks Lee for trusting him again. Lee responds with mutual respect. As Jinwoo watches him leave, he reflects silently. He never imagined someone as smart as Lee would end up in such a state. He thinks Lee has probably hit his breaking point. Just then, without warning, a new monster appears right in front of Jinwoo. Lee Ji-suk walks with heavy steps, lost in his thoughts. At that moment, he reflects on how tough things are for everyone. Deep inside, he tells himself that they're all stuck in this mess together. But even so, he knows he's been complaining instead of holding it in like the others. While they make sacrifices and try their best, he's been having ridiculous thoughts. Eventually, he realizes that it's his turn to do what he can. Suddenly, just as he's caught in his reflection, something catches his eye. A spider is heading their way. Jinwoo's voice rises as he calls out while warning him about the incoming danger. The fear is clear and he's terrified. The spider looks deadly, and both of them want to live. Jinwoo stares at the spider approaching and begins to panic. He keeps repeating that he didn't mean for this to happen. He swears there was no plan for any of this. His apologies keep coming, full of regret and fear. But Lee can't hold back his anger anymore. In a burst of fury, he shouts Jinwoo's name. Meanwhile, the spider gets closer, and panic spreads through them both. They run, desperate to survive. Lee, overwhelmed with fear, keeps yelling that he saved Jinwoo, and in return, Jinwoo was supposed to watch out for him. They were meant to escape together. He trusted him. However, Jinwoo runs ahead while leaving Lee behind to face the nightmare alone. Lee stumbles and falls, the sense of doom washing over him. He breaks down, tears flowing, certain that this is the end. He clutches a stone in his hand while wondering if the self-destruct button could help him bring the spider down. But he knows it's hopeless. The spider isn't weak, he wouldn't even survive a few seconds. Still, he considers it. If nothing else, he can at least help someone before dying. He gets so frustrated, unsure of what to do anymore. Just then, the spider lunges. Lee gasps as he feels the blow and screams out in pain. His body gets covered with wounds as the spider keeps attacking. He falls hard, the battlefield around him filled with blasts. The fight turns brutal, his strength wearing thin. Thankfully, when all hope seems lost, Hyungtae arrives while rushing in to help. He battles the spider fiercely, doing everything to protect Lee. Eventually, he wins while defeating the spider and returns to Lee's side. With a worried look, Park Hyungtae takes in his condition and mentions that it hasn't been long since they last saw each other. But Lee is looking rough now. Lee looks up, shocked but relieved. He tells Hyungtae he thought he was dead. He looks amazing for someone they believed had been killed in the first explosion. Lee confesses they left him behind thinking he hadn't made it. But all this time, he's been watching over them. He admits that he should have listened to Hyungtae instead of the reporter. That name triggers confusion in Park Hyungtae, and he asks who the reporter is. Lee answers bitterly while revealing the name as Kim Jinwoo. The anger boils in his voice. Jinwoo left him behind, ran when things got hard, and never looked back. Then Lee begins to vent. Jinwoo has always used people as bait, always stirring up trouble, and running when danger came too close. He brings up others, Hyunil, Jinwoong, victims of Jinwoo's selfishness. Hyungtae listens and mutters that so it was all Jinwoo's handiwork. He had thought the others were simply killed trying to escape. That word, handiwork, confuses Lee, so he questions him. Hyung-tae quickly backtracks while saying he misspoke and urges him not to take it to heart. Then Lee, still lying on the ground in pain, mentions he has a favor to ask. He shows Hyung-tae a gem hole holding it weakly. Hyung-tae questions why he didn't use it, as he could have fought back if he had. In response, Lee explains that using it would have been like trading his life to buy time for Jinwoo. He believed that resisting would give Jinwoo a better chance of escaping. But now, he can't stand the thought of letting that man reach the surface. He insists that someone must stop him. He doesn't deserve to be saved. He must stay buried underground. Frustration and anger pour out of him. Hyung-tae listens quietly and then responds gently. He thinks maybe there's been a misunderstanding. He always believed Jinwoo was a good person, and perhaps Lee is wrong. Lee bursts out emotionally. He tells Hyung-tae that he doesn't understand. But then tears come again. He breaks down while shouting that Hyung-tae is right. He was mistaken all along. Only Hyung-tae saw Jinwoo for who he really was. He should have trusted him. As Lee cries, Park Hyung-tae rises and begins to walk away. His thoughts drift back to Lee and Jinwoo. At first, he felt that everything Jinwoo did had made his past life meaningless. He remembers how he gave everything to make others happy, while ignoring his own pain. Even when he was broken and shattered, he told himself it was okay as long as the people around him were smiling. But over time, it was Jinwoo who made him realize the truth. None of it mattered. The only thing that truly matters is yourself. All the good intentions, all the sacrifices, they were wasted on people who never truly cared. People who laughed while he turned himself into a clown for their amusement. He remembers praying while begging for just one more chance, and the underground granted that wish. Ever since then, he's been searching for the others to repay his past debts. He reassures Lee that he didn't come to save the others out of kindness. Then he remembers the moment when he first saw Lee again, and thinks to himself that finally, he has caught up with him. A strange voice reaches Hyung-tae's mind. At first, it tells him he should have allowed himself to be just a little more disgusting if he had one more chance. It mocks him while calling him a human, the absolute bottom of the food chain in the underground. It describes him as a pathetic life form, a weakling who isn't even permitted to breathe down there. Meanwhile, Hyung-tae, startled and confused, thinks the voice feels like it's speaking directly into his head. Then, the voice calmly reveals that it is the one who oversees the evolution of the pretty full. It urges him to surrender while promising a new opportunity if he does. Naturally, Park Hyung-tae becomes suspicious. He questions why a great overseer of evolution would care about someone like him, a lowly human. However, the voice soon returns and explains that it cannot escape its host. Even now, with the voice inside his mind, the holes remain trapped in the idea of being a soldier. It shares that its previous host ignored its advice and refused its power, ultimately reaching a pathetic end befitting a mere soldier. Furthermore, the voice warns him that he will soon meet the same fate. Still, it reassures him that his chest and head remain intact, unlike its former host who lost his head. Once again, it urges him to embrace a new body, new power, and this new opportunity to become the next host. At this point, frustration builds inside Hyung-tae. He shouts back while asking the voice not to rush him and begging for time to think things through. After all, what he truly wants is trust and a chance to understand the offer in front of him. But soon the voice grows more urgent. It warns that time is running out. It reminds him that its fate is tied to its host. Hearing this, Hyung-tae grows angrier. He lashes out while yelling that they're both stuck in the same mess, so why act so full of pride? Why insult him by calling him weak? He argues that's no way to ask for a favor. In frustration, he continues while mocking the voice and asking if glaring at him with a big dumb eye is supposed to scare him. He's tired of being manipulated. Suddenly, he brings up Jinwoo while revealing the betrayal he suffered, and how all the stress he bottled up is finally pouring out. As a result, he makes a firm decision that he's going to live how he wants from now on. Yet again, the voice responds. It tells him that such strength of mind is meaningless in the face of death. It reminds him that he only has two choices, life or death. Eventually, Hyung-tae accepts the offer. He confesses that he was ready from the beginning. However, he believes the choice isn't his to make it belongs to the voice. He demands to be accepted, but warns that it shouldn't think it can control him. Instead, he claims that he will be the one in control. Overwhelmed with power, he starts shouting with joy. The monster inside responds with excitement, and together they make a contract. Sometime later, Jinwoo is walking alongside Major Jang. Suddenly he spots someone ahead that is Hyung-tae. Shocked, he calls out to him and turns to the Major, while insisting that Hyung-tae was the one who stopped the spider. However, he quickly realizes something's not right. Jinwoo stares, puzzled, and asks about the body. In response, Hyung-tae tells them that he hasn't fully adjusted yet, and warns them not to try controlling him. Just then, the monster's voice echoes again. It states that the fusion isn't complete yet and urges him to consume more spiders and humans to become whole. This time, Hyung-tae's anger flares. He refuses. He doesn't care if he's complete or not. He demands that his first bite be Jinwoo. The monster, surprisingly, agrees. Meanwhile, Jinwoo and Major Jang are both stunned. They see no one else nearby, yet Hyungtae appears to be talking to someone. Breaking the silence, Jinwoo asks who he is speaking to and what those strange attacks were. Coming back to his senses, Park Hyungtae realizes they can't see the monster, so he decides to lie. He explains that he got infected by something like a parasite but claims he can control it now. He expresses regret for what happened to the others and wishes he'd been faster. As he steps closer, Major Jang instinctively backs away, frightened by Hyungtae's monstrous appearance. Jinwoo notices this and speaks up. He questions whether the Major really thinks Hyungtae isn't himself, just because of how he looks. However, Major Jang believes they're dealing with an enemy. He accuses Hyungtae of attacking them and pretending to be their friend. Hearing this, Hyungtae can't help but laugh. He challenges the Major while questioning how he dares call him a monster. He reminds him of how hard he worked to take care of everyone. He watched over the cook, the nerd, kept an eye on spiders, and even respected the old man who was practically useless. Then, he brings up Hyunjae, the only one they could truly rely on, and accuses Jinwoo of killing him. He recalls all the times he tried to keep hope alive, only to be painted as a troublemaker by some reporter. His rage explodes as he demands to know how they could treat him this way. This time, Major Jang begins to understand. He finally recognizes Hyungtae's pain. His voice softens as he admits that it truly is Hyungtae. He confesses that they put him through too much, and that they let him down countless times. He humbly asks for forgiveness for judging him based on his appearance. For the first time, Hyungtae feels relief. He smiles and tells the Major there's no need for anger anymore. A lot has happened, but in the end, things have worked out. However, Lee disagrees. He doesn't think things have turned out well. He's been through too much to believe that. Quickly, Park Hyungtae explains what he meant. He says that while he might look like a monster at first glance, his body is now perfect for surviving underground. Turning to Jinwoo, he states that this is the kind of new human he always wanted. Hyungtae is evolving, even in that moment. Jinwoo, however, believes he's lost his mind. The Major agrees while thinking he sounds completely insane. Despite their concern, Hyungtae continues. He reveals that he isn't fully complete yet, and that they both still have a chance. Jinwoo, puzzled, asks what he means. Hyungtae calmly responds. They have a chance to become part of the new humankind. Exhausted, he sits down. They've all been fighting endlessly, and he's drained. Then, he makes his real intention clear. He tells them to fill his belly and become his meal. He invites them to join him in achieving the dream while becoming one in this body. Suddenly, his monstrous side breaks through. He loses control and begins to attack. Immediately, Major Jang shouts at Jinwoo to take Chatterbox and run, but Hyungtae blocks the exit. Jinwoo panics. The Major yells at him to go back the way they came. He's willing to risk everything to protect the others. As Hyungtae lunges, the Major jumps between them. The monster inside Hyungtae demands that the Major get out of the way. It promises to spare him if he just hands over Jinwoo. It admits it's been waiting for this moment for a long time. Still, Major Jang refuses. He pleads with Hyungtae to regain control. He insists that the monster is overtaking him. But suddenly the monster inside Hyungtae roars in fury. It insists everything is under control. It declares that this is its body, and that everything happening is part of its plan. It laughs wildly while asking why it didn't live this way before, and what was it so afraid of. Calmly but firmly, the Major answers. That fear, he says, is what makes someone human. Humans don't live alone. They care about each other. They grow by learning to adjust to one another's flaws. In contrast, the monster disagrees. It claims that's exactly why humans are seen as weak and inferior. But now it boasts it is something different. It is no longer human. It is the new humankind. Finally, the Major delivers his last stand. To him, Hyungtae is just a lowly zombie, infected underground. And he makes one thing very clear, that Hyungtae will not come closer to him. Jinwoo is running alongside Chatterbox, both desperate to escape and save their lives. They know well that the road ahead will be filled with danger. As they continue, Jinwoo suddenly spots Jiseok in the distance. At once, he calls out to him. However, before anything more can happen, a voice echoes from behind. It's Major Jang, and surprisingly, he brings unexpected news. He claims it's safe now. According to him, he has already defeated the monster. Instantly, relief washes over all of them. Finally, after everything they've endured, there's a glimpse of good news. With pride in his voice, Major Jang announces that he ate the down gem and tore the monster's throat apart. He begins to speak about the power that surged within him, but before he can even finish his sentence, a deep and chilling voice interrupts. Shockingly, the monster reappears. It is still alive. Everyone freezes. Moments ago, they were certain it had been killed. In a blink, their happiness turns to pure terror. Jinwoo yells out, completely unable to believe what he's seeing. Panic tightens around his chest. The monster turns to him and, with a menacing tone, questions where he thinks he's going. At that moment, Jinwoo is stunned. Everything had been going according to plan until now. He wonders bitterly why it's always the righteous who die first, as if fate is setting the stage for tragedy. Without thinking, he takes off again, and the monster immediately chases after him. As he runs, thoughts tumble through his mind. He believes this is how these stories always go. The weak fall one by one. Eventually, the strongest is left behind to make the ultimate sacrifice and destroy the enemy, all to ensure our hero survives. As the gap between them closes, the monster taunts him once more while demanding to know why he keeps running away. Jinwoo trembles yet forces himself to move forward. In his mind, he clings to the belief that he is the main character. After all, everything had followed the usual path while gaining strength, losing dear friends, then vowing for revenge. However, just when things were supposed to settle, disaster crashes in again. He realizes, perhaps painfully, that this must be the hero's first true battle. The monster listens yet seems confused. It wonders aloud whether Jinwoo has already given up because that, it says, would be boring. Eventually both of them stop. They stand face to face, silence pressing between them. Jinwoo stares at the monster and firmly insists that this is his awakening. According to him, this is the turning point. It's the moment when he stops being a nobody and becomes someone unstoppable. He focuses while forcing his mind to remain calm. A strange energy begins to rise inside him. Without hesitation, he eats the down gem. The power surges through his veins. He channels it into his legs and muscles, takes a deep breath, and then charges with everything he has. He declares that he now holds complete control over the gem's strength. But shockingly, nothing happens. The monster doesn't even flinch. Frustration floods Jinwoo. He realizes the power isn't enough. So, he pushes himself harder, using the gem to boost his healing and raw strength. Just then, the monster lunges forward. It strikes, this time landing a clean blow. Jinwoo screams in agony. While he reels from the pain, the monster mocks him. It sneers and asks if he's finished pretending. Then, it questions how someone like him could have ever believed he was the protagonist. It moves in to deliver another brutal hit. Desperate, Jinwoo cries out for Chatterbox. In response, Chatterbox appears while diving into the fight. With a mighty blow, he strikes the monster's hand while forcing it to retreat a step. The monster stares at the wound, clearly surprised. For a moment, it wonders what kind of power could hurt it like that. Quickly, Jinwoo urges Chatterbox to eat the down gem too. He insists they won't survive otherwise. Yet Chatterbox refuses. Jinwoo is confused. In response, Chatterbox brings up young Taisu how he threw something away. Then he mentions how Oh Hyunil was bitten by a spider. He admits that he's become used to people dying around him, but says that losing friends always feels different. This time, he believes they must save whoever is left. Jinwoo then reveals the heartbreaking truth. Everyone else is gone. The monster killed them. He tells Chatterbox they must get revenge. He points out that the creature even swallowed Hyungtae, using his body like a puppet. He begs Chatterbox to stand and fight with him. After a moment, Chatterbox agrees. He too wants revenge. Together they prepare for what might be the final battle. Jinwoo believes this is the grand finale, the emotional peak of their story. The monster snarls. Now furious, it realizes that if these two fight together, it might actually lose. It hurls insults at them and attacks again. The battle resumes. Powerful blows are exchanged. At one point, the monster kicks Chatterbox hard while knocking him aside. Still, it continues to mock them while scoffing at their belief in being heroes. Then, it looks directly at Jinwoo and says it finally understands. According to the monster, Jinwoo has used everyone around him like tools to fulfill his own dream. It tells him he was never the hero, only a reporter jealous of those who truly shined. The words cut deep, but Jinwoo refuses to accept them. He yells back that he is not just an extra. The monster, however, agrees, then adds that he is something worse. He calls him a villain, the worst kind. Suddenly, the monster lunges forward for the killing blow. Jinwoo knows this might be the end. Yet in that exact moment, Chatterbox jumps in front of him while taking the attack. Jinwoo is frozen in disbelief. He can't understand why Chatterbox would risk everything for him. But Chatterbox answers simply. He says he doesn't want to lose another friend. Jinwoo is all he has left, and no matter what happens, he'll protect him from the monster. At that moment, the monster remains completely calm. He shows no fear toward Chatterbox. With a mocking tone, he begins taunting again. He points out how Chatterbox they all worked so hard to save has just thrown away his life for the protagonist. Then, he wonders what kind of snack Chatterbox will scream about next. Is he going to explode with rage? Will his hair suddenly change color and he will turn into little Goku? Maybe they'll finally witness his true powers. Suddenly, before anything else can happen, Chatterbox collapses to the ground. He loses all consciousness. Meanwhile, Jinwoo quietly agrees with Hyungtae's earlier words. He admits to himself that he isn't the true protagonist. At that moment, his heart sinks, and he begins to accept everything he's done wrong. He confesses within that he's nothing more than a desperate villain who only wanted to feel special. As the monster listens, confusion flashes across his face. He questions why Jinwoo is suddenly admitting everything. It doesn't amuse him. Instead, he complains that this is no fun. He urges Jinwoo not to stop now. In his view, Jinwoo should keep fighting until his last breath, even if it means struggling in the most pitiful and disgraceful way possible. That's what he believes a protagonist does. So, he dares him to continue while hoping some new power might awaken. Eventually Jinwoo responds. He explains that even if he fights on, it won't matter because the true protagonist is already standing right in front of them. Then he gently points toward Chatterbox. With trembling hands, he places a gem into Chatterbox's body to make him stronger. Immediately after, the present timeline returns. Everything around them begins to shift. Everyone nearby turns in shock as they notice the gem glowing inside Chatterbox. The demon in charge, alarmed, shouts out for everyone to stay clear of Jinwoo. His body launches into the air at incredible speed. Multiple explosions burst out around him. He begins transforming while screaming like a monstrous being. Lee nearby screams in fear while begging the demon to stay away. He insists it wasn't his fault. Observing closely, the in-charge remarks that Jinwoo is syncing with the past exactly what he had intended. However, the result is far more intense than she had anticipated. A wild storm of mana begins to surge. Anyone else in his place would have been torn apart. Yet Jinwoo, even as a child, somehow survives and returns to the surface. It means he's controlling the mana storm by himself. The in-charge desperately hopes he can hold on long enough to reach the memory of how he accomplished this before. But then, they all notice something strange that Jinwoo doesn't look well. The immense power is overwhelming him. The in-charge focuses all her effort on helping him survive. Her voice trembles. She warns that the connection is fading fast and the memory porter can't hold on. Her frustration deepens. She feels completely helpless while her partners suffer. Just then, a massive monster charges toward her. However, someone jumps in front to shield her from the attack. A moment later, Heejin arrives while planting herself firmly beside them. She's there to protect the in-charge. Everyone begins working together to defend her. Heejin raises her voice while assuring that they'll handle the hideous monster. She urges the in-charge to act fast. The giant worms are already closing in. It looks like every level 10 beast is heading straight for them. At the same time, the monster's expression twists with confusion. The in-charge feels the same. She stands frozen in place. So many enemies, so much chaos, she doesn't know what to do next. Then, a thought crosses her mind. Maybe the memory sync has been restored. If so, all they need to do now is hold on until Jinwoo can make his next move. Suddenly, she notices something that Jinwoo has stopped screaming. She focuses on his eyes. For a second, she wonders if what she's seeing is Jinwoo's true ability. Then doubt creeps in. It doesn't seem like his own power. It feels external. Something closer to mind control. Just then, Jinwoo appears beside him. Then Lee tells Baron not to let the down gem destroy his body. Instead, he encourages him to use it fully. He urges him to feel the strength of every down gem and make that power his own. With heartfelt words, he asks him to break free from the underground, destroy everything standing in his way, and leave behind all the pain. Lee reminds him that life on the surface is waiting. He can live happily. There's nothing he can't do, and he is the protagonist, the hero. Moments later, Hyungtae arrives at the scene. His eyes dart around, confused by what's happening. He mutters to himself while trying to figure out what they've done. Before he can act, the monster's voice cuts through the chaos while warning him to stay away. He calls it a death trap. Then, with a twisted grin, he scoffs at what Jinwoo has done. He mocks him for pushing a high-ranked down gem directly into a human body. In all his life, he claims he's never seen anything more foolish. He explains that starving beasts occasionally consume low-grade down gems to survive, but they always do so slowly, over days just to avoid harm. The mana inside those gems isn't even theirs. Yet Jinwoo forced a high-grade down gem into a fragile human body. The monster expects all the mana to explode at once while tearing the boy to pieces and leaving no trace behind. However, a sudden realization hits him. He watches closely and gasps. Baron's body is regenerating. Hyungtae hears it and responds quickly. He reminds the monster of what he just said Baron should have been torn apart. But the monster stammers, unable to accept what's happening. He claims it's impossible. He panics again while blaming the adult human, Jinwoo, for interfering with the child's mind. In fear of what might awaken next, he demands the adults be killed. Hyungtae throws his hands up in disbelief. He wonders if they're really blasting people into superpowers now. He still doesn't fully understand, but he makes up his mind. In a burst of motion, he moves to destroy Chatterbox. As he charges forward and throws a powerful kick, an unseen force pushes back with great intensity. The impact throws him onto the ground. He crashes hard, badly injured. His arm throbs in pain and he struggles to get up. At the same time, Jinwoo looks at Chatterbox. There's one last wish he wants to make. He admits that even now, despite everything, he still wants more. He acknowledges his past actions, quietly reflecting on his flaws. He had always wanted to be the protagonist. Even now, he doesn't want to be forgotten. He doesn't want to vanish like a meaningless extra or a pathetic villain. Then, he looks at Chatterbox and reminds him of how he once asked for a name. Jinwoo offers his own. He asks him to take it to the surface, his final wish. Moments later, his body rests still on the floor, eyes closed. He leaves the world behind. Chatterbox remains there, heart heavy. His friend is gone. Through the pain, he whispers a promise. He swears to use the down gems to their fullest, to claim their energy, and to harness that power. He'll break free from the underground, destroy everything that stands in his way, and leave behind every painful memory. His voice echoes quietly that his name is Kim Jinwoo. He promises to honor his friend's final wish. Then, while stepping into the present, he rises once again. As the in-charge lays eyes on him, she lets out a sigh of exhaustion. She mutters that this is one big mess. Her frustration is clear. As soon as he arrives at the scene, Hyejin immediately remarks on the overwhelming mana in the air. Meanwhile, Jungwon, who stands right in front of her, admits that it sends chills through his body and makes him feel completely exposed. At that moment, the in-charge reminds them that this isn't the time to be amazed, while urging them instead to prepare their defenses quickly. Then, as things escalate, Jungwon questions her urgency while wondering if an attack is really coming. She confirms his suspicion while explaining that the brainwashing command has already begun. However, just as she finishes her sentence, she senses something moving behind her. Before she can react, a monstrous figure lunges forward and strikes her. As a result, she begins to bleed uncontrollably from the force of the monster's attack. In the next moment, Jungwon, overwhelmed with frustration, cries out. The monstrous version of Chatterbox proves to be far too powerful, relentlessly attacking everyone in sight. Since he realizes that he might be the next target, he quickly decides to face the monster. Nevertheless, the fight ends swiftly. Chatterbox throws Jungwon across the field with immense force while causing him to crash into the ground and suffer serious injuries. At the same time, Hyejin screams in panic, deeply worried for her friend. She knows she might be the next to be attacked. Yet, unexpectedly, Chatterbox halts in front of her, silently observing. Up next is Hyejin, who didn't even get the chance to realize before her belly is penetrated with the bare hands. The massacre that just unfolded wasn't actually a real thing. This ability allowed everyone to experience the reality where they would have been dead. I guess this is the power of the outcast's leader we are talking about. So don't take it lightly. Eventually, Hyejin expresses her gratitude to the captain while believing she was moments away from death. Without wasting time, Red Demon reminds them that they must stay focused. She also notices something strange, that the Baron has returned to his original position, as if he had never moved in the first place. This makes her wonder whether this is the ability of the outcast's leader, something called reality denial. Even though she has heard of it before, this is the first time she's witnessing it with her own eyes. Therefore, she begins to question how such an unbelievable ability truly works. However, her thoughts are soon interrupted. Chatterbox appears once again, still under the monstrous influence. Immediately, the in-charge notices and alerts everyone by shouting that he is coming back. All eyes turn toward him just as Chatterbox falls to the ground and lies there, unmoving. Then, Demon, overwhelmed and exhausted, yells in frustration that she can't hold out much longer. Clearly, she's both mentally and physically drained while facing an incredible amount of pressure. Without hesitation, Jungwon urges her to follow him while knowing that standing still is no longer an option. Together, they begin moving away from the area. While they run, Hyejin checks in with the captain while asking how he's holding up. He replies that the situation is worsening more quickly than expected. In fact, he reveals that he might only be able to push through one final time, and even then, he fears the consequences. He might not recover again. Surprised, she brings up that he's already used the ability more than 3 times. In response, he explains that the last time, he only needed to affect their own team. However, now that he's targeting both Demon and the Baron, the energy drain is unimaginably high. Meanwhile, the in-charge begins to realize that there's a serious cost to using this power. So, the captain turns to Demon while urging her to explain the situation further. He trusts her deeply and believes that she can shed light on what's really going on. Accordingly, she explains that Baron has indeed awakened, just as they planned. However, his sanity appears to have disappeared in the process. Additionally, she reveals that she had set up a sensory sync while allowing him to feel every aspect of the awakening and learn from it firsthand. Unfortunately, she never imagined that the awakening would result from a self-inflicted brainwashing. At that point, Lee, still trying to process everything, asks whether Baron is under mind control. She confirms this while adding that in the past, a high-rank down gem had been used to force awakenings. He finds it difficult to believe while insisting that such an enormous amount of mana couldn't have come from just one gem. Indeed, he is right. As a child, Baron's mana stall measured about 2 meters in width. Now it has expanded beyond 10 meters. As she begins to reflect, she wonders whether this is due to natural talent or something even greater. But while she's lost in thought, Lee raises his voice to bring her back while reminding her that they don't have time to waste. Realizing her mistake, she quickly apologizes. Then, she explains that the caster embedded 3 core commands into Baron's mind. Absorb the power of the down gem, escape the underground, and eliminate any obstacles in his way. These commands push him toward the surface. While this might seem like a solution, she stresses that they can't let Baron rampage through the levels unchecked. Then, the captain asks how long they need to hold him off. She answers that it's only until Baron's original self reaches the surface. But the captain doesn't accept her response easily. He yells out that it's impossible while asking if she understands how long it would take to get from the deeper levels all the way up. In response, she promises to speed up the process, already holding something in her hands that could help. At that moment, they spot Jinwoo approaching. He questions how someone like him could possess enough raw power to flatten a giant worm. She informs Lee that it feels as though the boy could step in at any moment. Despite her calm tone, she stays alert, clearly reading the situation with care. As Lee calls out her name again, she assures him that she will begin immediately. Thus, they all resume moving forward. Jungwon, while stepping up, tells the others to stay out of the fight. He wants to handle things alone. Though the situation is frustrating, he prefers not to face death again. He mentions that it hasn't even been half a day since their last sparring match. Even though the other party wasn't conscious at the time, Jungwon believes they must now pay for harming his family. Finally, Jinwoo arrives again, this time much stronger than before. As everyone turns to look, they can't help but shout out in surprise while wondering just how powerful he has become. Lee and Jinwoo are standing face to face, locked in a fierce battle. Neither of them backs down. To begin with, Lee makes the first move while blowing air as he moves in to kick Jinwoo. From that moment on, the fight between them continues with relentless intensity, both throwing punches and kicks. They're equally strong and powerful. It's hard to tell who has the upper hand. Clearly, each of them gives their all while making it obvious they're both skilled in their own ways. Lee believes he's taken no damage. He wraps himself in mana like it's a suit of armor while protecting his body. Meanwhile, while attacking Jinwoo repeatedly, he wonders how Jinwoo is still standing without a scratch. As a result, he decides to strike again. In his mind, Lee compares Jinwoo's wild attacks to brute strength alone. He thinks Jinwoo is no different from an underground beast and reflects that nothing has changed since their last match. According to him, battle also requires skill, not just strength. He doubts Jinwoo can hear his thoughts anyway, and without delay, he launches another attack. Jinwoo then closes in, ready to counter. Lee, confident, believes it's useless and that his armor will protect him. But Jinwoo focuses all his strength and lands a blow directly to Lee's eye, completely damaging it. Surprisingly, Lee isn't shocked. He suspects it's a feint. Right away, he commands Parasite to heal his eye, and just like that, his vision returns, fully restored. The scene flashes back to the past life. Hyungtae arrives at the scene. He's confused and turns to Parasite while asking what just happened. Parasite gives him the full picture. Apparently, what's happening before his eyes seems impossible. A human reigning inside the mana storm, a force that should have torn him apart. Yet this human has made it his own. Parasite can't believe it. He questions how such an inferior species could possess such power. In his mind, there must be a limit. Soon after, as he prepares to attack with his full strength, he shouts that it's impossible to dodge everything and calls for the human to die. But then, he sees something shocking. Chatterbox. He can't believe the abilities this being holds. He cries out in disbelief while calling Chatterbox a mere inferior being, a lowly creature. Then, the monster decides to launch an attack on Chatterbox. However, Chatterbox is using all his power while pouring every ounce of force into the fight. Hyungtae takes wound after wound as Chatterbox presses on, not slowing down. The monster screams in agony, but Chatterbox doesn't stop. His heart is filled with vengeance for all the friends he's lost. Now alone, he fights for them while deciding to end it, no matter the cost. Eventually, Chatterbox strikes with everything he has while forcing the monster to fall. Exhausted and injured, the monster lies helpless. Hyungtae calls out, pleading for his life, but Chatterbox doesn't stop. Just as he's about to throw the final punch with all his strength determined to teach a lasting lesson, the monster speaks. Hyungtae's voice breaks through while accepting his fate. If it's Chatterbox who kills him, he's okay with that. He repeats that it will be fine if Chatterbox is the one to survive. These words stop Chatterbox in his tracks. He sees the broken state of his friend and realizes Hyungtae is still alive. Overwhelmed, Chatterbox thanks the heavens. Hyungtae stares at him, confused and dazed. Chatterbox, desperate, promises to save him to hold on. He wants to destroy the monster inside Hyungtae, not his friend. But Hyungtae, full of sorrow, believes he must die. He feels responsible for the deaths of so many because of the monster inside him. Meanwhile, the monster keeps whispering dark thoughts to Chatterbox while telling him to kill, to eliminate all obstacles, to get rid of anything in his path. It tries to convince him to destroy Hyungtae, but Chatterbox shouts back while refusing. He cries that Hyungtae is his friend, and he won't kill him. Conflicted and overwhelmed, he doesn't know what to do. Hyungtae begs for it to end. Chatterbox, full of frustration, screams that he doesn't want to kill his friend. He can't do it. He won't. His mind is torn apart by the pressure. Hyungtae keeps pleading while telling him to come back, to end it. But Chatterbox can't bring himself to do it. In the end, he turns and runs away from the place, leaving his friend behind. Hyungtae, desperate and broken, screams for him to return while begging not to be left alone again. He shouts that he doesn't want to die alone and not again. As one of the spears comes flying and strikes Lee's eye, a sharp spear shoots through him. However, he quickly becomes aware that his sight remains intact, and he can still move forward next time. But then, his parasite speaks to him while warning that he'll eventually lose the eye, and questioning how long he plans to deny his true self. It reminds him that rejecting it is pointless, since it flows within his bloodstream. They are now one and the same. Yet, Lee tells it to stay silent while calling it nothing more than a parasite that forced its way into his body. The being responds calmly while letting him label it however he likes, while urging him to wield its strength like he did during the earlier duel on the surface. But Lee counters while explaining that the choice to use it back then wasn't about owning the power. It was to show that even a parasite isn't something to rely on as a privilege. The parasite quietly responds while reminding him that without its support, he and his allies would have perished and turned to dust long ago. It insists that had he embraced its power fully, he wouldn't have lost his left eye or his left arm. It urges him once more to accept its strength to protect himself. Still, Lee pushes back while ordering it to remain hidden. He refuses to accept it and insists he'll survive on his own. He tells it to return to where it came from and never appear again. In response, the parasite softly remarks from the shadows that it will wait, just as it always has. Suddenly, Jinwoo appears and charges forward with a swift strike. Lee collapses to the ground. Once again, the parasite murmurs that if he had used its arm, he might have been able to stay on his feet. But Lee firmly reminds it of his earlier warning to remain inside. Then, while lying there, he watches Jinwoo take long, powerful strides forward. Lee understands there's no time to pause. As he lifts his gaze, he notices a giant worm emerging before him. A thought crosses his mind that could this be the one Su-hyang had mentioned. He quickly checks in with her while wanting to know how many giant worms are approaching. She responds while explaining she can't give a precise number. When he questions what she means, she clarifies that there are simply too many to count. While they exchange words, a sudden force strikes him while causing him to hit the ground. In that instant, he realizes that the nearby worms have already entered the area. He reaches out while searching for his weapon, only to discover it's useless. He can't even locate it. Meanwhile, the demon responsible for level 10 is locked in battle alongside a beast while facing the enemy with fierce resistance. Observing this, Lee instructs the outcast to shield the demon from the swarm, while offering to distract the worms himself. However, right then, Jinwoo arrives and urges him to use the down gems, all of them, before their power slips away. Suddenly, a bright flash bursts through the air. Lee stands stunned, watching a storm of mana form before his eyes. He quickly notices that Jinwoo has embedded a down gem into his own body. The scene leaves Lee at a loss. He's no longer sure what Jinwoo even is anymore. He's even more taken aback as the worms begin to react violently to the mana surge. He tells the others to fall back while thinking that if they could just delay the worms a bit longer, it might shift things in their favor. In the background, the parasite silently begins scanning the nearby down gems. Suddenly, a giant worm grabs hold of Jinwoo, but in a powerful counter, Jinwoo slams the worm and manages to destroy it. Lee watches in disbelief as Jinwoo tears the down gems straight out of the worm's body. In another instant, a massive flash lights up the field, and Lee finally grasps the truth that this is no longer a human standing before them. Lee at first believes what he sees is still a human body, but shortly after, it becomes clear to him that even an underground human couldn't possibly survive something like this. In truth, Jinwoo has become something far beyond that, a monster in every sense. However, the demon in charge steps in and explains that Jinwoo's flesh is still no different from that of a normal underground human. What makes this possible, the demon reveals, is the deep conditioning buried in his subconscious. Right now, Jinwoo is likely suffering through pain far worse than being burned alive. His body keeps tearing itself apart as it pulls in unfamiliar mana from outside, only to rebuild again and again using his own flesh. Before long, it will completely collapse and dissolve into dust within mere seconds. Despite that, Jinwoo continues to absorb the mana from the down gems at full strength while ignoring every bit of the suffering it brings. That, the demon notes, is likely the reason behind the massive amount of mana he's now carrying even within his memories. The young Baron has been gathering power from the down gems across the battlefield for several days. After hearing all this, Lee reflects quietly that if this doesn't qualify as a monster, then what does? His eyes remain fixed on Jinwoo. But due to the parasite's complete grip on Jinwoo and the overwhelming force of the mana, Jinwoo begins moving toward him with deadly intent. Realization slowly sinks in for Lee that what stands before him is no longer bound by the truth. Everything around him now feels like an illusion. At that moment, his own parasite triggers fibrosis while reacting to the gravity of the moment. As the parasite inside Lee begins to apply fibrosis, it prevents him from consuming the down gem. It completely seizes control of his body. At that moment, Jinwoo steps forward and positions himself in front of Lee's parasite. Meanwhile, Lee questions the parasite's actions while feeling furious as it starts wrapping around his entire body. He's overwhelmed with anger, unable to stop it. The parasite, in response, explains that it didn't select him just to perish in a place like this. For its own survival, it begins overriding Lee's control. Gradually, Lee starts to realize that the parasite's real motive was to steal his body from the beginning. It continues and mentions that it's been a while since it last emerged outside. The underground's cold atmosphere, it remarks, remains unchanged. Observing this, Hyejin yells out that the captain has just been devoured. Yet the parasite urges her to stay composed. It insists that it's only borrowing the body for a short time, not permanently. With the energy it has gathered, it can only sustain this state for 10 minutes at most. Later on, it addresses the demon in charge while remarking that restraining or capturing Jinwoo completely is now impossible. Elimination is the only option. However, the demon warns that any reckless move would cause the black market merchants to chase it down to the farthest depths of the underground. The parasite then questions whether keeping Jinwoo alive is truly necessary, while expressing that it's a tough demand. But since it has no choice, it decides that removing Jinwoo's arms and legs might help in making him more manageable. Suddenly, Jinwoo launches forward while charging at Lee with full force to land a powerful punch. Nonetheless, the parasite controlling Lee doesn't react, as physical hits have no effect on it. In retaliation, it slams Jinwoo back without hesitation. After the strike from Lee's parasite, Jinwoo crashes down to the ground. He's forcefully pushed and lands hard against the rough stones. Yet, despite the blow, Lee calmly remarks that no real harm is done, so he plans to target the joints until the limbs break off. He then aims for Jinwoo's hands and drives a sharp hit through them. As he notices the impact, he starts to understand that his method is working. Amid the clash, with the parasite's face still hidden, recognition remains unclear. But then, something about its form becomes familiar. Lee's parasite soon questions that could this be a prototype? It once believed those were wiped out, yet now one stands right before it. It assumes this must be the last of its kind. Without holding back, it lashes out at Jinwoo's parasite while calling it an arrogant, selfish echo of a forgotten era. It accuses the first of their kind of holding on to illusions, which led to their downfall. With rage, it commands them to vanish back into the shadows where they rightfully belong. Seeing all this unfold, Hyejin stands stunned, unable to grasp why the captain is speaking this way. But the demon in charge quietly explains to her that something deeper seems to be happening between the parasites. At that moment, Jinwoo's parasite questions whether Lee's parasite has become so desperate to keep living that it has forgotten its real duty and now only wants to survive. They were once given a mission to carry out. They are the seeds of the king. It urges the other to return to the hive and complete what they were created for. In response, Lee's parasite wonders if Jinwoo's parasite now stands as the hive's leader. But Jinwoo's parasite firmly denies that, while pointing out that Lee's parasite must be the last one remaining, that who else would hold that role. He explains that he has separated from the hive and become his own being. He pushes the other to face reality and accept defeat. The order is collapsing, the king has fallen, and the mission has come to its end. Yet, Jinwoo's parasite then challenges the meaning of that failure. He questions whether one can still call it failure after witnessing the strength of his host. Accusing Lee's parasite of betrayal, he declares that it is soaked in loss and insists on taking it back while forcing it to become a prototype again. Soon, the parasite starts absorbing loose fragments scattered around. As the pieces merge, it begins preparing for analysis. Once that process finishes, it will gain access to fibrosis. The duration for this analysis shortens if the target already carries fibrosis. Now Jinwoo's parasite reflects quietly. It realizes the prototype can consume and take in others' abilities. This makes it incredibly dangerous. At this point, there's no choice left. He must depend entirely on his host. At that point, Lee's parasite warns him that something dangerous is buried inside Jinwoo, while urging him to end the fight by killing him. However, the demon in charge quickly blocks the move while insisting that it can't be done. In response, Lee's parasite turns toward her and reminds her sharply while calling her a young demon not to ignore what she's trying to protect. It reveals the truth. The one they are defending is the Demon King himself. It continues while explaining that the Demon King will rise again beneath the underground, and urges its host to strike the human before he has the chance to destroy the Demon King's vessel. Just then Lee speaks up. He tells the parasite that while he was trapped deep inside it, he spent every moment thinking of how to disgrace it in the worst way possible. Hearing this, the parasite becomes visibly shaken. But Lee continues. He recalls what the black market merchants told him, that those living above ground call this thing a giant bastard. He reflects further while saying they had spent their entire lives buried in the shadows while turning away from paradise, until the day this one showed them the light. Still, the parasite keeps insisting he must kill Jinwoo while warning him not to make a mistake. Yet, Lee responds calmly, while revealing that he never expected he'd get the chance to repay his debt so soon. He now believes this is the moment. With determination, he promises to remove the darkness from the parasite's path, while declaring that everything in its past has been a lie. While sitting on the ground, Jinwoo slowly wonders when he lost consciousness. A moment later, Lee mentions that he's finally awake and checks how he's feeling. Confused, Jinwoo asks if he got hurt and what exactly happened. Lee calmly explains that it probably feels like being pierced by 1,000 needles, but he should think of it like regular muscle pain. He adds that the others have gone out to collect healing herbs and food. Sadly, part of their team was lost during the event. For now, they're taking shelter in a nearby cave. But there's no need to worry. They've already recovered all of Jinwoo's gear. Still puzzled, Jinwoo asks which event Lee is referring to. Lee suggests he step outside the cave to see for himself. Once he does, he's met with a huge mess lying before him. Staring at the scene, Jinwoo questions whether a battle or something similar took place. Seeing all the worm corpses scattered around, he assumes they must have gone wild. However, Lee calmly reveals that all of it was caused by Jinwoo himself. Hearing that, Jinwoo stands frozen in disbelief. Lee then guesses that Jinwoo has no memory of it. He refers to the destroyed landscape, the bodies of the worms, and even his own missing eye. As Jinwoo sees the injury, shock spreads across his face. Lee gently offers to explain everything. After listening carefully, Jinwoo finally learns the full story. He then asks if Lee really used all of his skills to erase the part of the past where Jinwoo had been brainwashed, and if losing an eye was part of that price. Lee quietly confirms it. It's already been 2 days since the event. Now, for the first time, Jinwoo feels truly indebted to someone. Words don't come easily. He doesn't know how to express his feelings, but Lee brushes it off while telling him not to worry. He says he was bound to lose the eye eventually, it just happened now. And to him, while using it to repay the one who showed him paradise feels worth it. So, he has no regrets. Jinwoo sits with a heavy feeling in his chest, guilt slowly creeping in. To him, while losing sight in a battle like this seems like a huge sacrifice. But Lee calmly reassures him that his vision isn't completely gone. He explains that he now depends on the power of his parasite, which allows him to sense down gems. Whenever mana moves through an object, it becomes clearer than ever before. At this moment, he describes Jinwoo as shining like the sun. The mana radiating from Jinwoo reflects off nearby surfaces while lighting up his vision in unexpected ways. Hearing this, Jungwon appears stunned. Soon after, the mood shifts slightly, and they start exchanging light jokes, trying to ease the tension. The demon in charge chimes in, relieved that Jinwoo is finally awake. She admits she was worried about their schedule, and since Jinwoo hasn't fully healed, she jokes about carrying him herself. But he quickly assures her that he's fine. She then mentions that it's too late to visit the labyrinth owner today, so it's best to rest for now and leave first thing tomorrow. Jinwoo nods and asks about their next destination. She responds that it's Baron Horus's labyrinth. She believes he'll be cooperative since Jinwoo handled the giant worms in the area. Lee agrees with the plan and asks if he can continue explaining while saying there's still a lot Jinwoo needs to know. Jinwoo tells him to proceed. Lee begins by revealing the true goal behind everything. It was to help Jinwoo revisit his past, to relive his awakening. He was supposed to remember the exact feelings of that moment, to learn how to control mana in the present. But the issue was that during the awakening, Jinwoo lost his mind completely. Jinwoo, now reflecting, admits he doesn't remember any of it. To him, it feels like everything was meaningless. Lee sacrificed his eye for nothing. But Lee responds honestly that if one looks only at the outcome, then maybe, yes. However, he quickly adds that there's still one last chance. He turns to Su-Yang and asks if it's ready. She confirms and hands Jinwoo a low-rank down gem. Lee explains that he's heard Jinwoo was capable of taking down gems even before the brainwashing. Just 2 days ago, he even forced multiple intermediate ones into his body. This shows that Jinwoo has the ability to absorb raw down gems. Still unsure, Jinwoo reminds him that he was unconscious when that happened. But Lee encourages him while saying that even if his mind wasn't aware, his body should remember. He urges Jinwoo to trust himself, to follow the natural rhythm, and to master the ability. He hopes Jinwoo doesn't let his sacrifice go to waste. With quiet determination, Jinwoo slowly reaches out and takes the down gem into his hand. Jinwoo, without hesitation, decides there's no point in choosing the longer route. Observing him, Lee silently reflects that since it's only a low-rank down gem, a mana storm likely won't occur, but the pain will be unbearable nonetheless. As Jinwoo consumes the down gem, an intense ache shoots through his arms. Lee, while staying focused, urges him to block out the pain, keep control, and center all attention. At the same time, Lee senses the unfamiliar mana beginning to rampage inside Jinwoo's body. This wild energy will try to break free while destroying whatever lies in its path. Right now, Jinwoo is overwhelmed. He still lacks the skill to steer mana properly, and without that knowledge, self-healing remains out of reach. His parasite also lies dormant, unable to offer support. In this condition, the body is unlikely to last more than a few hours. That's the usual fate of anyone who absorbs a down gem. Still, Lee continues while explaining that the feeling is like having countless glass shards trapped inside the body. Those shards represent raw power. Instead of fighting them, he urges Jinwoo to take command. He shouldn't force them to stop, but rather, guide their movement. He tells him to lead one shard to rotate gently in one spot once one follows, the others can fall in line. The goal is to build a flow while moving from the fingers up to the shoulders, while imagining the energy as blood moving through veins. That's what forms the mana pathway. Gradually, the glass-like pieces inside Jinwoo begin shifting while becoming a stream guided by his will. But Lee knows there's even more mana inside Jinwoo than what the down gem alone gave him. He instructs him to push that stream further while letting it travel into his chest while heading toward the heart. He must treat it like discovering an endless well and follow where the flow leads within. However, Jinwoo struggles. He admits he can't see anything clearly, as if the stream is vanishing into a thick fog. Lee, while remaining calm, tells him to keep focusing. It doesn't need to be a continuous stream. Even a single drop is enough. He encourages Jinwoo to stay with that one drop until the very end. Once that droplet reaches the bottom of the unseen well, it will make all the difference. At that moment, Lee quietly wonders if this is what Yujin once witnessed. He finds it stunning, like catching a glimpse of something sacred. Looking at Jinwoo, he remarks with admiration that Jinwoo carries a paradise within his chest. And with a calm smile, he congratulates him. Jinwoo has finally touched the blessing of Geyser. As everyone keeps searching for the gem, Lee urges them to look upwards too, while pointing out a large one located just to the right of Hyejin. While she continues to explore a different area, he mentions that she's wandered off too far. She responds, mentioning that there's nothing useful in her spot. But after studying a nearby wall, he remarks that the gem must be hidden within it. Eventually, Hyejin discovers a mid-level down gem beneath the surface. Soon after, they begin locating more on the cliffs. During their search, Jungwon alerts Lee that he nearly steps off the edge. Lee expresses his thanks and admits he can't clearly see the ground. Jinwoo, however, offers to guide the way using mana. Still, Lee refuses gently while explaining that too many beasts nearby could detect magical energy. He notes that he can still follow the people walking ahead, and mentions that Jungwon will remain behind him for safety. Then, another gem catches his eye, and he retrieves it. After that, he reflects on how many down gems are scattered in the area, eventually realizing that this place must be Baron Horus's labyrinth. The demon in charge confirms this while admitting she thought they had already entered his territory. She wonders aloud if it's alright to collect down gems while being here. She adds that the Baron likely wouldn't mind or even notice their disappearance. Jinwoo calmly explains that Baron Horus is one of the wealthiest figures on the 10th floor. At the center of his labyrinth lies a vast mine. He recalls how the goblins on the 9th floor were also mining, but they didn't seem very successful. The demon nods and mentions their mine only holds iron, occasionally yielding small traces of mithril or the occasional down gem. Meanwhile, Baron Horus's labyrinth is rich with gold, various precious stones, down gems, and even adamantium. In fact, she mentions how some rumors claim that down gems naturally fall from the ceiling and land directly on the altar. Still, Jinwoo feels uneasy. When asked if it's due to the Baron's ability to fund a massive army with perfect gear and access to endless down gems, he confirms his concern while acknowledging that they may eventually need to face him in battle. At this point, the demon pauses thoughtfully and assures him that there's little need to worry. She quietly adds that it's unlikely Baron Horus would go all out, perhaps even more accurate to say that he can't use his full strength. When Jinwoo asks her to explain, she simply tells him he'll understand soon enough. Soon after, they all approach a glowing sight, and Jinwoo wonders aloud if it's pure gold. However, Lee stops him and hands over a mask and bandages soaked in beast scent. Before they step forward, he advises him to wear them so the Baron won't discover that he's human. Soon, within the dark corridors of the Shadow Labyrinth, Jinwoo steps inside alongside Lee and the rest of their group. As he glances at the guards stationed nearby, he remarks that they seem like nothing more than black smoke wrapped in armor. In response, Lee informs him that those are Baron Horus's soldiers. Although Jinwoo observes their gear, he mentions he can't tell whether the equipment is genuinely high quality or just appears impressive. At that point, the demon in charge clarifies that all of them wear top-tier gear, even noting a few pieces crafted from mithril. Still, she reassures them there's nothing to fear, those guards can't even swing a blade. Curious, Jinwoo wonders why they are so powerless. The demon explains that they aren't beasts capable of physical combat. Once their bodies lose form, they vanish completely. Therefore, their armor serves no actual purpose. Jinwoo then questions the reason behind carrying weapons, while wondering if it's only for display. The demon eventually admits that's exactly the case. With that, Jinwoo begins to notice the strange lack of security. None of the soldiers seem bothered by their presence, and he hasn't spotted any proper guards so far. However, as they walk further, he finally notices someone who seems like a real fighter. The demon quietly identifies it as a zealot. Naturally, Jinwoo asks what a zealot is, and the demon in charge explains they are the lowest-ranked warriors from Count Parthenon's priesthood. The Count places one of them in each labyrinth under his control. Jinwoo reflects that it looks quite powerful for being such a low-tier unit. The demon agrees while pointing out that since it serves the Count directly, even the weakest among them are formidable. Then, she leads them toward two massive doors, the entrance to the owner's chamber. Just before they move ahead, Lee pauses and reminds Jinwoo about something important. He warns him not to attempt anything reckless against Baron Horus just because he has a lot of mana at his disposal. Jinwoo acknowledges the advice while recognizing that this is the Baron's stronghold and that Horus is a noble. He calmly admits that he wouldn't act impulsively, especially when he hasn't even mastered full control over his mana. He understands Lee's concern but believes there's no need to worry so much. Lee nods while apologizing gently for the warning. At last, the demon in charge confirms that they're ready and leads them forward while stating that Baron Horus should be inside as usual. As they step inside, the group greets Baron Horus, known as the Scorched, an immense figure who radiates in the dark depths of the abyss. He is called the Scorched, the one who absorbs all light around him. Watching him, Jinwoo finds it hard to believe that he's truly seeing such a legendary being with his own eyes. His gaze shifts to the accessories the Baron wears while wondering if they hold some kind of hidden power or if they're simply for decoration. Baron Horus addresses them kindly, while inviting them to lift their heads and make themselves at ease. He remarks that they've arrived earlier than usual while noting that he wasn't expecting visitors today. Meanwhile, the demon in charge quietly reflects that they're actually 3 days late. However, in a place like Geyser, where time flows strangely, it's no surprise the Baron's sense of time is off. She quickly responds while explaining that they came rushing after obtaining some rare accessories from the surface. Their goal was to present them as quickly as possible, especially since Baron Horus is the only one who truly recognizes the value of such unique ornaments. Pleased by her words, the Baron expresses delight. He affirms that an aristocrat must serve as a symbol and example to all who dwell in Geyser. Too many lesser beings are driven by greed and lust for power. According to him, it's only proper for a noble to uphold elegance and grace. He then asks where the rare accessories are. Without delay, the demon in charge begins summoning them while revealing the unusual ornaments they've collected. Observing the items, Lee quietly thinks they're of very poor quality, even spotting a few made of plastic. He silently questions what the demon was thinking when deciding to present such things. Still, the demon explains with confidence that these items were crafted by the royal palace goldsmith of a nation on the surface called North Korea. They were originally meant as a tribute to the king, but the black merchant group acquired them first. Upon hearing this, the Baron appears genuinely surprised. He seems amazed that these pieces were intended for royalty. Now convinced of their value, the Baron declares that these must be the most luxurious accessories available on the surface. He can't allow any other aristocrat to possess something this rare. Eagerly, he offers to purchase all of them and asks about the price. The demon answers that they cost 10 top-tier down gems, but they had planned to give them to him for 8. Jinwoo, while listening to the conversation, feels stunned by the outrageous deal. The demon further mentions that they faced major losses during the raid. The Baron then reflects that although humans may be weaker, a king's army would certainly be strong, something the demon calmly confirms. Since such rare items are nearly impossible to find in Geyser, the Baron says he's willing to pay that much, especially for their dedication. To their surprise, he even increases the offer to 12 of the highest grade down gems. He proudly declares that this is what defines a true aristocrat of the abyss. Grateful, the demon thanks him sincerely and promises that from now on, all jewelry from the Black Merchant Group will be made exclusively for him. As Jinwoo watches everything unfold, he grows uneasy. He starts to wonder if this is really what an aristocrat is supposed to be. How has someone like this survived in the abyss? How did he even earn the title of Baron? At last, Jinwoo realizes why the demon in charge keeps calling him a fool. Deeply disappointed, he begins to consider whether this moment might be the right time to eliminate him. Jinwoo quietly reflects while observing that the attendant and the vampire are playing with the human child. Nearby, officers and soldiers continue with their drills. Workers remain focused on their tasks, and even the beasts are playfully interacting with that same foolish slime returning once again. He figures the elf must be out on scout duty. Truly, the area feels lively and full of motion. Despite the labyrinth's master being absent, life here carries on. He muses to himself that living beings really are strange. Thinking further, he realizes it's been quite some time since he last looked around properly. He recalls how the labyrinth of the dead used to be during quieter times. Those were long stretches, days, months, sometimes even years, wrapped in a suffocating stillness. Often, without any breakthrough in his research, he would lose all track of time and simply drift through the silence. This rare moment of peaceful symmetry now feels unfamiliar. Meanwhile, on the other side of the labyrinth, Felicius and Pinky spend time together. Pinky turns to him and wonders aloud about what they should do next. Felicius responds with a hint of confusion while pointing out that all their tasks were already finished earlier that morning. She then suggests that they could continue their date inside the house. He mentions it's time to return home. As she appears puzzled, he reminds her of the contract they agreed to, one that guarantees him personal time. She argues that he always ends up working alone right after she leaves. He firmly declares that he values his privacy, then gently sees her off. Watching him go, Pinky quietly thinks to herself that although he calls it privacy time, she always finds many of the corpses from the evening already cleared by the time she arrives the next morning. Clearly, he just keeps working instead of truly taking a break. Still, She believes that despite his cold attitude, he's actually being thoughtful while trying to make sure she doesn't push herself too hard. Smiling softly, she quietly calls him a gentleman in her heart. Back in his workspace, Felicius grumbles to himself. Because of that troublesome little pink lizard, he's had to cut down his chimera crafting hours. He knows he'll be working late again tonight. In his previous life, he never felt tired, so this kind of setback frustrates him. He admits that the creation of chimera soldiers remains far beyond his reach right now. But even so, he feels satisfied knowing that the body he intends to transfer into is nearly complete. Meanwhile, Pinky suddenly remembers the lunch she prepared for him earlier. She made it especially for him and now realizes she won't be able to eat it herself. Determined, she heads toward his room. However, she suddenly stops while remembering that it's just after his private hours. So, thinking it should be alright to simply drop the lunch off, she steps inside quietly while intending only to greet Felicius. She softly calls out his name, mentioning that she has brought something for him to eat. However, as she looks around, she notices he's nowhere to be seen. Wondering if he might be in the bathroom, she decides to leave the meal on the table. Yet, a small part of her still wishes she could hand it to him in person. As she gently places the lunch down, her eyes wander toward the bookshelf. A curious thought crosses her mind that it feels like it has been moved slightly. She doesn't remember it standing in that exact position before. Then, as her gaze follows the change, she notices something unusual. A passage leading down into the basement, previously hidden from view. At the same time elsewhere, Jinwoo finds himself in deep thought while questioning whether now is the right moment to eliminate Baron Horus. His hand quietly rests on his sword. Lee also senses that the enemy leader is exposed, vulnerable in a way that makes the situation tempting. It could all end with a single surprise strike. If the Baron dies, all of the beasts he summoned would vanish. That would give Jinwoo complete access to every resource here, while including the labyrinth core. However, Lee quickly cautions him not to attack the Baron. Even so, Jinwoo keeps pondering the consequences. If he claims this labyrinth by force, what follows? Technically, he's still considered a member of the Black Merchant group. By acting against Baron Horus, he would trigger suspicion and possibly cause every other labyrinth to question the group's neutrality. Eventually, the news would spread. The details of the Naga labyrinth could end up in the hands of his enemies. Moreover, if word gets out that a labyrinth master from the 9th floor assassinated a noble of the 10th floor in a sneaky way, especially without proof of any invasion, it would only give enemies a reason to launch an assault. Worse, being the one who initiated the conflict, he'd find it nearly impossible to create alliances with others on the 9th floor. While he's still caught in thought, the demon in charge shifts the conversation toward Baron Horus. She casually asks him what he thinks about the 9th floor of Geyser. The Baron seems puzzled by the question while wanting to know why she asks. She responds that she heard an aristocrat was recently placed there and is curious about his opinion. Baron Horus shrugs off the topic while assuming it's just another fool who decided to follow Anatolius. He remarks that the title of aristocrat is not something that should be handed out lightly, especially not to someone treated like a pet. He makes it clear that he doesn't consider that individual worthy of his attention. The demon in charge then mentions that he seems completely unbothered by this new aristocrat's presence. Hearing this, the Baron bursts into laughter, amused by the idea. He mocks the notion of being threatened and boldly claims that he could wipe out that labyrinth using only 2 of his soldiers. She agrees with his words while offering a slight nod of understanding. After hearing their conversation, Jinwoo quietly reflects. It becomes clear to him that Baron Horus is completely unaware that his guard is down, he knows nothing about the 9th floor, and he doesn't even seem ready to engage if conflict begins. However, despite the tempting opportunity, Jinwoo realizes that killing him now would be a serious mistake with lasting consequences. Meanwhile, near the entrance of the Shadow Labyrinth in the dim cave, Lee turns to Jinwoo, still catching his breath. He admits he nearly had a heart attack earlier while having been completely startled. Jinwoo, slightly curious, asks if Lee truly sensed it. Lee responds without hesitation that there's no way he wouldn't notice, especially with an aura as sharp and hostile as Jinwoo's, filled with the intent to destroy everything nearby. Soon after, Hyejin steps in while commenting that Jinwoo must have seen it as the perfect chance to seize control of the labyrinth. But she also acknowledges he made the right call by holding back. Jinwoo agrees while adding that striking Horus would have brought more loss than gain. Lee nods, but then adds something more important, that it's a very big if, because Jinwoo might not have succeeded in killing Horus at all. This surprises Jinwoo, and he asks if there's something deeper he hasn't understood yet. Lee answers calmly, while knowing exactly what Jinwoo is thinking. He admits that although Horus appears foolish on the surface, there's a reason why he alone dominates the most fertile regions of the 10th floor and still carries the title of Baron. Until the shadow surrounding him is cleared away, no one can bring him down. Jinwoo wonders out loud that even Anatolius can't? Lee firmly responds that only Anatolius himself is capable of doing so. He explains that if Jinwoo had really gone through with the attack, it would have looked like Horus's body was split clean in half. But once that illusion faded, all that Jinwoo would have seen was endless darkness. And eventually, that darkness would have swallowed him whole. That is the cursed flame of darkness tied to Baron Horus. Jinwoo mutters while half joking that it sounds easy. Maybe all he'd need is a flashlight while swinging his blade. But deep down, he knows the truth is far more complicated. At that very moment, somewhere else, Vilicius stands still, pleased and quietly proud. He looks over what he has crafted with his own hands. Vilicius feels pleased now that he's finally completed crafting his new body. However, as he reflects, he realizes that a container formed from all the miasma he could gather in the area, while excluding what lies within the hidden chamber, holds only around 60% of the strength his original body once had. Still, he figures he can gradually make up for that shortfall after he takes control of the vessel. Yet there's a setback. He lacks the miasma necessary to transfer himself into another form. It dawns on him that he may have rushed the process simply because the finish line had been so near. If he fails, it will mean his end. He only gets one chance. So, with a sense of urgency, he decides to concentrate on regaining miasma for a while longer. Once he returns to his undead state, all senses will fade away. That would also mean parting from the Naga workers. A quiet loneliness waits for him after he leaves the Naga labyrinth. Just then, unexpectedly, he notices someone. It's Pinky. A sharp jolt of alarm strikes him as he wonders if he's been discovered. He questions whether she witnessed everything. The thought quickly turns grim. He believes he must eliminate her. Without delay, he moves in her direction and leaps toward her. At that moment, she begins coughing, clearly in pain. He realizes that the energy he's using is already enough to kill an average Naga worker, and he won't escape unharmed either. If this takes much longer, the damage will build up. He thinks if he uses his full strength, he could end her in an instant. The time is now, he must act quickly. He demands to know why she returned while reminding her that she was supposed to respect his private time and leave him be. Yet, even while attempting to strike her down, his hand pauses mid-action. A strange hesitation grips him. Each second of delay costs him precious miasma. Then, another wave of suspicion hits him. He demands to know if the labyrinth sent her to observe him, and whether others are aware of his plans. Still, even as the words leave his mouth, urgency churns inside him. He must end this before it's too late. But then, confusion takes over that why can't he follow through? She responds gently while telling him she only returned to drop off a meal she prepared for him. He doubts her and believes it's a lie. After all, who would care about delivering a lunch at such a time? He suspects she's broken their contract, but she assures him that she made the food herself and was only thinking about him. She swears there was no bad intention, she simply wanted to spend more time with him. And if her presence means her death, then she's willing to accept it. Those words sink in deeply, and in that very moment, Vilicius becomes aware that he's completely drained of miasma. Worse, his body has taken serious harm. He feels he should have ended her right then, and a wave of deep frustration washes over him toward all living beings. How truly revolting they are, he thinks. Time slips by, and now Vilicius lies on a bed, in a quiet room where the head of the temple remarks that the affliction is definitely caused by miasma corruption. He slowly begins to wonder that could this be the healing center inside the Naga temple. Just then, the head turns to Pinky, and remarks that although she had been near the cemetery, the miasma there was so thin and scattered that it shouldn't have caused her such severe damage. In response, she explains it was due to the new undertaker, the same worker currently resting nearby. She mentions she's heard of him before and quietly admits that it must be the end now. Pinky then explains further. The undertaker had warned her to avoid the high-risk corpses he had separated, but her curiosity grew stronger after she lost consciousness. Despite everything, he ended up saving her, even if it meant wounding both his arms. The temple head quietly nods while understanding what unfolded. With a firm tone, they mention that he's already aware Vilicius is awake, so there's no point in pretending. As expected, Vilicius slowly rises to a seated position on the bed. Right then, Dominique steps closer and reminds him gently to be cautious with his arms. His injuries, in fact, are more serious than Pinky's. Vilicius, still confused, asks what truly happened. In reply, the head explains that Pinky had dragged herself all the way to the temple while carrying him on her back. Her own skin had burned off from the miasma, yet she received no assistance since the cemetery stands far from the labyrinth. They go on to add that all essential treatment has already been applied. However, miasma corruption cannot be healed completely with a single spell, especially because his flesh had been restored using magic. Though there's no risk of further infection, the pain will persist for a while. The head assures him that some medicine will be given, and he should keep them informed on how the healing progresses. After that, Dominique gently mentions that a few workers will be sent to the cemetery, so they both can take some time to rest. Finally, Vilicius expresses his thanks. Dominique then mentions that he's welcome to stay at the temple for a month to rest, but Vilicius firmly refuses while saying he'll return to the cemetery and recover there. Not long after, Pinky quietly follows him, choosing to leave alongside him. As the two walk away, Dominique watches them and softly realizes they actually look charming together perhaps, because they're complete opposites in every way. The temple head, however, remarks with a distant tone that they wish what is seen on the surface was the whole truth. Curious, Dominique turns to the head and asks what they truly mean. With a serious look, the temple head explains that there's something that needs to be reported. Pinky, they say, had suffered second-degree burns across her entire body due to miasma exposure. Meanwhile, the Undertaker had endured third-degree burns on both arms while trying to save her. Dominique nods slowly while admitting that they've already heard that part. Still, a sense of guilt lingers. Dominique admits that perhaps it was a lapse in their own judgment, not realizing how dangerous the area had become. They almost lost 2 workers who simply couldn't be replaced. Everything had been left to them alone, and no one had checked in on the Undertaker's condition. With a heavy heart, Dominique admits they must inspect the site themselves and improve the safety measures immediately. Yet, the temple head gently replies that Dominique is correct, but that's not what they were truly getting at. They explain further that it's not unusual for someone like Pinky to receive second-degree burns in a space filled with miasma. But what doesn't make sense is the extent of Valicius's injuries. To suffer burns that severe, he would have needed to expose his arms to miasma so potent that it could be seen with the naked eye, lethal levels of concentration. And yet, that raises a troubling question. How could he end up with third-degree injuries while Pinky only suffered second-degree ones? Dominique quietly realizes how strange that sounds. But the temple head isn't finished. They add that there's more to consider. Based on what they were told, Valicius rescued Pinky from inside a room full of miasma, yet only his arms are harmed. That detail doesn't add up. With a calm but firm tone, the head concludes that it points to one thing: magic. More specifically, they believe Valicius used necromancy spells, as such magic uses miasma as its energy source instead of mana. Valicius is walking beside Pinky when he notices how tired she looks. She can barely keep going. So while seeing her struggle, he tells her to climb on his back. He offers because she's injured and clearly not able to walk any longer. Although he himself is worn out and wounded, he still wants to help. Pinky, aware of his condition, brings up his injuries while pointing out they're worse than hers. But he insists that it's an order. He explains that her burns cover her whole body while his torso and tail are still fine. The only issue is that his arms hurt too much, so she'll need to hold on herself. Eventually, while understanding her condition and secretly wanting to rest, she agrees and gets on his back. As they continue on, Valicius suddenly throws a question at her. He wants to know why she didn't tell anyone about his experiment. Pinky, confused, asks what he means. He clarifies that he's talking about his underground facility and how he once tried to kill her. She answers calmly while saying she didn't think it was worth reporting. His eyes widen, stunned by her response. But she continues, reminding him that while it's true he nearly killed her, it was because she had stepped into his hidden space, one he was clearly trying to protect. He reminds her that she doesn't even know what he was doing there. She shrugs it off while telling him she doubts it was anything others would approve of. That must be the reason he kept it hidden underground. However, even so, she believes whatever it wasn't something that would harm the labyrinth. Valicius pushes back while pointing out she has no proof of that. But Pinky proudly reminds him that they're Naga workers. She beams with confidence while trusting in her knowledge and instincts. She explains that if anything were to happen to the labyrinth, they wouldn't be safe either. He pauses while realizing something, that he's a Naga worker, part of the labyrinth. That alone makes betrayal unthinkable. His mind starts racing while trying to understand what someone as dedicated as him could be doing secretly beneath a cemetery. Pinky, while picking up his thoughts, explains her theory. She concludes that while he was doing his job as an undertaker, the bodies were releasing a dark energy. When she mentions this, he whispers the word miasma. She's surprised that he knows it, but she continues. She believes he had been exposed to it for so long that it gave him a unique power. Fearing he might hurt others, he secluded himself in the cemetery and turned down any help. He chose to work alone. Then she showed up while offering her help. He suppressed the miasma during the time they worked together, but would release it all at once when he was alone in his underground space. She had happened to walk in during one of those moments. She pieces everything together while recounting it all to him. He's amazed by how well she remembers and puts things together. He compliments her, impressed. But she's not finished yet. She moves on to the next part. His power is strange and dark. No one else has something like it. He must have thought deeply about how to use it. And in that pursuit, he began researching how to create an undead beast for Balzac. She remembers seeing a humanoid figure and questions it. Why a human shape? Does Sir Balzac ride humans? That wouldn't sit well with their labyrinth owner, who's human too. Valicius responds that it was just a practice model. Pinky nods, slowly understanding everything he's been doing. Her cleverness shines as she connects the dots. Then, he takes a moment and proposes something unexpected, that he wants her help to create an undead horse. Her eyes widen at the offer. He adds some conditions. She must keep it a secret. They'll work together only 4 out of 8 hours. She must never seek him out during the other hours, not for lunch or even an emergency. She agrees without hesitation while accepting all the terms. Valicius reflects quietly. He thinks the Naga attendants must have felt something strange. It would be more believable to say they're working on research together. If he had actually killed Pinky, things would have gotten out of hand. Still, he doesn't understand why he failed to kill her. In any case, he knows it'll be a while before he can move into the corpse. His miasma is drained. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee and his team are discussing Jinwoo. Lee starts by pointing out that an endless flow of mana runs through Jinwoo. The demon in charge jumps in while noting that they're unsure how much, but it's definitely more than a baron's worth, maybe even that of a count. Jinwoo listens carefully, then questions if he has more mana than Anatolius. Lee quickly grounds him while warning not to get ahead of himself. He reminds Jinwoo that he's been taught the basics of reinforcing his body with mana. He asks him to try it now. Jinwoo focuses and starts circulating mana through his body while doing exactly what Lee instructs. Watching closely, Lee tells him to keep it up and now attempt to strike that boulder nearby. Jinwoo uses all parts of his body while moving carefully and using his steps as he attacks the boulder. Lee observes and remarks that someone like Anatolius would have been defeated by that for sure. He explains Jinwoo's movements are stiff because he's too focused on consciously controlling the mana. It's not meant to be done consciously. Mana manipulation should come as naturally as a river's flow. The demon in charge adds that it should feel like a passive ability. Lee compares it to having a new set of arms and legs. Since humans don't use mana from birth like the beasts of Geyser, it feels foreign. Controlling it like a part of one's own body is the key. Jinwoo slowly begins to understand. After taking it in, he asks if that means with enough training, he'll be able to move normally while reinforced. Lee lets him know that's not all. He's told to hit the wall again while reinforcing his body. Following instructions, Jinwoo rushes at the wall and strikes it with his hands. He mutters that it doesn't feel too different from usual. He's using all his energy. But the strike doesn't succeed. The wall stands strong, unaffected. Jinwoo's frustration builds. He shouts about the massive gap and insists it can't just be due to mana amount. Lee clears the confusion. It's about how efficiently one can use mana. Having an ocean of it means nothing if you can only use a handful. Jinwoo needs to draw a whole waterfall from the paradise within him, not just a small stream. Only then can he face someone like the Baron of the Abyss. Jinwoo realizes his mana now only flows like a trickle when it should be a flood. He's confused and overwhelmed. The demon in charge comforts him while reminding that no child starts running before learning to stand. He probably used all his mana during the time he was brainwashed, so training is the only way forward. Jinwoo reflects on his strength. He can't punch like before, but this power, this new one, has no upper limit. While moving is still hard with mana wrapped around him, while focusing all his energy while standing still seems possible. Suddenly he asks a strange question that does anyone know what a tsunami is? Right after the words leave him, a huge blast erupts. Lee wonders silently whether this is truly the strength of a human. Meanwhile, Hyejin and the others arrive while shouting in confusion. They question whether it's an ambush, clearly startled by Jinwoo's unstable state. They are unable to make sense of what's happening. Hyejin glances around while nervously joking about whether a giant worm just passed through. In response, Lee explains that everything occurred during the Baron training. She gasps in disbelief and raises her voice after realizing Jinwoo caused the chaos. Internally, Lee reflects that he never thought Jinwoo could reach this level from just a few words of advice. However, despite the impressive display, there's a major flaw. Soon after, Jinwoo approaches Lee and admits that even though he caused it himself, it still feels unbelievable. As he stands there, his leg suddenly clamps onto his arm. He cries out in pain and wonders why his arm is so damaged. Lee tells him that he should be thankful it's still attached. Without delay, he commands Hyejin to assist. Hyejin follows Lee's instructions and begins using her healing skill. Jinwoo, still in pain, brings up how he heard that quick regeneration has to do with mana. He wonders if he can test that theory himself. Lee quickly clarifies that Hyejin can manage it, especially not him. As things settle, Jinwoo sits down and agrees, though he mentions that an explanation wouldn't hurt. Hyejin catches on and begins thinking about how to describe the process. After a brief pause, she compares mana to a team of kind doctors, each assigned to a wounded cell. She tells him she leaves the healing to them. Meanwhile, Lee shifts the conversation while commenting on the sheer force of Jinwoo's attack. He remarks that if someone finds this spot later, they might assume a noble battle took place here. Nevertheless, he points out there is a flaw in Jinwoo's method. Jinwoo, confused, asks about the flaw. He assumes it has to do with his body not handling the power well. Lee agrees that it's one issue but then asks what Jinwoo was thinking before the attack. Jinwoo explains that he was focusing all his power into one point. Upon hearing this, Lee understands and elaborates further. He explains that for a few seconds after the strike, Jinwoo's strength dropped to that of a regular human. All mana users have stronger bodies naturally, and their strength grows in proportion to their mana. This is why those closer to the abyss are sturdier. An engineer's attack that might be fatal on the surface would only scratch a Gesserian. He goes on while describing how the down gem inside Jinwoo works as storage for mana. But that's not the whole picture. There's always a layer of mana surrounding his body. During the attack, Jinwoo drew energy from paradise and also concentrated his body-strengthening mana into a single spot. This reduced his defense. For about 3 seconds afterward, his body became vulnerable. Then, over the next 10 seconds, it slowly returned to its normal state. Although it seems like a short time, Lee emphasizes that 3 seconds is dangerously long in an abyss-level fight. He warns Jinwoo to use that technique only as a last resort. If he must use it, then it should be a finishing move to ensure victory in one blow. Jinwoo nods, finally understanding the risk. Lee's careful explanations help him realize the danger of his new strength if misused. Just then, Jungwon approaches while reminding everyone that although training is important while skipping meals isn't wise. He has food ready and invites them all to eat together. Heejin joins in while mentioning the food is prepared. As they begin eating, Jinwoo frowns at the sight of the same giant worm meat they've been eating for days. He expresses frustration, clearly tired of it. Yujin quickly reminds him that he's the one who blew up their food storage. She jokes that he should be grateful it's not cave moss. Trying to lighten the mood, Jinwoo promises he'll bring them food from the surface next time using a portal. Youngwoon is pleased and forgives him for the earlier damage. Excitedly, the others react. Heejin asks if they'll get to try some too. Jinwoo reassures her that they will. The demon in charge arrives while reminding them to eat quickly since they're behind schedule. She adds with a playful tone that Jinwoo should come up with an excuse for the earthquake he caused. He's unsure how to respond, but Heejin interrupts while saying she doubts anyone would really care. 3 days later, the group arrives at a new labyrinth located in a wasteland. Jinwoo notes that it's underground. Since he hasn't visited in a while, he wonders if this is the 11th floor, the dry pit. The labyrinth is clean and made of marble while lacking color or decoration. The soldiers are beetles, bulky due to their marble-covered exoskeletons, but generally sluggish. Compared to Horace Baroni, this place is much simpler. It's clear the owner doesn't care for decor. Eventually, Antlion Baroness Valatus appears. Though she's an insect, she resembles a human. Antlion Baroness Valatus appears. The name nearly choked me, but anyways. Though she's an insect, she resembles a human. She remarks that they're late and asks about new games while recalling how much she enjoyed the one you brought last time. Like many intelligent beasts, she's evolved to appear more human. The demon in charge steps forward and mentions there's a new game called Tears of the Kingdom. Valatus rarely leaves her shell while living like someone curled under a blanket. She often buys electronics and games from the Black Merchant Group while including her generator. She rarely ventures outside. She offers to show her latest speedrun. The demon in charge politely declines while reminding her they're behind schedule. Valatus, who only plays offline games due to the lack of internet, hasn't even heard about the earthquake. 4 days later, they arrive at another labyrinth deep within a lush jungle. Jinwoo notes it resembles something from the surface, possibly Angkor Wat. While the 9th floor has forests, this jungle feels more like a real one. The soldiers here are all harpies, and surprisingly, every one of them is extremely obese. Jinwoo wonders how they manage to fly. Baroness Xanax of the Blue Sky shows up and mentions they're right on time. The name feels ironic to Jinwoo, but he admits the ceilings here are high enough to explain it. Just like her soldiers, the Baroness is large and even more arrogant. She complains about food shortages while saying the creatures here aren't enough for her appetite. She too buys food from the Black Merchant Group. The demon in charge approaches her while explaining that all her food, like last time, comes from Michelin 3-star restaurants. Xanax tells her to warm it up but grumbles about how little there is. Most of it is frozen meals, but she still treasures them. On the surface, such meals are usually reserved for royalty. Unfortunately, they leave the labyrinth without gaining any useful information. Jinwoo admits he no longer feels nervous. In fact, he's starting to forget that these aristocrats have ruled the abyss for years. It's starting to feel peaceful. The demon in charge hears this and comments that the 9th floor has been intense lately, so it's not surprising he feels that way. Jinwoo then asks whether all aristocrats are like this. She confirms they are, except for one. At that moment, Lee jumps in while asking if they're heading to Boreas's labyrinth. The demon in charge confirms they are. She explains that Baron Boreas' Eternal Frozen Land is next. Lee sighs and now understands why the pay for this job was so high. Boreas, he notes, is the only true baron on the 10th floor. Before they go, he gives a warning. A powerful voice echoes through the air that do not bare your teeth no matter what, even if he attacks. 4 days later, near the entrance to the Eternal Frozen Land on the 10th floor of Geyser, Jinwoo and his team arrive. As they look around, he notices the strange condition of the place. Everything is frozen. There's no trace of water, and it's not even slippery. He finds it unnatural and wonders aloud if it's something beyond normal sight. At that moment, the demon in charge tells him it's frozen mana. She explains that the labyrinth takes on a form that fits its owner, just like how Baroness Xanax's domain was overrun with jungle because she and her troops are harpies. Curious, Jinwoo asks if Boreas is a yeti or something similar. She responds that he's actually a frost ogre. Additionally, she mentions that he rules over several yetis too. Jinwoo mutters about another muscle-headed guy camping out being trouble and points out that they won't be able to handle this kind of cold with just a campfire. Suddenly, Lee raises his voice while alerting everyone to put on their masks. They've spotted something suspicious. Jinwoo also sees the strange figure and thinks it might be a beast, though he's unsure. Lee responds that he can't confirm either, but it does look like the corpse of a recently hunted beast. Quickly, the group hides behind some rocks to avoid being seen and observes the figure closely. Jinwoo notices a spear embedded in its back. In response, Lee explains that the amount of mana infused in the spear is abnormal. This might mean Boreas is close. Hearing this, Jinwoo speaks up while pointing out that this might be Boreas' territory, but it's only the outskirts. He wonders if it's likely they'll meet him here. Lee shares what he knows, that Boreas is known for loving fights. He's been killing all the beasts in the area, driven by boredom from the long peace. He also mentions that Boreas often eliminates his own subordinates if they claim his prey. His troops act as scouts, while he remains the only true hunter. That's the rumor, at least. The demon in charge, who has been listening, joins in. She tells them there's no need to overanalyze. She recognizes the spear. It belongs to Baron Boreas. Moments later, Baron Boreas arrive, and he recognizes them and realizes that it's the Black Merchant group, and they're earlier than expected. The group greets Baron Boreas of the North Wind. Jinwoo is surprised by how fast Boreas has arrived. Boreas turns to the demon, coldly telling her that if not for her red skin, he would have killed her on the spot. He reminds her that they were supposed to carry a flag with their symbol when visiting. Trying to explain, she mentions that they lost most of their freight after being ambushed by giant worms. Boreas raises a brow at this. He questions her story. With people like them, it shouldn't be hard to kill a few worms. He accuses her of taking him for a fool. At this point, the air changes. The effect of the Baron seal triggers low aristocrats' dignity. Because of it, those affected are unable to resist. Boreas scans them and mocks them for standing with their heads raised. He questions if they are challenging his authority. In response, they all bow and sit on the ground. Seeing this, he realizes they are paralyzed and comments on it. The demon in charge steps forward and apologizes. She tries to explain that one of their team is new, from the 9th floor, and hasn't yet let go of his old habits. Boreas cuts her off, uninterested in her excuses. He reminds her that he doesn't care about their circumstances. Ashamed, she lowers her head and admits her mistake. With fury, Boreas declares that she'll be punished for both lying and her insolence. He decides on 5 strikes without the use of his spear. 2 for the demon and 3 for the mercenary. Shocked, the demon protests. She calls out to him while offering to take all 5 strikes herself. She claims responsibility for her subordinates' actions. She knows they won't survive the punishment, so she makes the sacrifice. Boreas accepts her offer and announces the punishment: 5 strikes for the demon. She begins the strikes and he counts them out one by one. After the 7th strike, he roars that she is too slow. By now her body trembles from the pain. She gasps out an apology while knowing she has no choice but to obey or else face death. She continues while forcing herself to keep going. Meanwhile, Jinwoo watches, heart heavy. He blames himself that this is his fault. If he hadn't spaced out, if he had just kneeled in time, none of this would be happening. He knows she is suffering for his mistake. As the 8th strike lands, Jinwoo observes how much she's endured. She's holding on longer than he thought possible, but she's nearing her limit. He remembers Lee's warning: do not bare your teeth, no matter what. Even if Boreas attacks, Jinwoo clenches his fists in frustration. He wants to protect her, to strike down the one hurting her, but he knows there's a reason for restraint. He places his trust in the demon. However, she collapses. Her body can no longer move. She lies on the cold ground, unconscious. Her condition is dire. Boreas eyes her pitiful state and asks if she no longer has the strength to stand. He tells her she should be grateful he accepted her instead. She tries to lift her head to thank him, but her body fails her. He bellows again while demanding more strikes. Jinwoo feels his anger burning. Boreas is trying to kill her. Jinwoo moves to attack, but Lee stops him. He pleads with Jinwoo to hold back. They can't risk this turning into a bloodbath. The demon in charge doesn't respond anymore. She's completely unconscious. Boreas observes her limp form and announces that she'll die from the next attack. He looks at Jinwoo and questions him that weren't they hired by the Black Merchant group to protect her? Is it all right for them to do nothing? He grants Jinwoo permission to speak. Jinwoo answers. He admits she did hire them, but Boreas's orders hold more power than any deal made through Dawn Gems. Boreas nods slowly. So that's what he thinks. Jinwoo continues. All of this happened because of his mistake. It was also her choice to take his share of the punishment. But if she dies now, they'll fail as mercenaries, and worse, it would break the non-aggression pact with the Black Merchant group. He argues that Boreas gains nothing from killing her. However, Jinwoo has a solution. He begs forgiveness for speaking out of turn and asks to take the 10th strike in her place. Boreas studies him for a moment. He admits he thought Jinwoo was just a fool, but now he finds him rather eloquent. He gives Jinwoo a chance to explain. And so, Jinwoo repeats his request that let him take the 10th strike instead. He knows it's the only way to save her. Meanwhile, Baron listens to Jinwoo's solution and narrows his eyes. He scoffs at the offer while pointing out how pathetic it is that Jinwoo just stood there and watched through the first 9 strikes, only to offer himself for the final one. He sounds disappointed. Nevertheless, after a short pause, the Baron decides to accept the offer, but only under one condition. He declares that he'll use his spear. Just one attack. Jinwoo is not allowed to dodge it. However, he may try to block it. If he manages to do so, Baron promises to overlook any future incidents of misbehavior. Without hesitation, both parties agree. Jinwoo knows full well he doesn't have the luxury of rejecting anything. At this point, they all have to obey the Baron's commands. He then turns his gaze toward the weapon in Baron's hand. Based on what the demon mentioned earlier, that spear is probably Boreas's main weapon. Considering his status as an aristocrat, it must be powerful, possibly even legendary. Moreover, Jinwoo figures Boreas will use mana to amplify the attack. He realizes that the Baron won't hold back. If he fails to block the strike, he will die. He briefly considers using hardening, but quickly dismisses the thought. The parasite hasn't activated since the memory recall, and dodging isn't an option. He must block the blow somehow. As he stares at the spear, his mind drifts. That's the captain's method, he remembers. The captain once told him that even a shabby iron pickaxe can block an adamantium sword if it's infused with mana. The idea lingers in his mind to imbue his weapon with mana. He becomes lost in thought while trying to focus. Suddenly, Baron's voice yanks him back to reality. The noble asks if he's ready. Baron prepares to strike while radiating confidence. He's sure that Jinwoo won't be able to block the attack. Meanwhile, Jinwoo steadies himself. Fortunately, he realizes that Baron's weapon is a spear. Since thrusting is the most concentrated and powerful type of spear attack, that means Boreas will focus his power on one single point. Jinwoo believes he can do the same. Still, it's far different from simply letting mana flow through his body. He struggles to concentrate it into one place. It keeps scattering. Time is running out. Baron is already charging toward him at full speed. Jinwoo sees the spear flying at him with deadly force. He quickly makes his move. He decides to fill the surrounding area with mana, and then direct it toward a single point. Their weapons finally clash. In an instant, a massive shockwave erupts. Explosions ripple outward. Debris and wind tear through the field. The attack unleashes destruction all around them. Meanwhile, someone runs to Lee and the others while asking if they're okay. They nod and thank him. When he asks about the captain, they reply that he went to protect their employer. Soon after the clash ends, Jinwoo slowly returns to the others. As he surveys the aftermath, he mutters about the destruction. Just one attack caused all of this. He remarks that if a real war ever breaks out, the geyser could collapse. He then hurries to check on the demon. Her condition worries him. She's unconscious, but at least she's breathing. At that moment, Baron's voice cuts through the air again. The noble walks toward him while shouting about how refreshing that attack was. He can't believe a mere mercenary managed to block something that was meant to be lethal. Although surprised, Baron is amused. He notes that Jinwoo couldn't avoid internal damage. That, to him, is expected. He confirms that the punishment is complete. As promised, he'll overlook their earlier offenses. Baron also observes that Jinwoo isn't in any state to negotiate, so he offers to keep the path open. He invites them to visit once treatment is done. With a nod, Jinwoo agrees. They all follow the Baron. Several hours later, Jinwoo is resting while Yujin tends to him. She informs him that the internal wound is pretty serious. She's done first aid for now, but he'll need time to recover. He thanks her sincerely. As he leans back, Jinwoo recalls what the captain once mentioned, how focusing all mana into one point leaves a person vulnerable afterward. Yujin confirms his suspicion. She explains that while he looks okay from the outside, it's like being stabbed internally. He quietly admits that things could have gone very badly if she hadn't been there. She simply nods. Just then, Lee walks in. He comments that what happened might not have been all bad. He reasons that if a regular mercenary had blocked Boreas's attack and remained unharmed, the noble's reaction would have been far less pleasant. He believes Boreas now sees Jinwoo as someone valuable, someone who gave everything and still survived. Jinwoo agrees while saying it makes sense. After a brief pause, he brings up something that's been bothering him. He recalls how Lee had warned him not to provoke Boreas. He admits he didn't listen, but Lee waves it off. He confesses that he was wrong. He admits that he's not good at adapting to unexpected situations. He tends to cling to the rules of Geyser too stubbornly. Sometimes his choices lead to people getting hurt. Lee reflects on the moment. If Jinwoo hadn't stepped in, the demon would have died. Even if they had a second chance, he admits he still wouldn't have done anything differently. They, the failures, have survived by avoiding danger while taking the safest paths, and ignoring others in need just to keep themselves alive. It's a selfish way to live, and they've taken that comfort for granted. Just then, the demon walks in. Jinwoo looks up and is surprised to see her. He asks if she's alright to be moving already. She doesn't answer right away. Instead, she walks over and pulls him into a quiet, heartfelt hug. She thanks him softly but clearly. She knows that without him speaking up to the Baron, she would be dead. She's fully aware of what he risked for her. Tearfully, she repeats herself and thanks her. At first, the demon in charge wraps her arms around Jinwoo while expressing how she thought everyone in the black merchant group was tough-skinned. However, she finds it refreshing to see a different side and warmly apologizes. She clearly appreciates what he did, especially since he saved her life. If he hadn't taken the last who, she definitely would have died given her terrible condition. Now that she's fully healed, she smiles with gratitude. In return, Jinwoo reassures her, simply pointing out that she could have died otherwise. Meanwhile, as their conversation continues, Lee suddenly steps in and wonders aloud if Jinwoo knows why the merchant in charge of the abyss changed from an imp to a demon. According to him, imps kept dying. He's seen it himself, and unlike them, demons can endure far more. Jinwoo listens carefully, and then points out how that seems to violate the black merchant group's contract. In response, Lee explains that aristocrats don't bear responsibility if a merchant can't withstand punishment and dies. Moreover, the demon in charge adds that it's up to the aristocrat to decide whether any crime even happened. Then, Lee reflects that he could kill a merchant just because he dislikes them. Sheep quietly agrees. Lee continues while noting how the black merchant group is strong enough to take down barons. However, they usually ignore such things, because avenging a dead merchant would break the balance of the long-standing system. As a result, all three of them exchange ideas while Jinwoo quietly absorbs everything. Eventually, he acknowledges their points. The demon in charge gently reminds everyone that consequences might still come regardless. For a moment, there's silence. Then Lee suddenly remembers a beast approaching from behind and offers to take care of it with Jinwoo while telling the demon to rest. At that moment, Hyejin questions his warning while claiming she doesn't feel anything strange. Yujin, clearly tired, snaps at her to stop talking and just follow along. So, the group begins moving again. During the walk, the demon in charge turns to Jinwoo and brings up his preparation for war while assuming that's why he's traveling with them. He agrees without hesitation. In response, she promises to give him all her information on Boreas. She explains that the price for that information was once her life, and now that he saved her, it's time for her to pay it back. The next day, after taking some rest in Boreas' territory, they start moving again before the cold stiffens their bodies. According to Yujin, the demon is now fully healed. However, she still feels weak, so she rides on Jinwoo's back the entire time. 3 days later, they arrive at a fortress near Boreas' labyrinth. Jinwoo remembers how Boreas only showed mild interest in surface firearms while treating them like toys. However, when shown bombs, his reaction shifts. Despite that, he ends up buying nothing, and so they leave his territory. Afterward, Jinwoo questions why they made the long trip if Boreas wasn't going to buy anything. The demon in charge explains that this is why they usually skip his labyrinth. Jinwoo realizes this makes 4 labyrinths on the 10th floor and notes it seems too few. In response, she apologetically reveals that 2 more remain. This revelation surprises him, as he's already tired from carrying her. He had assumed Boreas would be the final one based on his ominous vibe. Still, she reassures him by saying the remaining aristocrats are harmless. She nearly says something negative about them, but Lee interrupts while warning her to stay respectful and avoid acting out like she did with Horace. Jinwoo nods and admits he's learned a lot. Then he suggests they keep moving. Over the next 4 days, they travel across the vast ash desert to reach the remaining 2 labyrinths. The first one lies on the rocky left side and is called the Fallen Dragon's Nest. At first, Jinwoo expects dragons, but instead finds gargoyles, distant relatives. The labyrinth is ruled by a huge 3-headed creature, Baron Barbarotos, who calls himself the Lord of the Fog. His appearance and behavior remind Jinwoo of someone else. He begins to wonder if all dragons are actually foolish due to their bloodline. Later, the demon explains that the Baron gave himself the title just because his labyrinth is surrounded by fog, not because of any fog-related abilities. Still, she admits he's strong due to inherited dragon blood. Jinwoo then thinks about how to counter his petrifying breath. When they offer him rare dragon-related artifacts, Barbarotos becomes excited, especially at the mention of Blue Eyes white dragons and Red Eyes black dragons. Apparently, he's thrilled with anything dragon-related. He even shouts his love for the black merchant group when given weapons. Their visit ends smoothly and without trouble. Again, after another 4-day journey, they reach the final labyrinth. It stands at the entrance to the 11th floor and is known as Mentelos Chamber. On the surface, it looks like a simple fortress built to stop beasts from crossing over. However, it also serves as the gateway to Count Parthenon's domain. Jinwoo recalls that the wall was recently constructed, and it reminds him of his visit to the Naga Labyrinth when all nearby scouts were killed rather than captured. Unlike the others, this labyrinth lacks splendor, possibly because Count Parthenon visits it more often. It's guarded by ancient people and giants. Jinwoo observes that while they resemble humans, they aren't related at all. These beings were driven underground after losing the survival battle above in the Middle Ages. Apparently, they're the reason witch hunts once happened on the surface. At the same time, Jinwoo notices the zealots under Count Parthenon's control. There are enough of them to form an entire company. He even spots vampires, relatives of Angela, who possess innate legendary ranks. Nearby, a girl comments on the sweet smell while recognizing it as the Black Merchant Group. A boy with her whispers about making an excuse to capture one of them. Internally, Jinwoo admits he expected Boreas to be the biggest threat. However, this place's military power is overwhelming. He concludes it's more like an outpost of the 11th floor than a part of the 10th. In his mind, the labyrinth feels like the most dangerous one they've visited. The owner, Mentilos, who's known for schemes and occultism, doesn't come across as foolish like the demon previously claimed. When they meet, Mentilos mentions that he only allowed their visit due to the Black Merchant contract. Jinwoo notices that Mentilos doesn't radiate the tyranny of Boreas, but he also lacks the dignity one would expect from a noble. Mentilos then announces that they have no intention of buying anything and instructs them to leave. To Jinwoo, he feels more like a soldier under Parthenon than an independent ruler. Before they go, Mentilos delivers a final warning. These are sensitive times. Count Parthenon is in a bad mood, and they should stop making visits to the 9th and 11th floors. For Jinwoo, this moment confirms what he feared all along. Count Parthenon is preparing for war. An invasion of the 9th floor is coming. While they are all eating, Jungwon doesn't like the food as he resembles it from water on dried vine. Lee becomes shocked and brings up how there's no mana in the food, and thinks it's a shame he can't see it. Meanwhile, Hyejin suddenly exclaims that it tastes amazing, excited that they're finally having proper food after so long. She remembers how they had been eating the same thing day after day, and had grown tired of it. At that moment, the girl nearby scolds her for being messy, while pointing out that Hyejin is getting food everywhere. Just then, Jinwoo shows up and asks if the food tastes alright, a bit uncertain since he's the one who prepared it. Lee quickly responds that the taste is heavenly while calling it food from paradise. However, he grows curious when he notices Jinwoo packing up his luggage. He asks where he had gone in such a hurry. Jinwoo explains that after promising to treat them, he realized he only had cup noodles at home. Therefore, he went out to buy proper food and bring back some clothes. As Jinwoo prepares to leave, the rest continue enjoying the meal. Suddenly, Lee grows suspicious and brings up the idea that maybe there are beasts here too, ones that use delicious smells to lure in prey. He insists he's never smelled anything so good before and warns everyone to block their noses. In response, Hyejin is visibly confused and worried while questioning what's wrong with them. It's just food after all. Lee throws a dramatic comment while claiming Hyejin has already fallen for it, which causes everyone to panic. To calm them, Jinwoo steps in and reassures them that it really is just food. However, he mentions there's a small ritual they need to follow before eating it. Lee grows curious and wonders if they need to give thanks to someone. Jinwoo shakes off the idea and clarifies that they simply need to take a shower, change into clean clothes, and not eat with dirty hands. Eventually, the group agrees and heads off to shower. Soon, joyful voices echo from inside. Someone marvels at the warm water. Someone else reminds not to eat the bubbles. They're clearly enjoying the bath after a long time without one. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is busy arranging the best food on the table while making everything perfect. He murmurs to himself that he's done setting up, then decides to check on the demon in charge. He heads toward the cave, where he finds her warming herself by the fire. He greets her while bringing food, clothes, and a blanket. Her face lights up as she expresses her happiness while remarking that it's been a long time since she's had surface food. Jinwoo tells her to eat before it gets cold, and to change into the clothes. As he turns to leave, she softly calls out and wonders if it's okay to make holes in the clothes for her wings and tail. Jinwoo responds with a smile while saying it's completely fine, and adds that he would love it if she could rest with them on the surface. But she replies that she's not allowed to go up there while reminding him of the Heaven-Earth Agreement. Jinwoo realizes that must mean angels exist too and asks her about them. She explains that angels haven't shown themselves for over 1,000 years, but it's not strange to think they exist if demons do. Jinwoo then wonders aloud if she could visit just for a short while, but she tells him that unless a special spell used by Satan worshippers is performed, she would be punished the moment she sets foot on the surface. While he's still talking, she calls his name and shows him how she looks in the clothes he brought. Jinwoo glances at her and admits she looks beautiful, even teasing that she could pass as a succubus. Suddenly, voices echo from outside. Someone warns others not to approach while claiming the smell is too good and suspicious. Another voice insists it's just food. The demon in charge urges Jinwoo to go back while seeing that his friends are starting trouble. Jinwoo apologizes while explaining that he's anxious about what they're up to, and promises to return soon. She quietly agrees and watches him leave. Outside, Lee voices his concern, unsure about the colorful food in front of him. He says just being on this upper level doesn't mean it's safe and warns everyone to stay alert. Hyejin shouts back, still insisting it's just food. The girl joins in, also expressing doubt that something so colorful could really be edible. At that moment, Jinwoo arrives and explains everything. He understands their suspicion while admitting that letting one's guard down in the abyss can be dangerous. He assures them there are wild beasts around, but even the strongest ones are only slightly more dangerous than horned rats, and they're rarely encountered. This place, he tells them, is safe, and they should relax. His partner expresses an interest in learning more about the area. Jinwoo agrees while saying they can talk while they eat. He reflects that their journey on the 10th floor ends with a short trip to paradise through the portal, heading toward the 9th floor near the Naga labyrinth. Later, they're gathered with the demon in charge as she announces their arrival. Jinwoo thanks her for her help and says it's time to split up since they've already had their farewell party. He encourages them to visit the Naga labyrinth if they want to return to the surface. Lee remarks that the path from the 10th floor isn't easy, but it's worth it. Heejin bursts with excitement and yells thanks for everything. Jinwoo smiles while telling her she's welcome anytime. He includes the demon in that too. She looks at him and promises to visit him. But then, their farewell is cut short when a terrifying presence arrives. They all freeze as a monster appears and someone shouts to Parasite. The creature speaks while revealing that it is the prototype Parasite and still dormant. It explains that despite using all its strength, it failed to fully take control and knows its time is running out. It accepts its fate, but insists it has come to speak directly to Jinwoo. Jinwoo is stunned and can barely believe the Parasite is talking. The Parasite continues while revealing that it wants to warn Jinwoo about his own parasite, known as the prototypes. The entire crew feels a wave of fear wash over them at the sight of this entity. The demon in charge warns Jinwoo to be cautious while explaining that this parasite had previously tried to eliminate him when it had possessed the captain. Jinwoo, puzzled, questions if that occurred during a time when he was unconscious. The parasite then addresses Jinwoo again while expressing that the simplest and most reliable way to eliminate the prototype would be through Jinwoo's death. However, it clarifies that it currently holds neither the desire nor the capability to harm him. Sensing the fear around it, the parasite urges everyone to remain calm. Then, while turning to Jinwoo, it explains that this is his only opportunity, while the prototype remains inactive within him. Curious, Jinwoo asks what exactly the warning is. The parasite decides to begin with an explanation while describing that their kind is a branch from the original prototype colony. They are a subspecies, created with a mission. Parasites choose their hosts and nurture them to grow stronger, all with the dream of bringing about the king's return. This revelation leaves the group visibly shaken. The parasite then openly confesses that they are fragments of the king, the very seeds of his rebirth. Jinwoo is left stunned by this revelation and repeats the words that the king's remains. He begins to reflect internally. The existence of aristocrats in Geyser is already a known fact. He himself is one. Yet, no one has ever brought up anything regarding a king. He turns to the demon in charge while asking who currently governs Geyser. She admits that she doesn't know either while stating that such knowledge is beyond her reach. Listening to their exchange, the parasite responds, uncertain if the king it refers to is the same as the one ruling over Geyser. It describes itself as just a minor piece of the colony. Jinwoo then asks if their goal is to transform their vessels into a new king. The parasite confirms that was their original purpose. Jinwoo questions if that has changed now. The parasite affirms and elaborates that, initially, they possess no more awareness than mere insects. Their sole instinct is to bond with the first host they encounter while evolving that host into the king. As the host develops, so do the parasites while gaining power, awareness, and independent thought. Eventually, they grow detached from the prototype and turn against it. This revelation takes Jinwoo by surprise once more. The parasite continues while explaining that, naturally, they begin to develop their own minds and thoughts. It claims to be content with its existence, despite being confined within its host. Although it cannot fully coexist due to the host's resistance, it still experiences every sensation the host does. Referring to its own vessel, it recalls how it enjoyed the flavors of the surface world, particularly pizza. It describes how the sensations of taste, touch, and emotions, such as love and affection, are enough to abandon their original mission. This is why many have cut ties with the colony and forsaken their purpose. The parasite further reveals that the prototype, after losing most of its followers, rapidly weakened and vanished for many years. They believed it was gone until now. Pointing at Jinwoo, it reveals that the prototype's main body resides within him. The room falls into deep shock at the statement. Jinwoo then questions whether it's possible for the prototype to have changed, just like the others. The parasite immediately denies it while revealing that the being inside Jinwoo is the core of the prototype. Jinwoo disagrees while remembering that it seemed like an insect when it first entered him. The parasite suggests it might have split itself into several parts, eventually choosing to awaken within the most promising host. That would imply that several fragments of the prototype now exist. Suddenly, the parasite senses something urgent. With panic rising, it says that its time is running short, and that the explanation has gone on long enough. It moves to deliver its warning. It cautions Jinwoo not to rely on the prototype's powers, while emphasizing that the more he uses them, the more he risks losing himself to it. It warns him not to feed brains to the prototype, neither his own nor those of his enemies. The parasite explains that while the prototype can draw on the active mana within him, it cannot reach the down gem inside. That access is limited to external sources. Therefore, Jinwoo must not allow it near the down gem or give in to the lure of becoming the king. The parasite insists that the being who remains standing in the end will be the prototype, not Jinwoo. Yet, it acknowledges Jinwoo as the strongest human host it has ever seen. That is why the prototype selected him. But that also means Jinwoo is capable of keeping it in check. It urges him not to forget that the creature sleeping inside him is a merciless king, one without any sense of virtue. Suddenly, the parasite departs, and Lee regains control of his body as the parasite returns inside him. Jinwoo quickly asks if Lee is back in control. Lee confirms, except for the fact that a bothersome creature still lives inside him. Jinwoo remarks that the parasite was able to speak, and that it seems Lee already knew. Lee apologizes for hiding it while explaining that he had his reasons. The feeling of another consciousness watching his every move is deeply disturbing, and he admits he can't remove it. Lee continues while saying he stayed silent because Jinwoo's parasite never spoke to him before. Jinwoo agrees that it's an unpleasant experience and asks when it started talking to Lee. Lee reveals that it began after he lost his arm. He suspects that the parasite's influence strengthens when it inhabits a damaged part of the body. Though it talks about coexisting, he remains unsure of its real intentions. He still doesn't know what it meant by Evil King, but he's certain that the being inside Jinwoo is no ordinary parasite. He urges Jinwoo not to trust it and not to fall for its tempting words, or he may end up like him, frequently losing control of his body. Jinwoo reflects silently. It appears the captain's parasite genuinely desires coexistence. Still, it's not his place to interfere. What he does know is that he wouldn't have survived without his own parasite. Placing a hand on his neck, frustration seeps through as he mutters to himself about yet another concern added to his list. Internally, he assures himself to stay cautious, but also confesses that he has no plans of suppressing his power. Jinwoo responds that while he doesn't feel great about the situation, it's manageable. He reminds her that her labyrinth still awaits. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland at the Horned Rat Watch House, one rat stirs another awake. The sleepy one apologizes while saying he always dozes off toward the end of his shift. The other reminds him that being alone out here makes it risky. However, the sleepy one argues that ever since they've been stationed at the entrance to the 10th floor, staff shortages have been an issue. He adds that they're in the Black Line, and there's no labyrinth in this barren zone. It's more of a communication post than a true watchtower. He admits it's one of the easiest posts to guard. The other rat accepts the excuse and asks if there's anything to report. The sleepy rat claims the place is living up to its reputation. There's not even a bug around. As the other keeps watch, he reflects that though horned rats lack good vision due to living underground, they were assigned to monitor the 9th floor for a reason. First, they can navigate small tunnels easily. Second, being a frail species makes them highly sensitive to danger. As the sleepy rat prepares to leave, the other suddenly detects a powerful presence quickly closing in. Alarmed, he yells that something incredibly strong is approaching fast. That figure turns out to be Jinwoo, who arrives and wonders about the noise. Meanwhile, at the northern gate of the fortress wall, everyone stays alert, aware of the ambush. Qantas orders his troops to take positions and prepare to attack to tackle the threat. Dominique moves forward, but Qantas warns her not to come, that it's too dangerous. Still, she persists, wanting updates. Qantas points to the great force already invading their territory, now rushing toward the fortress at significant speed. Dominique is baffled to learn they have already invaded, yet no one knows about it. She asks about the watchtowers, specifically created to handle situations like this. Qantas assumes the horned rats on duty must have perished since they haven't sent any signals, unaware of their carelessness. Dominique worries that they don't have Rikshasha or Jinwoo to handle the situation. At that moment, Usio reminds her how they have already defeated 2 great labyrinths on the 9th floor. He calls himself the Great King of Gluttony, which Angela disagrees with. Ignoring her, he adds that since they had a good relationship, he can help defeat anything that dares breach their territory. By the look on everyone's faces, it's clear that they don't agree with him. Usio hasn't even maintained his position for 3 weeks, and his subordinates are waiting for him impatiently. Still, he's determined to defeat this troop. Ignoring him, Qantas analyzes the enemy force and guesses it's of noble level, maybe a count leading the troops. They consider it could be a steel golem again, but then reject the idea, thinking it might be something else. Meanwhile, Usio casually talks to himself about going to his labyrinth to bring his subordinates. Before he can move, our boy grabs him, stopping him from going further. Everyone freezes, realizing he is finally here. After a while, our guy sits on his throne with a very bored expression while everyone greets him. He then addresses Usio, asking about his gluttons, which number 8,000. He doesn't understand why Usio came to his territory. Usio explains that almost 1,000 of his gluttons die daily. To cover up his mistake, he came to flatter him, which our guy clearly doesn't buy. At the same time, our dude has a headache but is grateful for practicing mana manipulation and uses it around himself to ease the pain. Dominique notices the change since he went patrolling the abyss, that they can clearly sense that he has grown stronger. Qantas agrees with her. However, Jinwoo dryly asks if this is their reason to cause chaos, to which she immediately apologizes. He brushes off her apology, reminding them they need to prepare to tackle the invasion as well. The thing is, he's become too powerful, and sometimes it feels difficult for him to control it. Dominique is curious whether he earned this power in the abyss, but he's not sure. It feels more like he had this power from the very beginning. He's only now realized how to use it. Qantas, as expected, cheers for his master's power, which annoys Angela. Then Jinwoo asks for an update on the labyrinth in his absence. Dominique shares her report. They have expanded the labyrinth around the barracks. At that moment, she also shares the new map with her master, and his map updates. Meanwhile, she adds that the army has increased fourfold, while their troops' numbers remain the same. Jinwoo is not happy about the increase in forces since it will raise maintenance costs, but Dominique reasons with him, while saying that they can construct some facilities because they have space to build. Then she reports a lot. Qantas is protecting the northern gate, while Angela and Balzac cover the southern. Her sentence is cut short by Angela, who informs Jinwoo that Balzac is the only one at the southern gate since she's assigned to look after Yoonhee. Jinwoo is unhappy to hear that Angela left Balzac, who isn't even part of the Naga labyrinth, to guard the southern gate alone. Angela embarrassedly replies that she has her reasons and reminds him that she left Draken and Hoya there with Balzac. Jinwoo isn't interested in hearing her reasons right now and asks Dominique to continue her report. She informs him that Rikshasha is guarding the building of the Horned Rat community underground. He then asks about the other labyrinths. She explains that they avoid certain areas, as shown on the map, specifically, the construction of underground tunnels connecting the Naga labyrinth. Besides the Labyrinth of Gluttony, the ruins of the Scaly Dragon Labyrinth and the entrance to the Abyss have been completed. They continue to avoid the Labyrinth of Hammers and Anvils, fearing it might alert the enemy to their presence, especially since they are already within the black lines. Not only that, they also avoid the part of the Westland due to the risk of collapse. Then she points out the swamp region, which they have intentionally avoided. Finally, they have almost completed building the Great Plain and Forest of Dream. All that's left is Jinwoo's permission to proceed. Jinwoo then recalls they recruited 200 horned rats, but Dominique corrects him that it's actually 176. He asks if that's enough to manage the tunnels. Dominique nervously explains that the rats are quite happy there, causing their population to grow 12-fold. Jinwoo's eyes bulge as he learns they now have 2,000 horned rats, 40% adults, 20% teens, and the rest children tasked with labor. Jinwoo faces another problem: how to feed such a large population. Ucio sheds light on the breeding process, but Angela sassily remarks that it's something everyone can do, except Ucio. Meanwhile, Dominique continues her report, stating that 70% of the horned rats, except the children and their mothers, are on active posts. They're currently stationed by the lake and in the Great Plains. Not only that, Rikshasha has trained these horned rats to specialize in hunting. Jinwoo considers how this solves his food supply problem. From another perspective, it seems the horned rats have built their own force throughout the 9th floor after breaking free from the Scaly Dragon King. Dominique agrees that this is why they stay hidden, to avoid being hunted down and to prevent people from suspecting they're part of the Naga labyrinth. Jinwoo then gives her permission to continue the construction, but warns her to stay clear of the Labyrinth of Wanderers and the Labyrinth of Dream. Dominique complies and proceeds. At that, Jinwoo grows quite worried about the rats because their population has exploded, but their lives are short. He notes that the new generation likely doesn't know the oppression their ancestors faced under the Scaly Dragon King, so they might take these facilities for granted. Overall, he thinks the loyalty of the horned rats is fickle. They might even build their own labyrinth on the outpost. Dominique protests that he's thinking too far ahead. He dryly reminds her that these are just hypotheses. Getting to the point, he asks about the supervisors of the rats. Dominique answers that the first-generation horned rats, Beano, Twitch, and Snitch, are in charge. He asks if there's anything else. Dominique replies that everything is peaceful besides that. Then he mutters aloud that he needs to attend the Round Table Conference in 4 days. After that, he'll likely go above ground, in case the 10th floor tries to take over the 9th floor's labyrinth. He expects a lot of work ahead and just hopes to have a month before the war breaks out. Everyone tenses at the confirmation that the 10th floor is preparing to attack the 9th floor. Jinwoo admits that it's just a hunch, but he's certain about it. Angela asks if that means they're going to fight the Noble Alliance. Jinwoo tells her not to worry, as he's already preparing for it. That's why he went to the Abyss with the Black Merchant. He reminds them this isn't just any ordinary war between two floors, but a battle between floors that can crush them like rats. However, they must be cautious not to reveal to the other 9th floor labyrinths that he is the one behind this war. Then he rises from his seat and declares that the war is coming soon. He announces that he will now debrief the plan they have already prepared in advance. When he comes above ground, the first thing he does is turn on his phone, though he has forgotten which button to press after being away for a while. He tenses up as he sees numerous missed calls from his family. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much time to spend with them, so he decides to come up with some excuse and beg for their forgiveness later. It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. He sends his dad a message filled with fabricated lies, while claiming he's on holiday in a remote part of Australia where the signal is weak. He rejects the idea of calling Bayek, knowing she'll chew him out. It's smarter to focus on what he needs to do and call Junyoung instead. When he tries to remind her who he is, she shouts over the phone, demanding how he dares to miss all her calls. Jinwoo quickly spins another excuse about war and his work as a merchant keeping him too busy, which earns him the title Sly from her. He then asks about the weak signal on her end, and she explains it's because she's on the 5th floor of the geyser facility where she now works. Jinwoo is stunned to learn she can receive calls from underground. Junyoung informs him about some new military equipment that's still in the trial phase but is specialized for underground communication, provided one is near the right vicinity. He is stunned to realize that she has managed to get her hands on military equipment again. Getting to the point, she asks him why he's calling. He casually tells her he needs some equipment, just like last time. She grows suspicious and asks what happened to the previous ones. He carefully replies that they weren't enough. She is furious to hear this. It's been a month since his last call, and now he's asking for more gear. He tries to reason with her, saying he can't explain the details. Angrily, she demands to know if he's in a war. He admits he is, with the beasts of the geyser. She reminds him again that, as Dungeon-born, they are not allowed to harm humans on the surface. That confirms our guy isn't doing anything illegal, at least. She is still frustrated, but reluctantly asks him to list the things he needs. He tells her to grab a pen and paper because the list is long, as our boy clearly needs a lot. As she listens to the never-ending list of items, she finally snaps and yells at him in utter frustration, asking if he's completely lost his mind. Hearing her yelling, Chansik opens the tent flap and asks if there's a problem. She quickly explains that she's just on a phone call and asks him for some privacy, which he respects, and steps away. Turning back to Jinwoo, she demands how he can ask for such a massive amount of supplies. She can't just take those out without raising suspicion. He suggests crossing off the tank from the list, but even that doesn't make things much easier for her. Eventually, he compromises and asks her to at least arrange bombs and communication devices. She tries to reason with him, explaining that it's not a simple task. She has to get approval from the geyser's general for such items, but the entire process is riddled with corruption. There's a long procedure just to acquire the supplies. She not only has to pay for the equipment, but also cover labor costs and bribe people to stay quiet about the transaction. Altogether, it would cost a huge sum of money. Jinwoo cuts into her rising frustration, asking bluntly how much she needs. She's taken aback, but he assures her he can arrange the money, that he just needs to know the exact figure. After a moment of mental math, she estimates that compared to last time, which cost 100 million, this time it would take around 1.5 billion. Thinking quickly, Jinwoo asks about the current rate of down gems. She replies that a thumb-sized one costs between 4 to 8 million, while a fist-sized gem goes for 50 to 100 million. He notes that the prices have dropped. She explains that down gems are no longer in demand in the fashion industry, so they're now mostly used in laboratories, hence the drop in price. Jinwoo then asks if he can pay her in down gems, to which she agrees. Then he stuns her by revealing that he's planning to give her double the amount. She pauses to confirm if he can produce 20 low-quality intermediate down gems, and he agrees without hesitation. In the background, Dominique is completely mesmerized, seeing the above-ground world for the first time. Meanwhile, she reflects on how Jinwoo is a lower-floor dungeon baby, which explains why it's easier for him to descend further and gather more down gems. She quickly decides to use this situation to her advantage. She agrees to help him, but declines the offer of double payment. Instead, she presents a condition. She asks if he'd be willing to join a secret mission they're working on. Jinwoo asks if it's authorized by the geyser, and she confirms it is. She can't reveal much, but she tells him that they've discovered a unique labyrinth. He replies that he's currently tied up with urgent work that will take about 2 months. After that, he can join. She agrees to the timeline. They exchange schedules for the delivery of the equipment and end the call. She steps out of her tent and informs her team that she's heading to the surface for 3 weeks. They're baffled, too, that she rarely goes up these days. She then reveals that she has managed to convince someone reliable to join their mission. Though initially resistant to bringing in someone new, the team goes silent the moment she mentions it's Jinwoo. Still, she warns them not to spread the news, as his participation isn't confirmed yet. The team's mood lifts with excitement at the prospect of Jinwoo joining because they all know that he's the best when it comes to dealing with monsters. However, their excitement dips slightly when she mentions that he'll only be available after 2 months. She explains that Jinwoo's current situation and urges them to maintain the same enthusiasm they've been showing. Besides, they must continue keeping the existence of this labyrinth, which is a place now accepting humans, to an absolute secret. Meanwhile, Jinwoo breathes a sigh of relief, glad to have wrapped up the conversation. Deep down, though, he's still itching to ride a tank. Just then, Rikshasha greets him and asks about Hoya, who has been acting wild. She informs him that she nearly lost her earlier. Their conversation shifts to the current situation, which Dominique updates him on. She notes that he's already relayed their war strategy. Dominique also asks about the state of the abyss, which remains quiet for now. Jinwoo instructs her to tell the horned rats to stay hidden and report immediately if they detect anything unusual. At that moment, Rikshasha informs Jinwoo that the horned rats are facing difficulties with reporting, as their burrow is located far from the labyrinth. It takes them considerable time to reach and deliver messages. Still, Jinwoo agrees to be patient for a few days. He then decides to lay electric wires and provide the rats with a radio set as soon as he receives one. Rikshasha looks confused about the radio set but doesn't question him further. Dominique then updates him that the horned rats have something important they wish to discuss with him. Jinwoo doesn't get a good feeling from this news. They proceed forward, with Dominique leading the way, to hear what the rats have to say. After a short while, they arrive at the horned rats' shelter. 3 rats stand in front of Jinwoo. He asks if there's any problem. They respond that they are happy and thriving in their new home. Jinwoo is relieved to hear it. However, he quickly notices that Twitch is not among them. Instead, there is another unfamiliar rat. This rat steps forward and introduces himself as Tretch, who is a son of Bino and Twitch. The name strikes a memory as Jinwoo recalls fighting a horned rat named Tretch during his early days. Tretch confirms that he is named after his grandfather, and declares that he is ready to atone for his ancestors' sins and devote his life to Jinwoo and the Naga Labyrinth. He comments that he's heard they breed too quickly and mature just as fast, which brings a blush to the poor horned rats. Then Tretch gets ready to explain his father's absence, and Jinwoo agrees to listen. Tretch states matter-of-factly that his father is currently fighting and eliminating the rebel rats. Meanwhile, deep in the underground of the Scaly Dragon Labyrinth, an old rat named Morth stands on a stage in front of hundreds of rats. Twitch addresses him. Morth is pleased to see him, assuming that Twitch has come to fulfill his purpose. However, Twitch clearly dislikes that this is happening under the Scaly Dragon Labyrinth. He asks if everyone is present. Morth replies that the current numbers aren't enough to take the 9th floor. He explains that he has brought 70 elites, each with a unit under their command. Twitch comments that Morth seems to be playing nobility here, but Morth insists that he will join the battle as well, declaring himself the general because of his hero status among the rats. Twitch vaguely replies that he has been doing a lot of work lately. Then Morth notices a cutter in Twitch's hand, and Twitch explains that he plans to use it. Twitch abruptly changes the subject, saying he wants to ask something. Morth gives him permission. Twitch explains that he is a close confidant of the Naga Labyrinth and is fully devoted to it, so much so that he follows every command without question. He asks Morth what he's thinking by bringing him here. What if he had reported this to Jinwoo? Morth asks if he did, to which Twitch denies. Morth was already confident that he wouldn't. The answer to his question, Morth says, lies in the name he gave his son, Tretch, after his own father. Morth knows that Twitch is following Rikshasha to gather information about their oppressors. He is the one who laid the foundation for the revolution, so that his son could one day take over the 9th floor, which is something his father once attempted to do. Then Morth turns to him with a serious expression and says that he's not the only one. He recalls the time he first entered the Naga Labyrinth, where he saw the bones of his fellow kinsmen and horned, stripped of flesh, their flesh devoured by Nagas. It was in that moment he realizes that no matter how prosperous their lives become, they will always remain slaves. In this vast place called Geyser, their position is at the bottom of the food chain. That day, he understands that he wants to change their fate. Now, he knows that he doesn't have much time left to see that dream fulfilled, but at the very least, he wants to be the one who kindles the flame of revolution. With conviction, he proclaims that today will be the day they mark as the beginning of their freedom from slavery. He urges everyone, they will no longer be food, no longer be servants. From this day forward, they will be horned rats who rise up against monsters and claim their rightful place. They will free their brothers on the other floors and defeat their enemies. This is their path to becoming the rulers of Geyser. Then, in a solemn tone, he declares himself the founder and first offspring of this revolution. He officially names this era, the Morth Dynasty. At his declaration, the entire crowd chants his name. Then Morth calls his son Quig to stand beside him. Twitch notices that Morth has passed down his own name to his son, and Morth confirms it. He did this because he feels too old to see the end of their journey, so he wants Quig to complete the revolution. Quig is desperate and ready to take on the responsibility. Morth tells his son to become king who will be someone above all the horned rats. However, he warns that this path is full of burdens. The revolution won't be easy. He rambles about the suffering the rats have endured, suffering that Twitch can't fully understand because he was raised in the prosperity of the Naga Labyrinth. But Morth reminds Quig that he must understand their pain. He also points out that their kin affiliated with other labyrinths are suffering as well. Quig assures his father that he will face everyone who stands in their way. Meanwhile, Twitch watches all of this unfold. Then Morth asks Twitch to help him support Quig. Twitch turns to Morth and tells him to protect his son. Twitch softens his tone, adding that Morth just gave a sentimental speech. Morth brushes off the praise, saying he only spoke what everyone secretly desires. Twitch thoughtfully repeats whether this is the desire of everyone. Then he asks to go on stage, adding his own words as well. Morth allows him, calling him their great general. When Twitch climbs the stage, everyone is chanting Morth's name. He looks at his weapon and then at Morth. He initially wants to speak to Morth, but quickly decides it won't work now. Instead, he declares that he is conservative, which stuns everyone. Then he yells at the crowd that anyone who wants revolution is given time to atone for their mistakes. He asks anyone who wants forgiveness to come to the stage and cut their horn so they will be pardoned. The rest will perish by his hand. He gives them 30 seconds to decide. Morth is furious hearing this and warns Twitch about his actions, but Twitch has already started his countdown. The crowd, angry for Twitch to side with the Naga Labyrinth, grows restless. Morth calls out to anyone who can fight to come down and eliminate this minion of the Naga. The horned rats are furious to learn of Twitch's mindset, whom they thought was their ally. A sleeping horned rat claims he's here just because he was off duty. The other rat is furious, telling him to stay calm despite the traitor among them. This horned rat remains composed. Suddenly, the first rat notices that this calm one didn't have a horn. He asks Twitch how someone without a horn, a symbol of the horned rats, could cut off a horn. Is this a sign his sins were forgiven? Suddenly, everyone shouts that there are many hornless rats among them. Twitch states that the horn is the symbol of the horned rats. No matter how much they try to hide their desires under authoritarian rule, in the end, those without horns have no place in an arrogant, aristocratic society. Then he unsheathes his weapon, declaring that the 30 seconds were up. Now he will begin the execution, despite never wanting to raise his weapon against his own kin. After a while, every rat with a horn are started to be killed as rebels. Meanwhile, Twitch orders the others that no one would escape from there. After killing each rebel, one of the rats asked their leader why they had to kill them all. He argued that these rebels belonged to the old generation who had already suffered, so it would be better to find another way, saying that these rebels had endured decades of suffering under the scaly Dragon King, while watching their siblings being eaten and being enslaved. Yes, they now had a better life under the Naga Labyrinth, but they remained mere workers. During that time, their anger exploded, and they decided to rebel. But they never realized they couldn't succeed in rebellion under the scaly Dragon King. In conclusion, a better life just doesn't suit them. He then asked the rat if he was also from the Naga Labyrinth. The rat confirmed but said he was an adult when he arrived there. Another rat claimed to be from the first generation of the Naga Labyrinth. The leader nonchalantly told this first-generation Naga rat that they were primary food for snakes, which stunned him. But now the Naga are protected, so the first-generation rat was uncertain if they would be eaten someday or not. The old-generation rat affirmed this, explaining it's the reason to kill these rebels, to prove to Jinwoo that they can be controlled. In this way, they can maintain a good relationship with the Naga. They need to replace the old, rusty parts of the system before they cause a breakdown. Therefore, they decide to be friendly with the Naga so they'll be treated equally. He knows they can't have a horned rat's labyrinth because the Naga Labyrinth already has their home. He was there under the scaly Dragon King, so he knows the despair of the past. That's why he decided to eliminate the old, rusty, and sick generation. The blood on his hands is the price so that other rats can live happily. Then a new generation rat asked whether the new generation will think their choice was right. The leader replied that this is peace built on blood, and decided to inform the new generation about this truth. Morth, furious at the massacre happening before him, ordered his allies to attack. Meanwhile, Twitch fought each of the enemies. One rat, terrified, decided to cut his own horn. Twitch warned him it would hurt like hell, but he explained the horns are not just for defense or offense. It's shameful for someone like him to cut his horn out of cowardice. Twitch challenged the rat to come at him, but the rat fled. The next moment, the rat was killed by another soldier. Suddenly, Morth asks Twitch about his decision to do this. He reasons that they finally have a chance to increase their population and a shot at freedom from slavery. He reminds Twitch of the time they suffered, treated as nothing but food. Now, they have a chance to claim their own labyrinth of rats. Morth assumes Twitch isn't fully with them because he finds this freedom unattainable, but he urges Twitch to understand the importance of the dream of freedom, which is a freedom they couldn't even imagine under the scaly Dragon King. Morth admits that he knows they can't achieve it right now. Calmly, Twitch asks what Morth envisions will happen if they do achieve their freedom. Twitch is declared a hero among his kin, but does Morth really think Twitch can defeat the other threats if he earns that title? Morth declares that no matter what, they are rats, and always will be. What will their future be after gaining freedom from the Naga Labyrinth? They will likely have to hide underground from predators and keep fighting to avoid being food. The stubborn Morth thinks that this is meaningful too. He adds that this is the natural system for rats, to survive and become strong, even if life is harsh. He reminds Twitch that his own father was the same way, which is why he named his son after him. Twitch corrects him, saying that he didn't name his son after his father to seek glory, but instead, he wants him to repent for his father's sins. He reasons with Morth, asking why he wants his son and family to walk such a rough path when they could be happy where they are now. He wants the same happiness for his own family as they have at present. Morth is in disbelief. accusing Twitch of sacrificing their future just for the peace of today. But Twitch believes that this present is better than the future Morth envisions. Even if it's fragile, he won't give up on it. Then Morth turns to his son and asks if he still holds those ideals, to which his son confirms. Morth orders his son to go away until he tries to convince Twitch otherwise. His son hesitates, but Morth urgently insists he run. Before the son can leave, Twitch suddenly appears behind Morth, stunning him. Twitch then faces the terrified Quig and apologizes for what he's about to do. But before he can touch him, Morth grabs Twitch and shoves him away. Using binding magic, a number of vines erupt from the earth, trapping both Morth and Twitch. Quig is still reluctant to leave, but Morth urges him to run and live his life. At the last moment, Twitch stabs Quig, and he dies. Quig is petrified for a moment at the sight. Then he shouts and runs away. Twitch immediately orders Mori to go after Quig. Mori swiftly chases after him. Meanwhile, Quig is filled with deep sorrow as he witnesses his father being killed by his own kin, who is the very ones he always cared about. He becomes determined to take revenge against Twitch and the other cut-off rats. As he loudly declares his vengeful intent, Mori silently follows behind him with his weapon unsheathed. When Mori tries to attack Quig, Quig unexpectedly dodges, earning a brief look of respect from Mori. Mori then warns him not to resist, promising a painless death. Suddenly Mori is taken aback, realizing Quig is just a kid. He asks his age, but Quig challenges him to just kill him already. Angrily, Mori demands Quig's age. Bitterly, Quig replies that he is only 3 months old, taunting Mori to feel guilt for killing someone so young. Quig retorts, demanding how someone like Mori could believe they are doing something noble while declaring themselves heroes. In his eyes, they are nothing but trash, worse than the scaly dragon, because they are killing rebels simply for having a different point of view. Mori hesitantly tries to reason that he is only doing this to protect the future of the next generation, but Quig scoffs, reminding him that he is part of that future generation, yet he is not considered one of them just because of his different beliefs. Mori tenses up, visibly shaken by the words. Quig goes further, taunting Mori for even killing friends who didn't agree with him. Mori tries to deny it, but Quig yells at him to shut up. He demands to know why they are massacring their own kind. Mori grabs Quig's collar and explains that it is not like he enjoys it. He had to do it because they were the ones who started this so-called revolution. Quig then dares him to finish it, just like they did with his father. He tells Mori that everyone else is already dead, and he is the last one standing. So he might as well kill him too and complete the massacre with his own hands. They need to finish this tyranny they call peace by spilling his blood as well. But Mori is totally petrified to hear this. It reminds him of his companion asking whether future generations will believe this voice is right, just because it is built on blood. The next moment, Quig notices tears in Mori's eyes, which infuriates him even more, as he cannot be the good guy. After a while, Mori stands before Twitch, who expects him to report, but Mori is silent, too silent. She then seriously asks why she wasn't informed that Quig is just a kid, but Twitch doesn't give her an answer. He only wants to know whether Mori has finally completed his job. Instead of replying, Mori simply throws Quig's horn toward Twitch. Then, hesitantly, he asks whether they are really doing the right thing. But instead of answering, Twitch sees the burden on his face and tells him to rest. At that moment, everything is explained to our boy by Tretch, who adds that they are now eliminating the remaining rats. Jinwoo comments that this situation is predictable, but he is not able to see it beforehand because he doesn't calculate the population rate of rats. Rikshasha adds that this happens because Jinwoo is too occupied with outside matters and war, so he overlooks what's happening within his own realm. He even goes on scouting missions himself when he could easily send a subordinate. He admits that he has been too busy. Initially, he wanted to include the horned rats in the war, but seeing the current situation, he changes his mind. However, one rat responds that they want to educate their ideologies to the new generation, so that such a rebellion doesn't happen again. Jinwoo doesn't like the idea, but the rat persists, insisting that in the end, Jinwoo will still be their ruler. So it's a necessary precaution to prevent civil war in the future. Finally, Jinwoo gives in and decides to give them a free hand in this matter, for which they are grateful. Now, it's time to discuss more important matters, like the supply of food for his labyrinth creatures, including the rats, and their future during the ongoing war. After resolving everything, Jinwoo steps ahead and adds that he has taken care of the horned rats issue. All that remains is to prepare for the round table conference. Then suddenly he asks about Yoonhee. Dominique guesses that she must be in her room. Jinwoo wants to see her, so he heads to her room, where she is still spaced out. He doesn't understand the reason behind her behavior, as the people of his labyrinth are taking good care of her. He wonders whether there's something troubling her internally. Then he gently brings up the topic of the upcoming war. He knows she helped him during the war against Felicius, but this time, he doesn't want to use her again. Doing so would make him no different from the aristocrats who exploited her when she was living underground. Instead, he decides she should rest at his home on the surface, rather than staying in the underground. He plans to bring her back once the war is over. Then he turns to Dominique and is about to ask her to make the necessary arrangements, but he's cut off when Yoonhee tugs on his sleeve. He politely asks whether she wants to stay here or go to the surface. She says nothing, but he takes this as progress, because in the past, she would only nod and comply with whatever he asked. He pats her head gently, assuring her that they will continue this conversation later. Still, he hopes she will agree to go to the surface during the war. In the end, he assures her that he's not going to leave her behind. Then he runs to Dominique and asks her to call Useo because he needs to prepare for war before going to the conference. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Forest of Dreams, someone digs out from the ground. It is none other than Quig, with a haunted expression on his face. He is muttering about the Naga Labyrinth, Twitch, Mori, and every rat without a horn. He deadpans that he is going to get his revenge on all of them. Meanwhile, at the Round Table Conference, several important representatives are waiting for our boy to arrive. Among them is Ariane, who hails from the Forest of Dreams. She is pleased to have a nice, clean, skylit place this time, unlike the middle of a swamp where they met last time. Hekarim, from the Labyrinth of Wanderers, scoffs at her comment, reminding her that their main purpose is to talk, regardless of the venue. Malaxis, the owner of the Labyrinth of Hammer and Anvils, taunts Hekarim, saying it doesn't matter to him because he can't sit on a chair, being half-horse. He even mocks him further by offering to lay out some hay to make him comfortable. Ariane really enjoys the joke and laughs wholeheartedly. Hekarim, however, doesn't share the sentiment and declares that he's going to kill Malaxis and serve him on the table like it's a tea party. Malaxis takes the bait and challenges him to try, daring him to act before his body becomes too tough to handle. The two stand face to face, both aggressive and ready to tear each other's throats out. Then Akhenaten steps in, asking them to calm down and urging them to behave like civilized beings instead of wild beasts. Their easily provoked nature only reveals how shallow they can be, acting like self-proclaimed kings of their labyrinths. But Hekarim doesn't answer him, considering Akhenaten someone who himself once broke the table. Ariane, however, is taken aback. She doesn't even know who Akhenaten is. Akhenaten replies that he wants to introduce himself when everyone arrives, but he doesn't have a choice, and introduces himself anyway. Malaxis immediately guesses that he must be the same guy Jinwoo told him about. Akhenaten responds that he has also heard a lot about him. Malaxis welcomes him wholeheartedly, asking him to forget about the earlier fiasco. But Hekarim doesn't share the sentiment because he is furious that someone from the 8th floor, who is supposed to be beneath them, dares to set foot on their gathering. Before any blood can be shed, our dude interjects, stating that he is the one who allowed him in, which repels Hekarim's aggression. Finally, he arrives in his armor, directly challenging Hekarim, asking if he has a problem with him inviting Akhenaten. Hekarim now understands that he is the owner of the Naga Labyrinth. With everyone present, it's time to start the meeting, but the table has already sunk into the floor. Then Gorintos warns them to restrain themselves, reminding them they have only one table. Now the owner of the Labyrinth of Swamps, Gorintos, asks everyone to start the meeting. While sitting in his seat, Jinwoo recalls the words of his captain, who once told him not to believe only what he sees. So, he decides to activate his parasite eye and assess his targets. The first one is Hekarim, who sarcastically comments that Jinwoo lacks human manners, implying he would have attacked him already if war hadn't broken out. Jinwoo analyzes Hekarim as the master of manufacturing warfare and weapon arts. He evaluates Hekarim's strength as slightly below the Scaly Dragon King but higher than Malaxis. However, his overly aggressive tactics might be his downfall. Jinwoo notes that if Hekarim grows a little stronger and more strategic, he has the potential to become a Boreas of the 9th floor. Then Ariane steps in and asks Hekarim to calm down, warning that nothing will progress otherwise. Jinwoo's attention goes to her, Ariane, who is also a fallen fairy of the forest. She is quite weak, even weaker than a necromancer before his awakening. Ariane lovingly asks Useo why he's so short, which angers him. But Jinwoo also realizes that despite her own weakness, she commands a powerful army, one that must consist of former hero-class units. Not only that, she possesses supportive skills that allow her to control the forest. Gorintos decides to lead the conference, which will likely continue if things proceed this way. While looking at the owner of the swamp, our boy grows increasingly frustrated because this guy is shrouded in mystery. He appears more like an imitation than a real being. Jinwoo doesn't know a single thing about him, neither what lies beneath his robe, nor the nature of the army hidden under the swamp. He assumes Gorintos is the most dangerous among them. At that moment, he is asked by Gorintos to let him leave, which baffles him. Gorintos acknowledges that they don't even recognize his position, but regardless of that, he is a baron, which makes him higher than anyone here. But Jinwoo points out that his behavior doesn't suggest that. Gorintos asks whether it bothers him, but he declines. Gorintos takes this as permission. Meanwhile, he is thinking how he is still better than the aristocrats from the 10th floor. Anyway, our dude states that he doesn't have a problem with how they talk to him, but he is going to lead this conference. He then starts the conversation by asking Gorintos whether he knows anything about the invasion by the 10th floor aristocrats. Then Jinwoo asks whether he can actually confirm that the invasion is really going to happen, or if he has any other related information, but Garintos has none. Jinwoo doesn't understand them, which is why he's thinking of leading the conference. All Garintos knows about are the giant footsteps left after the massacre of the patrols, and how the prey of the 10th floor exposed themselves to the 9th floor. They don't have any information regarding the nobles of the 10th floor. At that, Hecarim mockingly asks whether Garintos himself knows about them. Our dude stuns everyone by revealing the information he has about the nobles of the 10th floor, which include Horus the Scorched from the Shadow Labyrinth, Antlion Velatus from the Day Pit, Zabax of the Blue Skies from Magi-Misabib, and a number of other names. All of these are 6 barons and baronesses. Ariane protests that he could only know the names of these nobles by paying a black merchant, but Jinwoo shuts her up by saying he personally met all of them while hiding his identity as one of the labyrinth owners of the 9th floor. But the other owners still don't believe him. Ariane asks for proof, and Garintos agrees with her. To prove his point, Jinwoo is willing to show them the map of the 10th floor and even describe the nobles and their abilities. However, he can't provide any other proof simply because they don't know anything about the 10th floor. The other owners, especially Ariane, still don't believe him. He nonchalantly replies that he can't provide much other proof besides summoning a third neutral party to testify the evidence. With that, he tears a paper, and from it emerges a demon hugging a picture pillow of Jinwoo. She immediately circles around, creating red smoke to hide herself. The next moment, she appears properly dressed. She then greets everyone and introduces herself as Citri, the charge of the 10th floor's geyser. Everyone is shocked to see her. Citri explains that everyone knows the black merchants are usually neutral parties in the geyser, which is their reason for longevity. Even when they exchange information, it's more about personal transactions. Then the question arises whether she sold information to Jinwoo. She is initially hesitant to answer, but when Jinwoo nods at her, she reveals that he purchased information about the geography of the 10th floor from the 9th floor. However, he himself went to the 10th floor through safe routes. Ariane thinks it must have cost him a fortune. Jinwoo informs her that he has spare dormant labyrinth cores which he sells. The Velicious one was already damaged due to war. Okunatasi also adds that moving to the vacated location in the barren wasteland was part of the deal. To strengthen his testimony, he assures everyone that Okunatusi is as strong as the Scaly Dragon King if he were on the 8th floor. Then he turns to everyone and reminds them that it's not the right time to dominate each other because of the danger of war. Garintos asks if he really went to the Abyss area, while Hecarim thinks he's gone crazy. Citri confirms that it's all true. She adds that from now on, she won't reveal any information, only the validity of the information. Jinwoo tells her that he will pay her for her service. But Garintos believes she must be bribed, so he offers double the amount to ensure her truthfulness, which Jinwoo doesn't care about because he knows she is already telling the truth. Then Jinwoo deadpans that he is going to be the commander of them, on the condition that they reveal the information he has about the 10th floor, which stuns everyone. But Jinwoo continues with a second condition. They must sign a contract declaring themselves his knights. Garintos angrily burns the contract while declaring that Jinwoo intends to take over the 9th floor. Hecarim, as expected, calls it all nonsense because no matter how much power Jinwoo gains, they are also labyrinth owners. He finds it an utter insult to work for Jinwoo, which he claims will never happen. Jinwoo understands that it's impossible for him to make them work for him, so he decides to reveal a little bit of information. Meanwhile, as he shares information, Citri confirms each detail. Jinwoo reveals the war planned by the barons and baronesses of the 10th floor, who are all allied. Arrogant lines of followers surround him. But the one who truly urges the invasion of the 9th floor is the Count of Parthenon from the 11th floor, who wants this war to extend his territory and authority. However, Citri doesn't confirm this fact, calling it just a theory. Jinwoo mocks everyone, saying they might end up becoming subordinates to Parthenon just to live under his protection. Then he asks if they know about Anatolius, which Garintos confirms. This guy is a count because they can't make a duke on the 11th floor. Jinwoo reveals that Parthenon has been at war against Anatolius for a long time, and this is the real reason behind the invasion of the 9th floor. Garintos picks up the hint and completes the sentence. Parthenon just wants to turn the 9th floor's creatures into his soldiers to wage war against Anatolius. Besides, they have a great advantage that the monsters of the 10th floor are quite weak, so they can defeat them easily. For this purpose, Jinwoo has a special strategy no one can imagine. Ariane eagerly wants to know more. Jinwoo informs them that he plans to use human weapons in this war, mixed with beast power to execute surprise attacks. Hecarim scoffs, dismissing human weapons as usually weak. Jinwoo believes they can't understand his mindset because of their beastly genes. But Hecarim reminds him that survival of the fittest is the ultimate rule underground, and weaker creatures are likely to die. Jinwoo calmly asks if he wants to die. It's not about weakness, it's about what they bring to the war. They will obviously die if they think they are weak. Then he exclaims that to save everyone, all they need to do is follow his plan. They just do what they usually do during a fight, let Jinwoo plan and strategize the war for them. At that, Garintos finally admits that Jinwoo has the potential to be a knight because of his skills. Hecarim protests against it, but Garintos wants to know why Jinwoo wants them to be his knights. Jinwoo answers that it's a precaution against betrayal or revolution. This way, they will reveal their forces openly, and there's no chance for them to leak information to the enemy. Garintos understands this much. Then Jinwoo offers to change the contract so they won't have to give him tribute, but Garintos rejects it. Jinwoo is shocked to hear this. Garintos states his point, that Jinwoo is the only noble on the 9th floor, so it's better for him to be the owner of the floor rather than Parthenon. They have their own honor and dignity as owners of labyrinths. Hecarim still rejects it, but Ariane accepts. She explains that there are no fees involved and agrees because Jinwoo is ready to strategize while giving them more advantage without any penalties. Not to mention, as a psychic exorcist, she can't win against enemies immune to her psychological attacks. Malaxis also agrees, but Useo asks whether he will have to pay any penalty. Jinwoo declines, saying Useo doesn't have anything to spend his down gems on, so it's better if Jinwoo uses them. Then he turns to everyone and asks if they are sure. Garintos not only assures that he will carry out Jinwoo's orders, but also promises to make sure Hecarim will comply as well, which sparks protests against Garintos from the others. Ignoring Hecarim, Garintos tells Jinwoo he has no schemes against him. But Jinwoo still doubts him and demands proof of his claim. Unfortunately, Garintos can't provide any proof. Instead, he swears his loyalty, promising there won't be any betrayal in this war. Jinwoo understands the pledge and jokingly tells him to keep a tight hold on Hecarim. Malaxis asks whether Jinwoo is satisfied with Garintos's oath. Jinwoo reasons they don't have time to argue all day, and this meeting would go nowhere otherwise. Then Jinwoo burns the contract, willing to share his information and plan. He starts by explaining the first part of his strategy while placing Ariane, Garintos, and Hecarim on the front line. Then he seriously tells them to leave their labyrinths and run. A deep silence falls after his order, and Ariane is the first to react. After the meeting ends, Ariane, Garintos, and Hecarim leave. Malaxis praises how Jinwoo handles the conference. He then asks if the others have left, and Malaxis believes so. But Ariane hasn't left, that she's still there, wanting to hear him talk about them. Jinwoo suspects she might be spying on them, but she reminds him they are allies. Then she lies down and casually reminds him that she signed the contract, which basically makes him ruler over them. He initially scoffs at her suggestion, but then finds it logical, because as long as they have the core of their labyrinth, they can create other labyrinths. Jinwoo dryly reminds her that they're not just fighting one noble, but a whole bunch of them. Without his strategy, they're unlikely to win the war. Ariane protests that she's not as dumb as everyone thinks. Then Jinwoo subtly asks about Garintos's reaction to his suggestion that they leave their labyrinth. She replies that she doesn't personally know him. They're neighbors, so she's unsure why he's so attached to his labyrinth. They remember Garintos, who listens furiously and outright refuses to leave his labyrinth. Jinwoo initially thinks he can convince him, but after witnessing Garintos's intense reaction, he no longer believes it's possible. Ariane agrees. Garintos is the kind of person who would rather die than abandon his labyrinth. She hopes at least he'll take down one of the nobles with him. Jinwoo then analyzes Boreas and his army's chances of invading Garintos's swamp. They have the ability to freeze the swamp with their ice magic, forcing the swamp beast to leave their hiding place to save themselves. This will likely force Garintos and his army into a face-to-face battle, denying them the advantage of surprise attacks. Meanwhile, Boreas' military is well trained. Ariane jokingly says she hopes Garintos doesn't die at the hands of some lowly minion. Jinwoo then turns to Okinotusi and tells him he needs to fight on his own, instead of Hecarim if the swamp falls. He orders Malaxis to assist Okinotusi, which sparks a protest from Ariane since Malaxis was supposed to be her partner. She even suggests sending Useo to help Garintos in a face-to-face battle, but he disagrees because Useo is weak against ice magic. Then Jinwoo reveals more, explaining his assumption that the frost ogres will be positioned in the center. Insects and harpies will likely invade the southern region, in other words, the Forest of Dreams. The rest of the nobles will be split between the center and northern parts. His thoughts then turn to Mentilos, whose forces make him worried. Mentilos will likely summon beasts from the 11th floor, along with zealots and vampires. However, Jinwoo assumes Mentilos might not bring all his forces, since some are needed to protect his own labyrinth. Another advantage they have is that the 10th floor will likely underestimate their power. He wraps up the meeting, saying worrying about what might happen won't do them any good. Jinwoo informs them that they will likely contact each other if they detect any suspicious activity from the 10th floor. Citri asks if she should go as well. Jinwoo dismisses her, apologizing for summoning her so often. But she's enthusiastic about being called upon. He promises to give her food from above ground if she visits his labyrinth, and she immediately agrees. But Jinwoo doesn't know that she will be this eager to visit so soon, as Citri arrives at his labyrinth, which takes him by surprise. He then asks Imp to explain everything after noticing the impressive soldiers behind Imp, who look more like Anatolius's troops. Imp confirms Jinwoo's suspicion. Jinwoo asks about the supplies he requested from the Count. Imp confirms that he brought those and that he was assigned to guide these soldiers there. Yet Jinwoo still doesn't understand why Citri is here. Imp himself doesn't know why she came, since she was supposed to be on vacation. Intrigued, Citri reveals she came with his permission. Jinwoo nervously remembers his earlier offer and realizes it was her plan all along. Before she can do anything else, Jinwoo is addressed by Hestia, Anatolius's adjutant. She introduces herself and apologizes for the intrusion. She explains that she arrived here with her forces in secret, so there was no time for formal introductions. It's better for him to open the gate. Jinwoo senses her bloodlust but notices her rude behavior, which stems from her confidence in her master's strength. However, Jinwoo politely asks her to talk inside. After a while, they arrive at the training facility where Dominique greets him with a surprised expression. He introduces the reinforcements from Anatolius, while Hestia corrects him, insisting on referring to Anatolius by his count title. Then Angela personally greets Hestia, who returns the greeting but is clearly unhappy to see Balzac there. Jinwoo reminds Hestia not to get personal since duty comes first, which makes her apologize for her behavior. After that, Hestia shows him several crates filled with down gems and subtly threatens that these are gifts from Anatolius, which he's not obligated to accept. When she tries to add another threat, he stops her, knowing full well this is war and he's not foolish enough to turn down such treasure. But these down gems are not the only gift from the Count. Hestia then reveals something else inside a wooden box. Angela immediately recognizes it as a summoning stone. She gets excited, eager to know whom they can summon with it. Hestia reprimands her not to overreact. Then she reveals that this stone holds the sealed soul of an ancient war hero, the Queen Morrigan. Angela doesn't know about her, but Dominique finds the name familiar. Jinwoo, curious about the business side, asks whether Morrigan will accept him as her master after summoning. Hestia explains that usually, summoning stones work by capturing the soul inside before killing that person. The captured soul often has several spells bound to it, which make them obey their master. But she warns him that there's a chance for a soul to free itself. In that case, they might try to kill him within half an hour of being summoned. She then suggests he fight the Queen without the help of any subordinates, as that will help him earn the Queen's genuine loyalty after she acknowledges his strength. Jinwoo gets the point, but Hestia taunts him. Will he hesitate to go against an ancient war hero? Jinwoo replies sassily that he understands this is a kind of test to prove his strength to the Count, which is why he sent Hestia to evaluate him. Not only that, the Count has put him in a tough situation while the war is ongoing. He darkly reveals that he's already worried. Now the Count pretends to be generous and helpful, but in reality, he's just testing and measuring him, and giving gifts that leave him no choice but to use them. Then he warns Hestia not to underestimate him, because his patience has limits. Hestia gets furious, assuming he's blaming Anatolius for causing the war, but Jinwoo is too busy summoning a queen. Dominique immediately recognizes the name Morrigan and warns him not to summon her. She's nothing but bad news. Morrigan was originally the killer of countless nobles in the ancient abyss, sparking the deep hatred of Parthenon. Jinwoo is shocked to hear this, but he knows it's too late. He's already summoned her. As soon as he learns this from his loyal subordinate, Jinwoo punches Hestia and asks what this means. They're just imposing problems on him and his labyrinth while presenting them as gifts. He dangerously asks whether this is a test, or if Anatolius simply has no concept of moderation. Totally baffled, Hestia finally realizes the strength of Jinwoo and admits she doesn't know Anatolius's full plan, only the name Morrigan. While bowing, Hestia admits she doesn't know what kind of relationship Morrigan had with Parthenon. Ignoring her, Jinwoo immediately turns to Dominique and orders her to evacuate every non-combat creature from his labyrinth and tell the mages to seal the entrances. He then asks Qantas and Balzac to ready their weapons and instructs Angela to protect those who can't fight. They immediately comply. Meanwhile, Hestia's mind gear is also spinning as she realizes it hasn't been long since Morrigan was sealed inside the stone. Besides, Morrigan knows things from the past. Hestia wonders whether Jinwoo will be able to access those past memories if he overcomes her. But whatever happens, Hestia prepares herself to stay cautious. Then Jinwoo turns to both black merchants and tells them to go to the bar. He won't get anything done if they get harmed. Frustrated, they reluctantly agree to leave. The next moment, Morrigan addresses him directly, asking if he is the one who summoned her. She even mocks Jinwoo's fragile body, saying he doesn't look worthy of handling her. Jinwoo comments that he expected her to attack him immediately, but she tells him to be patient. It's a test to see if he's worthy to be her master. She reveals that the only one who's ever handled her this much was the One-Eye King. Despite knowing Jinwoo might lose, she accepts the challenge out of respect for him. Then she challenges him to prove his strength if he wants her to be his slave. But Jinwoo has another idea as he corrects her, saying she isn't testing him. He is the one testing whether she's worthy to be his subordinate. He then orders his subordinates to attack her. Seeing this, Morrigan taunts him, saying he's defiling the sacred test by involving his subordinates. The test is meant to be one-on-one, but he's risking their lives. Jinwoo nonchalantly replies that it's her test, not his. Meanwhile, Qantas and Balzac are frustrated to see Morrigan's feathers, which feel like they're made of steel. But Qantas is determined to prove his worth. He takes pride in being the first hero of this labyrinth and loyal to their master. He's ready not to disappoint Jinwoo, while Balzac covers him. Morrigan expresses astonishment at their loyalty to someone like Jinwoo, who's risking their lives for what should be his own responsibility. She even says she never intended to harm them, but Qantas, furious at her insult to Jinwoo, rushes at her. In the next moment, she grabs him in her claw and throws both of them away, realizing they're too weak to fight her. She blames Jinwoo for being weak. That's why he sends his subordinates to die. Qantas fumes at Morrigan's insult and shouts that Jinwoo is someone who always risks his life for them. Even when the soldiers are supposed to fight, Jinwoo still puts himself in danger again and again. Qantas admits the truth. He knows he isn't strong enough to defeat Morrigan, but he can't bear the feeling of being protected by Jinwoo, whom he is supposed to protect. He even feels like a burden to his king. Morrigan is taken aback by this confession, but Qantas continues his heroic speech, saying he doesn't know Morrigan's past, but he's ready to fight her because it's his master's order, even if it means certain death in the end. Jinwoo tenses, surprised by Qantas's deep feelings he never knew about. Balzac then decides to reveal his own reasoning for not dying. He's determined to survive until he can take revenge on the Count who slaughtered his family and people. Morrigan might be strong, but she's nothing compared to the Count he's targeting. For Balzac, she's just another obstacle he needs to clear to reach his real enemy. Morrigan acknowledges their stories with a knowing look. She, too, understands what it feels like to be protected. Yet she's cruel and quick to judge them by their appearances. Despite that, she bows and asks for their forgiveness. Then, deadpan, she tells them that while she acknowledges their efforts, she's going to fight seriously. However, she asks forgiveness for not using her sword, as she doesn't want to cause them real harm. Moments later, both warriors attack Morrigan, but it's clear she holds the upper hand. She slams and injures Qantas, but he tries to trap her with his tail so Balzac can strike. Though Morrigan appreciates their effort, she effortlessly throws Balzac away with her feather. Balzac curses under his breath at her speed. Then he sees her preparing to pierce her claw into Qantas, and fury ignites within him. Without wasting a moment, he leaps into the air to attack her. Morrigan comments that she likes the expression of a determined warrior, but in the next instant, his head is severed from his body, and his body collapses. Morrigan stands victorious over both warriors. Jinwoo finally decides to go to Qantas. Despite being severely injured, Qantas, like a hero in a film, takes his last breath and expresses his desire to continue being useful to Jinwoo. He cries, admitting that his eyes were pierced by Morrigan because he was pathetic and weak, and asks Jinwoo not to forgive his weakness. Jinwoo coolly asks what there is to forgive. He explains that Qantas fought alone because he wanted everyone else to protect the labyrinth instead of risking themselves. It's not that Jinwoo doubted their skills. He fully acknowledges the strength of Qantas and the other Naga. More than that, he recognizes Qantas as his general, who was only acting out of character because of low self-esteem. Emotionally moved, Qantas vows to serve Jinwoo forever. Jinwoo analyzes the situation and decides Qantas is no longer fit to fight. Then his attention turns to Balzac, whom he assumes is not dead because his flame is still burning. Jinwoo hadn't seriously expected his two high-ranking warriors to be defeated within 5 minutes. Just then, a very panicked Draken arrives to check if they are under attack. Jinwoo calmly orders him to take Balzac and Qantas to the temple for healing. Draken appears confused yet quietly relieved that he's spared from fighting. Jinwoo assures him he intends to face Morrigan alone, having studied her carefully and found no clear weaknesses. Draken then awkwardly requests permission to move Morrigan's wings aside so the injured warriors can be taken to safety, which Morrigan grants with a brief apology. Meanwhile, Jinwoo recalls Dominique's warning about Morrigan's deadly past, aware now that the nobles she killed were likely powerful themselves, placing Morrigan at least at Baron level. His original purpose in summoning her was simply to confront Hestia's unexpected intrusion in the labyrinth. Despite that, concern grows about the labyrinth's core. Morrigan, sensing his thoughts, clarifies that widespread destruction was never her goal. Her one desire is to eliminate Jinwoo and gain freedom, showing disdain for fighting weaker foes and indicating she might accept the labyrinth's blessing. Jinwoo grows tense as he realizes her ability to read minds, a skill she acquired through years of dominance as the One-Eyed King, adept at probing the thoughts of weaker adversaries. Without further delay, she readies a slender sword, confessing her lack of mastery with the weapon, signaling the fight is about to begin. Jinwoo suspects that Morrigan is likely testing his strength first. It doesn't feel like she's simply underestimating him. After going through some training, he's learned to interact with the mana surrounding him. Since the captain had advised him against using the parasite, he decides to fight without relying on it. Next moment she attacks him. He spots her and starts wondering if what she just used was a spirit blade or a bullet. Did she actually launch raw mana? While this thought lingers, she remarks that his awareness is sharp. He responds by thinking that the weaker ones usually fall to such attacks. But then another thought comes that what if there are many like her? Her strikes are unbelievably fast and sharply aimed, easily surpassing the speed of sound. He notices that her mana shield feels unusually thick, which means he needs to close the distance. So he moves in. The moment she tries to land a hit, he swiftly slips past the strike and counters with his sword. However, what catches him completely off guard is how she suddenly starts using her wings as weapons. This unexpected move leaves him stunned. Then, just as she rushes in for what seems like a finishing blow, he narrowly evades her again. He lifts his sword while aiming to end it there, but she twists away at the last moment. His blade sinks into the stone floor instead. As he tries to pull it out, he realizes too late that she's already behind him. Right after that, as she rushes at him from behind, Jinwoo quickly swings around and lands a punch straight to her face. The impact sends her flying through the air. While regaining balance, she realizes something. Jinwoo isn't strictly focused on using the sword. In truth, the weapon seems more like a cover. For him, the blade is just a tool to finish things off, but his true strength lies in close-range combat. Meanwhile, Jinwoo reflects on how well the tactic worked. He notes that she shifted her head at just the right second to avoid the full force. Still, it had the effect he wanted. In response, she acknowledges that she had hoped to eliminate him cleanly, without affecting the surroundings. But now she starts to recognize that his power actually fits the title he carries. However, Jinwoo, unfazed, expresses his letdown. When she questions the reason, he responds with quiet frustration. He had expected more from her more than what a baron would offer. After all, Dominique described her as an aristocrat killer, yet in comparison, even a mercenary captain he once faced felt more dangerous. With about 20 minutes left, he believes the rest will be simple. To her, his words sound arrogant. She quietly remarks that everything until now was just a warm-up. Then, she mutters a brief plea while asking for forgiveness from the beings about to fall in the coming fight. This sudden shift catches Jinwoo completely off guard. Without warning, a powerful flash lights up the scene. His parasite immediately detects a serious threat to his life. At that moment, cognition haste begins to activate. As Jinwoo notices Morrigan casting a fierce beam, he instantly recognizes that the radiant blast is wrecking all in its path. It strongly reminds him of what Balzac once mentioned, a technique that forms a storm of mana by forcefully releasing it from within one's body. While it might not match Anatolius's raw physical strength, the situation is different now. They're standing in the heart of the labyrinth, and if he doesn't redirect it, there will be heavy losses. Although his cognition haste lets him stay mentally aware in a focused split second, it doesn't increase his speed or the rate of mana flow. He knows he doesn't have the luxury of time to gather enough energy to repel the attack. Quickly, he urges the parasite to enlarge his body as much as it can to reduce the impact. However, it responds with concern while mentioning that his body would suffer too much harm. It recommends escaping instead, as its remaining force isn't enough to fully shield them. It also brings up the option to tap into the down gem inside his body, which could help neutralize the blast. This suggestion stuns Jinwoo, and he remembers that the parasite explained him that the prototype relies on the active mana within him, but cannot reach the down gem. Moreover, it warns that Jinwoo should never grant that access. So our boy refused the access. Still, Jinwoo grants it permission to draw on 80% of his active mana until the threat passes. Time is running out, and he makes it clear that if nothing is done, they'll both vanish completely. He insists that if it wants to survive, it must stop resisting and follow orders. Following this, the parasite begins its hardening process while releasing its full strength. Soon, it takes on the form of the scaly dragon king Anaxtis, just as cognition haste fades. Even then, Jinwoo grows irritated while realizing that the blast's range is massive, and this is all he's capable of shielding. Despite that, he hopes everyone else makes it through safely. Within the blinding light, Angela tightly holds a very frightened Yoonhee, though she clearly struggles to keep her steady. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is alerted that a large number of Naga workers, soldiers, and warriors have lost their lives, with several others suffering severe wounds. Shortly after, he requests a brief report. In response, he's given a summary stating that many Naga workers, soldiers, warriors, and archers are confirmed dead, while some remain critically hurt. Without delay, he calls out to Dominique while hoping she's listening and able to reply through telepathy. She promptly responds, and he checks on her status while asking where she currently is. She informs him that she's unharmed and is with Qantas, Balzac, Draken, and Hoya on the path that leads toward the temple. He then inquires about the guests in the bar. She mentions that the blast narrowly missed the owner's room, so they should be safe for now. He instructs her to gather everyone who's still capable, assist the wounded, and move all of them while including the guests to the hornrat's nest located beneath the owner's room. Understanding his command, she prepares to act. At the same time, Jinwoo remarks that Rikshasha should be out at the construction zone, and they too must be evacuated quickly. Soon, he's informed that Angela has sustained serious injuries, while Yoonhee is likely hurt as well. Just then, Morrigan steps into view and remarks that she hadn't expected him to withstand the strike. She admits she's impressed, but also warns that if she attacks once more in the same manner, he won't last. However, Jinwoo sharply cuts her off. Without wasting a moment, he turns to Dominique and questions what lies to the east of the training grounds. She answers that there's only a storage area, which they had plans to expand in the future. He asks if there are any living beings there, and she confirms that no one is present. Finally, he turns back to Morrigan and calmly informs her that he knows that there's no one standing behind her. She finds it curious that their battle has now turned into a clash of pure force. As bursts of light flicker around them, Jinwoo instructs his parasite to shield his left arm with full strength. Once the parasite begins exerting its maximum control, his body is pushed higher toward the upper level. Meanwhile, Morrigan is also launched far through the air. When she crashes to the ground, she quickly senses the impact comparable to the force of a top-ranked Baron or a lower-tier Count. She realizes that if her strike hadn't partly weakened his, the damage would have been severe. She hadn't expected him to be this powerful. As she lies there, she wonders how far she has flown from the labyrinth. Then, she notices Jinwoo stepping closer, calmly counting under his breath. He asks her if she can guess what he's counting. At first, she observes something strange that his mana hasn't dropped at all. In fact, it seems to have increased. She then questions whether it's related to mana regeneration. It becomes clear to her that she wasn't the only one keeping her true abilities hidden. Jinwoo confirms her thought. Afterward, he mentions that it has now been around 16 minutes. He then prompts her to consider what that number means. She assumes it marks how long she has left to defeat him. However, Jinwoo denies it and explains that it's the amount of time she must endure while being overwhelmed by his assault. Inside the Naga labyrinth where Velicious remains, he suddenly wonders if the loud explosion is actually an earthquake. Right after, the Naga workers receive instructions that everyone except the soldiers must quickly evacuate to the Horn Rat's nest. He instantly recognizes the message as a telepathic order from the attendant. Soon he's also informed that the Soyuseon exit is blocked due to the blast, so they must use a different route. This news stuns him. He starts questioning whether the labyrinth has truly been attacked. As he looks around, he sees that even this area has fallen into chaos because of the powerful explosion. He then remarks that, on the 9th floor, only the Scaly Dragon King had ever unleashed such devastating power. So, he begins to wonder that who could have caused this. At the same time, he notices the rising miasma, and realizes the losses are greater than he expected. Even so, he feels this might be his chance. Although there haven't been any battles recently, his chest tightens, and cold sweat forms. He questions whether this is how a living body reacts to joy. But right after, he denies the idea while realizing it doesn't feel like the pleasure he experiences while eating. He reflects on the strange sensation in his chest, trying to understand it. Then suddenly, Pinky arrives and casually mentions it's nearly lunchtime while offering to go fetch their meal. Velicious replies that there's no need, they'll bring the food if they just stay put. He questions why she would go herself, especially when she hasn't recovered yet. She responds that moving around helps her heal faster. Besides, she reminds him he was the one constantly complaining about the food they receive. She promises to get his favorite this time. Hearing this warms his heart, and he feels a quiet joy from her words. But then, another distant explosion rings out, and there is only debris where Pinky is. A sharp worry creeps in. Still, he tells himself that Pinky is all right. The Naga soldiers' leader instructs to assist the workers first. After that, one of them moves toward the worker who is badly hurt, and urges him to stay awake a little longer, while reassuring him that the rescue group has arrived. Lying nearby, Bluey is wounded. Velicious approaches and inquires if he's okay. A worker standing close by responds while explaining that Bluey barely survived. All thanks to the soldiers, but Hefty, who was next to him, didn't make it. Following that, Velicious questions the worker about Pinky while asking if he has seen her. However, the worker replies by wondering if she wasn't with him. This prompts Velicious to go search for her. Still, the Naga worker cautions him that the ceiling may collapse while urging him to be cautious. Now uncertain, Velicious reflects that he has no clue where she could be or if she's trapped beneath the debris. He understands there's no clear way to locate her, so his only choice for now is to collect miasma. He plans to release it across the area to track her. Although it isn't detection magic, he believes he can identify her presence because of the time they've spent together. Despite this plan, unease grows within him. He wonders whether she's already gone. For a moment, he thinks perhaps it's better this way, if someone who knows his secret disappears through an unexpected tragedy. That way, everything returns to normal. He'd have more time to train, to work on creating chimeras, and he could once again rule over eternal death as the lone sovereign of the dead. However, he then senses her presence deep under the stones. It's so distant her cries can't reach the rescuers. She's likely already passed, or, if not, she might soon lose her breath beneath the weight. If he does nothing, everything would sort itself out. Yet still, he reminds himself not to lower his guard until he verifies it with his own eyes. He must confirm her death. Eventually, he arrives where Pinky lies. She is terribly wounded, barely clinging to life. He believes she's on the edge of death. To him, this seems flawless. He thinks there's never been a more joyful moment. He decides he mustn't let anyone come near her, not until she truly passes. This way, no one will notice, and she will perish in solitude. At last, he thinks he'll be alone. His feeling of an undead king battles with his feeling as a Naga worker. That's why, strangely, he finds himself murmuring to Pinky that he doesn't want to be left alone again. Suddenly, Morrigan appears, and Valicious wonders if she might be the vampire from the Naga labyrinth. But quickly, he realizes she's something far greater than that. Without wasting time, he lifts Pinky onto his back. He mutters to himself that it doesn't matter now as he just needs her to hang on. He won't allow her to die. He vows to protect her. Meanwhile, Angela also lies hurt on the ground. He seizes her and declares he won't let her escape. Right after, he orders the parasite to boost his legs while assigning 20% of his current mana. Morrigan observes that Jinwoo's movement shifts the moment the parasite wraps around him. His power and quickness both increase to absurd levels. She doesn't recognize this type of creature, yet something about it feels oddly known. She questions Jinwoo's identity. Calmly, he responds that he is human. Morrigan rises into the sky while evading Jinwoo's strike with swift movement. At the same time, Jinwoo starts feeling irritated, his attention locked on her wings. He tells his parasite that they're becoming a nuisance and instructs it to consume them and claim them as its own. He also commands it to boost his legs again, this time using 60% of his active mana. Seeing this unfold leaves Morrigan stunned. She quickly flies away while realizing she must shift her combat approach. However, just as she tries to ascend again, she notices something alarming, that one of her wings is missing. Jinwoo remarks that the details can be studied later and instructs the parasite to mimic the wing as closely as possible. She questions him while asking what he has done. In response, he mentions that it doesn't seem right for only her to soar through the air. Now that they both have one wing, it feels more even. Hearing this leaves her speechless and increasingly irritated. Shortly after, Jinwoo receives an alert about the time of death for the target group. The notice adds to his frustration. Then, he mentions to her that although he heard of her reputation as an aristocrat killer, she had crafted weapons from the enemies she had killed and turned them into her feathers. However, she dismisses his words, claiming that they weren't enemies. Curious, he presses further that if they weren't enemies, is she implying they willingly turned into her feathers? As she tries to explain, a sudden realization strikes her that most of her memories before being sealed are now missing. Confused, she asks what century it currently is. When he responds that it's the 21st century, she appears stunned. 700 years have passed. She wonders if it's the side effect of the seal while admitting that she remembers nothing, not the one who sealed her, not those transformed into feathers, not even her king's final order. Jinwoo, with a sharp tone, accuses her of using memory loss as an excuse to avoid facing her cruelty. Recalling her words about the estoc, he reminds her that she once mentioned not being skilled with it, yet still wielded it with familiarity. He insists that she knows the identities of those people. She quietly admits it. Still, what she senses isn't hatred but reverence. To her, honoring and remembering those who perished in battle is a lifelong duty and consequence she must bear. They weren't just enemies. Even those absorbed by her power are included. Yet Jinwoo rejects her reasoning, labeling it as nothing more than insanity. In a bitter tone, he challenges her that does she truly believe that using a lifeless body as a weapon counts as tribute? Holding one corpse in his grip, he asks her if that face seems joyful. Her lack of remorse to him is sickening. He declares that he will grant these tormented souls peace. They will slowly fade within him. But she halts him firmly, without hesitation, and refuses. She yells at him while demanding he return them. Those are the weight she must carry, and at the very least, he should give Valkyrie back. Hearing the name Valkyrie leaves him stunned. Holding a stick in his grip, he questions her if she means this one. She snaps while telling him how disgraceful he looks touching her, and warns him not to lay his hands on her with that filthy parasite. Jinwoo, in return, remarks that her memory loss must be a lie if she can't even strike him. Then surely that weapon meant something precious to her. But she cuts him off, her voice sharp. She declares that he's no longer worthy of the respect she once held. She vows to reclaim her feathers, even if she must consume him to do so. Jinwoo challenges her again while questioning if she truly won't attack. Calm but resolute, she responds that there is only one ruler in this world whom she honors. As his blade, she will keep cutting down his enemies forever, even if their bodies rise like peaks and their blood flows like endless streams. All of it, she claims, will be for her master's greatness. She promises to offer undying reverence to those who've fallen without cause, while her own form carries the weight of their harsh destiny. With that, she vanishes into the shapeless Balmork labyrinth. Quietly, she whispers to her king while pleading for forgiveness and for ending one who once stood as an enemy. Soon after, Jinwoo receives a message that she has exited the Naga labyrinth and stepped into the formless labyrinth. The news leaves him stunned. He wonders aloud how she could enter when she doesn't even possess a labyrinth of her own. However, she questions his misunderstanding. The formless labyrinth, she explains, is not owned. It is a method created by those without a labyrinth to resist those who do. Every living soul, while including herself, holds the urge to ascend. The formless labyrinth is merely the material reflection of that inner longing. It's only called so because fools believe all personal domains must be labyrinths. She then acknowledges his strength while saying he has endured well for someone who resembles a human. Gradually, Jinwoo begins to comprehend. He mutters that this isn't a battle he can win unless he allows the parasite to access his down gem. Hearing this, she asks if he intends to surrender now. He responds with resignation while saying there's no reason to carry on. She responds with disappointment. Though she admits she sees him as a proud and skilled fighter, she expresses how greatly he has let her down, but he clarifies that that's not what he means. He reminds her of her current state. At that exact instant, he comes to know that all conditions are met. The curse of subordination activates. Morrigan is caught off guard, visibly shocked, as her body becomes bound under Jinwoo's control. Jinwoo, calm yet firm, declares that he is now her new king and commands her to kneel. Without resisting, she drops to her knees. Yet she speaks with regret, not anger. If she had gone all out from the beginning, if she hadn't wasted time measuring their power difference, then perhaps it wasn't him, but her, who was truly arrogant. With the battle settled, the two leave the formless labyrinth together. Right after, Jinwoo is notified that the target is now in a weakened condition and cannot break free from the curse of subordinate unless her strength exceeds that of the caster, and her caster is the one-eyed king, Ustas. The revelation fills Jinwoo with frustration. In response, she urges him to end her life while confessing that she has massacred many of his innocent people. He admits that she has taken the lives of dozens, including workers, and the death toll continues to grow. At first, he intended to kill her immediately, but now, there's a count pursuing her for the damage she caused in the past. Because of that, she must face and resolve the chaos she left behind. Whether she chooses to regain her wing is her decision. However, to do so, she must find and confront the aristocrats on the battlefield. 6 are on their way. She must eliminate at least 2. Only after everything is finished will he determine what to do with her. He warns her not to see this as any sort of favor and instructs her simply to guard the Nagas until the war begins. She follows his order without resistance. Meanwhile, Jinwoo reflects. The summoning stone was only part of the supplies provided by the Count. He never expected such a formidable being to emerge from it. Still, he cannot ignore the truth that it was his mistake to activate it in the middle of the labyrinth. His lack of strength led to the failure to defend the Nagas and the ruin of the labyrinth itself. He wonders what might have happened if she had opened the formless labyrinth from the start. Soon after, she offers him an apology. But even then, Jinwoo finds himself consumed by the thought that he's forced to rely on the parasite, all because he can't control his own power. He's tired of feeling helpless. Later, Dominique approaches and asks about her. Jinwoo answers that she is now a part of the Naga labyrinth. As the moment quiets, he realizes something deeper, that he needs greater strength. Strength not just to fight, but to protect everyone he holds responsibility for. In the weeks following the clash with Morrigan, Angela mends at an unexpectedly swift pace. Despite her critical wounds, she recovers remarkably well thanks, it seems, to her vampiric regeneration. Being ranked as legendary surely plays a role. She ends up with only minor scratches, likely due to Yoonhee's efforts. Wanting to support her, she was offered a stored pack of my own blood, kept for emergencies out of appreciation for her defense of Yoonhee. Surprisingly, Rikshasha places no blame on anyone else while choosing instead to fault herself for not being there during the crisis. She doesn't appear to know anything about Morrigan either. Meanwhile, there are assumed high elf nobles spotted within the absorbed wing. At one point, Jinwoo reflects on when he reassured Rikshasha that overseeing the 10th floor was the top priority back then. He reminded her it was an unexpected situation, and not her fault. In another turn, Balzac and Qantas both fully recover. Sadly, 10 Naga soldiers being treated don't make it, and the toll rises as 6 workers also perish. Though horned rats can offer some assistance, Naga laborers are supposed to be among the safest. Losing 6 impacts everyone's morale. It's a loss that shouldn't happen again. Elsewhere, Morrigan is summoned by her king. When she responds to his call, he instructs her to guard the Naga workers fiercely. If even one more dies, he warns, she'll share their fate. Taking in his words solemnly, she vows to protect them with all her might. Meanwhile, Jinwoo dismisses his team, then calls on Dominique while checking in on her well-being. At first, she seems confused about who he means. Once he clarifies that he's speaking of Morrigan, she explains that the woman hasn't stepped into the center of the labyrinth or the main alley as ordered. She remembers Morrigan once offering to cut something into pieces if needed. Lately, she's been hunting beasts in neutral zones while bringing back food and down gems. Just yesterday, she delivered 2 blood leopards bearing high-grade gems. Jinwoo then wonders if Morrigan resents her current treatment while considering her heroic past. Dominique responds that she doesn't seem to. Now living in the graveyard as instructed, Morrigan spends her time hunting and mourning the fallen. Although the Nagas still view her as an enemy, Dominique believes the current situation is best left unchanged. Jinwoo listens carefully and agrees. Shortly after, the restoration of the labyrinth's storage zone finishes quickly, and fortifications for the 9th floor near completion. Weapons and explosives are tested while showing that they can injure Geyser's beings, especially incendiary grenades, which seem especially useful. Jinwoo recalls once asking Draken why he wouldn't go inside, to which Draken had responded that the heat would roast him from within. Jinwoo had countered sarcastically while questioning if smoke inhalation was a better way to go. Goblins and boars are assigned construction duties. Naga workers recall how the Baron once joked about turning them into barbecue if they touched goblins. Still, these laborers, while hailing from the labyrinth of hammers and anvils, show great craftsmanship, quickly adapting to surface-level tools like firearms and communication gear. Jinwoo remembers when one Naga worker nervously tested a device while saying something about how fragile it was while trying to connect. The primary mission made public involves constructing supply routes between the hammers and anvils, Gluttony, Big Tusk, and the Naga Labyrinth. Jinwoo doubts whether Useo's domain even needs supplies, but having a path still seems beneficial. Quietly, expansion of the Horned Rat's tunnels continues. Since the Swamp and Wanderer labyrinths aren't entirely trustworthy, the Queen of Dreams is informed, especially given her openness to forming a pact. Qantas jokes about skipping food storage, but says they were warned not to consume anyone. Dominique answers that they'll be fine for a while, thanks to supplies from the Baron. The tunnels, however, pose risks. Since enemies could exploit them for invasion, explosives are placed at various points. Rather than expanding frontline networks, they stick to existing routes. Dominique shares all of this with Jinwoo. After assessing the progress, outposts, traps, supply lines, tunnels, communication networks, he notes that out of 3 crates of down gems collected from Anatolius, 1 will be sent to a neighboring labyrinth, another used to boost local forces, and a few gems sold topside for extra food. With growing forces, they'll need to expand the Naga nest and add livestock. Jinwoo asks about the Blood Leopard territory. Dominique explains that 3 rats died securing it, but the mission was successful. Only 32 leopards remain on the 9th floor. Jinwoo instructs her to tell Morrigan to stop harming them. If they go extinct, they'll have no creatures left for training after the war. Then again, it's hard to worry about wild beasts with the war looming. He muses on possibly capturing some and using others for combat. He recognizes the need to reorganize unit structure, using the Flood Dragon Corps' benefits, but too few leaders remain. Perhaps sending rare-rank Nagas is the solution. He continues thinking aloud when Dominique suddenly shouts while halting him. Startled, he asks what's wrong. She responds emotionally while urging him to rest. She sees how heavy his burdens are while noting that while the war is near, physical and mental strain is something else entirely. If he keeps pushing himself, he might collapse before the battle even begins. Her concern warms him, though he answers that it's different now. The Flood Dragon's invasion marked the start of something deeper. It's no longer just conflict, it's war between labyrinth floors. He's the commander now. There's no room to rest. Dominique hesitates before voicing her true thoughts. She isn't doubting him. She realizes he's human. He has no natural tie to the Nagas. He never asked to become their labyrinth owner, yet here he is, ready to risk his life for them. She wonders why he never complains about the burden he never chose. Jinwoo listens silently at first, then begins to speak. He questions the idea of burden. He admits not remembering his life before arriving at the Naga labyrinth. On the surface, he lived as an empty shell, despite being surrounded by his family's deep love while nothing fulfilled him. Though he might regain his past here while something has already changed, he feels different now. The others always tell him he works too hard, that no king fights at the front, that he should rely on them. He knows they're right, but he admits he's impatient and greedy, a selfish human who only knows extremes. When she asks why again, he replies simply that it's his greed, not a burden. Geyser, the Naga labyrinth, and everyone in it filled his hollow heart. He's no longer just surviving, he's alive. He calls himself the Baron of Geyser, the undefeated human, the Naga labyrinth king, and her master. He refuses to let some upcoming war take any of it away. He doesn't intend to lose anything, not even a little. Dominique, overwhelmed, declares that he's truly greedy. He glances back at her with a faint expression, something between exasperation and amusement. In the grim halls of Geyser, all kinds of souls exist. Some are driven by greed, some by jealousy, like a certain demon who longs for status, bitterly thinking she could have had it if she weren't born black or demon. Others carry pity. Joy lives in Angela, who cherishes every moment of her life. There are those who hide secrets, and some who search for answers like Draken, who once pondered whether blood contained alcohol and kept questioning endlessly. Determination burns in Balzac and Qantas, who stand outside the room wondering what's going on. Balzac jokes that everyone inside seems to be enjoying themselves while suggesting they have a drink after the war. Qantas agrees but insists they keep training. Love shows itself in Pinky Volicious. Rage simmers in a horned rat's words about how dreams are foolish, and prosperity always leads to ruin. He swears they'll repay the respect shown to them many times over. Loyalty runs deep, obedience stronger. Horned rats proclaim their freedom from old chains, now reborn as honorary Nagas. But doubt still lingers. Some Naga workers quietly question their loyalty and obedience. Grudges form, like one who shouts glory to the Naga labyrinth. Though the 10th floor aristocrats seem unrelated while something still feels wrong. Yet in all that gloom, hope remains. Rikshasha mentions reports of under-elves being spotted on higher floors, but she keeps her focus on the war ahead. Among all those who dwell within Geyser, emotions clash: greed, sorrow, joy, rage, doubt, hope, all preparing for what's to come.